Lin Yun, having failed his tribulation in the immensely popular virtual game Three Realms, unexpectedly traverses into a celestial realm strikingly similar to the game, becoming an ordinary disciple of the Sword Sect. Amidst the fierce battle between righteous and demonic forces, Lin Yun finds himself in Tianfeng City, which is on the brink of being breached by the demonic path, pondering a singular, daunting question: how shall I survive after the city falls? Chapter 1. Sword Sect, Lin Yun. As Lin Yun awakens from his stupor, an unbearable pain radiates throughout his body, prompting a pained groan to escape his lips. He surveys his surroundings and discovers himself within a grand hall steeped in ancient charm. Who am I? Where do I come from? What am I doing here? These existential queries flood Lin Yun's mind. He vividly recalls being in the most fervently played virtual game, Three Realms, undergoing a tribulation to ascend, only to be struck by a 9-layered thunderstorm, teetering on the brink of failure. How did he suddenly arrive in this place? In the hall, he notices several injured individuals, some missing limbs, others with gaping wounds spewing blood, and one unfortunate soul with a significant portion of his head severed, lying motionless on the ground, the line between life and death blurred. Anxiously, Lin Yun examines his own injuries. Fortunately, all his limbs remain intact, and he bears no mortal wounds, only superficial injuries that have been tended to. He breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that the essential organs are still in their rightful places. The hall is filled not only with the wounded, but also with several individuals clad in light blue robes, bustling about to tend to the injured. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yun is taken aback. These are the garments of the Sword Sect disciples. How could he, a disciple of the Xianxia sect in the game, find himself among them? Looking down at himself, he realizes he too is adorned in the same light blue robe, and a sense of foreboding washes over him. Lin Qiubai, you have finally awakened. A voice calls out, and a youthful figure, no more than 17 or 18, approaches him, beaming with joy. As Lin Yun gazes at the boy's face, an unfamiliar memory surges forth, merging with his own recollections, leading him to grasp his predicament. His name is Lin Yun, an elite disciple of the Sword Sect with an 8th-tier foundation establishment. Currently, the righteous and demonic paths are embroiled in a fierce conflict. Tianfeng City, where he is stationed, is besieged by the Demonic Sect, one of the 3 major sects of the demonic path, teetering on the brink of collapse. The vivid memories assure him that this is not a mere game, it is a tangible world. He has traversed into a realm that mirrors 3 realms in every facet. The war between righteous and demonic forces is the main storyline of version 1.0 of 3 Realms. One he has experienced as a player, and now, he must endure it once more, this time as a living disciple of the Sword Sect. In the game, death meant resurrection, but here, death signifies an irrevocable end, a permanent disappearance from this world. Contemplating his current circumstances, Lin Yun feels a surge of panic. His situation is exceedingly dire. According to his memories, the early stages of the war heavily favor the demonic forces, with the righteous 3 sects retreating in disarray, losing cities and territories. Tianfeng City is among the first strongholds to fall to the demonic tide. With his current foundation establishment level, he is unable to traverse the skies. Once Tianfeng City succumbs, it is inevitable that it will fall into the clutches of the Demonic Sect. At that juncture, he would face certain death. Lin Qiubai, are you alright? The boy, noticing Lin Yun's prolonged silence, inquires with concern. It is said that Lin Yun was struck unconscious by a massive rock hurled by a battle between condensation period experts, and now, he appears dazed. Perhaps the blow has rendered him somewhat foolish. I am fine, do not worry, Sushiti. The boy is Su Feng, Lin Yun's closest companion, almost akin to a brother. Observing Su Feng's youthful countenance, Lin Yun feels a surreal sensation. The main NPC who flourished in version 4.0, the demon sword immortal Su Feng, is actually his junior. Thank goodness you're well. I was terribly worried when you were knocked out by that rock, Su Feng exclaims, relieved. Yet, Lin Yun's mind is preoccupied with strategies for surviving the impending siege, leaving him little room for idle chatter. He inquires, Sushiti, what is the situation outside? Su Feng's expression darkens as he replies, it seems Tianfeng City cannot be held much longer. He understands that if the city falls, the Sword Sect disciples within will likely meet a grim fate. Lin Yun, however, recalls a forum post he had encountered regarding Su Feng. The demon sword immortal Su Feng gained immense popularity in version 4.0, with devoted players uncovering his life story and sharing it online. The forum's members are knowledgeable and articulate, a true assembly of talent. Lin Yun often frequented the forum and had come across a post detailing Su Feng's background. Su Feng had infiltrated the Demonic Sect for 3 years, providing invaluable intelligence to the righteous sects at a critical juncture of the war, aiding them in their triumph over the demonic forces. In recognition of his contributions, the righteous sects rewarded him with abundant cultivation resources. With these resources and other fortunate opportunities, Su Feng ultimately rose to prominence in version 4.0, becoming a symbolic figure of the Sword Sect. This implies that after Tianfeng City is breached, Su Feng is ordered to surrender to the Wanma sect, thus preserving his life. If this path is viable, Lin Yun could similarly surrender alongside Su Feng to ensure his survival. With this thought, Lin Yun's anxious heart begins to settle. As they converse, a Sword Sect disciple approaches them briskly, stating, "Lin Xixiang, Su Xixiang, Elder Son urgently summons you. You must go at once." Lin Yun's heart stirs with curiosity. Elder Son has summoned us. In the Sword Sect, only those at the Golden Core stage are entitled to be called elders, and when dispatched to a city, they serve as its lord. Elder Son, the current lord of Tianfeng City, is also its sole Golden Core cultivator. Typically, Elder Son does not pay much attention to disciples at the Foundation establishment level. Yet, in this critical moment, he has summoned both Lin Yun and Su Feng. Could it mean something significant? Indeed. "It is Elder Son calling. You two should hurry," the messenger urges. "We will go at once." The meeting place designated by Sun Haida is a secret chamber at the back of the hall, where, besides Lin Yun and Su Feng, 3 other Foundation establishment disciples await. Disciples pay respects to Elder. The 5 bow respectfully to Sun Haida. At such a time, there is no need for excessive formalities, he replies, waving his hand. His robe is stained with blood, indicating he has sustained injuries. The situation is dire. "I shall be brief. Tianfeng City cannot be held any longer. I have decided to lead the condensation period disciples to break through and escape." The hearts of the 4 disciples, apart from Lin Yun, sink at his words. The condensation period cultivators can traverse the skies, and under the leadership of Sun Haida, a Golden Core cultivator, they possess a glimmer of hope for escape. In essence, it signifies that they, the Foundation establishment and body refinement disciples, have been forsaken. Yet Lin Yun is acutely aware that Elder Sun has further instructions, likely involving an undercover mission. As anticipated, Sun Haida continues, "You 5 possess the finest talent and are the most trustworthy among the many Foundation establishment disciples in the city. I have a task for you. Once the Wanma sect breaches Tianfeng City, you are to surrender to them and join their ranks." Su Feng and the others are taken aback, questioning their understanding. "With your talents, you all have the potential to become condensation period cultivators in the future. If you can infiltrate the Wanma sect while still at the Foundation establishment level, you may eventually rise to the condensation or even Golden Core stages, gaining access to the upper echelons of the Wanma sect, thereby providing precious intelligence to our righteous path." Sun Haida articulated his intentions. This battle between the righteous and the demonic is a protracted conflict. If you can successfully infiltrate, it may become the opportunity for our righteous path to vanquish the demonic forces. As soon as Sun Haidao's words fell, a familiar sight materialized in Lin Yun's mind, reminiscent of his gaming experience. The mission panel. Mission: I am an undercover agent. Mission requirement: surrender to the 10,000 Demons sect after the city falls, becoming a glorious and great undercover agent. Mission reward: 20% cultivation increase. Water sword medium grade magical artifact. Lin Yun gazed at the task panel in his mind, overwhelmed with joy. To his astonishment, he had traversed into this world with a gaming task panel. If a task panel exists, could there also be an attributes panel, a backpack, and other functionalities? He attempted to summon the attributes panel, and indeed, the gaming attributes panel appeared in his consciousness. Name: Lin Yun. Race: Human Sect. Sword Sect. Position: Elite Disciple Cultivation. Foundation Establishment Level 8, 27% Technique. Jingxia Decision Medium Grade Profound Level. Skills: Sword Control Technique Medium Grade Profound Level. Cloak Sword Technique High Grade Yellow Level. Fire Talisman Technique Low Grade Yellow Level. Thunder Summoning Decision Medium Grade Yellow Level. Divine Powers: None. Talent: None. After some experimentation, Lin Yun discovered that the only activated gaming functions were the attributes panel and the task panel. Cultivation was calculated as a percentage. For instance, his current cultivation was Foundation Establishment Level 8 at 27%. Upon completing the task, the reward would increase his cultivation by 20%, bringing it to 47%. Once his cultivation exceeded 100%, he could advance to Foundation Establishment Level 9. Despite having only the attributes panel and the task panel, Lin Yun felt immeasurable satisfaction. In this world, cultivators faced bottlenecks regardless of their major or minor realms. For example, A bottleneck existed between Foundation Establishment Level 8 and Level 9. It was not uncommon for individuals to be stuck at a bottleneck for years or even decades. Particularly, the bottleneck between major realms could ensnare a cultivator for a lifetime. However, the existence of the attributes panel and task panel liberated Lin Yun from such constraints. As long as he completed tasks to obtain rewards, surpassing the 100% threshold would allow for seamless advancement. Thus, despite the limited functionalities, these two features were the foundation of Lin Yun's survival and potential ascension in this world. What if the 10,000 Demons Sect refuses our surrender? While Lin Yun examined the attributes panel, a disciple expressed concern. Given the 10,000 Demons Sect's modus operandi, they will undoubtedly recruit the captured disciples within the city after its fall. However, the 10,000 Demons Sect is treacherous. Ensure you do not lose your true selves amidst their schemes, Sun Hedao advised. Elder, I cannot comply. A tall disciple of the Sword Sect stepped forward, bowing respectfully. This disciple, named Wen Tianming, had already reached Foundation Establishment Level 9 and was considered the eldest brother among the numerous disciples in Tianfeng City. Known for his integrity and kindness, all disciples in the city held him in high regard. Sun Hedao regarded Wen Tianming with a heavy heart. His aptitude and character made him one of Sun Hedao's most promising disciples. Regrettably, during this escape, Wen Tianming would be unable to ensure his own safety, let alone protect others. Tianming, why is this so? Sun Hedao inquired softly. When Tianming raised his head, his gaze resolute. When I was young, my parents and loved ones perished at the hands of the demonic forces. I cannot coexist with them. For years, I have trained diligently, striving for the day when I can wield my sword to eradicate the demons and relieve the suffering of the people. Thus, when the city falls, I would rather die in battle than surrender to the demonic path, even for the sake of being an undercover agent. Moreover, I cannot mask my hatred for the demons if I infiltrate alongside Lin Shidi and the others. I would likely endanger them. I hope the elder can understand. Sun Hedao sighed deeply and waved his hand. Very well, if you refuse, I shall not force you. Sun Hedao's suggestion for them to surrender and infiltrate was not solely for the sake of strategy, but also stemmed from a desire to protect these exceptional disciples he had led for many years. Cultivators are also human, and humans possess emotions. However, given Wen Tianming's character, once he had resolved to embrace death nobly, Sun Hedao could not compel him otherwise. Thank you for your understanding, Elder. Wen Tianming bowed deeply. Lin Yun could not help but glance at Wen Tianming. Although he had no recollection of this individual prior to his transmigration, the amalgamation of memories revealed that Wen Tianming was the foremost disciple among the Foundation Establishment disciples in Tianfeng City, excelling in strength, aptitude, and character. Given his talents, if he survived this calamity, his achievements would undoubtedly rival Su Feng's. Regrettably, he had chosen a different path. Subsequently, Sun Hedao outlined the plans for infiltrating the demonic path after their surrender, assuring them that the sect would send personnel to establish contact. Sun Hedao revealed a plum blossom seal, formed from magical energy in his palm. Remember this plum blossom seal. When the sect sends someone to contact you, they will use this seal as proof. Anyone who does not present this plum blossom seal cannot be trusted, no matter what they say. Do you understand? We remember, Elder. Lin Yun and the others replied in unison. You may leave now. In a quarter of an hour, I will lead the core formation disciples in the breakout. The city will soon be breached, so prepare yourselves. The five of them bid farewell to Elder Sun and exited the secret chamber. Lin Yun turned to Wen Tianming, saying, Brother Wen, why must you be so resolute? Only by surviving do you have the opportunity to continue vanquishing demons and fulfill your ambitions. Having inherited the memories of Lin Yun, he held great admiration for Wen Tianming and did not wish to see him perish. Wen Tianming chuckled gently, shaking his head, his demeanor remaining warm and gentle even in such perilous times. Lin Shidi, I know your intentions are good. However, there are many ways to live, and this path is not one I desire. As you infiltrate the 10,000 Demons Sect, I hope you maintain your true selves and do not disappoint the sect. Rest assured, Brother One, I shall heed your teachings. Wen Tianming laughed heartily, striding confidently towards the exit. Since death was inevitable, he would take the opportunity to slay a few more demons, ensuring his life held meaning. The other two disciples, Luo Hua and Wang Jia, watched Wen Tianming's departing figure. Luo Hua sighed. Brother Wen's character is truly admirable. I am not his equal. The four returned to the Grand Hall, each lost in contemplation regarding the events following the city's fall. With so many people in the hall, they wisely refrained from discussing their intentions to surrender and infiltrate. When the city fell, true traitors might emerge from among them. A quarter of an hour later, several streams of light ascended from within the city, escaping outward. Outside the city, several streams of light intercepted them, leading to a fierce aerial battle. After a tumultuous clash, some streams of light fell, while others successfully broke through. Lin Yun watched the streams of light vanish into the horizon, knowing that Elder Sun had successfully led the breakout. Soon after, Tianfeng City was breached by the 10,000 Demon Sect, and demonic disciples swarmed into the city. "Brother, I feel a bit scared," Su Feng said, closely following Lin Yun. Lin Yun glanced at him and replied, "Do not fear, adapt to the situation and strive to survive." In truth, Lin Yun felt an equal measure of trepidation, having traversed into this world. His advantage lay in knowing the narrative of the coming years and the hidden opportunities that awaited. With this foresight, he could strategize for the maximum benefit. Yet, the prerequisite for all this was his survival through the impending calamity. His fate was not entirely in his own hands. Although he had prepared to surrender to the 10,000 Demon Sect, their unpredictable nature meant that matters might not unfold as smoothly as hoped. The sounds of battle from outside interrupted Lin Yun's thoughts. With a resounding crash, the Grand Hall's doors were shattered, and countless disciples of the Wanma Sect surged in, surrounding the Sword Sect disciples within. A disciple of the Wanma Sect, donned in black armor and at the nascent soul stage, stepped forward, surveying the besieged Sword Sect disciples with a cold smile. "There are quite a few here. Capture them all. Those who resist shall be dealt with mercilessly." The disciples of the Wanma Sect proceeded to subdue the Sword Sect members one by one, with many attempting to fight back and being slain on the spot. Lin Yun, harboring thoughts of surrender, naturally refrained from resistance and allowed himself to be bound by the Wanma disciples. Soon after, Lin Yun and the other captured disciples were escorted out of the Grand Hall and into the central square of the city. The ground was littered with corpses and bloodstains, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Upon reaching the square, Lin Yun and his fellow captives found themselves surrounded by Wanma disciples. In the center, dozens of captured Sword Sect disciples were gathered, awaiting their fate. Lin Yun joined the others who had been captured earlier. Before long, a figure clad in a black robe with crimson hair, a golden core cultivator, descended from the sky to the square. He hovered above, looking down upon Lin Yun and the others. Disciples pay their respects to the elder. The Wanma disciples in the square knelt in unison, rising afterward to stand solemnly, none daring to raise their heads to meet the gaze of the figure in black. This man, the crimson-haired elder of the Wanma Sect, was Li Qiubai, the commander of the assault on Tianfeng City. Renowned for his cruelty and bloodlust, he had claimed countless lives of righteous cultivators, making him one of the most reviled fiends among the righteous sections. Lin Yun glanced at Li Qiubai, recognizing him as a familiar figure. He had been a prominent character during the War of Righteousness and Demons and the invasion of the demon race, featuring prominently in discussions among players. Many labels were affixed to him: cruel, bloodthirsty, manipulative, ruthless, and so forth, epitomizing the essence of demonic path practitioners. However, in the latter stages of the second version, he met his demise at the hands of several golden core demon race cultivators. Li Qiubai surveyed the Sword Sect disciples with an indifferent expression and declared, "I offer you a chance to survive. Is there anyone willing to forsake the darkness and serve the Wanma Sect?" "Bah, you demon. We of the Sword Sect are men of unyielding spirit. How could we ever betray our principles for the sake of life?" cried a disciple from the crowd, standing tall. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of red light sliced through his neck, his head soaring into the air, blood gushing forth and splattering onto his nearby comrades. "Humph, a fool who knows not his place." Li Qiubai sneered from his lofty perch. "My patience is limited. You have 10 breaths to decide. Those willing to serve the Wanma Sect, step forward. Those who refuse shall meet their end." The Sword Sect disciples stirred, exchanging glances, uncertain of their fate. Among them, Lin Yun stepped forward without hesitation, bowing to Li Qiubai and stating, "I am Lin Yun, willing to forsake the darkness and serve the Wanma Sect." The crowd erupted in disbelief at Lin Yun's sudden surrender. Among the many Foundation establishment disciples of Tianfeng City, Lin Yun was esteemed for both his prowess and character, second only to Wen Tianming in reputation. His decision to align with the Wanma Sect left everyone astonished. "Lin Yun, I never expected you to be so cowardly. I truly misjudged you." A voice rang out from the crowd. "Lin Yun, how could you betray the Sword Sect for mere survival? You are unworthy to be called a disciple. To have once called you brother is now a shame." In an instant, the crowd was filled with curses directed at Lin Yun, including some who had previously been his close allies. Lin Yun stood with his hands at his sides, his expression as calm as water, seemingly unfazed by the vitriol. Amidst the cacophony of insults, Su Feng, Luo Hua, and Wang Jihe also stepped forward. With foresetting an example, some previously indecisive Sword Sect disciples joined them in choosing to ally with the Wanma sect. As the 10 breaths slipped away, over 30 Sword Sect disciples ultimately chose to stand with the Wanma sect. However, more than 40 remained steadfast in their refusal, continuing to hurl curses at Lin Yun and the others. Li Qiubai, observing the scene with amusement, commanded, "Untie their ropes and return their weapons." Chapter 3. Fratricide among kindred. With a commanding voice, Li Qiubai ordered the disciples of the Wanma sect to untie the ropes binding Lin Yun and his companions, handing them swords. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Sword Sect who chose not to surrender were also freed, but received no weapons. As confusion reigned, Li Qiubai waved his right hand, conjuring a blood-red barrier that enveloped all the Sword Sect disciples present. Li Qiubai sneered, declaring that the Wanma sect does not harbor the feeble. Since they had chosen to ally with the Wanma sect, they must slay their former comrades. The last one standing would henceforth be a disciple of the Wanma sect. On the square, the disciples of the Sword Sect stood divided, sizing each other up. Yet none dared to strike first. Among those who refused to surrender, a battered young man stepped forward, when Tianming, who had resolutely refused to infiltrate the demonic path. Having killed several disciples of the Wanma sect in battle, he was now captured, weary yet defiant. He glared at his former comrades who had chosen surrender, his anger palpable. While Lin Yun and his companions' betrayal could be accepted, the fact that other brothers had truly allied with the demonic path incited his rage. Faced with Wen Tianming's furious gaze, the surrendered disciples lowered their heads, unable to meet his eyes. As disciples of the Sword Sect, their choice to align with the demonic path for mere survival was a disgrace. Very well, I shall cleanse the sect of its traitors before I meet my end. When Tianming declared, rushing forward unarmed, cleansing the sect, the remaining Sword Sect disciples echoed, charging after Lin Yun and his companions. Lin Yun glanced at Li Qiubai hovering above, sighing inwardly. Li Qiubai's scheme was insidious. Once they killed their unyielding comrades, their hands would be stained with the blood of their own, making it nearly impossible to turn back. The surrendered disciples, witnessing their former comrades charge at them with murderous intent, were momentarily paralyzed. They had surrendered solely to preserve their lives and never contemplated inflicting harm upon their brothers. Instinctively, their gazes fell upon Lin Yun, who, among them, was perceived as their pillar of strength. With sword in hand, Lin Yun urged, "Stop hesitating and prepare for battle. This is now a fight for survival. There is no time to ponder brotherhood." "Lin Yun, how can you bear to strike against our own?" questioned a disciple standing beside him. The disparity in weaponry, one side armed, the other not, would lead to a massacre. Lin Yun shot him a disdainful look, replying, "If you cannot bear to fight, then stand aside and await your demise." As he spoke, the enemy closed in. Lin Yun, expressionless, swung his sword, slaying a former comrade. Surprisingly, he felt no discomfort in taking a life. It was akin to a game where one merely cuts down an opponent. The clash commenced, and the initially reluctant Sword Sect disciples, witnessing their adversaries' brutal assaults, cast aside their reservations and began to slay their former brothers. Wen Tianming, at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, was a formidable force even unarmed. Injuring a surrendered disciple before seizing their sword and embarking on a rampage, all while deliberately avoiding confrontation with Lin Yun and his companions. Outside the blood-red barrier, the disciples of the Wanma sect watched the internecine conflict unfold, laughing in delight. "That's it. Kill him. Bring me his head," they jeered, reveling in the sight of righteous disciples turning against one another with greater ferocity than even the demonic path. As the bloodshed continued, the number of survivors dwindled, leaving only 9 surrendered Sword Sect disciples encircling the bloodied Wen Tianming. Exhausted and battered before his capture, Wen Tianming now stood on the brink of collapse, propping himself up with his sword, panting heavily yet maintaining a sharp gaze. Despite his weakened state, none of the encircling disciples dared to approach him. Lin Yun sighed inwardly, stepping forward to confront Wen Tianming. "Brother Wen, we were once comrades. Allow me to accompany you on your journey." Wen Tianming regarded Lin Yun with cold disdain. "Lin Yun, your cowardice in seeking survival through the demonic path makes you unworthy of that title." Lin Yun recognized the intent behind Wen Tianming's words and retorted, "What of cowardice? I merely wish to survive. Is that so wrong? Brother Wen, you are a man of understanding. Why not join us in serving the Wanma sect to preserve your life?" Lin Yun's plea was an earnest attempt to persuade Wen Tianming to endure humiliation temporarily to save himself. He held deep respect for Wen Tianming and wished to prevent his sacrifice. However, Wen Tianming shook his head resolutely. Words are futile. I have my own path and will never surrender to the demonic. With that, when Tianming fixed his gaze on Lin Yun, who understood the meaning in his eyes. Since you remain so obstinately blind, do not blame your junior for his ruthlessness, Lin Yun said, drawing his sword and swiftly slicing across Tianming's throat. When Tianming did not flinch or evade, he accepted his fate with a faint smile of relief. Father, mother, I miss you dearly. I am coming to find you. Alas, I could not eradicate the demonic path in this life. As his consciousness slipped into darkness, his body collapsed with a thud. Lin Yun watched Tianming's lifeless form with a heavy heart, maintaining an impassive countenance. He noted that after killing several former brothers, his cultivation level had increased from 27% to 35%, with a 5% boost solely from slaying Tianming. Is it truly possible to enhance one's cultivation through murder? Am I being groomed to become a great fiend? Li Qiubai chuckled heartily, surveying the carnage, the bodies and blood strewn across the square, and the bewildered disciples of the Sword Sect he had manipulated into this pit of despair. He relished dragging these self-righteous disciples into the depths of sin. The more righteous they were, the more savagely they would abandon their principles under his duress, becoming more cruel than the average disciple of the demonic path. Xianming, you are tasked with these 9. You know how to proceed, Li Qiubai commanded. Xianming, the condensation pill stage practitioner who had captured Lin Yun and his companions, stepped forward respectfully, replying, "Rest assured, Elder, I know what to do." In the hierarchy of cultivation, the levels ascend from body refinement, foundation establishment, condensation pill, golden core, to nascent soul. Within the Wanma sect of Tianfeng City, aside from Li Qiubai, the golden core elder, the strongest practitioner was Xianming, an 8th-level condensation pill cultivator and Li Qiubai's most trusted confidant. Li Qiubai dissipated the blood-red barrier and soared into the sky. Xianming approached Lin Yun and the others, sneering as he retrieved a porcelain vial from his storage bag, pouring out 9 dark red pills that glowed ominously. "Take one each and swallow it," Xianming commanded coldly. As Lin Yun and the others beheld the blood-colored pills, their expressions changed. They recognized them as the Wanma sect's demonic seeds. It is said that after swallowing a demon seed, one's mind will gradually be influenced by it, leading to a transformation into a cruel and bloodthirsty being, devoid of compassion. Only those practitioners with unwavering determination can resist the corrupting effects of the demon seed. The potency of a single demon seed lasts for a full year, and consuming it could result in becoming a completely different person after that time. However, within the eyes of those in the demonic path, demon seeds are regarded as treasures. Ingesting one allows practitioners to cultivate demonic arts with remarkable efficiency. Disciples of the 10,000 Demon Sect are bestowed with a demon seed only upon their initial advancement to the foundation establishment stage, and any further seeds must be exchanged for merit points. As the disciples of the 10,000 Demons Sect gazed enviously at the 9 demon seeds in Xianming's hand, each one burned with a desire to seize them. Xianming coldly regarded Lin Yun and the others, stating, "I have no time for your prattle. Either consume this demon seed or perish. The choice is yours." Chapter 4. Ji Wuxin. Lin Yun stepped forward, took a demon seed from Xianming's grasp, and without hesitation swallowed it. With Lin Yun leading the way, Su Feng, Luo Hua, Wang Jihe, and the others nervously followed suit, accepting their own seeds and consuming them. Xianming observed with satisfaction as all 9 disciples ingested the demon seeds. Even if they harbored ulterior motives, after this, they would undoubtedly become full-fledged denizens of the demonic path within a year. Pleased with the outcome, Xianming cast a lingering glance at Lin Yun and inquired, "You are Lin Yun, are you not?" Lin Yun was the first to surrender, the first to strike down a fellow disciple, and now the first to consume a demon seed. In Xianming's eyes, Lin Yun had clearly resolved to join the demonic path, marking him as a promising candidate. "I am but a disciple," Lin Yun replied respectfully. "You possess great potential," Xianming remarked. "I will arrange for you to join the vanguard camp and engage in military campaigns. If you perform well, I shall recommend you as a formal disciple of the 10,000 Demons Sect. Should your performance falter, well, you may find yourself relegated to the lowest rank of demon servants." Subsequently, Xianming assigned Lin Yun and the other 9 to different squads within the vanguard camp. Simultaneously, the task of being an undercover agent was marked as completed. Lin Yun chose to claim his reward, elevating his cultivation from 35% to 55%, and received the mid-grade magical weapon, the Azure Water Sword, directly into his storage pouch. Previously, he wielded a low-grade long sword bestowed upon him upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Now, With the Azure Water Sword, his strength saw a significant enhancement. Though mid-grade and low-grade magical weapons differ by only one tier, their power is worlds apart, especially for sword practitioners. A fine magical sword is paramount to a swordsman. With the Azure Water Sword, Lin Yun felt capable of contending even with practitioners at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. The Vanguard camp is organized into squads of 10, with separate groupings for body refining and Foundation establishment disciples, meaning each squad of 10 consists solely of disciples at the same level of cultivation. Each squad is led by a captain, typically the most powerful member among them. The Vanguard camp is often referred to as the cannon fodder camp, where danger is embraced, and the casualty rate is exceedingly high. Those who join the Vanguard camp are either disciples who have erred within the 10,000 Demon Sect or, like Lin Yun and his companions, former captives. As Lin Yun and the others were assigned to their respective squads, they prepared to report for duty. As they parted ways, Su Feng looked at Lin Yun with a mixture of fear and unease. While he felt somewhat secure beside Lin Yun, knowing he would be cared for, the thought of facing the brutal members of the 10,000 Demons Sect alone filled him with dread. Lin Yun approached Su Feng and whispered, "Junior brother Su, be cautious. Remember, from now on, you are solely a disciple of the 10,000 Demons Sect." Su Feng paused, processing Lin Yun's words, and replied, "Brother, I understand. Take care of yourself as well." Lin Yun watched Su Feng leave, a flicker of concern in his heart. However, when he contemplated Su Feng's future potential, he felt somewhat reassured. Su Feng had the capacity to evolve from a naive youth into a formidable demon sword immortal, and thus, Lin Yun need not worry excessively. By reminding Su Feng to adopt the perspective of a 10,000 Demons Sect disciple, he sought to ensure Su Feng would not reveal his true identity as an undercover agent, for only in doing so could he avoid any slip-ups. If one could deceive themselves, how could they fear deceiving others? As Lin Yun and his companions returned to their respective teams, Lin Yun's squad was formed by merging two severely diminished teams, resulting in a total of 10 members. The captain was a middle-aged man named Hu Shanbao, whose volatile temperament was evident. Hu Shanbao, an elite disciple of the 10,000 Demons Sect at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, had been demoted to the Vanguard camp due to a falling out with an elder within the sect. Upon seeing Lin Yun join his squad, Hu Shanbao snorted dismissively and said nothing. In response, Lin Yun chose to remain silent and stood to the side, avoiding any unnecessary interaction. In the center of the plaza, Zhang Ming surveyed the disciples of the 10,000 Demons Sect and proclaimed, "As per tradition, today we revel in the chaos of the city, tomorrow at dawn we shall gather and head to Tianluo City." Zhang Ming, a trusted confidant of Li Qiubai, held the authority to make decisions in his absence. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's announcement about a day of revelry, the disciples erupted in cheers. A day of revelry meant they could wreak havoc across the city, with no one to question their actions, even if it meant slaughtering the townsfolk. Hearing the name Tianluo City stirred something within Lin Yun. As a post he had read on a forum resurfaced in his mind. The post detailed the great figure of the demonic path from version 40, the Shura sword demon, Qin Yun. Originally an ordinary disciple of the 10,000 Demons Sect with mediocre talent, Qin Yun rose to prominence following the conclusion of the righteous and demonic war, rapidly advancing in cultivation and ultimately becoming one of the sect's leaders. The source of Qin Yun's rise lay in his acquisition of a legendary sword artifact, the Sword Embryo. Within Tianluo City, the Sword Embryo, a treasure left behind by a fallen sword immortal, encapsulated the sword principles the immortal had comprehended during their lifetime. By merging with the Sword Embryo, sword practitioners could experience an unparalleled acceleration in their cultivation speed and glean insights from the sword immortal's legacy. Furthermore, a sword practitioner could use the Sword Embryo as the foundation to forge their own lifebound flying sword, the only method available for such a creation. A lifebound flying sword symbolizes the demise of a sword immortal, making it extraordinarily rare and valuable. Contemplating the myriad benefits that would come from obtaining the Sword Embryo, Lin Yun could not help but feel a surge of excitement. The Sword Embryo had yet to fall into Qin Yun's hands. Why not seize the opportunity to claim it first? Securing the Sword Embryo would provide him with the means to rise in this world. The post he had read conveniently detailed the location where Qin Yun had discovered the Sword Embryo. As Lin Yun pondered the Sword Embryo, the disciples of the 10,000 Demons Sect scattered throughout the plaza, joyously rushing into the streets and alleys of the city. Certain affluent households became their primary targets. On this day of revelry, the townsfolk, regardless of status, were treated as mere prey. Those driven by greed could plunder wealth at will. Those with a thirst for blood could indulge in slaughter, and the lustful would find the women of the city as their banquet. The disciples of the 10,000 Demons Sect stormed into homes, and soon the air was filled with cries of anguish, echoing throughout the city. After this day, it was likely that a significant portion of the town's populace would meet a tragic fate at the hands of the 10,000 Demons Sect. As Lin Yun strolled through the city, witnessing the disciples of the 10,000 Demons Sect committing acts of violence and bloodshed, his brow furrowed with concern. Having traversed into this realm, he held no deep convictions regarding the righteous and demonic paths, nor was he inclined to sacrifice himself for the so-called righteousness. However, from a human perspective, he could not condone the methods employed by the demonic path. Yet, given his own precarious situation, he had no intention of involving himself in the affairs of others. He felt sympathy for the innocent victims within the city, but at this moment, his focus remained solely on his own survival. Just as Lin Yun prepared to leave in search of a secluded spot to avoid the turmoil, a clear voice suddenly called out from behind him, "Lin Jr. brother, wait." Lin Yun turned around and saw a man, around 30 years old, dressed in a dark red robe, smiling at him. This man was undoubtedly a practitioner at the condensation stage. Suddenly being addressed by a condensation stage practitioner made Lin Yun feel a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, the man did not appear to harbor any ill intentions. Lin Yun respectfully cupped his hands and said, "Lin Yun pays his respects to senior brother. May I ask what instructions you have?" The man approached Lin Yun and chuckled. "There is no need for such formality, Lin Jr. brother. My name is Ji Wuxin, and I was once a disciple of the Sword Sect. So it is senior brother Ji. I have long admired your reputation," Lin Yun replied earnestly. His words were not mere flattery. He genuinely held Ji Wuxin in high regard. In truth, most disciples of the Sword Sect would not be unfamiliar with the name Ji Wuxin. Chapter 5. Alliances. Ji Wuxin was an orphan. At the age of 4, he was taken to the Sword Sect by disciple Shangguan Yun, who took him as a disciple. Shangguan Yun was at the condensation stage with average aptitude but was kind-hearted and helpful, earning him great popularity within the Sword Sect. He took in 3 disciples, Ji Wuxin, Shangguan Wuji, and Yun Qing. The 3 of them, having been rescued from their orphan state, grew up together and were closely bonded. Among them, Ji Wuxin was the most cheerful, fond of making friends, and, like his master Shangguan Yun, was well-liked. Shangguan Wuji possessed the best aptitude and consistently maintained the highest cultivation level among the 3, yet his personality was somewhat aloof. The youngest disciple, Yun Qing, had the weakest aptitude, and when Ji Wuxin and Shangguan Wuji reached the foundation stage, she was still at the body refinement stage. However, she was extraordinarily beautiful and possessed an amiable disposition, garnering the affection of many senior brothers in the Sword Sect. Having spent so much time together, both Ji Wuxin and Shangguan Wuji developed feelings for Yun Qing. Caught in a dilemma for years, Yun Qing ultimately chose Shangguan Wuji. Under the auspices of their master, Shangguan Yun, they held a wedding ceremony and became husband and wife. On the night of their marriage, Ji Wuxin became utterly intoxicated during the banquet. In a drunken stupor, he took advantage of Shangguan Wuji's absence to invade Yun Qing's chamber, confining and violating her. He then fled from the Sword Sect that very night, betraying his master to join the 10,000 Demons Sect. Yun Qing, humiliated on her wedding night, took her own life in a fit of rage and shame. Shangguan Wuji wept over her corpse for an entire day and night, heartbroken to the point of spitting blood, his hair turning white overnight. From that moment on, Shangguan Wuji's demeanor transformed dramatically, becoming cold and reclusive. To this day, the name Ji Wuxin evokes the very image of a beast in the hearts of the Sword Sect disciples. When Ji Wuxin heard Lin Yun express admiration, he laughed heartily. "I doubt I have a good reputation in the Sword Sect." Lin Yun stood respectfully beside him, remaining silent. "By the way, how has senior brother Shangguan been lately? I hear he has been diligently cultivating on the lonely cloud peak, awaiting the day he can slay me in battle," Ji Wuxin remarked. "I am not well acquainted with senior brother Shangguan," Lin Yun replied. Ji Wuxin waved his hand dismissively and smiled. "Let us not speak of such dreary matters. I came to find you, Lin Jr. brother, primarily to establish a connection. Since we share the same origins in the Sword Sect, we should look out for one another." Lin Yun feigned a mixture of anxiety and excitement. "Senior brother, you are a practitioner at the condensation stage, far beyond my own abilities. I hope you will guide me in the future." Ji Wuxin was pleased with Lin Yun's attitude and replied with a light laugh, "Of course. We are both from the Sword Sect, so we are not strangers. You are currently assigned to the Vanguard camp, so I cannot assist you just yet. However, once you have made contributions and become an official disciple of the 10,000 Demons Sect, I will introduce you to several fellow disciples from the Sword Sect." "Thank you, senior brother," Lin Yun expressed his gratitude. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Ji Wuxin turned to leave. Given that Lin Yun had just betrayed the Sword Sect to join the 10,000 Demons Sect, it would be unwise for Ji Wuxin to linger too long in conversation, especially with those in the 10,000 Demons Sect who harbored hostility toward him, particularly the likes of Zhang Ming. Watching Ji Wuxin's departing figure, Lin Yun mused to himself that life for the Sword Sect disciples within the 10,000 Demons Sect was indeed challenging. The fact that a condensation stage practitioner like Ji Wuxin would lower himself to personally recruit a foundation stage disciple like him revealed his eagerness to bolster his own power base. Although Lin Yun held no particular fondness for Ji Wuxin, he would not refuse his overtures of alliance. After all, Ji Wuxin was a condensation stage practitioner and had gathered a group of defected Sword Sect disciples, representing a significant force within the 10,000 Demons Sect. If he wished to safely infiltrate and survive within the 10,000 Demons Sect, he would undoubtedly need to rely on Ji Wuxin's influence. The disciples of the 10,000 Demons Sect rampaged through Tianfeng City, but no one dared approach the largest mansion at the city's center. This mansion had originally belonged to elder son Haida of the Sword Sect at the Golden Core stage, and after the 10,000 Demons Sect breached Tianfeng City, it naturally became the refuge of Li Qiubai. Inside the mansion, Li Qiubai sat in a grand chair draped with pure white demonic beast fur, while Zhang Ming stood respectfully beside him. Elder, that Sword Sect disciple at the condensation stage has already fled Tianfeng City. He believes we were negligent in our guard. Unaware that we intentionally let him go, Zhang Ming reported with a bow. Li Qiubai nodded in satisfaction and said, "Well done." Elder son Haida led a breakout with condensation stage disciples, and one injured disciple at the second level of the condensation stage, named Hu Yuanda, was captured. While Lin Yun and others were embroiled in conflict among themselves in the square, Hu Yuanda had observed from a corner. Subsequently, Li Qiubai ordered Zhang Ming to intentionally release Hu Yuanda, ensuring that he would spread the news of Lin Yun and the others defecting to the 10,000 Demons Sect and slaughtering their fellow disciples back to the Sword Sect. Elder, I do not quite understand, Zhang Ming said. Is it worth releasing a condensation stage Sword Sect disciple just to spread the word of a few foundation stage disciples defecting to our 10,000 Demons Sect and killing their own? In Zhang Ming's view, the value of a condensation stage practitioner far outweighed that of several foundation stage practitioners. If he were in charge, he would never allow a condensation stage disciple to escape for the sake of a few foundation stage disciples. Li Qiubai glanced at the respectfully standing Zhang Ming. It was not in his nature to explain himself to others. However, in good spirits today, and with Zhang Ming being one of his favored confidants, he replied, "To me, both the foundation stage disciples and that condensation stage disciple are of little significance. What I relish is the process of transforming these righteous disciples into the most ruthless, bloodthirsty, and heartless fiends, just like Ji Wuxin. I eagerly anticipate the day Ji Wuxin becomes a Golden Core practitioner and how he will repay the Sword Sect that nurtured him, as well as the reaction of those old fellows in the Sword Sect." Haha. As Li Qiubai spoke, he could not help but burst into a long laugh. Humph. Ji Wuxin. Upon hearing Ji Wuxin's name, Zhang Ming could not suppress a snort of disdain. Realizing he was before Li Qiubai, he quickly bowed and said, "My apologies for my outburst, Elder. Please punish me." Li Qiubai waved his hand dismissively. "I know you hold a grudge against Ji Wuxin, but he is useful to me. Do not act against him without permission." "I understand," Zhang Ming replied. If it were not for knowing Li Qiubai valued Ji Wuxin, he would have long since eliminated Ji Wuxin. Zhang Ming's animosity toward Ji Wuxin stemmed not from Ji Wuxin's background in the Sword Sect, but rather because Ji Wuxin had killed one of his most treasured disciples. The next day, Li Qiubai left part of his disciples to guard Tianfeng City, while the rest gathered to head to Tianluo City. Lin Yun's vanguard camp led the procession. At this moment, Lin Yun had donned the black light armor of the 10,000 Demons Sect, appearing indistinguishable from any ordinary disciple of the 10,000 Demons Sect. For millennia, the central continent had been dominated by the forces of righteousness and evil, represented by the 6 great sects, the 3 righteous sects, Xuanzhen Sect, Shenjiao Gate, and Sword Sect, and the 3 demonic sects, Huangshan Hall, 10,000 Demons Sect, and Shura Gate. Thus, the central continent was divided into 6 major states: Yangzhou, home to Xuanzhen Sect; Qingzhou, home to Shenjiao Gate; Tianzhou, home to Sword Sect; Yuzhou, home to Huangshan Hall; Yinzhou, home to 10,000 Demons Sect; and Yunzhou, home to Shura Gate. For nearly a millennium, the righteous and demonic sects have each occupied their own territories, refraining from encroachment upon one another. However, 3 months prior, the 3 factions of the demonic sect launched an unprovoked assault on the lands of the righteous sect, catching the latter off guard and leading to a series of defeats. The Wanma sect has invaded the territory of the Sword Sect, located in Tianzhou. Tianzhou is home to 36 major cities and nearly 150 smaller towns. As of now, the Wanma sect has captured 3 major cities and several smaller ones. Tianluo City stands as the 4th major city targeted for assault by the Wanma sect. Chapter 6. Alliance in the Sky. A dozen jet-black flying vessels sped through the air, each emblazoned with the blood-red insignia of the Wanma sect. Lin Yun and the disciples of the Vanguard Battalion were aboard the foremost vessel. On the deck, disciples of the Wanma sect gathered in groups of 10, either seated or standing. Some silently meditated, while others engaged in hearty conversations, occasionally erupting into peals of laughter. Lin Yun stood in a corner, sword on his back, deep in contemplation. Nearby, team leader Hu Shanbao conversed casually with several other cultivators, neglecting Lin Yun's presence. As a disciple of the Sword Sect, Lin Yun naturally found himself isolated from the rest of the team. The leader of the Vanguard Battalion, Su Wenxing, a third-layer alchemist, emerged from the cabin. He cast a glance over the deck and, with a stern expression, commanded, "Foundation Establishment team leaders, come here to collect your elixirs." With that, he re-entered the cabin. The Vanguard Battalion was responsible for the frontline assault, and prior to battle, the Wanma sect distributed 5 recovery pills to each Foundation Establishment cultivator of the Vanguard. These pills are commonly used by Foundation Establishment cultivators to restore their spiritual energy, and both righteous and demonic sects may utilize them. Each pill can restore 30% of a Foundation Establishment cultivator's energy. The Vanguard Battalion comprises 11 Foundation Establishment teams, and the 11 team leaders promptly stood up to enter the cabin and collect their elixirs. Inside the cabin, Su Wenxing retrieved 11 porcelain bottles from his storage bag and handed them to the team leaders, stating, "Each bottle contains 30 recovery pills. If the count is correct, you may leave." The faces of the 11 team leaders shifted upon hearing this. Why only 30 pills? Senior brother Su, weren't we supposed to receive 50 pills each? Hu Shanbao could not help but inquire. Su Wenxing shot him a cold glance and replied, "This time the sect has only issued 30 pills. If you have any questions, you may ask elderly." Hu Shanbao obediently closed his mouth, not daring to challenge Su Wenxing further. As the 11 team leaders exited the cabin, Hu Shanbao spat on the ground, muttering under his breath, "We in the Vanguard Battalion fight valiantly at the forefront. And Su Wenxing is greedy enough to hoard our elixirs. What a scoundrel." Returning with the porcelain bottle, Hu Shanbao addressed his team. "This time the sect has only issued 20 recovery pills, 2 for each person. But didn't we usually receive 5? One disciple questioned. Hu Shanbao glared at him, retorting, "You ask me, and I ask whom? If you have questions, go ask senior brother Su yourself." With that, Hu Shanbao began to distribute the pills from the bottle to the other 9 disciples. Lin Yun was somewhat surprised to receive a pill. He had expected Hu Shanbao, given his attitude, to keep his share for himself. "Thank you, senior brother Hu," Lin Yun said. "These are given to you by the sect, not by me." Hu Shanbao replied, his tone curt. Lin Yun merely smiled lightly and asked, "Senior brother Hu, may I have a moment to speak with you?" He had been pondering the matter of the sword embryo. The sword embryo was kept in the secret vault of a family named Su within Tianluo City. The Su family had only 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators and could be considered a minor family within the city. After acquiring the sword embryo, they had studied it for an extended period but remained ignorant of its nature, only recognizing its unparalleled hardness and indestructibility, concluding it was no ordinary object, and thus stored it in their vault. Unfortunately, the Su family had no sword cultivators. Otherwise, their fate would have been vastly different. Once the Wanma sect breached Tianluo City, Lin Yun was determined to retrieve the sword embryo. In the game, Qin Yuan obtained the sword embryo while still at the Foundation Establishment level, indicating that no alchemist-level cultivators had intervened to seize it. Knowing the location of the sword embryo, Lin Yun intended to head directly to the Su family, confident in his chances of obtaining it. However, he also needed to be wary of encountering Qin Yuan. If it were only Qin Yuan, Lin Yun would not be overly concerned. But if he had close companions with him, he would be outnumbered and might miss his opportunity to acquire the sword embryo. Thus, Lin Yun planned to invite others to accompany him to the Su family. He only desired the sword embryo, while any other treasures could be left to his companions. As long as those he invited were not sword cultivators, Foundation Establishment cultivators would have no chance of recognizing the sword embryo. Hu Shanbao was the target of his invitation. With an 8th-layer Foundation Establishment cultivation, he was among the elite of his tier. What matter could not be discussed here? Hu Shanbao asked, puzzled. "It is indeed a good thing, senior brother Hu," Lin Yun replied. They moved to a secluded corner, where Lin Yun said, "Senior brother who? I have knowledge of a family named Su in Tianluo City, whose strongest member is merely a foundation establishment cultivator, yet they possess a superior-grade magical artifact." Hu Shanbao's eyes gleamed at the mention of a superior-grade magical artifact. Such artifacts are typically owned only by high-level alchemists, and few foundation establishment cultivators possess even intermediate-grade artifacts. If he were to acquire a superior-grade artifact at the foundation establishment level, he would be virtually invincible among his peers. Is that true? Hu Shanbao asked. Lin Yun nodded earnestly, assuring him, "It is absolutely true. I would not dare deceive you, senior brother." Of course, Lin Yun's claim was fabricated. A common cultivator's family could hardly possess a superior-grade artifact. He merely sought to entice Hu Shanbao into joining him on a treasure hunt at the Su family. If no superior-grade artifact materialized, he could easily concoct an excuse to deflect. Hu Shanbao, however, scoffed. "Why not go to the Su family yourself to seize the superior-grade artifact instead of informing me? I don't believe you are not covetous of it." With a long sigh, Lin Yun replied, "This information is not solely known to me. Several brothers who have defected to the Demonic Sect are aware as well. They understand their limitations and may divulge this information to others. I seek your alliance, senior brother Hu. Once we secure the superior-grade artifact, it shall naturally belong to you, while the other artifacts of the Su family will be mine." Hu Shanbao contemplated, recognizing that Lin Yun had no reason to fabricate such an enticing lie. It would be wise to accompany him. If the superior-grade artifact truly existed, he would profit immensely. Even if it did not, he would suffer no loss. Concluding his thoughts, Hu Shanbao said, "In that case, once we breach Tianluo City, I will accompany you to the Su family. If I indeed obtain the superior-grade artifact, I shall ensure you are well rewarded." "Thank you, senior brother," Lin Yun replied with a smile. The Wanma Sect's flying vessels were exceptionally swift, and by that afternoon, they arrived at the outskirts of Tianluo City. From the deck, Lin Yun observed a Wanma Sect army already stationed outside the city, nearly double the size of Li Qiubai's forces. As the flying vessels descended, they joined forces with the Wanma Sect troops outside the city. Lin Yun then learned that this army was a coalition led by 2 alchemist-level cultivators. With Li Qiubai now included, the Wanma Sect's forces boasted 3 alchemist-level commanders. Within Tianluo City, there were also 3 alchemist-level cultivators, including Sun Haida, who had broken through from Tianfeng City. Li Qiubai, a 6th-layer alchemist, stood as the highest-ranking commander of the combined forces. He swiftly unified the 3 factions and initiated the assault on Tianluo City. Thousands of body refinement disciples, wielding a variety of weapons, formed formations and charged toward the city. Only cultivators at the foundation establishment level can wield magical artifacts for ranged attacks, while only alchemists can manipulate artifacts to soar through the skies. As for the body refinement stage, one can only engage in close combat wielding weapons, at most casting 1 or 2 feeble basic spells. However, the number of practitioners at this stage is the largest among all cultivators, comprising nearly 90% of the total. Thus, during the conflicts between the major sects, they often dispatch vast numbers of body refinement cultivators to deplete each other, essentially serving as cannon fodder. The loss of these cultivators is of little consequence. Those with talent naturally remain within their sects, diligently cultivating to break through to the foundation establishment stage, and are unlikely to appear in the army. The body refinement cultivators in the military are generally of inferior talent, with slim hopes of advancing to foundation establishment. As the body refinement practitioners assault the city walls, the foundation establishment cultivators stand 100 paces below, employing magical artifacts to attack the enemies on the walls. Some less adept foundation establishment cultivators mix in with the body refinement practitioners, charging directly towards the walls. The air is filled with the cacophony of battle cries, the thunderous sounds of magical artifacts and spells reverberating throughout the field. Chapter 7. The desire for slaughter amidst the throng. Lin Yun wielded a flying sword to strike at the disciples of the Sword Sect perched atop the walls. However, he appeared to exert minimal effort, with 9 out of 10 of his strikes merely crashing against the walls. Having merged with the memories of Lin Yun, a disciple of the Sword Sect, he harbored a certain affection for them and was reluctant to slay his fellow sect members. Furthermore, as the conflict between righteousness and evil ultimately concluded with the defeat of the demonic faction, he was, after all, an infiltrator within the 10,000 Demons sect, destined to return to the Sword Sect. Should he kill too many Sword Sect disciples, he would be severing his own retreat. Consequently, despite the potential for gaining cultivation by defeating other cultivators, he restrained himself from the urge to massacre. The number of disciples from the 10,000 Demons sect far exceeded that of the Sword Sect. As time passed, Although the Sword Sect disciples leveraged the advantage of the walls, they gradually found it increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught from the 10,000 Demon Sect. The defenses atop the walls were on the brink of collapse, ready to fall at any moment. 3 Golden Core elders of the Sword Sect hovered above Tianluo City, vigilant against attacks from the Golden Core cultivators of the 10,000 Demon Sect or the slaughter of their ordinary disciples. Although the city walls of Tianluo City were fortified with runes, rendering them immensely sturdy, they could not withstand the full force of the Golden Core practitioners' assaults for long. The city lord, Meng Yun, a tall elder clad in a green robe with a cultivation level of Golden Core 5th layer, observed the precarious situation at the walls and commanded, disciples at the condensation stage, take action. The condensation stage disciples stationed on the walls received the order and unleashed their flying swords, which transformed into streaks of light slicing towards the attacking disciples of the 10,000 Demon Sect. The body refinement and foundation establishment disciples of the 10,000 Demon Sect were utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of flying swords from the condensation stage practitioners. Many fell before they could even discern the direction of the incoming swords. With dozens of condensation stage cultivators attacking simultaneously, they swiftly decimated over half of the 10,000 Demon Sect disciples attempting to scale the walls. Upon witnessing the Sword Sect's condensation stage practitioners spring into action, the condensation stage cultivators of the 10,000 Demon Sect also took to the air, unleashing their magical artifacts against the Sword Sect disciples on the walls. The two sides exchanged blows from a distance, gradually tipping the scales of battle in favor of the 10,000 Demon Sect. The 10,000 Demon Sect had meticulously prepared for this siege, outnumbering the Sword Sect in terms of condensation stage, foundation establishment, and body refinement disciples. Observing the tide of battle turning unfavorably, Meng Yun sighed deeply and declared, activate the city's defensive formation. The Sword Sect had established protective formations in every major city. Once activated, the formation would generate a protective barrier of spiritual energy, shielding against all external attacks. However, this formation functioned like a turtle's shell once activated. It could only endure enemy assaults while those inside could not retaliate. The activation of the formation would continuously deplete its spiritual energy, and the enemy's attacks would further accelerate this consumption. Once the formation's stored energy was exhausted, it would be breached. Thus, while the protective formation boasted remarkable defensive capabilities, it could only ensure temporary safety, not a lasting solution. Li Qiubai, observing the activation of the protective formation around Tianluo City, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he instructed, send troops to alternately attack the protective formation, depleting its energy. The remaining disciples shall stand down for now. We shall resume the assault tomorrow. In the following days, under Li Qiubai's command, the 10,000 Demons Sect relentlessly attacked day and night, pushing Tianluo City to the brink of collapse several times, only to be saved by the activation of the protective formation. However, the spiritual energy within the formation was rapidly dwindling, teetering on the edge of exhaustion. During this time, the 3 Golden Core practitioners of the Sword Sect had ventured outside the city, engaging in a fierce battle with Li Qiubai and his 2 companions. The 6 Golden Core cultivators clashed in the skies, creating a tumultuous scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Occasionally, the shockwaves from their battle struck the ground, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of 10,000 Demons Sect disciples. Ultimately, the 3 Golden Core practitioners of the Sword Sect, injured, retreated into the city, while Li Qiubai and his companions sustained varying degrees of injury. 7 days later, as the 10,000 Demons Sect continued their relentless assault, the protective formation of Tianluo City finally shattered. Li Qiubai gazed at the broken formation, a smirk curling his lips as he commanded, all troops, advance. Capture Tianluo City. The disciples of the 10,000 Demons Sect surged into the city, while the disciples of the Sword Sect, led by the 3 Golden Core elders, withdrew from Tianluo City. The only silver lining was that this retreat was relatively orderly, without abandoning the body refinement and foundation establishment disciples. The 10,000 Demons Sect had also suffered considerable casualties during the siege, and after capturing Tianluo City, Li Qiubai refrained from sending troops to pursue the retreating Sword Sect disciples. Lin Yun entered the city alongside the main forces of the 10,000 Demons Sect. Once the disciples of the Sword Sect had evacuated, Tianluo City transformed into a playground for the disciples of the 10,000 Demons Sect, who rampaged freely, turning the city into a hellish nightmare for its inhabitants. Lin Yun exchanged a knowing glance with Hu Shanbao, and the two discreetly separated from the main force, heading towards the Su family. With the memories he had assimilated from his transmigration, Lin Yun was aware of the Su family's location. Situated in the southern part of Tianfeng City, the Su family, being a prominent practitioner clan, boasted an opulent residence. When Lin Yun and Hu Shanbao arrived at the entrance, they found the doors tightly shut. Lin Yun surveyed the tranquil estate of the Su family and let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Qin Zhuiyuan had not yet arrived, granting him an advantageous head start. He raised his hand and unleashed a sword chi that shattered the doors into splinters. Inside, a flurry of gasps erupted as Lin Yun and Hu Shanbao stepped into the estate, greeted by a few practitioners hastily approaching. Leading the group were two Foundation establishment cultivators, a venerable elder with white hair and a middle-aged man in his 40s. Judging by the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from them, both were at the early stages of Foundation establishment. Each cultivation realm consists of 9 layers, with the first to third layers being early stage, the fourth to sixth layers mid-stage, and the 7th to 9th layers late stage. The elder with white hair respectfully clasped his hands towards Lin Yun and Hu Shanbao, saying, "Esteemed guests from the Demonic Sect, we apologize for our lack of welcome. Please." Before he could finish, Lin Yun had already executed his sword technique, sending his sword piercing through the elder's heart. His mind was solely focused on the sword embryo, leaving no room for pleasantries or tactics of diplomacy. His singular intent was to seize the sword embryo before Qin Zhuiyuan could arrive. The elder, named xianxia, was the highest-ranking and most powerful practitioner in the Su family at the third layer of Foundation establishment. Caught off guard by Lin Yun's sudden assault, he hastily summoned his artifact for defense, but was ultimately a moment too late, succumbing to Lin Yun's lethal strike. "Uncle, ancestor!" The Su family's practitioners cried out in shock upon witnessing xianxia's demise. Seeing Lin Yun attack without hesitation, Hu Shanbao also summoned a blood-red long knife. Cleaving towards the Su family's head, Su Tianhao, who was at the first layer of Foundation establishment, forewarned. Su Tianhao conjured a shield-shaped artifact to deflect Hu Shanbao's strike and urgently implored, "Please, show mercy. My Su family has secretly allied with the 10,000 Demons Sect. My nephew, Qin Zhuiyuan, is also a disciple of the 10,000 Demons Sect and will arrive shortly." Lin Yun, taken aback by this revelation, had only known that Qin Zhuiyuan had acquired the sword embryo from the Su family, but he was unaware of this deeper connection. Lin Yun formed a sword gesture with his hands, directing his flying sword to strike at Su Tianhao, who was desperately holding on against Hu Shanbao's attack. His determination to seize the sword embryo left no room for concern regarding Qin Zhuiyuan. "Brothers, show mercy!" A frantic cry echoed from outside, followed by a streak of light as someone wielded a flying sword aimed at Lin Yun, attempting to save Su Tianhao. With a flicker of thought, Lin Yun summoned the mid-grade magic weapon, the Baishui sword, from his storage bag to intercept the incoming attack, while another sword mercilessly struck towards Su Tianhao. Already struggling under Hu Shanbao's onslaught, Su Tianhao found himself utterly incapable of resisting Lin Yun's assault, which cleaved him in two. Having dispatched both xianxia and Su Tianhao, two Foundation-level cultivators, Lin Yun felt an inexplicable surge of bloodlust as he gazed upon the blood pooling around their lifeless bodies. A hint of crimson flickered in his eyes, igniting a primal urge to annihilate everyone in his vicinity. At that moment, his mind had been tainted by the demonic seed he had previously consumed. Chapter 8. The sword embryo acquired outside. 3 disciples of the Wanma sect clad in black light armor rushed in. Among them, a stern-looking man in his 30s, with a face etched in fury, beheld the corpses of xianxia and Su Tianhao, his eyes aflame with rage. The flying sword that had just attacked Lin Yun now hovered beside him. This cold figure was none other than Qin Zhuiyuan. After the Wanma sect breached Tianfeng City, he had hastily summoned 2 close brothers to rush to the Su family, aiming to provide protection. With the 3 Foundation-level cultivators present, safeguarding a small family like the Zus should have been a trivial matter. However, he was blindsided by the fact that fellow disciples had preemptively invaded the Su residence, killing both xianxia and his uncle, Su Tianhao. Having lost his parents at an early age, Su Tianhao was his last remaining kin. Witnessing his uncle's demise filled him with a profound mix of grief and rage. As a practitioner of the demonic path, Qin Zhuiyuan was known for his ruthless and bloodthirsty nature, as reflected in his infamous title, the Shura Sword Demon. Yet, he held familial bonds in high regard, which represented his last warmth in an otherwise frigid world. Witnessing his uncle's murder, his sorrow and fury were palpable. Lin Yun recognized Qin Zhuiyuan, but at this moment, he was merely an ordinary 7th-layer Foundation cultivator, far removed from the notorious figure he would later become, and thus Lin Yun paid him little heed. Ignoring the wrath radiating from Qin Zhuiyuan, Lin Yun suppressed his own murderous intent and remarked, "You three brothers have arrived a moment too late. This place now belongs to us. If you have no further business, it would be wise to depart swiftly, and I shall overlook your earlier attack." Qin Zhuiyuan glared at Lin Yun, seething. "Do you realize you have just killed my uncle? I shall make you pay for this." With that, Qin Zhuiyuan formed a sword gesture, and his flying sword surged forward as a streak of light aimed at Lin Yun. Lin Yun countered with the Bai Shui sword, engaging in a fierce clash with Qin Zhuiyuan's weapon. "Brother Hu, are you not going to make a move? If we can repel these three, everything in the Su family's treasury will be ours." Lin Yun called out to Hu Shanbao. Lin Yun's strength exceeded that of Qin Zhuiyuan, and with the Bai Shui sword at his disposal, he felt no fear. However, he was concerned that prolonged combat might attract other cultivators from the Wanma sect, complicating matters further. Stepping forward, Hu Shanbao raised his blood-red long knife overhead, its tip aimed directly at the two disciples beside Qin Zhuiyuan. "I advise you three brothers to leave promptly. Do not let this escalate into hostility," Hu Shanbao said. The two disciples glanced at Hu Shanbao and the ominous blade hovering above him, their expressions turning to reluctant smiles. As early-stage Foundation cultivators, they dared not confront Hu Shanbao, a formidable 8th-layer practitioner. "Brother Qin, perhaps we should let this go? My two brothers were unaware that the Su family head was your uncle. This was all a misunderstanding," one of them suggested. After some persuasion, Qin Zhuiyuan gradually quelled his anger, beginning to think rationally. He understood that, with his current strength, avenging his uncle was beyond his reach. Thus, it would be wiser to protect the remaining family members of Su Tianhao for now, intending to seek retribution once he had strengthened his own abilities. With this conclusion, Qin Zhuiyuan sheathed his sword and declared, "The treasures in the Su family's treasury are yours. But you must spare the remaining members of the Su family." Although Qin Zhuiyuan felt an overwhelming sense of indignation, watching the murderer take away his uncle's possessions only added to his frustration. One day, he vowed, he would exact vengeance upon these two. Under the influence of the demonic seed, Lin Yun felt waves of murderous intent surge within him. Yet, with the sword embryo in mind, he strained to maintain his composure and replied, "Our purpose in coming to the Su family was to acquire treasures. We have no interest in further bloodshed." After reaching an agreement, Lin Yun inquired about the location of the treasury, and together with Hu Shanbao, they ventured inside. The Su family treasury contained a significant collection of items, though most were mere treasures in the eyes of body-refining cultivators, lacking appeal to Lin Yun and Hu Shanbao. The truly valuable items were scarce. However, both of them were fixated on their respective goals. Lin Yun sought the sword embryo, while Hu Shanbao hunted for the high-grade magic weapon he believed Lin Yun had fabricated. Lin Yun's eyes darted across the various items before finally resting on a small, unremarkable black, oval stone. His heart raced with excitement. This seemingly inconspicuous stone was the coveted sword embryo he had longed for. Without hesitation, he grasped the sword embryo and stored it in his bag. Meanwhile, Hu Shanbao was entirely absorbed in his pursuit of the high-grade magic weapon and failed to notice Lin Yun's actions. "Huh, there truly is a high-grade magic weapon," Hu Shanbao exclaimed, cradling a gong-like magic tool and laughing heartily. Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback. Did the Su family really possess a high-grade magic weapon? Unfortunately, it was damaged and unusable. However, once we return to the sect, I can pay a price to have a senior skilled in artifact crafting repair it. Hu Shanbao added with a shake of his head, still grinning. With a few steps forward, Lin Yun smiled and said, "Congratulations, Brother Hu." "Huh, Brother Lin, you are too kind. If it weren't for you, I would not have had this opportunity to obtain a high-grade magic weapon," Hu Shanbao laughed, clapping Lin Yun on the shoulder. "From now on, we are like brothers. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek me out." "Brother Hu, how shall we divide the remaining items?" Lin Yun inquired, gesturing towards the other treasures in the treasury. "Let Brother Lin take all these items. I am already more than satisfied with this high-grade magic weapon." Upon hearing this, Lin Yun wasted no time and collected everything of value for Foundation-level cultivators into his storage bag. If not for the limited space, he would have taken everything without regard for their worth. As the two exited the treasury, they found Qin Zhuiyuan standing nearby, casting a cold glare in their direction. Beside him stood a 15 or 16-year-old boy, who was none other than Su Tianhao's son and Qin Zhuiyuan's cousin. "May I inquire your esteemed name, senior brother? One day, I shall come to seek your guidance," Qin Zhuiyuan stated. "What, you wish to avenge?" Lin Yun glanced at Qin Zhuiyuan, firmly embedding his name in memory. "I am Lin Yun." Before Qin Zhuiyuan could respond, the youth stepped forward, pointing accusingly at Lin Yun. "Lin Yun, once I attain strength, I will surely kill you and all your friends and family to avenge my father." The boy's eyes burned with hatred. The boundless animosity reflected in the youth's gaze stirred Lin Yun, prompting a chilling smile. The overwhelming bloodlust shattered his restraint, and two flying swords shot forth from his side, transforming into streaks of light that surged toward the boy. Lin Yun, how dare you? Qin Zhuiyuan bellowed fiercely, using his sword to block Lin Yun's assault. However, his strength paled in comparison to Lin Yun's, and now, as he attempted to protect his younger cousin, he found himself overwhelmed by Lin Yun's twin flying swords. It appeared inevitable that he would fail to safeguard his cousin. My two junior brothers, assist me. Qin Zhuiyuan called out urgently. The two disciples beside him were about to intervene when Hu Shanbao interjected, "This is a one-on-one, fair duel between Lin and Qin. If you choose to overwhelm him with numbers, do not blame me for resorting to greater force." The two disciples of the Wanma sect exchanged glances and reluctantly withdrew. At that moment, Lin Yun's flying sword pierced through Qin Zhuiyuan's defense, and with a cold, merciless gaze, he struck down the youth. With the blood of another on his hands, Lin Yun's murderous intent surged, driven to madness by the demonic seed's influence. Eradicate the root, extinguish all future threats. If you seek vengeance, you must avenge the entire Su family. Lin Yun's voice was frigid and devoid of mercy. As one flying sword ensnared Qin Zhuiyuan, while the other flew towards the surrounding members of the Su family. Chapter 9. Into darkness as the flying swords descended. The ordinary members of the Su family, along with those at the body refinement stage, stood no chance against Lin Yun's assault. A streak of light traversed among the Su clan, leaving a trail of blood in its wake, as one by one, they fell to Lin Yun's onslaught. The Su family, overwhelmed by terror, scattered in all directions, yet none could escape the relentless pursuit of Lin Yun's swords. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard was devoid of Su family members. Qin Zhuiyuan, as a disciple of the Wanma sect, had committed acts of slaughter before. However, witnessing the annihilation of the Su family today stirred a different sensation within him. With a furious roar and eyes ablaze, he crazily wielded his sword against Lin Yun. Under the demonic seed's influence, Lin Yun had completely lost his reason and paid no heed to Qin Zhuiyuan's identity as a disciple of the Wanma sect. Unleashing a frenzied onslaught with his twin flying swords, Qin Zhuiyuan found himself retreating step by step, perilously close to death. Observing the chaos, Hu Shanbao frowned. Realizing that Lin Yun had succumbed to madness, he thought to himself that Lin Yun, under the demonic seed's influence, needed to be awakened quickly, lest it hinder his future cultivation. Had it been any other brother who fell into madness, Hu Shanbao would not have been so concerned. However, having recently obtained a high-grade artifact through Lin Yun, he could not remain indifferent. You two, quickly fetch a senior brother from the core formation stage for assistance. Hu Shanbao commanded the two disciples who had accompanied Qin Zhuiyuan. A cultivator at the foundation establishment stage under demonic influence required a core formation cultivator to forcibly awaken him. The two disciples agreed in unison, fleeing without a backward glance. A cultivator in a state of madness is indiscriminate, capable of turning against even their own. They feared Lin Yun might suddenly target them, leaving them without recourse should something happen. In the courtyard, Lin Yun shattered Qin Zhuiyuan's defenses, his flying sword darting towards him like a streak of light. Qin Zhuiyuan hastily sidestepped, yet Lin Yun's sword grazed him, drawing blood. With a pained grunt, he staggered back. But Lin Yun's sword followed like a shadow, slicing past his right shoulder. Injured repeatedly, Qin Zhuiyuan faced imminent death at Lin Yun's hands. Watching from the sidelines, Hu Shanbao shook his head gently. Although Lin Yun was in a state of madness, killing Qin Zhuiyuan would have dire consequences. He had heard of Qin Zhuiyuan, reputedly favored by a golden core elder within the sect. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hu Shanbao formed hand seals and summoned a blood-red dagger to block Lin Yun's lethal strike. At that moment, Lin Yun recognized nothing of Hu Shanbao. Upon seeing his sword parried, he wasted no time in directing another sword towards him. Understanding that Lin Yun was devoid of reason, Hu Shanbao felt no anger, merely defending against Lin Yun's relentless attacks. Hu Shanbao had initially believed their strengths to be evenly matched, thinking that defending against Lin Yun's onslaught would not be too arduous. Yet after parrying several of Lin Yun's strikes, he was astonished to find himself struggling immensely. This Lin Yun's prowess exceeded his own. Simultaneously, he recognized that Lin Yun's azure sword was indeed a mid-grade artifact. In the past, he would have been envious of such a treasure, perhaps even contemplating joining forces with Qin Zhuiyuan to eliminate Lin Yun and seize it. However, with a high-grade artifact in hand, he felt little desire for a mid-grade one. Moreover, sword-shaped artifacts only unleash their full potential in the hands of sword cultivators. In the hands of others, they would perform at best 60 to 70% of their capability. The three engaged in fierce combat, the air thick with spiritual energy as the courtyard was ravaged. After about 15 minutes, a streak of light approached from afar, revealing a core formation cultivator descending on a sword. The newcomer, handsome and clad in a dark red robe, was none other than the traitor of the Sword Clan, Ji Wuxin. Ji Wuxin alighted in the courtyard, observing the chaotic struggle among the three. He regarded the maddened Lin Yun with an inexplicable smile. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, he showed no intention of intervening. Upon recognizing Ji Wuxin, Hu Shanbao felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, his expression betraying fear. Those familiar with Ji Wuxin knew that beneath his harmless facade lay a man twisted by the teachings of elder Li Qiubai into something monstrous. "Senior brother Ji, please awaken Lin Yun," Hu Shanbao implored, steeling himself to speak. He would rather avoid conversing with Ji Wuxin if possible. Yet Ji Wuxin merely chuckled softly, shaking his head. "There is no rush. Entering madness is a rare opportunity. Lin Yun should fully experience it. When the time comes, I will awaken him myself." Hu Shanbao fell silent, not daring to contradict Ji Wuxin. However, he could not allow Lin Yun to squander this rare chance of madness on their duel. As Ji Wuxin spoke, he unleashed two beams of sword light that ensnared Hu Shanbao and Qin Zhuiyuan. "Do not resist," he commanded. The sword lights enveloped Hu Shanbao and Qin Zhuiyuan, lifting them into the air, soaring to a height beyond Lin Yun's reach. In his state of madness, Lin Yun, bereft of a target, scanned his surroundings with blood-red eyes before cleaving through the Su family's courtyard wall and charging towards a neighboring household. At this moment, he was utterly consumed by the desire to kill, fixated solely on two words: slaughter and blood. The neighboring residence also belonged to a prominent family, comprising over 50 souls. Trembling within as the Wanma sect invaded their city, praying desperately that no disciples would intrude, Lin Yun burst through the front door, charging into the courtyard. A middle-aged man, trembling and clutching a large tray of gold bars, emerged, stammering, This is all our family's wealth. I beseech you, spare my family." Behind him stood elderly relatives and women cradling infants, all gazing at Lin Yun with terror and pleading eyes. Lin Yun's blood-red gaze fixated on the middle-aged man as his flying sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the man's chest. The ethereal light then surged toward the men, women, and children behind him. With each soul it brushed past, a vibrant life was extinguished. In the air, Ji Wuxin watched the massacre unfold, a strange glimmer in his eyes. Hu Shanbao, ensnared by the sword light, cast a furtive glance at Ji Wuxin, pondering whether he harbored a grudge against Lin Yun. In a state of madness, Lin Yun's indiscriminate slaughter risked him being entirely consumed by the demonic seed, transforming him into a soulless automaton driven solely by the urge to kill. Hu Shanbao had witnessed such tragedies occur within the Wanma sect more than once. In the courtyard, Lin Yun's rampage continued, claiming the lives of over 50 individuals. Just then, a piercing cry of an infant rang out, as the baby in the woman's arms began to wail loudly. The wailing of an infant pierced through Lin Yun's mind like a thunderclap, awakening the reason that had been shrouded by the carnage. The memories of slaughter receded like the tide, and his thoughts were once again governed by rationality. Standing with his sword sheathed, Lin Yun surveyed the courtyard filled with corpses and the crowd regarding him with either hatred or fear, lost in a daze. The events that had transpired, the massacre of the Su family and the bloodshed that had unfolded here, flashed through his mind like a series of vivid scenes. In the air, Ji Wuxin smirked and remarked, "So you've awakened on your own. How dull." With that, he descended with Hu Shanbao and Qin Zhuiyuan. Upon landing, Qin Zhuiyuan shot Lin Yun a resentful glance before turning to leave. "Junior brother Lin, how do you feel?" Ji Wuxin inquired with a smile as he approached Lin Yun. Chapter 10. Refining the sword. Embryo Lin Yun gazed at Ji Wuxin. Although he had been devoid of reason during his demonic state, his memories remained intact. He was acutely aware that Ji Wuxin had not intervened to awaken him. Instead, he had taken to the skies with Hu Shanbao and Qin Zhuiyuan, enticing Lin Yun into the massacre of innocent civilians. Had it not been for the infant's cries pulling him back to consciousness, he might still be slaughtering the populace within the city. The thought of awakening to find himself having killed thousands of innocents sent shivers down his spine. After such bloodshed, word would undoubtedly reach the righteous sects, severing any ties he had with them. Although he was an undercover elder of the Sword Sect infiltrating the 10,000 Demons Sect, excessive slaughter of innocent lives would likely lead the Sword Sect to disavow him. In that case, he would be left with no choice but to plunge deeper into the darkness of the 10,000 Demons Sect. Even disregarding the righteous sects, his path of cultivation would be profoundly affected by the demonic state he had succumbed to. At best, his temperament would shift drastically, transforming him into a bloodthirsty fiend. At worst, he would lose his true self, becoming a puppet controlled by slaughter. Thus, Ji Wuxin harbored no goodwill towards him. "I am fine, please do not worry." "Senior brother," Lin Yun said sincerely, masking the deep-seated wariness he felt towards Ji Wuxin. Ji Wuxin chuckled lightly. "It's good to hear you're well. I was just about to awaken you when you stirred on your own. One wouldn't expect such resilience from someone so young. You flatter me, senior brother." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ji Wuxin took to the skies on his sword and departed. Hu Shanbao, who had remained silent until now, turned to Lin Yun and asked, "Do you know senior brother Ji?" Lin Yun nodded but remained silent. "I'll offer a word of caution. Junior brother Lin, it would be wise to limit your interactions with senior brother Ji. He is not as benevolent as he appears," Hu Shanbao advised. Lin Yun regarded Hu Shanbao with surprise. It was rare for someone from the demonic path, who generally exhibit treachery and selfishness, to offer such counsel after only a few days of acquaintance. Yet, one could not dismiss the possibility that Hu Shanbao had ulterior motives. "Thank you for your reminder, Brother Hu," Lin Yun replied with a respectful nod. Hu Shanbao laughed heartily. "Are you interested in teaming up with me to seize a few more treasures? The various cultivation families in Tianluo City are ripe for plundering, being seen as prime targets by the disciples of the 10,000 Demonic Sect. The wealth accumulated by these families over generations far surpasses that of most disciples." Lin Yun shook his head, saying, "I have just awakened from a demonic state and wish to take some time to restore my mental state. To be frank, I have never taken so many lives before." In truth, Lin Yun sought a secluded place to refine the sword embryo. He could not rest easy with such a precious artifact stored within his pouch. The impact of the demonic state on his mental state was, in fact, minimal. Hu Shanbao nodded in understanding. "It is indeed prudent for you to refrain from further bloodshed right after awakening. I should have considered that." The two then parted ways, with Hu Shanbao continuing his looting in the city while Lin Yun made his way to the Su family's hidden treasury, sealing the door from within. He wished to refine the sword embryo without interruption, and the treasury was built in such a concealed manner that it would be difficult to discover without proper guidance. Lin Yun sat cross-legged within the treasury, first glancing at his attribute panel, which indicated that his cultivation had reached 58%. The slaying of 2 foundational period cultivators from the Su family, along with several body refinement period practitioners, had resulted in a 3% increase in his cultivation. If he aimed to enhance his cultivation solely through slaughter, he would truly become a monstrous fiend. Carefully, Lin Yun retrieved the sword embryo from his pouch. Cradling it in his hands, his heart racing with excitement. Even in a game, acquiring such a precious artifact would thrill him to no end, let alone in this reality. Holding the sword embryo, Lin Yun trembled with anticipation. He focused his mind, channeling his inner energy to infuse the pure sword chi into the sword embryo. The sword embryo responded solely to the sword chi of sword cultivators, no matter how high the cultivation of other practitioners. They could not elicit a response from the sword embryo. Whether a sword cultivator belonged to the righteous or demonic path was irrelevant to the sword embryo. Upon contact with Lin Yun's sword chi, the sword embryo devoured it eagerly, much like a starving child. The black exterior of the sword embryo began to dissolve, eventually transforming into a sphere radiating golden light. This luminous orb merged with Lin Yun's sword chi, traveling deep into his dantian. As the golden sphere entered Lin Yun's dantian, it commenced a transformation process. Lin Yun felt a warmth emanating from his dantian, an exceptionally comfortable sensation. After half an hour, the transformation was complete. Lin Yun's dantian had entirely turned golden. The sword embryo had now become a golden speck, residing at the center of Lin Yun's dantian. The sword chi flowing through Lin Yun's dantian was transformed into golden sword chi by the sword embryo. This golden sword chi, infused with the sword principles contained within the sword embryo, possessed far greater power than before. The demonic seed that had previously resided in Lin Yun's dantian melted away upon contact with the sword embryo, vanishing without a trace. Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally rid himself of the demonic seed's influence. He had no desire to experience the state of demonic possession again. Using inner vision, Lin Yun examined the sword embryo within his dantian, feeling immensely satisfied. The sword embryo was a legacy left behind by a sword immortal, containing the sword principles that the immortal had cultivated. The greatest benefit the sword embryo bestowed upon Lin Yun was the opportunity to comprehend the sword principles it contained. Once a golden core cultivator reached the 9th level, They could only advance to the primordial spirit stage by grasping a principle, using it as the foundation to condense their primordial spirit. The principle grasped by the sword immortal was the sword principle. Typically, cultivators would need to reach the golden core stage and strengthen their souls sufficiently before they could begin to comprehend principles. However, with the aid of the sword embryo, Lin Yun could grasp principles even in the foundational stage, an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Lin Yun opened his eyes and, using his finger as a sword, unleashed a beam of golden sword chi. The sword chi pierced through the ground, traversing over 100 miles before dissipating. Lin Yun was overjoyed. Typically, sword chi from foundational stage sword cultivators would dissipate after traveling only 10 miles, while golden core cultivators could achieve distances of 100 miles. The fact that his sword chi could travel over 100 miles indicated that the golden sword chi, transformed by the sword embryo, now possessed the prowess of a golden core cultivator. Witnessing Lin Yun annihilate the Su family, Qin Zhuiyuan, unable to take revenge, left in fury. Su Tianhao was his maternal uncle, and this grudge could not go unavenged. Thus, he sought out his master, the golden core cultivator Zhou Chang. Qin Zhuiyuan had become Zhou Chang's disciple at the age of 10, when Zhou Chang was still a golden core cultivator. Having followed Zhou Chang for nearly 20 years, he had garnered both affection and favor from his master. Master, my uncle and dozens from the Su family have fallen at Lin Yun's hands. I beseech you to help me take revenge. Qin Zhuiyuan recounted the events leading up to the tragedy, kneeling before Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang was a fair-skinned middle-aged cultivator, exuding a gentle demeanor that bore no resemblance to a practitioner of the demonic path. He gazed down at Qin Zhuiyuan, who knelt before him, and remarked, "A newly surrendered disciple of an outer sect dares to provoke my disciple, Zhou Chang? Hongshan, accompany Zhuiyuan and bring me Lin Yun's head." A young cultivator of similar age to Qin Zhuiyuan, with a brooding expression and at the foundation establishment stage, stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Zhou Chang, stating, "Disciple obeys." This individual, named Guan Hongshan, was also a direct disciple of Zhou Chang, possessing a cultivation level of foundation establishment first stage. Chapter 11. Enlightenment. Qin Zhuiyuan and Guan Hongshan took their leave from Zhou Chang and headed directly to the Su family, but encountered Hu Shanbao on the way. Hu Shanbao, carrying a blood-stained long knife, walked through the street, exuding a strong scent of blood, evidently having just massacred numerous innocent lives. In the eyes of most demonic cultivators, killing was as mundane as eating and drinking, devoid of any moral implications. To live was to kill. Qin Zhuiyuan blocked Hu Shanbao's path and inquired, "Hu Shanbao, where is Lin Yun?" Although Hu Shanbao could be considered an accomplice in the slaughter of the Su family, Qin Zhuiyuan dared not confront him. Hu Shanbao had offended a golden core elder and was dispatched to the vanguard camp. However, for a mere foundation establishment cultivator like himself to offend a golden core elder and not be crushed, but merely reassigned, indicated he had influential backing. The vanguard camp, despite its high casualty rate, mostly saw the deaths of body refining and early foundation establishment cultivators. For a cultivator like Hu Shanbao, at the 8th stage of foundation establishment, the danger was relatively limited. With Zhou Chang, a golden core cultivator, backing him, Qin Zhuiyuan felt secure yet cautious around Hu Shanbao. Hu Shanbao glared at Qin Zhuiyuan and retorted, "I am not Lin Yun. Why do you ask me?" His rude demeanor incensed Qin Zhuiyuan, who longed to strike him, though he knew he was outmatched. "What do you mean by that? Just step aside. Good dogs don't block the way," Hu Shanbao said dismissively. Guan Hongshan restrained the furious Qin Zhuiyuan, saying, "Enough, junior brother Qin. Tianluo City is not that vast. We can find him ourselves." As they passed by Hu Shanbao, Guan Hongshan suddenly struck out, landing a palm on Hu Shanbao's body. With a loud thud, Hu Shanbao spat blood and was sent flying several feet, crashing heavily to the ground. "Humph, good dogs don't block the way. You, a mere foundation establishment disciple, dare to disrespect a senior brother of the condensation stage. Consider this a small punishment to remind you that in the 10,000 demon sect, strength speaks volumes." Guan Hongshan didn't even spare Hu Shanbao a glance and departed with Qin Zhuiyuan. Struggling to rise, Hu Shanbao spat a mouthful of blood on the ground, cursing, "Go to hell. Just wait. If one day you fall into my hands, I will make you pay." They were undoubtedly seeking vengeance for junior brother Lin. "I must find someone to assist him. Lin, you need to bring me a damaged high-grade magic weapon, and I shall save your life. It would actually be a profit for you." Hu Shanbao's first thought for assistance was Ji Wuxin, as he was acquainted with Lin Yun. However, the prospect of contacting Ji Wuxin filled him with trepidation. Better to seek brother Zhan. Given our friendship, he's certainly one T refuse, though it would leave me indebted to him. Lin Yun emerged from the Su family as treasury, inhaling the air tinged with a faint metallic scent, feeling remarkably invigorated. After refining the sword embryo, his body had also been enhanced, leading to significant improvements in his senses, sight, hearing, taste, and more. Previously, a single leaf was merely that. But now he could discern every minute vein and even the dust clinging to it. This sensation brought him immense comfort. It was said that in the celestial realm, golden immortals perceive a grain of sand as an entire world. Lin Yun wondered if he would ever reach such a pinnacle in this lifetime. As Lin Yun strolled through the streets of Tianfeng City, the slaughter of the 10,000 Demon Sect continued unabated. Wherever he went, he was met with cries, wails, and the sinister laughter of the sect's disciples. Lin Yun shook his head gently. If the killings were for survival or cultivation, he could accept it, even be more ruthless. However, the disciples of the 10,000 Demon Sect killed purely for pleasure, which he could not condone. Brother, a joyful voice interrupted Lin Yun's thoughts from behind him. He turned to see his junior brother Su Feng. Junior brother Su, Lin Yun smiled. They had joined different teams in the vanguard camp, and although they occasionally crossed paths, they rarely conversed due to the crowded environment. However, now that they were alone, with nearby disciples of the 10,000 Demon Sect engaged in their own chaos, they could afford to chat a little longer. After some idle talk, Lin Yun noticed 3 fresh, evenly spaced knife marks on Su Feng's face, as if someone had deliberately carved them there. With a slight frown, he asked, "What happened to your face?" Su Feng touched the marks and forced a smile, replying, "It's nothing. I got hurt during the siege." Lin Yun was not convinced. Su Feng, at the 7th stage of foundation establishment, would not sustain such precise injuries without a significant struggle. Clearly, these marks were inflicted upon him while he was defenseless. "Where is your sword?" Lin Yun inquired further, noticing that Su Feng was not carrying his flying sword, but rather a plain longsword. An ordinary longsword could not be wielded for sword techniques. For sword cultivators, a flying sword was akin to life itself. They would never abandon it unless faced with mortal peril. Su Feng's expression darkened, and he lowered his head in silence. Just as Lin Yun was about to probe deeper, 2 figures emerged from around the corner, Qin Zhuiyuan and Guan Hongshan. Recognizing that they were not friendly, Lin Yun instinctively pulled Su Feng behind him. "Lin Yun, I finally found you." Qin Zhuiyuan spat venomously. "Today, I will ensure you have no place to rest in death." Guan Hongshan stood alongside Qin Zhuiyuan, their dark gazes scrutinizing Lin Yun. Lin Yun regarded Guan Hongshan with caution. This condensation stage cultivator was undoubtedly summoned by Qin Zhuiyuan to assist him. To escape unscathed today, Lin Yun would have to engage in battle with this formidable opponent. Fortunately, having refined the sword embryo, he now possessed a sliver of Tao's power within his golden sword aura, granting him the means to confront a condensation stage cultivator. "Brother, it's a condensation stage cultivator." Su Feng, realizing the danger, stepped in front of Lin Yun and anxiously urged, "I'll hold them off. You run and find Brother Ji." Ji Wuxin had also sought out Su Feng, and encountering condensation stage cultivators now, Su Feng's first instinct was to turn to Ji Wuxin for help. "Humph, a mere foundation establishment cultivator thinks he can stop me?" Guan Hongshan scoffed, summoning a black feather fan imbued with heavy demonic energy and launching it at Su Feng. Su Feng formed a protective shield with his hands, but without his flying sword. He could only rely on his meager magical skills. Yet, the capabilities of a sword cultivator in spells were often laughable. The black feather fan crashed against Su Feng's shield, shattering it as easily as crumbling dry twigs, and then slammed into Su Feng with overwhelming force. Su Feng was sent reeling, coughing up blood, his clothes in tatters, clearly grievously injured. Lin Yun frowned as he observed Su Feng, noticing the myriad of bruises and scars adorning his body, evidence of the brutal beatings and torment he had endured. A surge of rage ignited within Lin Yun, rising to a boiling point. Simultaneously, the black feather fan, thick with demonic energy, hurtled towards Su Feng once more. In his current state, receiving this blow would surely result in death. "Brother, run." Severely injured, Su Feng resolutely stood in front of Lin Yun, anxiously calling out despite his condition. Lin Yun gazed at Su Feng, who selflessly placed himself in harm's way, momentarily lost in thought. Since his arrival in this world, he had been a mere observer, rationally analyzing everything around him. Faced with living beings like Su Feng, Hu Shanbao, and Qin Zhuiyuan, he often felt as though he were engaging with characters from a game. However, at this moment, witnessing Su Feng's willingness to sacrifice himself ignited a profound and intense realization within him. Every individual around him was not just a character, but a living being with their own passions, loves, and conflicts. The Bai Shui sword was drawn, soaring into the sky with an endless sword aura. From this day forth, Su Feng, you shall be my brother in life and death. Chapter 12. Confrontation with the Condensation Dan practitioner. The black feather fan descended, shrouded in a smoke-like demonic aura, determined to eliminate Su Feng. At that moment, a golden sword light shot upward, exuding an unstoppable momentum toward the black feather fan. Guan Hongshan scoffed, dismissing the notion that a foundational stage flying sword could impede his demonic cloud fan. Utterly foolish. In the air, the Bai Shui sword collided with the golden sword light and the demonic cloud fan, unleashing a thunderous roar. The golden light and black demonic energy clashed, neither able to gain the upper hand. Guan Hongshan was taken aback. He had exerted all his strength in this strike without holding back. How could a mere foundational stage practitioner like Lin Yun possibly block his demonic cloud fan? Senior brother, do not hold back. Kill him, Qin Zhuiyuan shouted, his hatred for Lin Yun palpable, wishing to see him perish at once. He was also wary of Lin Yun's connection to Ji Wuxin, fearing her sudden appearance might thwart Guan Hongshan's attempt to eliminate Lin Yun. Guan Hongshan felt humiliated. After all, Lin Yun was just a foundational stage practitioner. He thought, surely he cannot withstand my next strike. He formed a hand seal, and the demonic cloud fan spun in the air, launching another assault toward Lin Yun and Su Feng. Yet again, Lin Yun's flying sword intercepted the attack. Subsequent strikes from Guan Hongshan were similarly thwarted, causing no harm to Lin Yun. As Lin Yun defended against Guan Hongshan's attacks, he felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, this practitioner was only at the first level of Condensation Dan, making it manageable for him to defend. If the opponent were 2 or 3 levels higher, he would undoubtedly struggle far more. However, while Lin Yun focused entirely on defense, he had no intention of counterattacking. Having just refined the sword embryo, he was yet to master its power. Merely managing to protect himself against a Condensation Dan practitioner was fortunate enough. Any thoughts of offense would be tantamount to seeking death. Lin Yun remained calm, knowing he could withstand the opponent's attacks and preserve his life. Eventually, someone would arrive to intervene. Although the Wanma sect was a demonic faction, it outwardly prohibited its disciples from engaging in personal disputes, especially during wartime. At this moment, Su Feng, sheltered behind Lin Yun, gazed in astonishment at Lin Yun's prowess in combat. When did senior brother become so formidable? He mused, having felt the terrifying power of the demonic cloud fan firsthand. It was astonishing to see Lin Yun, also a foundational stage practitioner, handle it with such ease. On the opposing side, Qin Zhuiyuan grew increasingly agitated as he observed Guan Hongshan's inability to overwhelm Lin Yun. What is wrong with you, senior brother Guan? A Condensation Dan practitioner like you cannot defeat a mere 8th level foundational practitioner? Are you performing for my amusement? Use some force, will you? Guan Hongshan's face darkened. His failure to subdue Lin Yun was a blow to his pride, especially with Wanma sect disciples now drawn in to witness their battle. How could he, a Condensation Dan expert, be unable to defeat a foundational stage practitioner? If word got out, where would his dignity lie? I merely felt pity for him and allowed him a few exchanges. If I were to unleash my full power, a foundational stage practitioner like him would be unable to withstand it, Guan Hongshan declared, biting his tongue and spraying blood towards the demonic cloud fan. Upon absorbing his blood, the fan surged with demonic energy, transforming into a vast black cloud that bore down on Lin Yun. The onlookers from the Wanma sect were astonished. He is expelling blood from his body. Does he intend to fight with his life on the line? They regarded Lin Yun and Su Feng with sympathetic eyes. Despite Lin Yun's remarkable ability to withstand a Condensation Dan practitioner, he would be utterly incapable of resisting this attack infused with Guan Hongshan's blood. This strike possessed the power of a mid-level Condensation Dan practitioner. Lin Yun's expression turned grave as he channeled all his remaining energy into the flying sword. The Bai Shui sword blazed with golden light, transforming into an immense golden sword that surged toward the black cloud. The golden sword pierced through the oncoming darkness, its brilliance swelling within the cloud, which writhed as it sought to engulf the light. After a moment of stalemate, the golden light dissipated, and the Bai Shui sword spiraled back to Lin Yun's side. The black cloud above dissipated, reverting to a black feather fan. At that moment, Lin Yun's face paled, breath coming in labored gasps. That last strike had drained 90% of his true energy, leaving him utterly weakened and incapable of continuing to withstand Guan Hongshan's onslaught. He could scarcely fathom Guan Hongshan's shamelessness. As a proud Condensation Dan practitioner, he resorted to using his own blood against a foundational stage practitioner. Guan Hongshan, witnessing his blood-infused strike thwarted, wore an expression so dark it seemed it could drip with despair. After battling to this extent, even if he ultimately killed Lin Yun, He would be a laughingstock among his fellow disciples. Look, that Guan Hongshan, who had to expel blood several times just to barely defeat a foundational stage practitioner. What a disgrace. Qin Zhuiyuan fell silent. Even he could see that Guan Hongshan wasn't merely toying with Lin Yun. The latter indeed possessed the strength to contend with him. With Guan Hongshan expending his blood, how could he be holding back? He regarded Lin Yun warily. Although Lin Yun had previously exhibited formidable strength, he had remained within the bounds of foundational stage practitioners. How had he suddenly grown so powerful? Did Lin Yun show him mercy during their previous encounter? Lin Yun die? Guan Hongshan, now filled with rage and humiliation, expelled another mouthful of blood into the demonic cloud fan. The more blood he used, the more energy he depleted. If the first mouthful required months of recovery, this second would necessitate over a year. Yet, in his fury, Guan Hongshan disregarded the consequences. If you're so strong, let us see you withstand my second strike. After that, there will be a third, a fourth, and I shall not believe that I cannot bring down a foundational stage practitioner by exhausting my own blood. Lin Yun, gazing at the overwhelming black cloud descending upon him, couldn't he help but smile bitterly. He simply lacked the strength to withstand this blow. Junior brother, I have brought you trouble, Lin Yun said with a wry smile. Why do you say that, senior brother? Under the shadow of impending doom, Su Feng smiled brightly. We are brothers. In truth, we should have perished when Tianfeng City fell. Surviving until now is already a gain. You have a refreshing perspective, Lin Yun replied, his spirit lifted by Su Feng's words. With renewed focus, he turned his gaze to the ominous cloud above, channeling the last remnants of his true energy to wield his sword once more. Even if I cannot resist, I shall fight with all my might. I, Lin Yun, am not one to passively await my fate. Guan Hongshan discerned that Lin Yun was already nearing his limits, and, witnessing Lin Yun wielding his flying sword in defiance, he scoffed. What use is this futile struggle? The dark clouds collided with the flying sword, sending it hurtling away. Subsequently, the ominous clouds continued their relentless advance, bearing down mercilessly on Lin Yun and Su Feng. Just as the onlookers believed that Lin Yun and Su Feng were destined to perish, a crimson radiance pierced through the air, striking down upon the dark clouds with astonishing speed. A thunderous roar erupted as the blood-red light cleaved through the clouds, forcefully striking the demonic cloud fan wielded by Guan Hongshan. With a crack, the mid-grade magical artifact shattered. The backlash from the shattered fan struck Guan Hongshan violently, as if he had been struck by lightning, causing him to spout blood uncontrollably. After splitting the demonic fan, the blood-red light hovered in midair, revealing itself to be a colossal blood-red axe. Chapter 13. The attention of Li Qiubai. Guan Hongshan, still reeling from the blood he had just coughed up, gazed at the blood-red axe in the air, fear etched upon his face. The bloodthirsty axe. Zhanming. The bloodthirsty axe was a top-tier magical artifact, a signature weapon of Zhanming. Magical artifacts are categorized into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower, with top-tier artifacts being the pinnacle of upper-grade artifacts. The power of a top-tier artifact has reached the absolute limits of what a magical artifact can achieve, and in certain aspects, it can even rival lower-grade treasures. However, only those at the Golden Core stage can wield such artifacts, making them the most formidable equipment available to those at the Foundation Establishment stage. Each top-tier artifact is renowned among practitioners at the Foundation Establishment stage. The disciples of the Wanma sect instinctively took a few steps back upon hearing Zhanming's name, retreating into the corners. Lin Yun was astonished by the reactions of the Wanma sect disciples, realizing the immense influence Zhanming wielded. A hearty laugh echoed as Zhanming descended from the sky, retrieving the blood-red battle axe and landing between Lin Yun and Guan Hongshan. Guan Hongshan, do you dare to lay a hand on my people? Have you grown weary of life? Zhanming questioned with utter disdain. Guan Hongshan, filled with trepidation, replied, Senior brother Zhan, I was ordered by my master to eliminate Lin Yun. If you protect him, I will have no explanation to offer my master. He invoked the name of his master, Zhou Chang, believing Zhanming would hesitate to offend a Golden Core cultivator for the sake of a mere Lin Yun. Do not use Zhou Chang to intimidate me. What is he to me? Zhanming scoffed. Even a dog I raise would not be touched without my permission. Lin Yun's face darkened. Although Zhanming had saved him, his words were indeed disconcerting. However, under the current circumstances, he would not endanger himself by retorting with insults. In a world where strength reigns supreme, whether one walks the righteous path or the demonic path, it is power that grants dignity, and without it, dignity is worthless. Rather than fret over the trampling of his pride, he should focus on enhancing his strength. Zhanming, how dare you show such disrespect to my master? Guan Hongshan shouted. Unable to fathom how Zhang Ming, a Foundation establishment cultivator, could disregard his master Zhou Chang. Zhang Ming, with a disdainful glance at Guan Hongshan and Qin Zhuiyuan, declared with menacing intent, "If you two do not leave now, I shall kill you both. Let us see if Zhou Chang dares to avenge you then." Guan Hongshan fell silent, taking Qin Zhuiyuan and departing in defeat. Lin Yun approached Zhang Ming, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother Zhang, for saving my life. I owe you a debt, which I shall repay in the future." His words were sincere. Had Zhang Ming not intervened, both he and Su Feng would surely have met their demise. Zhang Ming regarded Lin Yun expressionlessly and replied, "It was Hu Shanbao who requested my assistance. If you wish to express your gratitude, do so to him." He then inquired, "Has Ji Wuxin sought you out?" "Yes," Lin Yun responded, unsure why Zhang Ming suddenly mentioned Ji Wuxin, opting for brevity. "If you choose to ally with Ji Wuxin, you will become my enemy," Zhang Ming stated before ascending into the air. Watching Zhang Ming's retreating figure, Lin Yun could not help but smile ruefully. He had not anticipated the adversarial relationship between Zhang Ming and Ji Wuxin. He had initially intended to align himself with Ji Wuxin, but it appeared that such support would not come easily. "Su Shidi, it is time we discuss your sword and the injuries you have sustained." Lin Yun turned to Su Feng and said, after Zhang Ming's departure. He proceeded to the central mansion of the city to report the events concerning Lin Yun to Li Qiubai. "Are you saying that this Lin Yun, despite being at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, was able to contend with a golden core cultivator?" Li Qiubai inquired with interest, standing by the pond in the garden, observing the swimming fish. "Indeed, I was present throughout the confrontation, only intervening when Lin Yun could no longer withstand it. Guan Hongshan truly exerted all his strength, even drawing upon his lifeblood. Although his strength is among the weakest of golden core cultivators, Lin Yun's ability to stand against him is indeed exceptional." Zhang Ming respectfully replied from behind Li Qiubai. Li Qiubai smiled gently, scattering fish food into the pond. "In that case, I shall cultivate Lin Yun with great attention. If nurtured well, he may very well become the next Ji Wuxin, or perhaps even surpass him in surprising me. By the way, Lin Yun fell into demonic influence today, correct?" "Yes," Zhang Ming affirmed. "Bestow upon him another seed of demonic influence, and endeavor to entice him into further acts of slaughter, leading him deeper into demonic states." Li Qiubai chuckled. "I will leave him in your care until he reaches the golden core stage, at which point I shall personally guide him. Also, go and warn Zhou Chang. How dare he lay a hand on my people? If Lin Yun were to be killed, I would lose a most intriguing plaything." Disciple obeys. Meanwhile, Lin Yun, having listened to Su Feng's account, felt a surge of anger rising within him. The captain of Su Feng's vanguard team, named Wang Qingtian, was at the 8th level of Foundation establishment. Wang Qingtian harbored a deep-seated hatred for righteous cultivators, especially those of the Sword Sect, after his brother had been slain by one several years prior. After Su Feng joined Wang Qingtian's team, he faced relentless targeting and exclusion, not wishing to provoke conflict. Su Feng endured the humiliation, but Wang Qingtian only escalated his bullying when he perceived Su Feng's reluctance to fight back. Wang Qingtian regularly assaulted Su Feng without cause, subjecting him to various humiliations. Today, he forcibly seized Su Feng's flying sword and carved 3 deep gashes across his face, stepping on him in the process. Su Feng's temperament could be described as peaceful, yet some might deem it somewhat weak. Accustomed to Wang Qingtian's bullying over the past days, he had not dared to resist such humiliation. Of course, had he chosen to fight back, the consequences might have been far worse. Disciples of the Sword Sect were like fragile reeds in the Wanma Sect. How could they contend with the pure-blooded disciples of the Wanma Sect? After a period of rest, Lin Yun's internal energy had mostly recovered. Hearing Su Feng's tale, he rose and declared, "Let us go." "Go? Where to?" Su Feng scratched his head, bewildered. "To kill Wang Qingtian." Su Feng's eyes widened in shock, deeply moved by Lin Yun's willingness to stand up for him. However, he protested, "Senior brother, perhaps we should reconsider. I know you possess the strength to kill Wang Qingtian, but we are still within the Wanma Sect. If you were to kill him, the higher-ups would not let us off easily. Even if they choose not to pursue the matter, Wang Qingtian has his own master and brothers. I can endure this humiliation, but I cannot endanger your life. Just follow me," Lin Yun insisted. Lin Yun's audacity to kill Wang Tianqing stemmed from his association with Li Qiubai. As a prominent figure in the 10th and 20th versions of the Three Realms, Li Qiubai's character had been thoroughly analyzed by players and extensively discussed on forums. Having spent years immersed in these discussions, Lin Yun undoubtedly ranked among the most knowledgeable individuals regarding Li Qiubai in the entire realm. In essence, Li Qiubai was a perverse individual who derived pleasure from transforming righteous disciples into fiends. The more talented the disciple, the greater his sense of accomplishment. The news of Lin Yun, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, contending against a nascent soul practitioner would undoubtedly capture Li Qiubai's attention, causing him to regard Lin Yun as a seed worthy of cultivation. In such circumstances, as long as Lin Yun did not commit any grave errors, Li Qiubai would surely protect him. As for the act of slaying an ordinary foundation establishment disciple of the 10,000 Demonic Sect, if Lin Yun's assumptions were correct, Li Qiubai would likely relish the prospect of witnessing further bloodshed. Killing a foundation establishment disciple was hardly a challenge. Chapter 14. A sword breaking 10,000 laws within a residence in Tianfeng City. 3 disciples of the 10,000 Demons Sect ruthlessly slaughtered the inhabitants amidst their cries for mercy. Subsequently, they ransacked the premises, stuffing their storage bags with valuable items. Upon leaving the residence and stepping onto the street, they began to search for their next target. As foundation establishment cultivators, they deemed smaller households beneath their notice, opting instead for wealthier families where valuable treasures abounded. Wang Xixiang, you've been quite merciless in tormenting that Su Feng fellow these past few days. I reckon he'll tremble in your presence from now on, avoiding you like the plague. Haha, one of them chuckled. The Wang Xixiang he referred to was indeed Wang Tiancheng, who appeared to be in his 40s, clad in black light armor, his visage menacing, exuding an aura of ferocity. Hearing his companion mention Su Feng, Wang Tiancheng's facial muscles twitched as he retorted, "How could I allow a disciple of the Sword Sect to escape my clutches unscathed? If I don't make him suffer to the point of wishing for death during his time in the vanguard camp, then I shall no longer be called Wang Tiancheng." Wang Tiancheng's words dripped with animosity towards the disciples of the Sword Sect. That Su Feng is nothing but a coward. Even after enduring such humiliation, he dares not resist. A sword cultivator? Pah! Another disciple scoffed. Wang Tiancheng laughed heartily. If he dared to resist, I would certainly seize the opportunity to kill him. How could he still be alive now? As the 3 conversed, they looked up to find 2 individuals blocking their path in the center of the street. One of them was none other than Su Feng, and the other was a fellow disciple of the Sword Sect who had surrendered alongside Su Feng, but whose name they could not recall. "So this is Wang Tiancheng?" Lin Yun inquired. Su Feng nodded, his eyes filled with hatred and a hint of fear. "Yes, it is him." Upon overhearing their exchange, Wang Tiancheng sneered, "Indeed. I am your Wang Tiancheng. What, do you wish to defend Su Feng?" He glared menacingly at Lin Yun, thinking that if this Sword Sect disciple dared to act, he would slay both him and Su Feng. Lin Yun's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on Wang Tiancheng, choosing not to engage in idle chatter. With a flick of his finger, the Bihui sword soared into the air, transforming into a golden streak of light that shot toward Wang Tiancheng. "Attack alongside me. Kill those 2. Wang Tiancheng barked at his companions upon witnessing Lin Yun's initial strike. As he spoke, he summoned a blue shield artifact to counter Lin Yun's flying sword. The shield radiated a blue light as it collided with the approaching sword. Wang Tiancheng was supremely confident in his blue shield, known as the Azure Light Shield, a low-grade artifact renowned for its exceptional defensive capabilities. Few foundation establishment cultivators could breach the defenses of the Azure Light Shield. In the air, the Bihui sword, imbued with golden sword energy, struck the Azure Light Shield. After a brief stalemate, a crisp crack echoed as fissures appeared across the shield's surface. The radiant blue light dissipated, leaving the Azure Light Shield as a dull, lifeless object that plummeted to the ground. The Bihui sword, meanwhile, glimmered with renewed brilliance, continuing its relentless assault toward Wang Tiancheng. On the ground, Wang Tiancheng spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling as he gazed at the airborne Bihui sword. His once invincible Azure Light Shield had been obliterated by a single strike. Was the opponent's attack truly on par with that of a nascent soul cultivator? While sword cultivators were renowned for their offensive prowess, the strength of this particular sword cultivator's attack seemed exceedingly outrageous. "Brothers, assist me!" Wang Tiancheng cried out in desperation. With the Azure Light Shield shattered, he knew he could not withstand Lin Yun's strike alone. As he called for help, he summoned a blade-shaped artifact to defend himself. Although the defensive artifact was unlikely to withstand Lin Yun's flying sword, it could at least delay the inevitable and prevent an immediate demise. However, the 2 disciples whom Wang Tiancheng had hoped would come to his aid were left wide-eyed in shock upon witnessing their leader's Azure Light Shield being destroyed by a single sword strike. They were well aware of the shield's potency, knowing that Wang Tiancheng had dared to confront even the most powerful foundation establishment cultivators with it. Now, seeing it shattered by the opposing sword cultivator, they exchanged glances and retreated in unison. Helping Wang Tianqing confront the sword cultivator before them? That would be sheer folly. They would rather flee than risk their own lives alongside him. Wang Xixiang, hold on. We'll fetch help for you. They called out as they bolted away, disappearing around the corner. Wang Tianqing felt a wave of despair wash over him as he watched his companions abandon him. These two had always nestled close to him, addressing him as Wang Xixiang with warmth. Yet in this critical moment, they proved utterly disloyal. The Bihui sword struck Wang Tianqing's blade-shaped artifact, sending it flying. Spare me, Xixiang. I promise I will never provoke Su Feng again. I will bow and apologize to him. Wang Tianqing hastily pleaded. Xixiang, perhaps we should let him go? Su Feng suggested. He did not wish to kill Wang Tianqing, fearing it would bring trouble to Lin Yun. Upon hearing Su Feng plead on his behalf, Wang Tianqing felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. Xixiang, please spare me. I promise to avoid Su Xixiang from now on. Lin Yun glanced at Su Feng and replied, Do you truly believe such words? Strike the snake and it may not die. It will only turn and bite back. There is no sympathy to be shown to an enemy. Regardless of Wang Tianqing's desperate pleas, Lin Yun remained unmoved, guiding the flying sword to continue its advance towards Wang Tianqing. Su Feng gritted his teeth and declared, Then let me be the one to kill him. If I am the one to take his life, the sect cannot blame you. I will bear the consequences alone. Absolutely not. Lin Yun resolutely refused. It would be a waste to let you kill a Foundation Establishment 8 cultivator, which could grant me at least 1 to 2% of my cultivation. As the two conversed, the Bihui sword struck Wang Tianqing once more. Wang Tianqing, unwilling to succumb without a fight, activated a defensive talisman and channeled a defensive spell, layering protections before him. Unlike the sword cultivators who specialized solely in sword techniques, other cultivators often mastered various spells and talismans, resulting in a diverse combat style far exceeding that of sword cultivators. However, in this instance, Wang Tianqing's layered defenses proved futile against the Bihui sword. With a swift and unstoppable force, the Bihui sword shattered through Wang Tianqing's defenses. In the depths of his despair, Wang Tianqing watched as the flying sword pierced through his chest, a bolt of lightning striking through him. Wang Tianqing's eyes lost their luster as he collapsed to the ground. Su Feng gazed at Wang Tianqing's lifeless body, reflecting on the various humiliations he had endured at Wang's hands over the past few days, and felt a surge of resentment dissipate within him. Thank you, senior brother, for avenging me. Su Feng expressed his gratitude. Lin Yun waved his hand dismissively and replied, We are brothers. If you continue speaking like this, I might just get angry. With that, the two shared a hearty laugh. In a luxurious manor located in the southern part of Tianluo City, Guan Hongshan and Qin Zhuiyuan knelt before Zhou Chang. As disciples, we are incompetent. Not only did we fail to eliminate Lin Yun, but we also allowed Zhan Ming to insult our master. Please punish us, master. Guan Hongshan cried, tears streaming down his face. Zhou Chang sat in a grand chair, his expression dark as he inquired, Did Zhan Ming truly say that I am nothing? How could we dare deceive our master? Guan Hongshan replied, This was not only heard by me and junior brother Qin, but there were also many other disciples present. Zhan Ming has shown no respect for you, master. Qin Zhuiyuan added. He even boasted that even if he killed me and brother Guan, you would not dare retaliate. Such audacity from Zhan Ming. Zhou Chang's face flushed with anger as he slammed his palm on the table. Li Qiubai has always been arrogant, disregarding us. I did not expect a mere disciple of the condensing dance stage to treat me with such disrespect. Just then, a deep voice rang out from outside. Disciple Zhan Ming seeks an audience with Elder Zhou Chang. Zhan Ming, what could he possibly want? Zhou Chang was about to speak when the door swung open, and Zhan Ming strode in with an air of arrogance. Zhou Chang felt a flicker of anger. Zhan Ming's uninvited entrance was a blatant disrespect. Upon entering, Zhan Ming noticed Guan Hongshan and Qin Zhuiyuan kneeling before Zhou Chang and scoffed at them. It was evident to him that these two had come to complain about him. But would it make any difference? Disciple Zhan Ming pays his respects to Elder Zhou, he said, his words lacking any semblance of humility, standing straight without bowing or showing any sign of respect. His demeanor was more akin to that of a challenger than a humble disciple. Zhou Chang suppressed his anger and inquired, Zhan Ming, what brings you here? I come on behalf of Elder Li to inform you that henceforth, no disciple under Elder Li's command may be harmed without his permission, even if they are merely at the body refining stage. If you do so, you will provoke Elder Li, and the consequences will be yours to bear, Zhan Ming replied, his tone exceedingly rude. Zhou Chang slammed his palm down, shattering the table beside him, and stood up, his voice seething with rage. Zhan Ming, do you know who you are speaking to? A mere disciple of the condensing dance stage dares to address him in such a manner. Zhou Chang's fury reached its peak, yet he restrained himself. remembering Li Qiubai's formidable reputation. Should he strike at Zhang Ming, Li Qiubai would certainly retaliate without hesitation. The power of Li Qiubai was such that even 3 Zhou Changs might not be able to contend with him, unfazed by the fury of a golden dance stage cultivator. Zhang Ming continued, "There is no need for you to be angry, elder. I am merely here to warn you for your own good. You are well aware of the consequences of angering elderly. If you choose to ignore my warning, consider my visit as if it never occurred. Do not think that because Li Qiubai protects you, you can act with impunity. I am still an elder of the sect. For a mere disciple of the condensing dance stage to show me such disrespect, I shall report your actions to the sect leader upon my return, and at that time. Even Li Qiubai may not be able to shield you." Zhou Chang retorted angrily. To think that a golden dance stage cultivator had to resort to threatening a condensing dance stage disciple with a report to the sect leader was a humiliation that Zhou Chang could only fathom within himself. "When have I ever disrespected you, Elder Zhou?" Zhang Ming countered. "Did either of you witness my disrespect towards Elder Zhou?" He looked at Guan Hongshan and Qin Zhuiyuan, both of whom exchanged glances but dared not speak. Zhou Chang's face turned pale with frustration at his 2 spineless disciples. Zhang Ming could not contain his laughter, turning to leave, leaving only his mocking laughter echoing in the air. This encounter had thoroughly humiliated Zhou Chang. "Master Wei, you too get out." Guan Hongshan and Qin Zhuiyuan left the room in shame, followed by a cacophony of crashing sounds from within. After venting his anger by smashing everything he could find, Zhou Chang finally calmed down. Zhang Ming is arrogant and reckless. This path leads only to demise. There is no need for me to be angered by a fool like him, Zhou Chang reassured himself. Just after Zhang Ming exited Zhou Chang's residence, a disciple of the condensing dance stage approached him. Zhang Ming, possessing the 8th level of the condensing dance stage and wielding the top-tier weapon, the bloodthirsty axe, was among the strongest within that realm. His close followers were also at the early or mid-stages of condensing Dan, while he looked down upon disciples at the foundation building stage. "Senior brother Zhan, how should we deal with Lin Yun, who has killed Wang Tianqing?" the condensing Dan stage disciple inquired. "Lin Yun?" Zhang Ming raised an eyebrow. Lin Yun was a special disciple entrusted to elder Li Qiubai. He vaguely recalled Wang Tianqing as a foundation-building disciple, but had little knowledge of his background. "Who is Wang Tianqing's master, and does he have any background?" Zhang Ming inquired. "His master is a condensing dance stage cultivator named by Inkai. As for his background, it appears to be quite ordinary," the disciple replied. Upon learning that Wang Tianqing's master was merely a condensing dance stage cultivator without any notable background, Zhang Ming waved his hand dismissively. "Then let it be. There's no need to investigate further." "Yes." Lin Yun swiftly executed Wang Tianqing with a single strike and stepped forward to retrieve Wang Tianqing's storage bag. The storage bags of foundation-building disciples lacked any anti-theft measures, allowing Lin Yun to easily open Wang Tianqing's bag. After rummaging through it, Lin Yun found Su Feng's sword. "Junior brother Su, your sword," he said, handing it over. Su Feng joyfully accepted the flying sword, cradling it in his hands. Though it was merely an ordinary low-grade artifact, it had accompanied him since his foundation-building success, and he held deep sentimental value for it. The joy of reclaiming it was beyond measure. Lin Yun returned the flying sword to Su Feng, while the other contents of the storage bag naturally belonged to him. As a foundation-building 8th-level cultivator, Wang Tianqing had amassed considerable wealth. By defeating Wang Tianqing, Lin Yun not only gained 2% of his cultivation progress, bringing his total to 60%, but also acquired Wang Tianqing's storage bag, marking a fruitful venture. Indeed, in the world of immortal cultivation, seizing wealth through murder was the surest path to prosperity. The notions of peaceful coexistence were mere folly. The path of cultivation was clearly one of struggle. After killing Wang Tianqing, Lin Yun expected Zhang Ming to summon him for questioning, yet by nightfall, no one had approached him. Lin Yun understood that his actions in slaying Wang Tianqing had likely gone unnoticed. Naturally, he would not foolishly seek out Zhang Ming to ask, "Senior brother Zhan, I killed Wang Tianqing. How will you deal with me?" That would be inviting trouble upon himself. The Wanma sect continued its assault on the Sword Sect, capturing 4 major cities, and the Sword Sect finally responded by reinforcing the defenses of the nearby cities. In light of this, the Wanma sect slowed its advance, instructing Li Qiubai and others to hold their ground until reinforcements from the sect arrived before continuing their attack. In each of the 4 major cities, the Wanma sect stationed 2 Golden Dan stage cultivators to oversee the defenses. Stationed at Tianluo City are Li Qiubai and a Golden Core cultivator named Luo Buzhou. Li Qiubai holds the primary position, while Luo Buzhou serves as his aide. The sect initially intended for Li Qiubai to guard Tianluo City alongside Zhou Chang, but Zhou Chang vehemently refused. threatening to take drastic measures should he be forced to share the post with Li Qiubai. The high-ranking leaders of the sect deliberated, recognizing that compelling a Golden Core elder to such extremes would be a considerable embarrassment, particularly in the eyes of the 5 major sections. Reluctantly, they decided to appoint Luo Buzhou instead. Luo Buzhou is a fervent practitioner, devoid of any interest in power struggles, making him an excellent partner for the assertive Li Qiubai. Given Luo Buzhou's temperament, he likely spends the entire year in seclusion, emerging only if the Sword Sect attacks Tianluo City, as he is resolute in his dedication to cultivation. No matter how domineering Li Qiubai may be, he cannot prevent others from entering seclusion. Tianluo City governs 4 smaller cities located in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Li Qiubai appointed his 4 most valued Golden Core disciples as the lords of these 4 cities, tasking them with their defense. Among these 4, there are 2 sworn rivals, Zhan Ming and Ji Wuxin. Chapter 16. Luo Buzhou. Zhan Ming and his companions were ordered to defend the 4 smaller cities, each permitted to bring 1 early-stage Golden Core disciple, 10 late-stage Foundation Establishment disciples, 20 mid-stage Foundation Establishment disciples, 30 early-stage Foundation Establishment disciples, and 500 body refinement disciples. The selected early-stage Golden Core disciple and the 10 late-stage Foundation Establishment disciples would serve as their primary assistants during the defense of the smaller cities. On this day, nearly 100 late-stage Foundation Establishment disciples gathered in the training ground of Tianluo City, awaiting Zhan Ming and his companions to make their selections. Among them were Lin Yun, Su Feng, Luo Hua, and Wang Jia, disciples of the Sword Sect who were tasked with infiltrating the Wanma sect. Almost everyone hoped to be chosen to guard the smaller cities. With Li Qiubai and Luo Buzhou, both Golden Core elders, and several Golden Core disciples present in Tianluo City, these Foundation Establishment disciples felt insignificant. However, once in the smaller cities, they would find themselves in a position of authority, a stark contrast to their previous status. Standing amidst the crowd, Lin Yun closed his eyes and silently wished, "Please do not select me." Initially, he had hoped to be chosen for a smaller city. But upon learning of Luo Buzhou's appointment as the deputy lord of Tianluo City, he quickly changed his mind. Luo Buzhou is a genuine powerhouse, a figure who could dazzle anyone with his prowess. If figures like Su Feng, Qin Zhuiyuan, and Li Qiubai are prominent in certain versions of the game, then Luo Buzhou is a legendary figure spanning all iterations of the 3 Realms game. Until Lin Yun's arrival in this world, Luo Buzhou was known to interact frequently with players, although by then, he had already reached the Earth Immortal realm. While not yet ascended to the Celestial realm, he was considered half-immortal. In comparison, figures like Qin Zhuiyuan and Li Qiubai were comparatively weaker. Of course, having taken the sword embryo that rightfully belonged to Qin Zhuiyuan, Lin Yun anticipated that the latter would fade into obscurity. Luo Buzhou, known for his non-violent and non-decadent lifestyle, is indeed a breath of fresh air in the demonic path. His world revolves solely around cultivation, raising questions about why someone of his disposition would join the Wanma sect. In the 3 Realms game, he diligently practiced until reaching the nascent soul realm before reducing his cultivation time and engaging with players more frequently. His amiable nature led him to offer numerous rewarding quests, treating both righteous and demonic players equally, earning him the affection of the player community. If Lin Yun could forge a connection with Luo Buzhou and secure his favor, he would establish a solid foundation within the Wanma sect. In the future, anyone who dared to threaten him would have to think twice. Although Lin Yun is merely a Foundation Establishment cultivator, Luo Buzhou's approachable character and Lin Yun's understanding of his preferences make the prospect of befriending him feasible. Moreover, Lin Yun is aware that Luo Buzhou possesses a formidable secret technique. Acquiring this technique would significantly enhance his strength. Luo Buzhou typically remains in seclusion, devoted to his cultivation, to the extent that even the nascent soul elders within the Wanma sect are unaware of his true capabilities. However, Lin Yun knows that although Luo Buzhou is currently at the 4th level of Golden Core, even Li Qiubai at the 6th level may not be his match. While Lin Yun pondered Luo Buzhou's attributes, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. Turning to see it was Hu Shanbao, he greeted, "Senior brother Hu." Lin Yun felt an immense gratitude towards Hu Shanbao. Having learned from Zhan Ming that it was Hu had sought Zhan Ming's assistance during the incident that saved both Lin Yun and Su Feng. "I hope we are chosen by the same senior brother," Hu Shanbao said with a smile. "Then we can continue working together." "Indeed," Lin Yun replied, concealing his true desire to remain in Tianluo City. As they spoke, the 4 Golden Core cultivators arrived, descending onto the podium in the training ground. Upon landing, the 4 exchanged glances, and Zhan Ming's gaze lingered on Ji Wuxin for a moment before he let out a cold snort. Ji Wuxin, however, seemed unfazed by Zhang Ming's animosity, offering him a gentle smile. The other two late-stage Golden Core cultivators, Gongsun Feiyun and Xia Xiaomei, stood alongside. Gongsun Feiyun, at the 9th level of Golden Core, wore a flowing moon-white robe and carried a folding fan, exuding an air of elegance. He chuckled, naturally. Senior brother Zhan should select first. I believe both Sister Xia and Brother Ji would concur, am I right? As Gongsun Feiyun waved his fan, Lin Yun noticed the 4 characters good and evil are rewarded inscribed on it. The sight of such words on the fan of a demonic cultivator left him perplexed. Despite his higher cultivation, Gongsun Feiyun treated Zhang Ming with utmost respect, referring to him as senior brother. I have no objections, Xia Xiaomei remarked, her tone carrying a hint of coldness. Senior brother Zhan is indeed first, Ji Wuxin added with a light laugh. Zhang Ming, stepping forward without hesitation, declared, since that is the case, I shall select first. Those whose names I call should gather at the southern gate at noon today to accompany me to Luonan City. Luonan City is the smaller city Zhang Ming is to defend, located closest to the Sword Sect's territory. Subsequently, Zhang Ming read out the names of 10 individuals, among whom were Lin Yun and Hu Shanbao. Hearing his name, Hu Shanbao beamed with joy, while Lin Yun silently sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. His plan to remain in Tianluo City and forge a connection with Luo Buzhou was now thwarted. He naturally could not refuse Zhang Ming, saying, Brother Zhan, I wish to remain in Tianluo City. Such words would undoubtedly offend Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming was Li Qiubai's most trusted confidant. Dealing with him would be akin to swatting a mere chick. After Zhang Ming had made his selections, Gongsun Feiyun and Xia Xiaomei each chose 10 individuals before it was finally Ji Wuxin's turn to select. Ji Wuxin stood aside, lightly chuckling, displaying no signs of displeasure. Once the other 3 had completed their choices, he nonchalantly stepped forward. Ji Wuxin bowed slightly to the nearly 100 late-stage Foundation establishment disciples below, and then began to announce the names. Su Feng, Luo Hua, Wang Jia. These were the late-stage disciples of the Sword Sect who had surrendered in Tianfeng City, and except for Lin Yun, all were included in his selection. The others were righteous disciples from the Judgment Sect. In terms of forming alliances, Ji Wuxin showed no hesitation. Lin Yun believed that had Zhang Ming not chosen him first, he would undoubtedly have found his name on Ji Wuxin's list. Ji Wuxin continued to announce 9 names, but when it came time to utter the 10th, he suddenly paused. A hint of inexplicable amusement gracing his features. Then, a name slipped from his lips, Lin Yun. The announcement of Lin Yun's name sent a wave of astonishment through the disciples of the Wanma sect present at the training ground. All eyes turned to Ji Wuxin. Sensing that he was about to stir trouble, Lin Yun looked up in shock, staring at Ji Wuxin. He bore no grudge against him. Could it be that Ji Wuxin intended to ensnare him? With both Zhang Ming and Ji Wuxin selecting him, any choice he made would alienate one of them. Opting for neither would surely alienate both. Lin Yun could surmise Ji Wuxin's intentions. Ji Wuxin must be aware that Zhang Ming had saved him, thus compelling him to declare his allegiance, either to Ji Wuxin or Zhang Ming. This thought only deepened Lin Yun's aversion towards Ji Wuxin. On the platform, Zhang Ming's eyes were ablaze with unrestrained fury upon hearing Ji Wuxin call Lin Yun's name. He glared at Ji Wuxin and demanded, Ji Wuxin, what is the meaning of this? Having chosen Lin Yun first, Ji Wuxin's selection was nothing short of provocation. Given Zhang Ming's temperament, how could he tolerate such a slight? Ji Wuxin appeared unfazed by Zhang Ming's wrath and replied with a smile, Lin Yun and I hail from the Sword Sect. We have an agreement that upon leaving the vanguard camp, he would join me. There are plenty of late-stage cultivators in the city. Brother Zhan may select someone else. The bloodthirsty axe materialized beside Zhang Ming, who bellowed, Ji Wuxin, do not think that because elderly favors you, you can act with impunity. Today, I shall slay you, and then seek forgiveness from elderly. Despite being 1 level lower in cultivation than Zhang Ming, Ji Wuxin showed no fear. A crimson flying sword rose and circled around him as he chuckled. Very well, let me experience Brother Zhan's bloodthirsty axe once more. Brother Zhan, please calm your anger and refrain from violence. Gongsun Feiyun, fanning himself, interjected as he witnessed the impending clash. Ji Wuxin, since Lin Yun has already been chosen by Brother Zhan, why would you still insist on selecting him? Ji Wuxin cast a glance at Gongsun Feiyun and lightly laughed. What? Does Brother Gongsun wish to meddle in my affairs with Brother Zhan? Gongsun Feiyun quickly waved his folding fan and replied, Ji Wuxin, displaying too much brilliance brings no good. Brother Zhan, you are Elder Li's most valued confidant. Is it worth provoking Elderly over a mere Ji Wuxin? After Gongsun Feiyun's counsel, Zhang Ming finally sheathed his bloodthirsty axe and stated, Ji Wuxin, were it not for Elder Li's prohibition against my killing you, I would have severed you with my axe. Ji Wuxin merely chuckled. Lin Yun, choose whom you wish to follow, he said, directing his words to Lin Yun below. Instantly, all eyes were fixed on Lin Yun, eagerly awaiting his decision, relishing the unfolding drama. Lin Yun, having already formulated a plan, bowed his hands in gratitude and said, I am honored by both of your considerations. But I wish to remain in Tianluo City and do not intend to guard a small town, to your disappointment. The disciples of the Wanma sect shook their heads upon hearing Lin Yun's choice, deeming it the most foolish decision. Choosing between Zhang Ming and Ji Wuxin would have resulted in the enmity of one, but gained the protection of the other. Now he had offended both. Lin Yun had no other backing within the Wanma sect. How would his future fare? Some disciples, however, believed Lin Yun had made a wise decision. While it appeared he had offended both Zhang Ming and Ji Wuxin, he had not completely alienated either, which was far better than enraging one to the core. Zhang Ming, upon hearing Lin Yun's response, snorted in disappointment. Lin Yun, I am deeply disappointed in you. Ji Wuxin regarded Lin Yun with a slight smile. Though his gaze bore a chill, Lin Yun remained unfazed. Zhang Ming and Ji Wuxin were soon to depart to guard a small town, leaving them little time to deal with him. By the time they returned, he would have already secured the support of Luo Buzhou, and their opinions would matter little to him. He had initially worried about being picked by Zhang Ming and how to remain in Tianluo City. However, Ji Wuxin's commotion had unwittingly presented him with an opportunity. Zhang Ming and Ji Wuxin each selected one more person before taking to the skies. The crowd at the training ground dispersed, but Su Feng and Hu Shanbao approached Lin Yun. Brother, do not worry. I will stick by Ji Wuxin and seek an opportunity to plead your case, Su Feng assured him. Ji Wuxin is a good person. He will understand your predicament and will not hold it against you. Hu Shanbao gazed at Su Feng in astonishment. Ji Wuxin, a good person? Young brother, you misunderstand him deeply. Lin Shidi, you truly should not have made such a choice, Hu Shanbao said. If it were me, I would have simply chosen brother Zhang. With his protection, what fear would there be of Ji Wuxin? Lin Yun smiled wryly. I did not wish to entirely offend either of them, which led me to this desperate choice. Hu Shanbao shook his head lightly, understanding Lin Yun's predicament. I have some connections with brother Zhang. I will find a chance to speak a few good words on your behalf. Thank you, brother Hu, Lin Yun replied gratefully. The following day, Lin Yun visited the finest tavern in the city, purchasing 2 jars of fine wine to store in his spatial bag. He then leisurely made his way to a residence in the northern part of the city. This residence was situated in the most secluded area of the northern district, spacious and exquisitely designed, where Luo Buzhou was currently in seclusion. After exploring the entire city upon his arrival in Tianluo City, Luo Buzhou had ultimately chosen this residence. Lin Yun did not announce his arrival, but directly pushed open the door and entered the courtyard. As he stepped inside, the surroundings suddenly transformed, enveloping him in swirling mists that obscured all sense of direction. The Zhou cloud mist array? Lin Yun smiled gently, closed his eyes, and strolled into the formation, murmuring phrases such as left 7, right 5, front 13 as he walked. In the game 3 Realms, Luo Buzhou had set up a Zhou cloud mist array within his residence. Should players successfully navigate through the array, they would gain Luo Buzhou's favor, earning rewards or even triggering quests associated with him. Beyond being a cultivation enthusiast, Luo Buzhou was also a master of formations. His unique techniques required a certain understanding of formations to practice. Players specializing in formations had deciphered the pathway through Luo Buzhou's Zhou cloud mist array and shared it on forums. By following this path, even players without any knowledge of formations could traverse the Zhou cloud mist array and meet Luo Buzhou. The Zhou cloud mist array was merely a confinement formation, lacking any offensive capabilities. Of course, should one inadvertently take a wrong step, they would have to wait 3 days and nights until the formation automatically released them. Lin Yun had traversed the Zhou cloud mist formation multiple times in search of Luo Buzhou to trigger a quest, and thus he was well versed in the intricacies of the formation. Within the array, he moved forward and backward, left and right, for a substantial duration of half a quarter, until the surrounding mist suddenly dissipated, revealing a breathtaking garden abundant with various flowers, plants, and trees. At the heart of the garden lay a small lake, beside which stood a pavilion. A man clad in azure garments sat leisurely in the pavilion, fishing with a rod in hand. Sensing Lin Yun's arrival, the man glanced over, a smile illuminating his face. How curious that someone has breached my Zhou cloud mist formation and a foundation establishment cultivator at that. How intriguing. Chapter 18. Lin Yun's tragic background. Disciple Lin Yun pays his respects to Elder Luo, Lin Yun said as he approached the pavilion, bowing respectfully. Luo Buzhou appeared to be a young man of around 20, not much older than Lin Yun, yet in reality, he was over 70 years of age. Nonetheless, among Golden Core cultivators, 70 was considered quite youthful. Clad in a flowing azure robe, Luo Buzhou exuded an ethereal aura, entirely unlike those of the demonic path. Lin Yun's uninvited intrusion did not provoke anger in Luo Buzhou. Instead, he smiled warmly at Lin Yun and curiously inquired, "How did you manage to enter?" "Elder Luo, please forgive me. I did not intend to intrude. I merely stumbled upon this grand formation while passing by, and, being deeply fascinated by the art of formation, could not resist the urge to explore," Lin Yun explained. Upon hearing this, Luo Buzhou's interest was piqued. "You possess knowledge of formations?" "Somewhat, though I cannot claim mastery," Lin Yun replied, mustering courage. This was a means to cultivate rapport, a surefire way to bridge connections. Luo Buzhou laughed heartily, saying, "Who would have thought that during my assignment in Tianluo City, I would encounter a junior interested in the study of formations? How rare. The path of formations is notoriously challenging to enter and even harder to master. It can be succinctly described as difficult to learn and refine. Furthermore, the study of formations demands exceptional talent and comprehension, which is why practitioners are exceedingly rare, especially among demonic sects, where finding even one formation practitioner among 10,000 cultivators is a challenge. In contrast, the righteous sects boast several times more practitioners in the arts of formations, alchemy, and artifact crafting. Most individuals of the demonic path are primarily interested in combat. Subsequently, Luo Buzhou and Lin Yun engaged in a discussion about formations within the pavilion. Although Lin Yun had little genuine expertise in formations and would struggle to arrange even the simplest first-tier array, he had observed enough to form his own insights. In the online game Three Realms, formations were prevalent in most dungeons and secret realms, and lacking knowledge of formations made progress nearly impossible. This was akin to modern society, where everyone understands the principles of automobile manufacturing, and those frequenting automotive forums can speak knowledgeably about various brands. However, constructing a vehicle themselves would be utterly beyond their capabilities. Lin Yun's grasp of formations paralleled contemporary individuals' understanding of automobiles. While he could articulate concepts effectively, he was not equipped to create them. As their conversation unfolded, Lin Yun adeptly navigated the broader concepts of formations, while Luo Buzhou delved into specific details. The names of various formations, such as the Three Talents formation and the Four Symbols formation, flowed from Lin Yun's lips, each accompanied by discussions of their principles and merits. Some formations he mentioned were entirely unknown to Luo Buzhou. Their rapport blossomed, reminiscent of carefree discussions with university peers in a dormitory. Lin Yun retrieved 2 jars of fine wine from his storage pouch, exclaiming, "Come, let us drink and converse." As he opened the jars, a rich aroma wafted forth, causing Luo Buzhou's eyes to sparkle. He eagerly embraced one jar and took several hearty gulps. Aside from cultivation and formations, Luo Buzhou's greatest passion was savoring fine wine. In that moment, Lin Yun appeared more agreeable to him than even his own son. After more than an hour of animated discussion, they reluctantly paused. Luo Buzhou remarked, "Lin Yun, although your foundational knowledge of formations is abysmal, even inferior to that of an apprentice, your insights are indeed unique. I have gained much from our exchange today." With Luo Buzhou's expertise, it was clear he recognized Lin Yun's novice status in formations, yet Lin Yun's understanding of various arrays was impressive, leading to Luo Buzhou's perplexity. "I am curious. How, despite lacking formal training in the path of formations, do you possess such detailed knowledge of each array?" Luo Buzhou inquired, discerning Lin Yun's true capabilities. Lin Yun, anticipating this question, quickly concocted a sorrowful tale in his mind. With reddened eyes, he began his performance. "Elder Luo, to speak candidly, my father was a master of formations. He traveled throughout the central continent, studying both righteous and demonic arrays. Alas, fate dealt a cruel hand, and before he could impart his knowledge to me, he passed away unexpectedly." Lin Yun's voice quivered with emotion. Luo Buzhou regarded him with sympathy, thinking, "What a pitiful child. I derive my understanding of formations from my father's teachings during his lifetime and a tome he left behind, Comprehensive Guide to Central Continent Formations. Unfortunately, that precious book was lost in a great fire, the sole heirloom of my father and the culmination of his life's work." Lin Yun lamented, tears glistening in his eyes, as if reproaching himself for failing to safeguard the tome. Luo Buzhou, a man of sentiment, sighed deeply upon hearing Lin Yun's tragic tale. "I had no idea you hailed from a family of formation masters. It makes sense now. How regrettable that I have never encountered such a remarkable work as Comprehensive Guide to Central Continent Formations. Had my father still been alive, he would surely have found a kindred spirit in Elder Luo, Lin Yun added. Once again, Luo Buzhou sighed. Given your understanding of formations, it is indeed a pity you have not pursued the path. Would you be willing to study formations under my guidance? I would be honored, Lin Yun replied without hesitation, proclaiming, disciple Lin Yun pays respects to my master. However, Luo Buzhou waved his hand dismissively, saying, I shall merely impart knowledge of formations to you. You need not refer to me as master. Understood, Lin Yun answered, not pressing further. Luo Buzhou's reluctance to accept him as a disciple indicated that he lacked sufficient rapport. As long as Lin Yun frequented Luo Buzhou to cultivate goodwill, the opportunity to formally become a disciple would eventually arise. Having agreed to teach Lin Yun about formations was akin to boarding a vehicle. There was no rush to purchase a ticket. Satisfied with Lin Yun's lack of insistence, Luo Buzhou nodded approvingly. Had Lin Yun insisted on being accepted as a disciple, it might have displeased him and raised suspicions about Lin Yun's intentions. Starting tomorrow, come to me at dawn each day, and I shall teach you the path of formations. You need not return at other times, as I will be occupied with my cultivation. Understood. Luo Buzhou dedicates an hour each day to mentor Lin Yun, a gesture that fills Lin Yun with immense satisfaction. The fact that this fervent cultivator chooses to invest time in Lin Yun is akin to treating him like a cherished son. As Lin Yun glances at the sky, he bows respectfully to Luo Buzhou and expresses, disciple does not wish to further disturb Elder Luo's cultivation. I shall take my leave. Go ahead, Luo Buzhou replies. Just as Lin Yun turns to depart, Luo Buzhou suddenly calls out, wait. Lin Yun looks back to see Luo Buzhou retrieving a jar of wine from his storage pouch. With a smile, Luo Buzhou states, having enjoyed a jar of your exquisite wine earlier, I shall not take advantage of you. This jar is a gift. With a wave of his hand, the jar gently floats towards Lin Yun. Upon examining the jar's design, a surge of ecstasy fills Lin Yun. Thank you, Elder Luo, for your generous gift. Chapter 19. The drunken immortal brew. As Lin Yun exits Luo Buzhou's residence, his heart swells with excitement, yearning to release a triumphant roar to the heavens. This visit has unfolded with an astonishing smoothness, largely due to Lin Yun's understanding of Luo Buzhou's preferences and temperament. Lin Yun's bountiful rewards can be distilled into two key points. Firstly, Luo Buzhou has consented to impart his knowledge of formation techniques. While the study itself is significant, the real treasure lies in the relationship he has forged with Luo Buzhou. Firmly grasping this golden opportunity, daily visits to learn from Luo Buzhou will foster a bond that is likely to blossom naturally over time. Indeed, a relationship built on mutual respect and mentorship. The second reward, of course, is the jar of wine that Luo Buzhou presented to him, the drunken immortal brew. Lin Yun had anticipated that earning this favor might take several months, yet Luo Buzhou generously bestowed a jar upon him immediately. Truly, a cultivator of the golden core stage displays remarkable generosity. The drunken immortal brew is crafted from 360 rare, celestial materials collected from the central continent, the 10,000 great mountains, and the islands of the Eastern Sea. The value of this single jar rivals that of several top-tier magical artifacts. Should someone offer Lin Yun a supreme artifact in exchange for this jar, he would resolutely refuse. For golden core cultivators, the drunken immortal brew nourishes the soul and enhances cultivation, albeit with subtle effects. Even a single jar consumed by Luo Buzhou would only yield the equivalent of 10 days of cultivation advancement. He brews this exquisite wine not for the sake of enhancing his abilities, but purely for the pleasure it brings him. However, for Foundation Establishment cultivators, this brew is nothing short of miraculous. A single cup can replace a month of arduous training. Of course, it takes 3 days to fully absorb the brew's essence. Thus, for Foundation Establishment practitioners, consuming the drunken immortal brew can amplify their cultivation speed tenfold. Within the game 3 realms, players of the Foundation Establishment stage refer to it humorously as the tenfold cultivation pill. Even for core condensation cultivators, the brew can triple their cultivation speed. This jar of drunken immortal brew would sustain Lin Yun's cultivation journey to the core condensation stage with ample surplus. Normally, it would take him several years to progress from the 8th level of Foundation Establishment to core condensation, but with this brew, that time frame might shrink to mere months. Should he trigger a few rewarding cultivation tasks during this period, his ascension could be expedited even further. In addition to enhancing cultivation, the brew possesses the remarkable ability to nourish the soul. A stronger soul correlates with heightened comprehension, allowing for swifter mastery of techniques and spells. Furthermore, when faced with soul attacks, A more robust soul provides increased resistance. Most crucially, the strength of the soul determines the duration a cultivator can engage in training. Cultivators consume soul energy during practice, and once fatigued, they must cease their training. Forcing oneself to continue in a state of exhaustion not only drastically reduces efficiency, but also risks the dire consequences of losing control. Therefore, cultivators must allow time for their souls to recover after each session before resuming their practice. This limitation persists until one reaches the spirit transformation stage, where recovery rates become astonishingly rapid, allowing for decades, even centuries, of uninterrupted seclusion. While the nourishing effects of the drunken immortal brew may seem negligible to golden core or spirit transformation cultivators, for foundation establishment practitioners, the improvement is palpably evident. This jar alone is sufficient to triple Lin Yun's soul strength. After the Demonic Sect conquered Tianfeng City, they designated a section of the southern area for their disciples to reside. 3 refinement stage cultivators share a compound, while foundation establishment cultivators have their own quarters, and those at the core condensation stage reside in opulent mansions. Lin Yun's dwelling consists of 4 rooms, and he has cleared out the largest to serve as his cultivation chamber. Upon returning home with the drunken immortal brew, Lin Yun sits cross-legged in his cultivation room. He carefully pours a cup of the brew into a delicate jade cup, bringing it to his nose. The rich and fragrant aroma invigorates his senses, sharpening his mind as if awakening from a stupor. With a decisive motion, Lin Yun drinks the entire cup, the sweet and robust flavor flowing down his throat and settling in his belly. He gazes at the empty cup for a few seconds, then licks the remnants from the walls of the cup, savoring every drop. Only after this ritual does he contentedly set the cup aside. As the drunken immortal brew courses through him, it transforms into pure spiritual energy that disperses into Lin Yun's dantian and meridians. He closes his eyes and focuses inward, slowly refining the pure energy derived from the brew. Time passes unnoticed in his meditative state until he finally senses his soul becoming weary, at which point he awakens from his cultivation. Observing the outside light, he realizes it is already the early hours of the following day. This session lasted an astonishing hour. For a foundation establishment cultivator, 3 hours of cultivation represents the outer limit. Lin Yun's ability to cultivate for an hour is entirely thanks to the drunken immortal brew's nourishing properties. During this session, he has refined nearly half of the spiritual energy from that cup. His cultivation progress on the attributes panel has increased from 60% to 61% of the 8th level of foundation establishment. An increase of 1% in a single day is indeed remarkable. The only disappointment Lin Yun harbors is the stagnation of his task panel. Since the I am an undercover mission, no new tasks have emerged. Perhaps certain conditions or patterns are necessary to trigger new tasks, and he must discern them himself. With his soul rapidly recovering under the brew's influence, Lin Yun waits until it reaches 70 to 80% before preparing to leave his residence. He has arranged with Lo Buzhou to learn about formation techniques during the hour of the Chun, from 7 to 9 in the morning, and he cannot afford to be late. Though Lo Buzhou possesses a laid-back demeanor, no one appreciates tardiness. As Lin Yun walks through the streets, Tianfeng City has regained some vitality. Vendors are setting up stalls, and shops are beginning to open. After each city is conquered, the Demonic Sect indulges in a day of revelry, allowing their disciples to unleash their fury, but this is permitted for only a single day. Afterward, they cannot continue their rampage, for the sect also comprises human beings. If they slay all the inhabitants, where will they find fresh blood? Stopping at a bun shop along the street, Lin Yun purchases a steamer of buns. The owner, upon seeing Lin Yun's black light armor, indicative of his status as a disciple of the Demonic Sect, refuses to accept his payment. Lin Yun insists on paying, yet the owner kneels before him, adamant in his refusal. Lin Yun shook his head in resignation, clutching the steamed bun as he departed. Having not consumed a single grain of rice since yesterday, he was already famished. The practice of fasting would come later, once he reached the Yuan Shin stage. For now, he was still in the phase where a person is as strong as their meals, and missing one could leave him quite distressed. He devoured the bun in large bites while making his way to the residence of Lo Buzhou. Suddenly, 2 disciples of the Wanma sect, clad in black armor, blocked his path. Lin Yun, the senior brother on the left has summoned you to the residence, one of them stated. Lin Yun was taken aback and inquired, which senior brother on the left? Naturally, it is senior brothers Xianxia. Is there another left-named alchemist in Tianfeng City? The disciples flanked him, and upon hearing Lin Yun's question, the taller and leaner disciple on the right expressed his dissatisfaction. Lin Yun had no recollection of this Xianxia. There were dozens of alchemists in Tianfeng City, and having joined the Wanma sect just over 10 days prior, it was impossible for him to recognize them all. Nonetheless, as Xianxia was an alchemist, Lin Yun understood that it would be unwise to offend him. Although he had crossed paths with Guanhong deeply, he did not consider himself capable of challenging an alchemist. Guanhong's strength was among the weakest in that rank, and had it not been for Zhang Ming's intervention that day, he might have met his demise at Guanhong's hands. Thus, any alchemist was not someone he could take lightly at this stage. Lin Yun clasped his hands together before the two disciples, asking, "May I inquire about the reason for Senior Brothers' summons?" He had never met Xianxia and could not fathom why he would wish to see him. Was it possible that Xianxia was an associate of Zhang Ming or Ji Wuxin, seeking revenge for his previous offenses? "You'll find out once you go. There's no need for so many questions," the lean disciple replied dismissively. His tone irked Lin Yun, yet knowing Xianxia was behind him, he repressed his irritation. If he were to retaliate, it would be seen as a provocation against Xianxia. He prioritized humility and cultivation over momentary pride, understanding the futility in offending an alchemist. "Please relay to Senior Brothers that I am currently preoccupied and unable to attend. Once my matters are resolved, I shall pay a visit," Lin Yun stated. With less than a quarter of an hour until the hour of Chun, he certainly could not forsake his appointment with Luo Buzhou for a mere acquaintance with an alchemist. The lean disciple raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Are you suggesting that Senior Brothers will wait for you? Who do you think you are?" The other disciple, however, maintained a more amiable demeanor, advising, "Brother Lin, are you truly planning to visit the Golden Elixir Elder? If not, it would be wise to accompany us to see Senior Brothers His temper is rather volatile, and if you arrive late, he may take it as a slight." Lin Yun regarded the kindly disciple and replied, "I indeed need to visit the Golden Elixir Elder. Elder Luo Buzhou has summoned me. How about this? I will first pay my respects to Senior Brothers and you too can inform Elder Luo to wait a moment." He would be visiting Luo Buzhou's residence daily, so there was no need to conceal this from the Wanma sect disciples. He wished to make it known that he, Lin Yun, had the backing of a Golden Elixir cultivator. Those who sought to bully him should think twice. The two disciples were momentarily taken aback by the revelation that Lin Yun intended to visit Elder Luo Buzhou. If that were the case, they could not permit Lin Yun to meet Xianxia first, as it would be a grave disservice to him. "Lin Yun, is that truly the case?" the lean disciple asked, skepticism evident in his voice. "Elder Luo Buzhou has only recently been appointed to Tianluo City. How could you possibly know him?" "If you doubt my words, you are welcome to accompany me," Lin Yun replied, striding toward Luo Buzhou's residence. The two disciples, still unconvinced, followed closely behind until they witnessed Lin Yun enter Luo Buzhou's abode, at which point they finally accepted the truth of his claims. Did Lin Yun not just arrive from the Sword Sect days ago? How could he possibly be acquainted with Elder Luo? The lean disciple murmured in disbelief. "Who am I to answer such questions? Let us return and inform Senior Brothers How we handle Lin Yun will be determined by him." Lin Yun traversed the Zhou-Tian cloud mist array and arrived in the garden of the residence. By the lakeside pavilion, Luo Buzhou was leisurely indulging in his own drink, awaiting Lin Yun's arrival. "Come and sit." Luo Buzhou gestured to the stone bench opposite him upon spotting Lin Yun. Lin Yun respectfully bowed, stating, "Disciple pays respects to Elder Luo." After Luo Buzhou nodded in acknowledgement, Lin Yun took a seat across from him. After a few casual exchanges, Luo Buzhou commenced formally imparting the principles of array formations to Lin Yun. Array formations, in essence, utilize array symbols as a guide, harnessing the powers of heaven and earth for one's use. The formations of our central continent, whether righteous or demonic, are fundamentally based on the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. Taiji, yin and yang, the 4 symbols, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, rain, fog. Everything in the world is encompassed within these 5 elements and 8 trigrams. Array formations are divided into 9 tiers, with the first 6 corresponding to the levels of power, body refinement, foundation establishment, Dan condensation, golden elixir, Yuan spirit, and earth immortals. As for formations above the 6th tier, they transcend the mortal realm. Only those at the celestial level possess the capability to arrange them. In the coming days, I will teach you the principles of formations and the arrangement method for the first tier gathering spirit formation. The gathering spirit formation is among the simplest of arrays. Mastering it will qualify you as a first-tier array master, marking your entry into the realm of array formations. Lin Yun attentively absorbed Luo Buzhou's discourse, then inquired, "Elder Luo, how long does it typically take to learn the gathering spirit formation and become a first-tier array master?" Luo Buzhou chuckled lightly in response. "For those of average aptitude in array formations, It generally takes about 6 months to progress from a beginner to a first-tier array master. The higher one's aptitude and comprehension, the shorter the time required. When I first began, I became a first-tier array master in less than a month. That was considered exceptionally swift across the entire central continent. There are no more than 10 array masters today who could surpass my speed. Elder Luo, your talents are truly remarkable. I am in awe. Lin Yun flattered him. Luo Buzhou laughed heartily. Although you have never truly studied the art of formations, your extensive knowledge of various arrays indicates a solid foundation. I do not expect you to match my pace and become a first-tier array master within a month. I shall allow you 3 months. Should you fail to achieve that within this time frame, I will cease my teachings. I will dedicate myself diligently and not disappoint you. While Lin Yun immersed himself in the study of array formations at Luo Buzhou's residence, the lean disciple and his companion arrived at Zhuo Qingshan's abode. Recounting the events that had transpired, Zhuo Qingshan was a man in his 30s, of average height, with an outstanding appearance. After listening to the disciple's account, he pondered for a moment and instructed, Gao Chao, you shall wait outside Elder Luo's residence. As soon as Lin Yun emerges, summon him immediately, and be courteous in your demeanor. Understood. Gao Chao, the amicable disciple, acknowledged. Once Gao Chao and his companion departed the hall, only Zhuo Qingshan and a young Foundation establishment disciple named He Yuanliang remained. It was a standard protocol among the 6 major sects of both righteous and demonic paths that only those who had reached the Dan condensation stage could take on disciples. Most cultivators would promptly recruit a few apprentices upon reaching this stage, fostering close ties. After all, the most reliable relationships, aside from familial bonds, are those between master and disciple. Master, Lin Yun has somehow established a connection with Elder Luo. Should we continue our pursuit of him? He Yuanliang queried. Zhuo Qingshan shook his head and remarked, it is certainly not advisable. Until we ascertain the nature of his relationship with Elder Luo, we must avoid any conflict with him. His refusal of Brother Zhang's invitation has offended Brother Zhang. I intended to teach him a lesson on Brother Zhang's behalf, but it seems that is no longer feasible. Why then did our master still invite him here? Although I will refrain from reprimanding him, I must fulfill the task entrusted to me by Brother Zhang. Otherwise, what explanation shall I provide when Brother Zhang returns and inquires? Chapter 21. First Level Array Master. Thank you, Elder, for your patient guidance. I shall take my leave now. After spending an hour learning the principles of array formation from Luo Buzhou, Lin Yun stood to bid farewell. Very well. Remember to arrive punctually tomorrow, Luo Buzhou replied. He was quite pleased with Lin Yun's aptitude for array formation. After all, he was indeed the son of his esteemed friend, Lin Qian. Upon exiting Luo Buzhou's residence, Lin Yun was greeted by a figure approaching him. Brother Lin, you have finally emerged. Brother Zhuo has been waiting for you, Gao Chao exclaimed, expressing his curiosity about what Lin Yun had been occupied with for an entire hour at Elder Luo's abode. It is said that some golden core cultivators can become exceedingly eccentric after prolonged cultivation, even developing peculiar preferences. Lin Yun, with his fair complexion and strikingly handsome features, certainly did not fit that mold. Please take me to Brother Zhuo, Lin Yun requested, pulling Gao Chao from his musings. Upon learning of his acquaintance with Elder Luo, Zhuo Qingshan, who may have harbored ulterior motives, should now have dismissed those thoughts, Lin Yun mused. In Zhuo Qingshan's residence, Lin Yun encountered him. Brother Lin, you have finally arrived. Please, take a seat, Zhuo Qingshan said warmly, personally ushering Lin Yun to a chair and pouring him tea. No one would suspect that he had been contemplating how to reprimand Lin Yun just moments before. Lin Yun inclined his hands in respectful acknowledgement and, once Zhuo Qingshan was seated, said, I apologize for my tardiness, Brother Zhuo. Zhuo Qingshan waved his hand dismissively, stating, as you were summoned by Elder Luo, it is only right to prioritize him. May I inquire what matters Elder Luo wished to discuss with you? Lin Yun displayed a hint of discomfort on his face and replied, forgive me, brother, but Elder Luo specifically instructed me to keep the matter confidential. Zhuo Qingshan's expression stiffened momentarily before he burst into hearty laughter. How presumptuous of me. The affairs of Elder Luo are indeed not for me to pry into. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Yun inquired, may I ask why you summoned me, Brother Zhuo? Lin Yun had pressing matters to attend to, including refining the drunken immortal brew, delving into array formations, and contemplating the sword intent within the sword embryo. He wished for nothing more than to stretch a single day into 3. Good news indeed, Zhuo Qingshan exclaimed as he retrieved a porcelain vial from his storage pouch. This contains a demonic seed, which Brother Zhang specifically instructed me to deliver to you before his departure. Lin Yun accepted the vial from Zhuo Qingshan, his brow furrowing slightly. Having previously offended Zhang Ming, Why would Zhan bequeath a demonic seed to him? Was this a show of dominance? Or perhaps, while he viewed the seed as unsavory, it might be considered a precious elixir for practitioners of the demonic path. The gesture perplexed him. Alternatively, could this demonic seed be a request from Li Qiubai for Zhan Ming to give to him? If so, it would make sense, as Li Qiubai aimed to cultivate him into a ruthless demon, and a seed capable of influencing one's spirit would be an invaluable tool. Seeing Lin Yun lost in thought, Zhuo Qingshan continued, I have a humble request. I hope you do not take offense. Lin Yun looked at him quizzically. Brother Zhan wishes for me to witness you consume this demonic seed, Zhuo Qingshan elucidated. It is a request from Brother Zhan, and I hope you do not make it difficult for me. Lin Yun smiled. What difficulty could there be? Even if you did not mention it, I would still consume this demonic seed. With that, Lin Yun poured the seed from the vial into his mouth and swallowed it whole. As the seed settled within him, he initially considered using the power of the sword embryo to refine it, but then opted to retain it in his dantian. With the sword embryo present, the seed could not possibly affect his mind, rendering the distinction between refining it or leaving it largely inconsequential. It would be prudent to keep it for potential future use. Brother Lin, you are indeed decisive, Zhuo Qingshan remarked, laughing heartily at Lin Yun's unhesitating consumption of the seed. This seed is a valuable asset for practitioners of the demonic path. I would be hard-pressed to acquire even one. By the way, Brother Lin, do you have any intentions of transitioning to demonic cultivation? Would you like me to provide you with a technique? Zhuo Qingshan inquired. Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Zhuo, Lin Yun replied. However, as a sword cultivator, I require a demonic technique that aligns with the sword path to make such a transition. That is indeed unfortunate. Zhuo Qingshan sighed. As a member of the 10,000 Demon Sect, it would be wise to seek a way to transition to a demonic technique as soon as possible. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Zhuo. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Please, go ahead. Lin Yun departed, with Zhuo Qingshan personally escorting him to the entrance. Despite Zhuo Qingshan's warm demeanor, Lin Yun felt no inclination of camaraderie towards him. He understood that had it not been for Luo Buzhou, Zhuo Qingshan would undoubtedly have presented a very different facade today. Lin Yun's days were filled with either diligently studying array formations, or savoring the drunken immortal brew for cultivation, or contemplating the sword intent within the sword embryo, leading to a fulfilling existence. Typically, sword cultivators begin to comprehend sword intent upon reaching the golden core realm, with each cultivator's understanding being unique. The sword intent within Lin Yun's embryo primarily focused on decisive combat, embodying a fierce and relentless spirit, which resonated with Lin Yun's own disposition. However, the path to enlightenment was elusive. Lin Yun found it exceedingly challenging to grasp sword intent with only his foundation establishment level of cultivation. Day after day, he pondered the sword embryo, yet remained in a fog, making no discernible progress. It is no wonder that the vast majority of cultivators only begin to comprehend their path after reaching the golden core stage, when their spiritual strength is sufficiently robust. Attempting to grasp the path before this, without exceptional opportunities, is often a futile endeavor and a waste of time. Were it not for the sword embryo, Lin Yun would have never attempted to understand sword intent at the foundation establishment stage, as it would have been a fruitless endeavor. On the 5th day of studying array formations under Luo Buzhou, Lin Yun retrieved 13 spirit stones from the garden and inscribed array symbols into them based on the principles he had learned over the past few days. Subsequently, he established a first-level gathering spirit array in the garden, following the principles of the 8 trigrams and the 5 elements. He then performed the necessary hand seals to activate the array. The gathering spirit array emitted a barely audible hum before radiating a soft white light. Soon, the array began to operate, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into its confines. The gathering spirit array is a success, Lin Yun exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he observed the array functioning normally. Luo Buzhou stood nearby, hands clasped behind his back, wearing a seemingly indifferent expression, yet internally astonished. This young man had managed to successfully establish the gathering spirit array in just 5 days. Was Lin Xian's son truly so gifted? It seemed he had previously boasted about taking nearly a month to establish the same array. Reflecting on it now, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Elder, I have successfully established the gathering spirit array, have I not? Lin Yun queried with pride. Luo Buzhou cleared his throat and replied, though there are some imperfections, overall, it can be deemed a success. Lin Yun laughed. The gathering spirit array is rather straightforward, isn't it? I recall you took over a month to learn it. Perhaps you were too focused on your own cultivation to dedicate time to array formation? Having spent considerable time with Luo Buzhou, Lin Yun felt less constrained and more comfortable sharing lighthearted banter. Luo Buzhou, possessing a congenial disposition, was not one to be overly serious and enjoyed engaging in jovial conversation with Lin Yun. Cough, cough, Luo Buzhou cleared his throat again, saying, "That is indeed the case. The spirit-gathering array, so deceptively simple, could not have taken me a month to master had I applied myself diligently. Moreover, at that time, I was on my own, without the guidance of a renowned master. How different it is for you now, having a grandmaster of formations like me to instruct you personally." Lin Yun pondered this, realizing how rare it was for someone to be mentored by a master of an array at the level of Golden Core when first embarking on their journey. With this thought, his gratitude and respect for Luo Buzhou deepened. He unearthed the 13 spirit stones inscribed into the array symbol and carefully stored them in his spatial pouch. Upon returning, he intended to set up the spirit-gathering array in his cultivation chamber, transforming it into a true sanctum of practice. A cultivation room devoid of such an array lacks any essence. Chapter 22, Foundation Establishment, 9th layer. Over a month passed. Lin Yun sat cross-legged within the spirit-gathering array of his chamber, his internal cultivation method in motion, absorbing the ambient spiritual energy while refining the essence of the drunken immortal brew within him. This dual approach visibly intensified his internal vital energy. After enduring a month of arduous cultivation, supplemented by the tenfold benefits of the brew, his cultivation level had reached 99 of the 8th layer of foundation establishment. With the 9th layer tantalizingly within reach, his endeavor was to fully replenish that final 1% and ascend to the 9th layer. As his internal vital energy surged, it eventually shattered the threshold of the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Lin Yun opened his eyes, their brilliance illuminating the room. He had achieved the 9th layer. He accessed his attribute panel to review his current status. Name: Lin Yun. Race: Human Sect. Wanma Sect. Sword Sect. Position: Ordinary Disciple, Elite Disciple. Cultivation level: 9th layer of foundation establishment, 0. Array Mastery. First tier Array Master. Alchemical Arts. Not studied Refinement Arts. Not studied Beast Taming. Not studied Cultivation Method. Jingzhiju, Mid-level Profound. Techniques: Sword Control Technique, Mid-level Profound. Cloak Sword Technique, Upper level Yellow. Fire Talisman Technique, Lower level Yellow. Thunder Summoning Technique, Mid-level Yellow. Divine Abilities: None Talent. Sword Embryo Body, 5-star Talent. After refining the Sword Embryo, Lin Yun acquired a 5-star talent associated with the Sword Embryo Body. The game 3 Realms boasted numerous players, each endowed with an array of extraordinary talents. With 5-star talents being the pinnacle, it remained uncertain whether talents beyond 5 stars existed. Upon successfully forming the spirit-gathering array and achieving the rank of a first-tier array master, his personal attribute panel revealed 4 supplementary professions: Array Master, Alchemical Arts, Refinement Arts, and Beast Taming, these being the most mainstream professions in the Central Continent. Each of these disciplines, when cultivated to their zenith, held the potential to wield extraordinary powers. The Spirit Void Realm was divided into 5 major regions. In addition to the Central Continent where humans reside, there lay the vast mountains inhabited by the demon race to the north, the endless forest home to the feathered race to the south, the eastern sea where the tide race lurked, and the northern realm known as the Zone of Life and Death, the Desert of Doom. The Spirit Void Realm boasted 4 major races and numerous soul transformation practitioners, with no fewer than 100. The most recognized among them was a practitioner of the beast taming profession, Zhou Ruoxu. Zhou Ruoxu, a human cultivator, resided independently on an island in the Eastern Sea. Having perfected the art of beast taming to its utmost limits, he could command various beasts and spirit creatures, merging with them at will and summoning a tidal wave of beasts with a mere thought, capable of devastation on a grand scale. In simpler terms, he resembled a traditional MMORPG summoner, overwhelming opponents with sheer numbers. His legion of beasts could easily overpower a lone practitioner. Meanwhile, practitioners of formations, alchemy, and refinement arts also emerged with exceptional talents. Luo Buzhou was undoubtedly a representative figure in the domain of formations, though he seldom revealed his prowess, leaving outsiders unaware of the depth of his expertise. Lin Yun followed Luo Buzhou to study formations, motivated both by the desire to foster a closer bond and the genuine ambition to master the art of formations, thereby enhancing his swordsmanship with strategic support, allowing him to dominate peers of the same level. Emerging from his cultivation chamber, Lin Yun resolved to take a stroll. After dedicating over a month solely to training, he found himself utterly fatigued, not in body, but in spirit, a state he termed soul weariness. He feared that without a proper respite, he might drive himself to madness. Just as he was about to step outside, a knock echoed at the gate. Upon opening it, He found a fellow disciple of the Wanma sect, standing respectfully at the threshold. "Brother Lin, fortunate that you have not departed. Elderly has summoned you. You must hurry." The disciple informed him. Lin Yun was taken aback at the mention of Li Qiubai summoning him. Why would a prominent Golden Core practitioner wish to call upon a mere Foundation establishment disciple? Although perplexed, he did not dare delay and promptly followed the disciple to Li Qiubai's residence. As they walked, Lin Yun pondered the reason for the summons but found no clarity. The only possibility that came to mind was that Li Qiubai, perhaps feeling bored, sought to entertain himself by mentoring him. Upon arriving at Li Qiubai's estate, the guiding disciple escorted him to the entrance of a hall, saying, "Elderly awaits you inside. Brother Lin, you may enter." Lin Yun expressed his gratitude and approached the hall's entrance. Bowing respectfully to the closed door, he announced, "Disciple Lin Yun, summoned to pay respects to elderly. Enter," came Li Qiubai's voice from within. With a gentle push, Lin Yun entered the hall, where he found Li Qiubai reclining lazily in a grand chair at the center, his long crimson hair cascading down, exuding an air of nonchalance. Despite his relaxed demeanor, Lin Yun felt an invisible pressure that made his breathing slightly labored. A disciple of the condensation core stage knelt a distance away, forehead pressed to the ground, trembling incessantly. "Disciple Lin Yun pays respects to the elder," Lin Yun stated, halting some 2 yards from Li Qiubai and bowing respectfully. Li Qiubai chuckled softly, gesturing towards a chair on his left. "Sit and speak." "Yes," Lin Yun replied, settling into the chair, maintaining a straight posture, though his head tilted slightly downward. "Do as elderly instructs without question or hesitation. Simply comply. Should you be overly polite and insist on standing, your head may find itself detached in an instant," he mused silently. Lin Yun kept his gaze lowered, remaining quietly seated. When Li Qiubai remained silent, he did not dare to speak freely. "I hear you visit Luo Buzhou every day at the morning hour. Were you previously acquainted?" Li Qiubai inquired casually. Lin Yun straightened his posture and replied, "To report to the elder, I had no prior acquaintance with Elder Luo. On that day, I inadvertently entered Elder Luo's residence and unwittingly traversed through the Zhou Tian cloud mist array he had set. Upon noticing my potential, Elder Luo invited me to visit daily to impart the knowledge of formations. You inadvertently breached an array that many Golden Core practitioners could not? How fortuitous." Li Qiubai remarked with a knowing smile. "In my 100 years of cultivation, I have yet to encounter someone so fortunate. Can you elucidate where this luck comes from?" Lin Yun sat rigidly, his back damp with sweat. Li Qiubai's words clearly indicated his disbelief in the notion that Lin Yun had stumbled through the Zhou Tian cloud mist array by mere chance. Observing Lin Yun's apprehensive demeanor, Li Qiubai suddenly chuckled lightly. "Very well, be it luck or cunning, I care not. Since Elder Luo Buzhou has taken an interest in you, it is imperative that you diligently study the art of formations under his guidance and not disappoint him. Do you understand?" The disciple comprehends. Lin Yun exhaled a sigh of relief and hurriedly replied. "I have summoned you here for a task," Li Qiubai stated, referring to the fool who kneels on the ground as the one previously responsible for this matter. Chapter 23. Serving the tiger. The kneeling disciple of the condensation dance stage trembled even more violently upon hearing Li Qiubai's words. "Elder, please grant me 3 more days. No, just 2 days, and I will certainly find them. I implore you for another chance." The disciple knelt, his forehead firmly pressed to the ground. Being deemed a waste by Li Qiubai often leads to a tragic fate. Li Qiubai cast a disdainful glance at him and said to Lin Yun, "Lin Yun, kill him." Lin Yun was taken aback by the command. "Elder, spare me, spare me." The condensation Dan disciple finally raised his head, his face a mask of terror and pleading. Lin Yun recognized this disciple, named Wei Xingyuan, who had a cultivation of the 3rd level of condensation Dan. Wei Xingyuan was not a native disciple of the 10,000 Demon Sect, but had come from the Sword Sect, one of the 3 great demonic sections. Indeed, it was the Sword Sect. The 10,000 Demons Sect not only accepts righteous sect disciples, but also welcomes those from demonic sects without reservation. Consequently, the internal composition of the 10,000 Demons Sect is exceedingly complex and a veritable mix of good and bad. Naturally, there are also numerous spies implanted by other sections. The higher-ups of the 10,000 Demons Sect are well aware of the issue concerning spies, yet they remain indifferent. Disciples who betray their original sects find it challenging to earn genuine trust within the 10,000 Demons Sect. In the eyes of the upper echelons, these defectors are merely tools presented to them for free. As long as you can accomplish your tasks, it matters not whether you are a spy from another sect. Conversely, if you fail to deliver, the 10,000 Demons Sect does not tolerate failure. Wei Xingyuan, kneeling and begging for mercy, stands as a prime example of this principle. Li Qiubai coldly regarded Wei Zhengyuan and cast a slight glance at Lin Yun, saying, "Lin Yun, did you not hear my command?" There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Li Qiubai's tone. The disciple obeys. Lin Yun dared not hesitate further and drew the azure water sword from his storage bag, approaching the pleading Wei Zhengyuan before plunging the sword down. The kneeling Wei Zhengyuan ceased his pleas, gritting his teeth and displaying a fierce expression as he rose to strike at Lin Yun. Since Li Qiubai refused to grant him a chance for survival, he could only fight to the death. Sitting in his grand chair, Li Qiubai snorted softly and waved his hand, immobilizing Wei Zhengyuan in place. Helpless, Wei Zhengyuan could only watch as Lin Yun's sword pierced through his heart. His eyes widened, filled with unwillingness. Lin Yun sheathed his sword and stood quietly beside Wei Zhengyuan's corpse. On his attribute panel, Lin Yun's cultivation progressed from 0 in the 9th level of Foundation Establishment to 5, a sudden increase of 5 percentage points. The experience gained from defeating a foe of a higher level is indeed bountiful. Alas, such fortunate events are rare and hard to come by. Well done. Li Qiubai cast a glance at Wei Zhengyuan's corpse, expressing satisfaction. The Shadow Guard has reported that when the Sword Sect withdrew from Tianfeng City, they left behind 5 disciples at the Foundation Establishment stage, intending for them to act as insiders when the Sword Sect counterattacks. Your task is to locate these 5 individuals. The Shadow Guard is the intelligence agency of the 10,000 Demon Sect, shrouded in mystery. I will arrange for 4 Foundation Establishment disciples to assist you, and you may mobilize disciples at the body refinement stage as you see fit. My only requirement is this: find these 5 individuals within 3 days. Complete the task, and you shall become an elite disciple of the 10,000 Demon Sect. Fail, and you will meet the same fate as him. Li Qiubai pointed at Wei Zhengyuan's body. Lin Yun glanced at Wei Zhengyuan's corpse and replied, "The disciple obeys." This task set by Li Qiubai caught Lin Yun off guard. He himself was an undercover agent from the Sword Sect infiltrating the 10,000 Demon Sect. Yet now Li Qiubai ordered him to uncover the hidden disciples of the Sword Sect within Tianfeng City. From the perspective of the Sword Sect, Lin Yun naturally cannot fulfill this task. However, failure to complete it within 3 days would lead to his demise. To save his own life, Lin Yun was left with no choice but to sacrifice the lives of these 5 fellow disciples. Once he locates these individuals and hands them over to Li Qiubai, even if the high-ranking members of the Sword Sect become aware of his status as an undercover agent, they would harbor resentment towards him. They might even suspect that he has betrayed the Sword Sect and fully aligned himself with the 10,000 Demons Sect. There are numerous disciples within the 10,000 Demons Sect capable of accomplishing this task, yet Li Qiubai specifically chose him, likely harboring such intentions. Although Li Qiubai remains unaware that Lin Yun is an undercover agent from the Sword Sect, Lin Yun must find various means to sever his ties with the Sword Sect. It is truly baffling that Li Qiubai, a dignified Golden Core stage cultivator, would expend such effort on a mere Foundation Establishment disciple like Lin Yun. Lin Yun felt a sense of foreboding, realizing that if he allowed Li Qiubai to manipulate him, he might drift further away from the Sword Sect, unable to return. Regrettably, he lacked the ability to resist before Li Qiubai. Just as now, regardless of his internal thoughts, he could only obediently seek out the 5 Sword Sect disciples to preserve his own life. Upon exiting Li Qiubai's residence, Lin Yun was accompanied by 4 Foundation Establishment disciples dispatched to assist him. Li Qiubai had granted him 3 days, and today marked the first day. Standing on the bustling street, with the sun shining brightly at noon, Lin Yun felt a chill in his heart. The only source of solace was that after Li Qiubai assigned him this task, the task panel surprisingly refreshed with a new mission. Task name: serving the Tiger. Task description: as an undercover agent from the Sword Sect infiltrating the 10,000 Demons Sect, you must reluctantly serve the Tiger and personally locate the 5 Sword Sect disciples hidden within Tianfeng City. You are forced to betray your fellow disciples solely to gain the 10,000 Demons Sect's trust and better conceal your identity. Task progress: 0.5 task reward, 20 cultivation increase, 1 celestial affinity token. Lin Yun gazed at the words in the task description and couldn't help but chuckle. Well, it seems I have found a justification for betraying my fellow disciples. Should I one day return to the Sword Sect, I can merely recount the events as they transpired. A reward of 20 cultivation increase is indeed incredibly generous. Even with the assistance of the Drunken Immortal Brew, it would still require 20 days to achieve such a boost. This task would allow him to advance to the Condensation Dance stage 20 days ahead of schedule. However, what truly captivated him was the Celestial Affinity token among the rewards. This was an exceedingly precious item in the game 3 Realms, and Lin Yun had assumed such things would not exist in the real world of Lingxiu. The celestial affinity token, when used, would summon a celestial figure. By passing the trials set by this figure, one could receive certain rewards. The quality of these rewards would depend on one's performance during the trials. Regaining his focus, Lin Yun turned to the 4 disciples beside him and inquired, "Have you uncovered any valuable leads from your investigations in the past few days?" These 4 Foundation establishment disciples had previously assisted Wei Xingyuan. Upon hearing that Wei Xingyuan had been executed by Li Qiubai, they were all trembling with fear, concerned that if they failed to complete their task, Li Qiubai's wrath would be directed at them. Thus, they were entirely devoted to assisting Lin Yun. Reporting to Senior Brother Lin, "We have searched every household in Tianluo City under Wei Xingyuan's command in recent days. Any suspicious Foundation establishment cultivators we encountered were apprehended and subjected to intense interrogation, yet we gleaned no useful information," said a disciple named Sun Liu. His face contorted in distress. This did not surprise Lin Yun. The Sword Sect had operated in Tianluo City for hundreds of years, and it could be said that every household in the city had some connection to the Sword Sect. Given the thorough preparations made by the Sword Sect disciples, it was a fool's errand to expect to unearth them through mere cursory searches. Chapter 24. The Dungeon. What became of those suspicious Foundation establishment cultivators? Lin Yun inquired once more. "They remain imprisoned," Sun Liu replied. "However, we have subjected each of them to rigorous interrogation and conducted thorough investigations, effectively ruling out the possibility of them being disciples of the Sword Sect. The reason for their continued confinement is that Senior Brother Wei Xingyuan is unwilling to let them go." Lin Yun nodded and stated, "Take me to meet these cultivators." He wished to ascertain whether any disciples of the Sword Sect were among them. The disciples who remained with the Sword Sect were undoubtedly resolute and fearless individuals. The likelihood of them confessing to being Sword Sect disciples under duress was slim. As for investigations, the carefully crafted identities of Sword Sect disciples would hardly yield any flaws that the 10,000 Demons Sect could easily uncover. Although the 10,000 Demons Sect had occupied Tianluo City for less than 2 months, they had no substantial roots there. Lin Yun, stationed in Tianfeng City, was adjacent to Tianluo City and had numerous acquaintances among the seniors and juniors of the Sword Sect. During his leisure time, he frequently visited Tianluo City. While he could not claim to know every Sword Sect disciple there, he had a general impression of most. If there were indeed Sword Sect disciples among the suspicious Foundation establishment cultivators, he was confident he would recognize them at a glance. Although this course of action was decidedly underhanded, he felt compelled to do so for the sake of his own survival. "Junior Brother Lin, we have already investigated these individuals thoroughly. There is absolutely no chance they are Sword Sect disciples. We have only 3 days, and there is no need to waste any more time on them." One of the 4, a man of average build and unremarkable appearance, spoke stiffly. While Sun Liu and the others referred to Lin Yun as Senior Brother, this man called him Junior Brother. His name was Jiang Quan, a Foundation establishment 9th layer cultivator, comparable to Lin Yun. Although Jiang Quan was temporarily adhering to Lin Yun's commands on the orders of Li Qiubai, he held no confidence in Lin Yun. Hearing that Lin Yun wanted to meet those they had already investigated meticulously, he could not resist voicing his dissent. In his view, Lin Yun's actions were nothing short of a waste of everyone's time. Lin Yun cast a glance at him and remarked, "Would you like me to consult Elderly and have you take charge of this task?" Jiang Quan's expression stiffened at Lin Yun's retort, and after several attempts to speak, he ultimately refrained from saying anything further. He feared that Lin Yun, in his impetuosity, might actually go to Li Qiubai. If that happened, it was inevitable that Li Qiubai would reprimand Lin Yun, and Jiang Quan would undoubtedly find himself in an even worse position. Regardless, if the task is not completed, Elderly will first place the blame on Lin Yun. Today's Wei Xingyuan is but a reflection of Lin Yun 3 days hence. The suspicious Foundation establishment disciples were incarcerated in a dungeon located in the southern part of the city. This dungeon was constructed by the Sword Sect, surrounded by impenetrable rock, inscribed with runes capable of withstanding attacks from condensation pill cultivators. Below the dungeon lay a spirit-absorbing array that enveloped the entire structure, effectively isolating it from the surrounding spiritual energy. Within the confines of the array, cultivators could not absorb even the slightest trace of celestial spiritual energy. Even the spiritual energy stored within a cultivator's body would gradually dissipate inside the array. A Foundation establishment cultivator confined within the spirit-absorbing array for several days would find their true energy entirely depleted, rendering them indistinguishable from an ordinary person. As for a condensation pill cultivator, they could endure for no more than a month. Of course, the imprisoned cultivators retained their cultivation levels, and upon their release, they could absorb celestial spiritual energy to restore their powers without any lasting effects. Upon arriving at the dungeon, Lin Yun and his companions entered under the guidance of the guards. The dungeon lay 3 zhang below ground, its environment dark and damp, illuminated only by the dim yellow glow of wall sconces on either side. The group descended the stone steps slowly, enveloped in the faint light. As Lin Yun stepped into the dungeon, he immediately sensed the complete absence of celestial spiritual energy around him. This total isolation from spiritual energy was profoundly uncomfortable, akin to a fish out of water. Concurrently, he felt his internal true energy beginning to dissipate. With a flicker of thought, he activated his golden sword chi to securely envelop his dantian. Indeed, once his dantian was shrouded in golden sword chi, the depletion of his true energy ceased. It appeared that the spirit-absorbing array was powerless against the high-level force of golden sword chi. The group continued down the spiraling stone steps until they reached the dungeon's base, where a dark passage awaited them. Alongside the passage were stone chambers sealed with black iron bars. These chambers served as cells for the imprisoned individuals. Runes flowed along both the stone walls and the iron bars, demonstrating the Sword Sect's meticulous craftsmanship in constructing the dungeon. There were a total of 15 suspicious Foundation establishment cultivators, all confined within these stone chambers. As Sun Liu spoke, the group arrived at the first cell. Lin Yun peered through the iron bars and saw a man in his 30s inside. His square face, thick brows, and large eyes made him the epitome of a righteous man. Having endured the brutal interrogations of the 10,000 Demon Sect, he sat disheveled and despondent within the cell. His name was Zhen Jingyi, a cultivator from the Zhen family. His identity was not particularly suspicious, yet senior brother Wei Zhengyuan found his appearance too virtuous and, given his name, suspected he might have ties to the Sword Sect, prompting his capture. Zhen Jingyi staggered forward, a mournful expression on his face as he pleaded, "Esteemed sirs, I truly have no connection to the Sword Sect. My appearance is simply a product of my parents, and my name was bestowed upon me by them. It bears no relation to my character. I have committed all manner of misdeeds since childhood, thieving at 3, robbing at 4, and peeping at young girls bathing at 5. I have been a scoundrel throughout my life. Though my name is Zhen Jingyi, I have no affinity with righteousness. In my heart, I have long revered the demonic path, especially the 10,000 Demon Sect, dreaming of joining their ranks." Tears and snot streamed down Zhen Jingyi's face as he spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Lin Yun regarded him with sympathy and said, "Perhaps you should consider changing your name. Zhen Jingyi does not suit you. How about Jinxie?" Yes, I shall change it immediately. From this day forth, I shall be known as Zhen Xie. Thank you for the name, esteemed sir." Zhen Jingyi, now Zhen Xie, shamelessly declared, "What does it matter if a man does not change his name or surname? To hell with it. If my life is at stake, what good is saving face?" Lin Yun chuckled softly and said, "Release him." "Release him?" Sun Liu was taken aback by this. Zhen Jingyi, no, Zhen Xie, was overjoyed. And with a thud, he knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed sir, for your mercy. Since he is not a disciple of the Sword Sect, what purpose does it serve to keep him here? Do meals come without cost?" Lin Yun remarked. "Senior brother has a point." Sun Liu promptly ordered Zhen Xie's release. They proceeded to the second cell, then the third, and the fourth. Some cells housed 1 individual, while others contained 2 or 3. After examining the prisoners within the cells, Lin Yun did not pose a single question and opted to release them all. The others, following in his wake, were left bewildered, thinking that senior brother Lin was not seeking Sword Sect disciples, but rather rescuing people. However, since Li Qiubai had designated Lin Yun as the lead for this mission, they dared not voice their opinions. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun had liberated 13 individuals, leaving only 2 remaining in the dungeon. "Junior brother Lin, are you not performing good deeds?" Jiang Quan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Do you think you are still a disciple of the Sword Sect?" Lin Yun shot him a glance and retorted, "Is junior brother how you address me? If you are dissatisfied, shall we settle this outside?" Lin Yun was well aware of Jiang Quan's discontent, and it was not limited to him alone. The other 3, including Sun Liu, shared a similar sentiment. Thus, he decided to use Jiang Quan as a scapegoat to assert his authority. Ultimately, the 10,000 Demon Sect spoke the language of strength. While Lin Yun preferred to remain inconspicuous to avoid unnecessary conflicts, he would not allow himself to be underestimated. As it stands, this task has become a personal endeavor. Yet, Jiang Quan repeatedly challenges and mocks me. If I remain silent and allow Jiang Quan to provoke me, others will not perceive my restraint as magnanimity, but rather as weakness, leading to a loss of respect and authority. Consequently, my commands will be disregarded. I intended to seek guidance from Lin Shidi regarding the unparalleled sword techniques of the Sword Sect. Jiang Quan, unwilling to concede, proclaimed that in the assaults on Tianfeng City and Tianluo City, he had slain no fewer than 8 Sword Sect disciples. Such claims of unmatched swordsmanship and the ability to vanquish myriad techniques are mere empty boasts. Lin Yun cast a cold glance at him and continued onward. Eventually, a man and a woman found themselves confined within the same stone chamber. Lin Yun stood at the entrance, peering inside. The pair had endured severe torture at the hands of the Wanma sect, their garments tattered and bodies marred with wounds. Despite her face being smeared with dirt, the woman possessed an undeniable beauty. Her torn clothing revealed her fair skin and scars, adding an unexpected allure to her appearance. The two had already sensed the commotion outside, realizing that the Wanma sect had released the others, filling their hearts with joy. With the others set free, it seemed unlikely that the Wanma sect would continue to torment them. The woman, in particular, had noticed the guards' lingering glances, filled with an unmistakable hunger. Remaining imprisoned could lead to dreadful consequences. As they looked outside the stone chamber and spotted Lin Yun, their expressions shifted slightly. Lin Shitty, what is he doing here? In truth, this man and woman were 2 of the 5 disciples from the Sword Sect. The man, Wen Hao, was at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, while the woman, Xing Ro, was at the 6th level. They had grown up together as childhood sweethearts and had become partners in adulthood. Initially, the elders of the Sword Sect intended to leave Wen Hao behind, but Xing Ro insisted on accompanying him, declaring that she would not abandon him during such perilous times. The elders, unable to resist her fervor, consented to her request. Upon seeing Lin Yun outside the chamber, their expressions initially changed, but they quickly masked their anxiety. Their fingers interlocked tightly. They were aware of the news regarding Lin Yun's surrender to the Wanma sect. After Tianfeng City fell, senior brother Hu Yuanda had managed to escape and brought word of Lin Yun, Su Feng, and other Sword Sect disciples' betrayal, claiming that they had slaughtered those who refused to submit, with Lin Yun personally executing the esteemed senior brother Wen Tianming. When they discussed Lin Yun in private, they had vehemently condemned him as a traitor. They never anticipated that he would appear before them in such a manner, standing side by side, fingers entwined. They hoped that Lin Yun would, out of respect for their past camaraderie, refrain from revealing their identities. The iron bars were opened, and Sun Liu glanced at Wen Hao and Xing Ro with impatience, waving his hand and instructing, release them as well. Previously, Lin Yun had silently freed the captives after assessing them, and everyone expected the same this time, prompting Sun Liu to issue his command without hesitation. The guards, with greedy and regretful gazes fixed on Xing Ro, prepared to release them, but Lin Yun raised a hand to halt them. Wait. He stepped forward, standing before Wen Hao and Xing Ro, and, under their tense scrutiny, offered a gentle smile. When Xixiang, Zheng Shiji, it has been a long time. At his words, everyone in the dungeon was taken aback. The members of the Wanma sect regarded Wen Hao and Xing Ro with astonishment. Lin Xixiang, have you made a mistake? Sun Liu could not help but inquire. They had verified the identities of these 2 multiple times. They could not possibly be disciples of the Sword Sect. Ignoring Sun Liu, Lin Yun maintained a calm gaze on Wen Hao and Xing Ro. They realized their identities could no longer remain concealed. Lin Yun recognized them, and if he chose not to feign ignorance, any defense they mounted would be futile. Lin Shitty, I always believed you to be a steadfast and righteous person. I never expected you to truly ally with the Wanma sect. Wen Hao sighed. He had hoped that Lin Yun's betrayal was merely a means of survival, still holding some loyalty to the Sword Sect, and that he might, out of past friendship, pretend not to recognize them. Yet Lin Yun ruthlessly shattered this illusion. Lin Yun, why have you done this? Xing Ro, upon realizing their predicament, broke down in tears, pointing at Lin Yun and questioning, we have no grievances with you. Why won't you spare us? Lin Yun regarded the weeping Xing Ro with tranquility. Zheng Shiji, I am no longer Lin Yun, the disciple of the Sword Sect, but Lin Yun, a disciple of the Wanma sect. Wen Hao embraced the sobbing Xing Ro, gently patting her shoulder in comfort. Rower, do not cry. When we chose to stay, we anticipated this outcome, did we not? Gradually, Xing Ro calmed under Wen Hao's comfort. Indeed, they had considered this possibility when they made their choice. Wen Hao turned to Lin Yun and said, given the circumstances, you may take our lives as you wish. I only ask that you spare Rower from further humiliation, if you can. Wen Hao looked at Lin Yun with pleading eyes. He understood the cruel nature of the Wanma sect's operations, and now that their identities were exposed, he feared for what might befall Xing Ro. He had noticed the guards, who had long coveted Xing Ro, now eyeing her with predatory intent. He was unafraid of death, but he could not bear the thought of Xing Ro suffering indignity before his demise. When Xixiang, rest assured, if you tell me where the other 3 brothers are hiding, I promise not to let anyone lay a finger on xianxia, Lin Yun replied. Upon hearing this, Wen Hao's expression changed. The implication was clear. If he did not disclose the whereabouts of the remaining 3 disciples, he could not guarantee Zhang Rou's safety. Wen Hao closed his eyes and struggled internally for a moment before stating, Lin Shitty, I truly do not know where the other brothers are. I, Wen Hao, could never betray my fellow disciples. Lin Yun shook his head in regret, stepping closer to Wen Hao and forcefully shoving him aside, embracing Zhang Rou instead. Having been imprisoned in the dungeon for several days, their inner energy had been nearly depleted by the absolute spirit formation, rendering them powerless against Lin Yun. Holding Zhang Rou close, her figure pressed against him, she struggled feebly in his grasp. Lin Yun leaned in closer, inhaling the scent of her hair. It seems that Zhang Shiji's standing in Wen Xixiang's heart is not as significant as I thought. Zhang Rou, humiliated before Wen Hao, was unable to escape, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Witnessing this, Wen Hao's fury ignited, and he bellowed, Lin Yun, release rower, with a swift kick. Lin Yun sent Wen Hao sprawling to the ground, grinning as he taunted, in truth, I have long admired Zhang Shiji. Since Wen Xixiang is unwilling to betray his fellow disciples, I shall not force you. Instead, I will enjoy my time with Zhang Shiji, and allow these Wanma sect disciples to savor the taste of a Sword Sect fairy, haha. The guards nearby brightened at his words, one of them rubbing his hands together and exclaiming, Lin Xixiang is generous, thinking of us even in this good fortune. If it weren't for Brother Sun's strict prohibition against us touching her, we would have already. Hee. Lin Yun laughed heartily, tearing away Zhang Rou's outer garments, revealing her pristine skin beneath. Zhang Rou, powerless to resist, felt a wave of humiliation wash over her, sobbing helplessly in the presence of Wen Hao. I say, Lin Yun, release rower, and I will say anything. Wen Hao finally could no longer contain himself as he witnessed Lin Yun's seriousness, shouting loudly, what loyalty? What brotherhood? Throw it all to the wind. Seeing Wen Hao relent, Lin Yun chuckled softly and pushed the helpless Zhang Rou towards him. He removed his long robe and draped it over Zhang Rou, his face stern as he said, Brother Wen, there is only one chance. I hope you do not disappoint me. Wen Hao looked at Zhang Rou with deep concern, covering her exposed skin with the robe. After doing so, he turned to Lin Yun and said, Junior brother Lin, you have changed too much. You would not have acted so unscrupulously before. Lin Yun sneered and replied, I am now a disciple of the demonic path. Should I not act without scruples? He demanded. Now, where are the other 3? Chapter 26, 3 Swords Establish Authority. After the earlier incident, Wen Hao dared not hesitate any longer, stating, aside from the 2 of us, Lu Xingda, Du Wen Yuan, and Brother Fong Faming are also hiding in the city. Brother Fong Faming? Lin Yun furrowed his brow. Why was he in Tianluo City? Upon hearing Fong Faming's name, Lin Yun knew the situation was complicated. Although Fong Faming's strength among the Foundation establishment disciples of the Sword Sect was merely average, when it came to the art of concealment, he was unmatched among the tens of thousands of Foundation establishment disciples in the Sword Sect. Fong Faming possessed 2 exceptional skills. One was the art of disguise, and the other was the technique of concealing one's aura. His disguise was not the lowly technique of using props or makeup to alter one's appearance. He could control every piece of flesh and bone in his face, transforming his visage into any form he desired. However, he could only alter his facial appearance and not his body shape, thus necessitating the choice of a physique similar to his own. Even so, this skill was truly remarkable, as even Golden Core or Earth Immortal cultivators could not freely change their appearance. Only those who reached the Celestial Immortal realm could do so at will. Fong Faming's ability to master such a disguise was linked to his bloodline. Other cultivators, even if they possessed the technique, could not cultivate it. As for the technique of concealing one's aura, it did not hide one's presence, but rather altered the aura one emitted, which could not exceed one's true cultivation level and could be made indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Even Golden Core cultivators could not discern his true cultivation without deliberate probing. Though the technique of concealing one's aura was not unique, it was notoriously difficult to master, providing no enhancement to one's strength, which is why most cultivators chose not to practice it. With these 2 extraordinary skills, Fong Faming could masquerade as a member of a certain cultivator family, an inconspicuous disciple of the 10,000 Demon Sect, or even an ordinary passerby, a beggar. In such circumstances, how could Lin Yun possibly locate him? Wen Hao, hearing Lin Yun's inquiry, said, Brother Fong passed through Tianluo City not long ago, coinciding with a major offensive by the 10,000 Demon Sect, so he stayed. Do you know where he is? Lin Yun asked. Wen Hao shook his head helplessly, replying, I know where Lu and Du are, but as for Brother Fong's whereabouts, only he himself knows. Lin Yun nodded, believing Wen Hao's words. After Fang Feiming disguised himself and found a place to hide, it would indeed be impossible for others to know. Furthermore, Fang Feiming was cautious and would not disclose his whereabouts to other brothers. Brother Lin, I suspect this scoundrel is deliberately deceiving you, refusing to reveal Brother Fang's location. A dungeon guard approached Lin Yun, leering at Zheng Ro and Wen Hao's arms. Why not continue to pressure this woman? Once we strip her bare and force her down, will this scoundrel still refuse to speak the truth? Both Wen Hao and Zheng Ro's expressions changed at these words. Wen Hao instinctively tightened his hold on Zheng Ro, hastily saying, Lin Yun, I really. Before he could finish, Lin Yun raised a hand to silence him. He shot a cold glance at the guard and said, In this dungeon, if anyone dares to lay a finger on her, I will send them to meet the King of Hell. Do you understand? The guard shrank back, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Jiang Quan scoffed, his face filled with disdain. Wen Hao and Zheng Ro exchanged complex glances with Lin Yun, uncertain whether to resent him or be grateful. Where are Lu Xingda and Du Wenyuan? Lin Yun inquired. Wen Hao replied, Junior brother Lu is disguised as Han Fei, hiding in the southern cultivator family, the Han family. Junior brother Du is disguised as Zhang Liu, hiding in the northern cultivator family, the Zhang family. The fact that both were concealed within cultivator families in the city did not surprise Lin Yun. Firstly, most cultivator families in the city maintained close relations with the Sword Sect and were eager to assist. Secondly, hiding within a cultivator family made detection far less likely. If a Foundation establishment cultivator were to hide among ordinary citizens, it would be obvious something was amiss. Ordinary cultivators lacked the skills of aura concealment that Fang Feiming possessed. Lin Yun originally intended to start his investigation from the cultivator families in the city to uncover the whereabouts of the Sword Sect disciples. Now, having discovered Wen Hao and Zheng Ro in the dungeon, he was spared the trouble of searching each family individually. Let us depart. Lin Yun and his group exited the dungeon and stepped into the open space outside. Lin Yun halted and addressed Jiang Quan beside him, saying, Junior brother Jiang, did you not wish to challenge me? Come forth. Fear not. Jiang Quan stepped forward without a hint of intimidation. Brother Lin, brother Jiang, capturing people is urgent. Should we not set other matters aside for now? A Foundation establishment disciple interjected. It is fine, Lin Yun replied, it will not take long. As he spoke, the Bai Shui sword emerged from his storage bag, swirling around him like a spirit serpent. Boastful, Jiang Quan strode to face Lin Yun, summoning a dark golden wheel. The wheel spun in the air, emitting a piercing hum. The surrounding body refinement disciples turned pale, dizzy from the sound, hastily covering their ears and circulating their qi to alleviate their discomfort. This golden wheel was unmistakably a mid-grade magical artifact. With such an artifact in hand, it was no wonder Jiang Quan acted so arrogantly, dismissing Lin Yun entirely. Seeing that they could not dissuade the two, Sun Leo and two other Foundation establishment cultivators could only shake their heads in resignation, clearing the space for the duel. Lin Yun wasted no time. Forming a sword seal as the Bai Shui's sword, imbued with golden sword energy, slashed towards Jiang Quan. Jiang Quan, not daring to be careless, wielded the golden wheel to counter the attack. When the flying sword struck with the piercing technique, it relied on speed to overwhelm. In contrast, the slashing technique sought to overpower. The Bai Shui sword struck the golden wheel with immense force, producing a resounding clang as the wheel was sent flying back several paces, its brilliance dimming significantly. The golden wheel sustained damage, and Jiang Quan, who controlled it, suffered a severe backlash, blood surging to his throat. He hastily inhaled deeply, forcing the blood back down, unwilling to lose face by spitting blood in front of everyone. He gazed in alarm at the Bai Shui sword enveloped in golden sword energy above, realizing the power of Lin Yun's strike exceeded his expectations. This was far beyond what a Foundation establishment cultivator should be capable of. Seizing the advantage, Lin Yun pressed the attack, bringing down another strike not aimed at Jiang Quan, but rather at the dimming golden wheel in the air. With a resounding clang, the azure water sword mercilessly struck the golden wheel once more. The sound echoed like a lament for the golden wheel, which, after sustaining severe damage, fell from the sky, rendered a soulless object. Jiang Quan could no longer contain the blood surging from his mouth, spitting it forth with a soft splatter, his face pale and swaying precariously. The disciples of the 10,000 Demon Sect, who were spectating, were left dumbfounded. Both Lin Yun and Jiang Quan were at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, each wielding a mid-grade magical artifact. Yet, Lin Yun had effortlessly defeated Jiang Quan, who was entirely powerless to retaliate. With 2 strikes, Lin Yun sent the golden wheel crashing down, and Jiang Quan had already been defeated. However, Lin Yun showed no intention of halting. He directed his sword towards the severely injured Jiang Quan. "Brother Lin, no? Show mercy," Sun Liu and another Foundation disciple urgently called out. Yet they dared not use their magical artifacts to intervene. Jiang Quan's expression shifted drastically. He had merely mocked Lin Yun with a few words. Yet Lin Yun sought his life. He was truly a madman. Hastily, Jiang Quan formed a hand seal. Dark, demonic energy surged from within him, coalescing into a shield before him. He swiftly retrieved a talisman from his storage bag, slapping it forward to create a golden shield in front of him. However, all his efforts were in vain, as the azure water sword shattered both his demonic and golden shields with ease, descending towards his head. Jiang Quan's eyes widened in terror as the sword drew nearer, a single thought consuming his mind. "I am doomed." If heaven were to grant him another chance, he would never choose to provoke Lin Yun again. The 27th chapter, Lin Yun's doubts. The azure water sword suddenly paused, hovering 3 feet above Jiang Quan. A chilling sword aura brushed against him, drawing a line of blood across his forehead. Blood trickled slowly down his forehead and nose. "Jiang Quan, do you submit?" Lin Yun asked coldly. Jiang Quan gazed at Lin Yun. Though he had suffered a crushing defeat, his pride remained intact. "Lin Yun, you may have bested me, but you cannot vanquish my spirit. Brother Lin, I submit. From now on, I, Jiang Quan, shall follow you faithfully." Jiang Quan picked up the fallen golden wheel and approached Lin Yun, bowing respectfully. The abrupt shift in attitude left Lin Yun feeling quite unsettled. He had anticipated Jiang Quan to remain defiant, preparing to further punish him until he was utterly battered and yielded under his oppressive might. Unexpectedly, after just a simple inquiry about submission, Jiang Quan came scurrying over in surrender. Sun Liu and the others regarded Jiang Quan with disdainful eyes, thinking, what a disgrace. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have foolishly provoked Brother Lin. Noticing their disdainful gazes, Jiang Quan scoffed inwardly. It was not them who had faced the near-death blow. Had it been them, they would have cowered just as he did, having subdued Jiang Quan. The next step was to apprehend Li Qiubai and Du Wenyuan. "Brother Lin, I have a suggestion." Sun Liu leaned closer to Lin Yun, speaking respectfully. "Now that we know their whereabouts, to prevent them from escaping, why not split into 2 groups to capture them?" Lin Yun regarded Sun Liu with a knowing look and replied, "Your suggestion aligns perfectly with my thoughts. Here is the plan. Zhang Shidi, Luo Shidi, and I will head to the Han family, while you and Wang Shidi will go to the Zhang family. How does that sound?" Sun Liu's heart lifted with joy. "I shall follow your command, brother. Remember, we must not let anyone escape," Lin Yun instructed. "Rest assured, brother, with Wang Shidi and I working together, capturing a Foundation establishment practitioner will be no problem," Sun Liu confidently asserted. Sun Liu and Wang Shidi led a group of body refinement disciples towards the Zhang family, while Lin Yun watched their departing figures, his eyes narrowing slightly. Among the 4 Foundation practitioners assisting him, Sun Liu had exhibited the most enthusiasm. Yet he also harbored many suspicions. When Lin Yun inquired about the dubious Foundation practitioners, Sun Liu claimed to have investigated thoroughly, essentially ruling out the possibility of them being disciples of the Sword Sect, stating they were being detained due to Wei Jingyuan's unwillingness to let go. Had he not wished to ascertain whether any of the suspicious practitioners were indeed Sword Sect disciples, he might not have paid attention to them at all. Upon entering the stone chamber where Wan Hao and Zheng Ro were imprisoned, Sun Liu hastily took the lead, ordering their release. The dungeon guards had previously mentioned that if not for Sun Shixiang's strict prohibition, they would have. Sun Liu was a disciple of the demonic path. It was one thing for him to refrain from harboring ill intentions towards Zheng Ro, but why did he actively restrain the guards? Now, Sun Liu also proposed splitting their forces to apprehend Li Qiubai and Du Wenyuan. All these factors raised suspicion. The most concerning aspect was that he bore a striking resemblance to Fang Feiming. "Zhang Shidi, Luo Shidi, take your men to the Han family and ensure Li Qiubai is captured. Should he escape, you will present yourselves before Elder Li to face your demise," Lin Yun commanded. Jiang Quan and Luo Shidi trembled at the mention of Li Qiubai, affirming, "Brother Lin, rest assured, we will surely capture him." Jiang Quan and Luo Shidi departed, while Lin Yun concealed himself, stealthily trailing behind Sun Liu and his group. If Sun Liu's identity was as he suspected, he would fulfill his task of delivering Li Qiubai today. Sun Liu and Wang Shidi arrived at the Zhang family, surrounding their estate completely. "You all remain outside. No one is to leave," Sun Liu commanded. "Wang Shidi, come with me as we apprehend Du Wenyuan." The Zhang family, now besieged, erupted into chaos. Aside from a few core family members, the others were unaware that a Sword Sect disciple was hiding among them. Sun Liu and Wang Shidi stormed into the Zhang residence. Where the family head, Zhang Yuanzhong hurriedly approached them. We were unaware of your esteemed visit. How may we serve you? Zhang Yuanzhong smiled, inwardly hoping that the 10,000 demon sect was not there for Du Wenyuan. Sun Liu coldly regarded Zhang Yuanzhong and asked, Does your family have a practitioner named Zhang Liu? Bring him forth. Zhang Yuanzhong stiffened upon hearing the name, realizing the situation had been exposed. Esteemed sir, Sun Liu interrupted, Zhang family head, if you hand him over now, I can assure you that we will not pursue the matter of your family harboring a Sword Sect disciple. You are a wise man. Surely you wouldn't risk your entire family for a doomed Sword Sect disciple? Zhang Yuanzhong faltered, about to respond, when a voice cut through. I am Zhang Liu. A young man in a blue robe, in his 20s, stepped forward from the crowd. Seeing him step forward voluntarily, Zhang Yuanzhong let out a long sigh. Sun Liu looked at Zhang Liu, who was none other than the Sword Sect's Du Wenyuan, and said, If you wish to spare the Zhang family from trouble, then come quietly with us. Du Wenyuan cupped his hands towards Zhang Yuanzhong and silently followed behind Sun Liu and Wang Shidi. To avoid implicating the Zhang family upon being discovered was already the best outcome for him. He refrained from any futile resistance, knowing it would be in vain and not wanting to provoke the wrath of the 10,000 demon sect upon the Zhang family. You are Du Wenyuan of the Sword Sect, correct? Wang Shidi inquired. Du Wenyuan, realizing the 10,000 demon sect knew his name, acknowledged, indeed. I thank you both for your magnanimity in not involving the Zhang family. Wang Shidi scoffed, believing that if it were up to him, the Zhang family should face annihilation for daring to harbor a Sword Sect disciple. However, since Sun Liu had promised not to pursue the matter, he chose not to counter him, avoiding embarrassing Sun Liu. May I ask how the two of you discovered my true identity? Du Wenyuan inquired. The Wanma sect had previously investigated the Zhang family, but had failed to uncover his true identity. Now, they seemed to be heading straight for him, fully aware of both his alias in the Zhang family and his real name, which left Du Wenyuan in a state of bewilderment. He was also curious about the fate of his fellow brothers. Sun Liu sneered. Senior brother Lin Yun recognized your xianxia when Hao and Zheng Ro in the dungeon and extracted information about your whereabouts and Lu Xingda from Wen Hao. When senior brother would never betray us, Du Wenyuan asserted vehemently, as he was well acquainted with Wen Hao's character. He was not one to cower in fear. Initially, he refused to say anything, but senior brother Lin Yun threatened him with Zheng Ro's safety. How could he dare to remain silent? Sun Liu chuckled. Lin Yun? Is he not the traitor? Du Wenyuan ground out through clenched teeth. Sun Liu shot him a glare and retorted, Traitor? Senior brother Lin is simply turning from darkness to light. How foolish I was to have once admired Lin Yun, believing him to be one of the most outstanding disciples of our Jian sect's younger generation. Du Wenyuan spat in disgust. I must have been blind. As Du Wenyuan was lamenting Lin Yun's betrayal, Sun Liu and junior brother Wang, who were walking alongside him, suddenly halted. Ahead on the path stood a young man with a sword, gazing intently at the trio. Senior brother Lin, Sun Liu, and junior brother Wang hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects. Chapter 28. Fang-faming Lin Yun had been following closely behind Sun Liu and the others. He was somewhat surprised to see that Sun Liu had not intentionally let Du Wenyuan go. Could it be that his assumptions were mistaken? However, Lin Yun soon realized that Sun Liu's aim was not to rescue Du Wenyuan, but rather to save the Zhang family. Even if he had deliberately released Du Wenyuan, there was no way Du Wenyuan could escape Tianluo City without exposing himself, which would be unwise. Hence, Sun Liu had not saved Du Wenyuan, but had, within his capabilities, distanced the Zhang family from harboring Du Wenyuan. Li Qiubai would only concern himself with whether the 5 Jian sect disciples were captured, and he would not care in the slightest whether the Zhang family faced any consequences. Understanding this, Lin Yun became even more convinced that Sun Liu was indeed Fang-faming. Senior brother Lin, we have captured the individuals. Sun Liu approached to take credit. Lin Yun's sudden appearance, which was supposed to be at the Han family's residence to apprehend Lu Xingda, filled him with an ominous premonition. From a distance, Du Wenyuan glared at Lin Yun, his eyes filled with disdain and fury. Lin Yun nodded and said, Excellent. This means we can report back to elderly. This statement momentarily astonished both Sun Liu and junior brother Wang, with Sun Liu feeling a chill run down his spine. Senior brother Lin, there is still Fang-faming who hasn't been captured, he reminded with a smile. Lin Yun smirked, and without warning, unsheathed his sword, striking towards Sun Liu. The blow was as thunderous as it was unrelenting. Should Sun Liu fail to defend himself with all his might, he would surely be cleaved in two. Sun Liu's complexion paled, and he hastily formed a hand seal, causing a flying sword to emerge from his storage pouch to meet Lin Yun's azure sword. The Taoist energy belonging to the Jian sect emanating from him could no longer be concealed. Lin Yun couldn't help but smile, for he knew he had guessed correctly. Fong brother, it has been a while, Lin Yun said, gazing at Sun Liu with a smile. Junior brother Wang and Du Wenyuan stood dumbfounded, with junior brother Wang still trying to comprehend what had transpired. Du Wenyuan, however, was struck by the realization that this disciple of the Wanma sect was none other than Fong Feiming in disguise, which explained why he had let the Zhang family off the hook. Sun Liu's features contorted, transforming into those of the Jian sect disciple Fong Feiming. Fong Feiming looked at Lin Yun and asked, "How did you recognize me, Lin junior brother?" Lin Yun replied with a smile. Had Fong brother been wholly committed to concealing his identity and adeptly playing the role of the Wanma sect disciple Sun Liu, I might not have discerned you. Alas, your lingering concern for our fellow disciples led you to reveal too many flaws. Fong Feiming sighed at this. He understood that inadvertently aiding his fellow brothers would expose him. But how could he turn a blind eye to his comrades? For instance, he was acutely aware that the dungeon guards harbored ill intentions towards Zheng Ro. Could he simply stand by and watch her be sullied? Lin Yun regarded Fong Feiming and Du Wenyuan and said, "Fong brother, Du junior brother, will you surrender peacefully and accompany me to the dungeon to await Elder Li's judgment? Or shall I have to grievously injure you and toss you into the dungeon?" Du Wenyuan leaned closer to Fong Feiming, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Fong brother, let us fight. If we can slay this traitor before we perish, it would at least cleanse our sect's disgrace." Fong Feiming shook his head with a bitter smile. He had witnessed Lin Yun defeat Jiang Quan, a cultivator at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, with just 3 strikes, and knew that neither he nor Du Wenyuan stood a chance against Lin Yun. To engage in battle would only be to humiliate themselves further. It might even provoke Lin Yun, endangering the Zhang family. Enough, Du junior brother. It has come to this. There is no need for futile resistance, Fong Feiming said, shaking his head. Lin junior brother, I ask but one favor. Please do not hold the Zhang family and Han family accountable. That matter is beyond my jurisdiction, Lin Yun replied indifferently. Lin Yun you. Du Wenyuan assumed Lin Yun would refuse, glaring at him and preparing to charge, but Fong Feiming restrained him with an outstretched arm. Du Wenyuan remained oblivious to Lin Yun's intent, but Fong Feiming understood. Lin Yun's statement that it was not up to him implied that if Li Qiubai ordered an investigation, he would comply. Should Li Qiubai choose not to pursue the matter, Lin Yun would let the Zhang and Han families go. As a disciple of the Wanma sect, Lin Yun could not openly agree to the request of a Jian sect disciple in the presence of his fellow Wanma sect disciples. Fong Feiming clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Upon realizing that Fong Feiming comprehended his meaning, Lin Yun smiled gently. "Let us proceed." Feeling elated at the successful completion of the mission, Lin Yun was pleased that it would not hinder his cultivation. He considered himself fortunate for having discovered Wen Hao and Zheng Ro in the dungeon, which led him to unearth the other 3 individuals. Had Wen Hao and Zheng Ro not been apprehended, he would have had to investigate each cultivator family individually, which would have consumed considerable time. As the group arrived at the dungeon, Jiang Quan and junior brother Luo had already successfully captured Lu Xingde. Upon seeing Lin Yun, Lu Xingde unleashed a barrage of customary insults. This had become a staple interaction for Jian sect disciples upon encountering Lin Yun. Jiang Quan glanced around and, noticing Sun Liu's absence, inquired, "Where is Sun junior brother?" Junior brother Wang pointed at Fong Feiming, saying, "There he is." He then recounted the tale of how Lin Yun had unmasked Fong Feiming. "Senior brother Lin, you are magnificent. Senior brother Lin, you are astute." Jiang Quan and junior brother Luo exclaimed, eagerly showering praise. Lin Yun chuckled lightly and said, "You 3 keep a close watch on these 5. I will report to Elder Li. This mission has been executed splendidly, and Elder Li will surely reward us." His implication was clear. He would report back, allowing them to rest easy knowing that if Elder Li were to bestow rewards, they would not be left out. Jiang Quan and the others were overjoyed, exclaiming, "Thank you, Senior brother Lin." Inside the stone chamber of the dungeon, Wen Hao expressed deep remorse, saying, "Fong brother, Du junior brother, Lu junior brother, I am truly sorry. It was I who betrayed you." Zheng Ro, standing beside Wen Hao, bore a similarly apologetic expression. She recognized that had Wen Hao not acted for her sake, he would never have exposed Fong Feiming and the others, even at the cost of his life. Lu Xingde shot Wen Hao a sidelong glance and snorted in anger. Yet Fong Feiming, having witnessed Lin Yun's underhanded tactics to force Wen Hao's compliance, sighed and said, "Wen junior brother, there is no need for such feelings of guilt. You were left with no choice at that moment. Moreover, with Lin Yun's cunning, even if you do not speak, he would eventually find us. It is merely a matter of time." Du Wenyuan concurred, stating, "Indeed, Lin Yun was once a disciple of my Sword Sect, and is quite familiar with Tianfeng City. It is only a matter of time before he discovers our whereabouts. I can only lament my own impotence in not being able to slay this despicable scoundrel under my sword. Fang Feiming recalled the scene where Lin Yun had removed his robe and tossed it onto Zheng Ro. He also remembered Lin Yun's subtle assurance that if Li Qiubai remained silent, he would not pursue the Zhang and Han families. Perhaps Lin, as a junior, had his own compelling reasons for such actions. Sighing, Lin Yun arrived at Li Qiubai's residence and addressed the disciple guarding the entrance. Please inform your senior that Lin Yun seeks an audience. There is an old saying on Earth, a seventh-rank official at the door of a prime minister. And this principle holds true even in the celestial realm of Lingxiu. The disciples accompanying Li Qiubai, regardless of their cultivation levels, were required to address one another as senior brother. Please wait, said a gatekeeper disciple who then entered to relay Lin Yun's request. After a brief moment, he returned, saying, "You may enter. The elder is awaiting you in the main hall." "Thank you, senior brother," Lin Yun replied and proceeded into the residence, where he found Li Qiubai in the main hall. Li Qiubai, with his flowing red hair, reclined lazily in a grand chair, his feet crossed atop the table. Engrossed in a book, Lin Yun caught a glimpse of the book's cover, which bore the title Black Robe Sword Immortal, presumably a biography of a certain sword immortal. Disciple Lin Yun pays his respects to the elder, Lin Yun said, bowing respectfully. Li Qiubai straightened up, carefully setting aside the book, as if it were a masterpiece that topped the monthly ticket rankings. Observing this, Lin Yun could not help but smirk inwardly. If it were truly a celebrated work, how could it possibly be in the hands of a mere golden core cultivator? Did I not instruct you to investigate those 5 Sword Sect disciples? Have you any news? Li Qiubai inquired after putting the book away. Reporting to the elder, all 5 Sword Sect disciples hidden within the city have been captured, Lin Yun responded. Captured them all? Even with Li Qiubai's golden core composure, he was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yun's statement. He had assumed Lin Yun had encountered difficulties during the task and had come to seek assistance. Has it been less than 2 hours? Wei Jing spent several days without finding a single person, yet you managed to capture all 5 in under 2 hours. Are you jesting with me, Lin Yun? Li Qiubai could not help but ask. Disciple would not dare, Lin Yun replied. My swiftness in completing this task is merely due to luck. He recounted the process of discovering Wan Hao and Zheng Ro in the dungeon, following the leads to uncover the other 3. After hearing Lin Yun's account, Li Qiubai nodded in satisfaction, saying, It appears I chose wisely in entrusting this task to you. Every individual, regardless of their character, appreciates a capable subordinate. And Li Qiubai was no exception. This Lin Yun is quite exceptional. I must nurture him well and mold him into a formidable figure, Li Qiubai thought to himself. You have executed your duties so effectively. I will not be stingy, Li Qiubai declared. Speak, what reward do you desire? Lin Yun lowered his head, saying, It is an honor to serve the elder. How could I dare to covet a reward? Understanding that Lin Yun would not request a reward, Li Qiubai retrieved a black shield-like artifact from his storage ring, saying, This soul shield is a mid-grade artifact. I bestow it upon you. With such a generous offering of a mid-grade defensive artifact, Li Qiubai could certainly be deemed magnanimous. Although someone of his stature no longer required such low-tier artifacts, it was customary to carry several for the sake of appearances when rewarding disciples or subordinates. Lin Yun accepted the soul shield, his face alight with joy as he expressed, Thank you, elder. For a Foundation establishment cultivator, a mid-grade defensive artifact was indeed a remarkable treasure. With the soul shield for defense and the Bihue sword for offense, Lin Yun was now without any weaknesses in both aspects. Subsequently, Li Qiubai produced a porcelain container from his storage ring and tossed it to Lin Yun, saying, Inside are 10 demon seeds. Each of the 3 will take 1, and you may keep the remainder for yourself. Thank you, elder. Lin Yun respectfully responded, cradling the soul shield and the porcelain container filled with demon seeds. In terms of generosity, Li Qiubai far surpassed the elders of the Sword Sect. Though Lin Yun had no intention of consuming the demon seeds himself, keeping them to win over disciples of the 10,000 Demon Sect was an excellent strategy. One could never know when they might prove invaluable. Upon exiting Li Qiubai's residence, Lin Yun found that the task panel indicated the task of being a Tiger-S accomplice was now marked as complete. Compared to Li Qiubai's generous gifts, Lin Yun looked forward even more to the rewards from the task's completion. If fortune favored him, the rewards from the Celestial Affinity Token could far exceed that of a mid-grade artifact. Lin Yun chose to claim the task reward, and his cultivation level increased by 25%, while the Celestial Affinity Token was safely stored in his bag. He did not rush to use the Celestial Affinity Token, but instead returned to the dungeon first, distributing a demon seed to each of Jiang Quan's 3 companions. Their faces lit up with joy upon receiving the seeds, for to the foundation establishment disciples of the 10,000 demon sect, the demon seeds were exceedingly precious treasures. To those practicing demonic cultivation techniques, a demon seed was equivalent to a 13-fold experience pill for a year. Its value was beyond measure. Afterward, Lin Yun instructed everyone to wait outside while he ventured alone into the dungeon. He stood facing the 5 individuals within the stone chamber through the iron bars. The expressions of the 5 varied upon seeing Lin Yun. Du Wenyuan and Lu Xingda's faces were twisted with hatred and fury. Had their glares been lethal, Lin Yun would have been struck dead 1,000 times over. Wen Hao and Zheng Ro bore complex expressions, with Zheng Ro's gaze toward Lin Yun tinged with a hint of fear, reminiscent of a young girl's apprehension toward a lecherous man. Lin Yun's previous misconduct had left a profound shadow on Zheng Ro's heart. In the future, when she heard terms like lecherobachi, Lin Yun would likely be the first image to surface in her mind. Of course, she might not have a future to consider. Among the 5, Fang Feiming's expression was the most neutral. His eyes fixed on Lin Yun, he inquired, "Lin Yun, there are no disciples of the 10,000 demon sect here. Can you speak truthfully? Is your allegiance to the 10,000 demon sect sincere?" Wen Hao and the others perked up, eagerly listening to Fang Feiming's question. Lin Yun smiled gently and replied, "Initially, my surrender to the 10,000 demon sect was indeed for survival, but now, I genuinely regard myself as a disciple of the 10,000 demon sect." "Lin Yun, you traitor!" Lu Xingda shouted furiously. "Lin Yun, the Sword Sect has treated you well. How can you act this way and face Master Chui?" Du Wenyuan questioned, filled with indignation. Chui was Lin Yun's master in the Sword Sect. Hearing that name stirred a ripple of emotion within Lin Yun, but he suppressed it, coldly stating, "Living freely in the 10,000 demon sect. Able to pursue any desire without the constraints of sect rules. What is wrong with that? In the 10,000 demon sect, if I see something I desire, I simply take it. If I encounter someone I detest, I eliminate them. Everything is determined by strength. Is that not far more liberating than the Sword Sect?" Lin Yun declared with a fierce expression. Fang Feiming and the others regarded Lin Yun with unfamiliar gazes, astonished at how much he had changed in just over a month. With a sigh, Fang Feiming remarked, "Lin Yun, you have truly lost your way. Think what you will. I merely wish to live as I please," Lin Yun replied. "As fellow disciples, I advise you all, to preserve your lives, you must submit to my 10,000 demons sect. If you surrender, I shall surely speak on your behalf before Elder Li Qiubai to ensure your survival. Bah, even in death, we shall never ally ourselves with the 10,000 demons sect. Lin Yun, do you think we are as cowardly as you, fearing death and lacking in spirit? You have betrayed your sect, deceived your masters, and extinguished your ancestral lineage. You shall not meet a good end. There is no need for further discussion, Brother Lin. We will never betray our sect." As Lin Yun listened to their curses, he let out a derisive snort and turned away. "This is all I have to say. You must take care of yourselves." After Lin Yun departed, the dungeon gradually returned to a state of tranquility. In a secluded, dim corner of the dungeon, a figure cloaked in black, wearing a mysterious mask, appeared out of thin air. He took out paper and brush from his storage bag and meticulously transcribed the dialogue between Lin Yun and the others without missing a single word. Upon exiting the dungeon, a smirk played on Lin Yun's lips. He wondered if his recent performance had been recorded by the shadow guards of the 10,000 demons sect. Within the territory controlled by the 10,000 demons sect, the shadow guards are indeed omnipresent. If one believes themselves to be unobserved and speaks or acts inappropriately, they may very well fall under the watchful eyes of the shadow guards, who would report to the higher-ups of the sect. In the game 3 Realms, players who chose the path of the 10,000 demons sect have suffered greatly at the hands of the shadow guards. From Lin Yun's experience, areas like the dungeon generally have shadow guards lurking, documenting the every word and deed of the imprisoned cultivators. Often, information that cannot be extracted through severe torture may inadvertently be revealed. Thus, he returned to the dungeon to stage this performance. After all, would he truly come to the dungeon simply to be insulted? If his words were recorded by the shadow guards and presented to Li Qiubai, it would not be difficult to imagine that phrases like trust level 10 would appear above Li Qiubai's head. Upon returning to his dwelling, Lin Yun securely closed the door and retrieved the Celestial Fate token from his storage bag. Chapter 30. The Celestial Maiden. The Celestial Fate token is a palm-sized, milky white jade medallion, inscribed with the ancient characters for Celestial Fate on one side and mysterious runes on the reverse. Holding the Celestial Fate token in his hands, Lin Yun felt a surge of anxiety and anticipation. He wondered what kind of celestial being he might summon this time. The Celestial Fate token is an exceedingly rare item within the game 3 Realms. After 10 years of battling within this realm, Lin Yun had only acquired 3 such tokens. Regrettably, the celestial beings he summoned on those occasions were rather ordinary, and the rewards he received were less than satisfactory. Once activated, the celestial fate token randomly summons a celestial being, whose nature, be it righteous or sinister, human or demon, depends entirely on the player's fortune. Should a practitioner of dark magic inadvertently summon a righteous celestial being who abhors evil, the outcome would be unfortunate. Although the celestial being would still offer a reward due to the token's influence, the quality would be predictably subpar. Instances of such misfortune abound in the game 3 realms. Once summoned, celestial beings typically subject their summoners to a brief test, be it a question or a task. The summoner's performance in this trial ultimately determines the quality of the reward. In 3 realms, there have been fortunate players who received celestial artifacts from their summoned beings, leading to much joy and boasting on the forums, while other players, envious of their fortune, relentlessly pursued them in-game. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Lin Yun infused his true energy into the celestial fate token, activating it. Ethereal light flowed from the token, lifting it from his hands to hover in midair. Moments later, the token erupted in dazzling brilliance, opening a void tunnel. Subsequently, a figure clad in white, resembling a celestial maiden, gracefully emerged from the tunnel and alighted before Lin Yun. As Lin Yun beheld the celestial maiden before him, astonishment was evident in his gaze. It was a feeling akin to love. Yet, Lin Yun understood that the celestial beings summoned by the celestial fate token possessed at least heavenly cultivation levels, far beyond the reach of a mere foundational cultivator like himself. The maiden, draped in white as pure as snow, possessed an ethereal beauty and a demeanor as delicate as floating clouds, though her brow bore a hint of chill. A long sword, sheathed in a bright azure scabbard that shimmered with the glimmer of flowing waves, was slung across her back, unmistakably a treasure of the celestial realm. With her bright eyes fixed on Lin Yun, she asked, "Are you the one who summoned me with the celestial fate token?" Her voice was enchanting and melodious. Lin Yun withdrew his awestruck gaze and bowed respectfully, saying, "I am Lin Yun, honored to meet the celestial maiden. It is indeed I who summoned you with the token." The maiden furrowed her delicate brows, seemingly displeased with the title of celestial maiden, and replied, "My surname is Liu. Simply address me as senior." "At your command, Senior Liu," Lin Yun responded. However, addressing such a stunning figure as a senior felt rather peculiar to him, despite her strength easily qualifying her as a mentor. The white-clad maiden extended her spiritual essence, instantly enveloping the entire Tianfeng City. Sensing that the city was predominantly filled with practitioners of dark magic, her brow furrowed further, and she inquired, "Are you a practitioner of dark magic?" Lin Yun keenly detected a trace of disdain in her tone. A chill ran through him, and he hastily replied, "I must report to Senior Liu that I am, in fact, a disciple of the righteous Sword Sect, tasked by the elders to infiltrate the 10,000 Demons Sect." Upon hearing this, the maiden's expression softened slightly as she said, "I see." Lin Yun let out a sigh of relief. Had he truly been a disciple of dark magic, that celestial fate token might have been wasted. The maiden approached a stone table in the courtyard and gently seated herself, stating, "You summoned me with the celestial fate token, which constitutes your celestial fate. I would typically test you before deciding on the reward to bestow, but your identity clearly does not lend itself to a trial. Instead, tell me of your past, and I shall determine your reward thereafter." "I shall comply," Lin Yun replied, standing beside the celestial maiden as he began his narrative. He spoke of his initiation into the Sword Sect, his utmost respect for his master, Chu Yi, his bond with his brother-in-arms, Su Feng, and his experiences with fellow disciples and life within the sect. He recounted his 10-year cultivation journey, the various trials and tasks within the sect, and the grandeur of the sect's competitions held every 3 years. The white-clad maiden listened intently, and when Lin Yun spoke of the siege on Tianfeng City by the 10,000 Demons Sect, a flicker of reminiscence crossed her eyes, as if she were recalling something. "My husband and I first met during the 7 Sects Martial Assembly," she mused. "He was rather foolish back then, even a bit shy, and utterly unremarkable." Lin Yun continued, detailing how he had initially intended to face death heroically during the siege, only to receive a secret order from the elders of his sect to feign surrender and infiltrate the 10,000 Demons Sect. For the sake of his sect, for the righteous path, he had to endure humiliation and bear the burden of being viewed as a traitor, suffering misunderstandings and slights from his fellow disciples. Yet, he remained indifferent. As long as it was for the sect, for righteousness, and for the well-being of the world, he would willingly endure any grievance and make any sacrifice. "That is the story of my past," Lin Yun stated solemnly. The white-clad maiden regarded Lin Yun with a hint of appreciation in her gaze and gently asked, "Having sacrificed so much for the righteous path, do you harbor any regrets?" Lin Yun, having willingly given much for the sect and the righteous cause, reflected on his own past. "I once felt the same," he replied, his expression resolute as he declared, "I have no regrets." The maiden nodded approvingly, pondering for a moment before saying, "Since you are a sword cultivator, I shall impart a sword technique to you. This technique is one of the supreme arts of my sect, not to be shared lightly. However, the world you inhabit is exceedingly distant from the realm of my master, so it is of no consequence to share this with you. I hope that after you have mastered this sword technique, you will uphold the justice within your heart, vanquish demons, and restore clarity to the world. Only then will the renown of this sword technique be justified, and the reputation of my sect remain untarnished." Lin Yun's heart swelled with joy upon hearing this. Rewards bestowed by celestial beings typically encompass spells, magical artifacts, or elixirs, among which Lin Yun yearned most for spells. As a sword cultivator, his utmost desire was naturally to acquire sword techniques. Moreover, judging by the white-clad woman's description, the sword technique she intended to impart was evidently no ordinary skill. "Rest assured, Senior, after I learn this sword technique, I shall diligently practice it, exterminating all evil in the world, so as not to disappoint your expectations," Lin Yun vowed earnestly. The white-clad woman nodded with satisfaction and said, "I practice Taoist arts, emphasizing unity with heaven and earth, harmonizing with nature, and mastering the forces of nature. This sword technique draws upon the flying sword to summon divine thunder from the 9 heavens, manifesting unparalleled might. Those who wield it will be invincible. The divine thunder of the 9 heavens transforms into celestial lightning, guided by the sword." Her clear voice resonated through the courtyard as she slowly began to chant the incantation. "This sword technique is named the true art of divine sword controlling thunder." True art of divine sword controlling thunder, Lin Yun exclaimed in astonishment. The white-clad woman regarded Lin Yun with curiosity and inquired, "Have you heard of this sword technique before?" "No," Lin Yun replied, shaking his head. The white-clad woman rose gracefully, gliding to stand before Lin Yun, and extended her right index finger to gently touch his forehead. An enigmatic force surged into Lin Yun's mind, and he felt a profound clarity as the intricacies of the true art of divine sword controlling thunder were vividly imprinted in his consciousness. If he were to cultivate it himself, mastering the true art of divine sword controlling thunder would require years of arduous effort. However, as the white-clad woman directly inscribed the technique into his mind, Lin Yun's understanding of the art reached an entry-level proficiency, requiring only minimal practice to wield it. Indeed, such was the prowess of a celestial being. From this point onward, Lin Yun merely needed to continue his practice to elevate his mastery of the true art of divine sword controlling thunder. The higher his level, the greater the power of the divine thunder he could summon. The sole limitation of the true art of divine sword controlling thunder lay in its immense consumption of vital energy. Given Lin Yun's current cultivation level, executing a single strike would deplete his energy entirely. Nevertheless, the might of that strike was sufficient to annihilate a nascent soul cultivator. Among the 6 great sects, the Xianxia sect is famed for its mastery of thunder techniques. It remains uncertain whether the divine thunder summoned by the true art of divine sword controlling thunder is more formidable than that of the Xianxia sect. The white-clad woman withdrew her finger after imparting the profound teachings of the true art of divine sword controlling thunder, saying, "The sword technique has been passed on to you. I must take my leave." With that, she activated the celestial token to open a void passage and return to her world. The token, having fulfilled its purpose, transformed into myriad glimmers of light and vanished into the air. Lin Yun watched the graceful figure of the white-clad woman depart and respectfully bowed. Though she had come due to the celestial token, she had indeed bestowed upon him her teachings, thus meriting his respect. The white-clad woman was not a mere illusion conjured by the celestial token, but a genuine entity from a realm within the 3 realms. The 3 realms do not refer to 3 distinct worlds. Rather, as the saying goes, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Thus, the 3 realms represent a collective of innumerable worlds, both large and small. Within the 3 realms, countless worlds are categorized into 4 levels: small 1,000 worlds, medium 1,000 worlds, large 1,000 worlds, and the supreme world. There are 3 supreme worlds: the heavenly realm, the demonic realm, and the Buddhist kingdom, each governed by the Taoist, demonic, and Buddhist sects, respectively. Aside from the 3 supreme worlds, there exist 3,000 large 1,000 worlds within the 3 realms. Each large thousand world contains 3,000 medium thousand worlds, and each medium thousand world encompasses 3 small thousand worlds. The Lingxiu realm, where Lin Yun resides, is classified as a medium thousand world. Lin Yun speculated that the white-clad woman must hail from a large thousand world, or perhaps even the heavenly realm. As the void passage gradually faded from sight, Lin Yun returned his gaze and entered the cultivation chamber to sit cross-legged. The white-clad woman had imparted the profound essence of the true art of divine sword controlling thunder into his mind, and he needed to carefully contemplate it to fully internalize and claim it as his own. Regrettably, the commotion caused by executing the true art of divine sword controlling thunder was too great for practice within the city. While pondering the true art of divine sword controlling thunder, Lin Yun glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Lin Yun. Race: Human Sect. Wanma Sect, Sword Sect. Position: Elite Disciple. Cultivation level: Foundation Establishment 9th layer, 25. Formation: First Order Formation. Master Alchemical Arts. Untrained Refining. Untrained Beast Mastery. Untrained Techniques. Xianxia Decision. Mystic Tier. Mid-grade: Spells: True Art of Divine Sword Controlling Thunder. Heavenly Tier. Mid-grade: Sword Control Technique. Mystic Tier. Mid-grade: Cloak Sword Technique. Yellow Tier. Upper grade: Fire Talisman Technique. Yellow Tier. Lower grade: Lightning Summoning Technique. Yellow Tier. Mid-grade: Divine Powers. None Talent. Sword Seed Body. 5-star talent. To Lin Yun's astonishment, the true art of divine sword controlling thunder was classified as a heavenly tier sword technique, filling him with elation. In the Lingxiu realm, techniques and spells are categorized into the 4 tiers of heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. Within the 6 great sects, earth tier techniques are regarded as sect secrets, accessible only to truly gifted disciples and golden core cultivators. For instance, Lin Yun, as a disciple of the Sword Sect, is not qualified to practice earth tier techniques. Heavenly tier spells are deemed the ultimate secret arts of each sect, with only one such art permitted per sect. No one below the nascent soul stage may cultivate them. Lin Yun's ability to learn the true art of divine sword controlling thunder at the foundation establishment stage renders him unparalleled in the entire Lingxiu realm. Until he ascends to the nascent soul stage, no cultivator can rival him in the realm of spells. The following morning, Lin Yun proceeded as usual to the residence of Luo Buzhou to study the art of formations. After more than a month of diligent study, coupled with the personal guidance of Master Luo Buzhou, a master of formations, Lin Yun's proficiency had skyrocketed, qualifying him as a seasoned first-order formation master. At this rate of progress, he would soon be able to set up second-order formations, elevating him to the rank of a second-order formation master. Lin Yun's smooth journey in studying formations was partly due to the various principles of formations he had encountered in forums, and largely due to his exceptional talent in the art of formations. Luo Buzhou appeared calm on the surface, yet he was thoroughly pleased with Lin Yun's progress and even contemplated taking Lin Yun as his disciple. However, having previously declined Lin Yun's request to become his apprentice, he now found it difficult to broach the subject. Lin Yun, your talent in the art of formations is indeed remarkable, among the finest in the entire Lingxiu realm. Luo Buzhou remarked as he sat on a stone bench in the pavilion, observing Lin Yun as he meticulously inscribed formation runes onto a spirit stone. Lin Yun paused in his task, surprised by Luo Buzhou's words. Despite his previous outstanding performances, Luo Buzhou had always maintained a demeanor of indifference, never once praising him. What had prompted this sudden commendation? Lin Yun glanced at the sun rising in the eastern sky. Thank you for your kind words, Elder. Lin Yun, uncertain of Luo Buzhou's intentions, could only respond courteously. Luo Buzhou gazed up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said, I have long sought a disciple with talent akin to yours to inherit my teachings in the art of formations. Alas, I have yet to find one. Lin Yun nodded earnestly, replying, Elder, do not lose heart. You will certainly find one. Luo Buzhou's expression darkened. Have I made my hint so obvious? And yet this foolish child cannot perceive it? At this moment, should you not immediately kneel before me and proclaim, Disciple wishes to take the venerable elder as a master, hoping that the elder will accept me due to my sincere devotion? Then, after a moment of hesitation, I would be moved by your earnestness and accept you as my disciple. Wouldn't that bring joy to us all? Lin Yun gazed at the melancholic Luo Buzhou, secretly amused, as he resumed carving the spirit stone. How could he fail to comprehend Luo Buzhou's insinuations? He was merely feigning ignorance. Indeed, he aspired to become Luo Buzhou's disciple, tightly clutching this golden leg to lean on. Although he had a master, Chu Yi, in the Sword Sect, the roles of a cultivation master and an array master are inherently distinct. It is quite common in the Lingshu realm for a cultivator to take on a secondary master after already having one. His pretense of misunderstanding Luo Buzhou was a calculated move. He intended to tease Luo Buzhou's anticipation. If he were to rush to bow and request apprenticeship at the slightest hint, it would diminish the value of his submission. He needed to draw it out a bit, allowing Luo Buzhou to feel disappointment, thinking he was not eager to accept a disciple, before he would suddenly make a grand gesture of apprenticeship, thereby instilling a sense of worth in his acceptance. These strategies had been gleaned from Lin Yun's experiences in courting women prior to his transmigration. When pursuing a romantic interest, one must elevate one's own value. If one merely plays the sycophant, defeat is inevitable. An hour later, as Lin Yun exited Luo Buzhou's residence, a foundational disciple approached him, stating, "Senior brother Lin, elderly summons you." Lin Yun could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. Being summoned by the eccentric Li Qiubai could not bode well. Chapter 32. Li Qiubai is a man of stories. Upon encountering Li Qiubai, the red-haired elder stood by the pond in the garden, feeding fish from a box. He scattered a handful of fish food into the water, and the koi rushed to the surface in a frenzy, competing for the morsels. Witnessing this scene, a genuine smile blossomed on Li Qiubai's face. Lin Yun stood quietly to the side, having never seen this side of the elder before. In the game Three Realms, during the version 20 invasion by the demon race, Li Qiubai had been besieged by 5 demon cultivators at the golden core level. At that time, players were too weak to uncover the depths of Li Qiubai's story. By the time they grew stronger, Li Qiubai had faded from their memories, leaving his tale unexplored. Nonetheless, Lin Yun speculated that Li Qiubai must possess a profound backstory. After all, how could one become so eccentric without having experienced significant events? Having finished feeding the fish, Li Qiubai turned to Lin Yun and said, "Follow me." He led Lin Yun to a clearing in the garden where several disciples of the Wanma sect were standing guard over Feng Feiming and his companions. Lin Yun's heart sank at the sight. He dreaded what Li Qiubai might be plotting. Surely, he did not intend for Lin Yun to execute Feng Feiming and his group himself? Given Li Qiubai's temperament, that was a distinct possibility. Do they still refuse to surrender? Li Qiubai inquired upon reaching the clearing. One of the Wanma sect's nascent soul disciples stepped forward and replied, "Elder, all 5 of them refused to yield." Li Qiubai smiled lightly and approached Feng Feiming and his group. "I ask you, do you wish to surrender to the Wanma sect?" He directed his question at Du Wenyuan, who stood furthest to the left. Du Wenyuan scoffed, declaring, "My fellow disciples of the Sword Sect are resolute and unyielding. We are no cowardly wretches." "Are you certain?" Li Qiubai pointed at Lin Yun. "Isn't he a coward?" Lin Yun stood there, looking innocent, his thoughts coalescing into 2 words. "Damn it." Du Wenyuan momentarily faltered, retorting, "He is not worthy of being a disciple of the Sword Sect. Are you certain you will not yield?" Li Qiubai pressed on. "Humph, dreaming in broad daylight." Du Wenyuan declared defiantly. "Lin Yun, sever his left hand," Li Qiubai commanded, directing his gaze at Du Wenyuan. "What?" Lu Xingda, standing nearby, looked bewildered. "You must be mistaken." Lin Yun stepped forward, sword drawn, and swung it toward Lu Xingda's left wrist. Though he suspected Li Qiubai might have erred in his target, with the elder's intention clear, he could only silently apologize. With a piercing scream, Lu Xingda's left hand fell. Clutching his bleeding wrist with his right hand, he grimaced in pain. "I ask again, will you yield?" Li Qiubai repeated his inquiry to Du Wenyuan. Seeing Lu Xingda's agony, Du Wenyuan replied, "No, I will not yield." "Lin Yun, sever his left arm." Li Qiubai commanded once more, still pointing at Lu Xingda. With a sympathetic glance at Lu Xingda, Lin Yun raised his sword and struck off Lu Xingda's left arm. It became clear to him that Li Qiubai was using Lu Xingda to coerce Du Wenyuan. Some individuals may be ready to face death themselves, but do not wish to drag others down with them. "If I must perish, let it be me alone. Why drag others into this?" Du Wenyuan realized Li Qiubai's intentions and shouted defiantly. Li Qiubai chuckled, "If you insist on your defiance, you may watch your fellow disciple be cut into pieces." Du Wenyuan hesitated. While he would face his own death with resolve, witnessing Lu Xingda suffer was unbearable. As though each strike fell upon himself. "Lin Yun, sever his right arm." Li Qiubai, seeing Du Wenyuan's wavering resolve, fanned the flames of coercion. "Stop!" Du Wenyuan cried out. "If I yield, will you spare the others?" "1 for 4. You are not worth that much," Li Qiubai laughed. "If you yield, I can spare him." He pointed at Lu Xingda, who had lost his left arm. "Very well, I yield." Du Wenyuan gritted his teeth, conceding. Li Qiubai nodded approvingly and instructed a nearby Wanma sect disciple, "Give him a devil seed." The disciple complied, handing a devil seed to Du Wenyuan. "Consume it," Li Qiubai ordered. Du Wenyuan stared at the devil seed for a moment before swallowing it whole. Li Qiubai then took a few steps aside, approaching the couple. Wen Hao and Zheng Rou. He cast a glance at Wen Hao before fixing his gaze on Zheng Rou, scrutinizing her closely. He reached out to caress Zheng Rou's cheek. Smiling. What a beautiful and delightful girl. If she were to be sliced into pieces, the cries would be heart-wrenching. Having said that, Li Qiubai turned to Wen Hao and asked, "Will you yield?" I will. Wen Hao, having witnessed Lu Xingda's left hand and arm being severed, exclaimed urgently, "Do not harm her. I will do anything." Anything? Li Qiubai smirked, pointing at Fang Feiming. "If I command you to kill him, will you do it?" Wen Hao fell silent, staring at the ground. Li Qiubai's expression turned cold. "It seems you have deceived me?" Lin Yun, sever her left arm. Lin Yun felt helpless. With so many sycophants around, could he not have someone else to command? Approaching Zheng Rou, sword in hand, he said, "Senior Sister Zheng, I am sorry." "Stop!" Wen Hao shouted suddenly. I will yield. He could not bear to watch Zheng Rou come to harm. For her, he would betray everything and forsake all. Li Qiubai laughed with delight, handing a sword to Wen Hao. "Kill him, and I assure you that no one shall harm her in the future." Trembling, Wen Hao approached Fang Feiming, sword in hand, saying, "Senior brother Fang, I am sorry. I cannot let Rower be harmed." Fang Feiming gazed at Wen Hao, chuckling softly as he said, "Junior brother Wen, do take action." After a prolonged struggle, Wen Hao gritted his teeth and thrust his sword into Fang Feiming's chest. Li Qiubai let out a hearty laugh, observing Wen Hao, who had been so easily manipulated by Zheng Rou. A more intriguing idea suddenly struck him. "You all may withdraw," he instructed Lin Yun and the other disciples of the Wanma sect. As Lin Yun and the others took their leave, the clearing was left with only Li Qiubai. Wen Hao, Zheng Rou, Du Wenyuan, and Lu Xingda. Lin Yun cast a glance back at Wen Hao and Li Qiubai, convinced that Li Qiubai had sent the disciples away for a reason connected to Wen Hao. This Li Qiubai was undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives against Wen Hao. It was indeed unfortunate for Wen Hao to fall into the clutches of such a twisted individual. Once Lin Yun and the others departed, Li Qiubai smiled lightly and said, "Wen Hao, Du Wenyuan, since you have both surrendered to the Wanma sect, I have a task for you. You shall return to the Sword Sect as undercover agents." "What?" Du Wenyuan gasped softly. "You would let us go back without fear of us betraying you the moment we return? You will also escort Lu Xingda back. I have promised to release him, and I must honor my word," Li Qiubai continued. Du Wenyuan and Wen Hao were bewildered. Taking Lu Xingda back would surely expose them, undermining any chance of remaining undercover. As for Zheng Rou, she will stay here in Tianluo City for now, Li Qiubai added with a smile. "Wen Hao, should you reveal your true identity, I will kill her." At this ominous declaration, Wen Hao broke into a cold sweat, finally grasping Li Qiubai's intention. Chapter 33. The Yunhua realm. Lin Yun and the others awaited outside the garden. After about a quarter of an hour, Li Qiubai emerged with Wen Hao and Zheng Rou. "You are to collect the bodies in the garden." "Lin Yun, come with me," Li Qiubai commanded. Lin Yun scrutinized Wen Hao and Zheng Rou. Noticing that Wen Hao's expression was devoid of emotion, his face pale and stained with blood. A closer look revealed his body was trembling slightly. Zheng Rou, too, appeared pale, her usual gentle gaze towards Wen Hao now tinged with fear and unfamiliarity. Lin Yun silently lamented the dire fate of Du Wenyuan and Lu Xingda. Simultaneously, his gaze towards Wen Hao grew wary. This senior brother was not as simple as he appeared. Following Li Qiubai into the hall, Lin Yun observed as Li Qiubai casually reclined in a grand chair. "Lin Yun, I am pleased with your performance. Hence I have decided to assign you a more significant task. Should you succeed, you shall become one of my trusted confidants, akin to Zhang Ming and Ji Wuxin. Please, Elder, give your orders," Lin Yun replied. While he was eager to align himself with Li Qiubai, he was aware that Li Qiubai's favor was to be cherished. "You should know that beneath our Lingshu realm, there exist 3,000 minor worlds," Li Qiubai stated. These minor worlds are mostly lacking in spiritual energy, with many possessing harsh environments and scarce life. Among the 3,000 minor worlds under our Lingshu realm, 360 are known to harbor human populations. Our 6 sects have been vying for ownership of these worlds. One of them, known as the Yunhua realm, is under the absolute dominance of our Wanma sect, where we have established the Tianma sect as the foremost sect. However, in recent years, a prodigious talent named Yi Fan has emerged in the righteous faction of the Yunhua realm. Upon reaching the late foundation building stage, he was already capable of contending with cultivators in the core formation stage. Now that he has progressed to the core formation stage, he exerts immense pressure across the Yunhua realm, rendering all unable to diminish his might. He has now declared his intent to eradicate all demonic sects within the Yunhua realm. The sects supported by the Huangshan Hall and the Azura sect have already met their demise, and the Tianfeng sect is precariously positioned. The sect leader of the Tianfeng sect seeks assistance, hoping we can send someone to eliminate Yi Fan. As I have overseen the Yunhua realm, it is my prerogative to decide who shall descend. Due to the protective influence of the heavenly Tao, cultivators above the foundation building stage cannot enter the Yunhua realm. Thus, I can only dispatch cultivators at the foundation building stage. Among the numerous disciples in Tianluo City, you possess the greatest strength, so I have decided to send you to the Yunhua realm to slay Yi Fan. Do you accept this task? I am willing to serve the elder. Lin Yun replied without hesitation. He was well aware of the existence of minor worlds. In the game Three Realms, these minor worlds equated to various subordinate scenarios, many of which Lin Yun had previously visited. Minor worlds could be categorized based on the density of spiritual energy, either rich or sparse. In sparse spiritual energy minor worlds, native cultivators reaching the core formation stage would be rejected by the heavenly Tao and must leave for a middle minor world within 10 years. Conversely, cultivators from middle minor worlds cannot descend with a cultivation level exceeding the foundation building stage, or they would face rejection. The Yunhua realm belongs to the category of sparse spiritual energy minor worlds. In rich spiritual energy minor worlds, native cultivators reaching the golden core stage would similarly face rejection by the heavenly Tao, needing to leave for a middle minor world within a century. Cultivators from middle minor worlds must also refrain from descending with cultivation levels above the core formation stage. However, I am concerned that my strength may not suffice to contend with Yi Fan, and I fear I may not fulfill your expectations, Lin Yun continued. Lin Yun indeed had confidence in his ability to slay Yi Fan. Due to the advantages in techniques and artifacts, cultivators from middle minor worlds were significantly stronger than those of the same level in minor worlds. While Yi Fan may be an extraordinary talent in the minor world, his actual combat prowess would be comparable to cultivators of the same level from middle minor worlds. With the enhancement from the sword embryo and the divine technique God's sword controlling thunder, defeating a cultivator at the initial core formation stage would not pose a challenge. His claim of inadequacy was merely a ruse to extract some powerful artifacts to bolster his strength from Li Qiubai. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qiubai said, Yi Fan's strength is roughly equivalent to that of an ordinary cultivator at the initial core formation stage in our Lingshu realm. When you were at the 8th level of foundation building, you could contend with Guan Hongxin. Now that you have advanced to the 9th level, your strength should be on par with Yi Fan's. I shall also send a few more foundation building disciples to assist you. Slaying him should not pose a significant issue. However, to be cautious, I will grant you a blood god pill. As Li Qiubai spoke, he retrieved a porcelain vial from his storage ring and handed it to Lin Yun. Foundation building cultivators who consume the blood god pill can temporarily enhance their strength by 50%, which should suffice to aid you in eliminating Yi Fan, Li Qiubai remarked. Lin Yun accepted the vial, his heart brimming with joy. Thank you, elder. I shall certainly bring Yi Fan to justice. The blood god pill was indeed a remarkable item, capable of greatly augmenting a cultivator's strength in a short time, serving as a crucial lifeline in dire circumstances. Although it bore some side effects, they were easily overlooked when weighed against the prospect of survival. In the Yunhua realm, the Wanma mountain range sprawls across the central region, stretching for thousands of miles, making it the largest mountain range in the Yunhua realm. The foremost sect, the Tianfeng Sect, is situated within the Wanma mountain range. In addition to the Tianfeng Sect, there are over a dozen affiliated sects, rendering the area a true gathering of malevolent forces. Ordinary people and righteous practitioners seldom dared to approach within 100 miles of the Wanma mountain range. At the summit of Mount Wanren, over 100 disciples of the Tianfeng Sect clad in black robes stood in disciplined formation, their expressions solemn and unwavering. Observing their imposing auras, it is evident that they are all pinnacle warriors of the acquired realm. In the realm of Yunhua, cultivators in the body refinement stage are referred to as acquired warriors. Those in the foundation establishment stage are known as innate warriors, and those in the core formation stage are called core formation warriors. Pinnacle acquired warriors are indeed regarded as the backbone of power within Yunhua. Before the formation stands a dozen formidable high-ranking members of the Heavenly Demon Sect, including the sect leader and deputy leader, as well as the 4 law kings. Each of these leaders is an innate warrior. The sect leader, Su Li, is a robust man in his 40s, possessing the 9th level of the innate realm, equivalent to the 9th level of foundation establishment in the Lingshu realm. In the resource-scarce minor world of Yunhua, attaining the 9th level of foundation establishment by the age of 40 is nothing short of extraordinary talent. Once he breaks through to the innate realm and becomes a core formation warrior, he will be supported and cultivated by the upper realm sections. Standing beside Su Li is a young maiden of 17 or 18, graceful and strikingly beautiful. Her name is Su Mei, the beloved daughter of Su Li. Father, let me speak with Brother Yi Fan. Perhaps he will spare us the heavenly demon sect, and we need not invite the upper realm messenger for a life and death struggle. Besides, the upper realm messenger is likely only at the innate level and could never match Brother Yi Fan. Su Mei pouted, for Yi Fan is the quintessential protagonist in Yunhua. Rising from humble beginnings through a series of fortunate encounters, evolving from an inconspicuous youth to the strongest figure in the realm. Like other protagonists, Yi Fan is irresistibly charming. Adored by many, whether they be virtuous fairies or enchanting demonesses, all of whom fall hopelessly for him. Su Mei is one of Yi Fan's closest confidants. Their relationship, one of love and conflict, could fill days with tales of entanglement. Su Li glared at Su Mei and whispered, silence. He harbored a deep resentment for his daughter's affection towards the greatest enemy of the heavenly demon sect. Had she not been his own flesh and blood, he might have struck her in frustration. During Yi Fan's weaker days, the heavenly demon sect had multiple opportunities to eliminate him, all thwarted by this foolish daughter. Otherwise, how could matters have deteriorated to this state? Suddenly, dark clouds gathered atop Mount Wanren, and a tempest arose. Amidst the flying sand and stones, a rift in the void gradually manifested in the air. The disciples of the heavenly demon sect below stirred with anticipation. The upper realm messenger had finally arrived. Su Mei gazed with wonder at the slowly unfolding rift, curious about the appearance of the upper realm messenger. Chapter 34. Descent. As the rift appeared above Mount Wanren, figures began to emerge, gracefully descending before the gathered disciples of the heavenly demon sect. The first to appear was a young man around 20 years of age, clad in a flowing black robe, with a handsome visage and eyes like stars. He bore a jade-green longsword on his back, radiating an aura of extraordinary quality. Standing beside her father, Su Mei furtively scrutinized this upper realm messenger. He was indeed handsome, comparable to Brother Yi Fan. However, his demeanor did not resemble that of a demonic cultivator, but rather that of a righteous swordsman. Following the young man, for disciples of the Wanma sect clad in black armor emerged from the rift, all older than the black-robed youth. They respectfully stood behind him, clearly acknowledging him as their leader. Welcome, esteemed messengers. The disciples of the heavenly demon sect called in unison. Su Li approached with the high-ranking members and clasped his hands, saying, I am Su Li, the sect leader of the heavenly demon sect, and I warmly welcome the 5 esteemed messengers. Upon seeing that the Wanma sect had only sent 5 pinnacle-acquired warriors, Su Li felt a twinge of disappointment. Yi Fan was immensely powerful, easily overwhelming cultivators of the same rank in Yunhua. Even the 3 core formation elders of the heavenly demon sect, when united against Yi Fan, had suffered severe injuries and were still recuperating within the sect. No matter how formidable the innate warriors dispatched by the Wanma sect, they would merely be equal to the core formation elders within the sect. They stood no chance against Yi Fan. He had expected the Wanma sect to send a considerable number of pinnacle-acquired warriors to surround and overwhelm Yi Fan, but to his surprise, only 5 had been sent. The Wanma sect had underestimated Yi Fan. The black-robed youth smiled lightly and replied, Sect leader Su, you are too courteous. I am Lin Yun, a disciple of the Wanma sect, sent here under the orders of Elder Li Qiubai to assist Elder Su in eliminating Yi Fan. Before Su Li could respond, Su Mei, unable to contain her disdain, muttered quietly, with just you, how can you possibly be a match for Brother Yi Fan? Though her voice was low, it was clear to the nearby Foundation establishment cultivators, who exchanged knowing glances of disapproval. Mayor, silence. Su Li admonished sternly, then turned to Lin Yun to apologize. My daughter is young and impetuous. I hope the esteemed messenger can forgive her. Lin Yun cast a gentle glance at Su Mei and said, no offense taken. As a dignified upper realm messenger, he was not inclined to hold grudges against a mere girl. Elderly has only sent 5 messengers? Su Li inquired. Yi Fan is extraordinarily powerful, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary core formation warrior. I fear. Standing behind Lin Yun, Jiang Quan scoffed and interjected. When Brother Lin was at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, he could contend with initial core formation warriors. Now that he has reached the 9th level, dealing with a mere core formation warrior from a minor world should be a trivial matter, since being bested by Lin Yun in 3 strikes. Jiang Quan had developed a deep admiration for him. Upon learning that Lin Yun intended to select a few Foundation establishment disciples to descend to the lower realm, he eagerly volunteered to accompany him. Ah, So the esteemed messenger possesses such remarkable strength. I am truly humbled, Su Li responded. Having reached this point in conversation, he had no choice but to trust Lin Yun's abilities. To say more would be to question Lin Yun's prowess directly. I have prepared a banquet within the sect to welcome the 5 esteemed messengers, Su Li announced. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Su Li ordered a lavish feast to be arranged in honor of Lin Yun and his companions. During the banquet, high-ranking members of the Heavenly Demon Sect took turns toasting and befriending Lin Yun and his entourage, all of whom aspired to break through to the core formation stage and wished to cultivate favorable relations for support in the upper realm. As the drinks flowed, the conversation naturally gravitated towards Yi Fan, the deputy leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, a gaunt man in his 50s with a cold gaze, recounted. When Yi Fan was still an innate warrior, I once battled him and nearly struck him down. Unfortunately, a masked warrior appeared unexpectedly and rescued him. His tone was heavy with regret. Had he slain Yi Fan then, there would be no troubles today. Humph, Yi Fan is so ostentatious, constantly courting disaster. Yet, his luck is extraordinary. He always escapes peril, turning danger into fortune, or else he would have perished countless times. A protective guardian of the Heavenly Demon Sect declared indignantly. Lin Yun, seated at the head of the table, listened intently as the discussions unfolded. Yi Fan truly embodied the archetype of a protagonist, consistently encountering fortuitous opportunities on his path of cultivation, evading death, and transforming threats into treasures. From the gossip shared by the high-ranking members of the Wanma sect, it seemed Yi Fan was surrounded by no fewer than 10 beautiful women, each renowned in their own right. From his childhood sweetheart to a distant, aloof senior sister, the gentle healer, an immensely proud sect leader, and the alluring enchantress, all were captivated by him. As a man, Lin Yun felt an overwhelming envy. Why was it that he did not possess such luck with women? Lin, what is your view on Yi Fan? Su Li, seated beside Lin Yun, suddenly inquired. He hoped that by recounting the numerous feats of Yi Fan, his subordinates could instill in Lin Yun a recognition of Yi Fan's formidable prowess, thereby igniting within Lin Yun a sense of urgency that would compel him to seek assistance from the upper realm. The others ceased their discussions, their gazes fixed on Lin Yun, eager to hear his insights. Lin Yun took a gentle sip of wine and replied, "Let us observe." His words echoed through the hall like a chilling breeze, freezing everyone's movements as they stared at Lin Yun in astonishment. What a cold jest. Su Mei, seated lower down, couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that this envoy from the upper realm was rather amusing. Lord Lin, I was inquiring about your perspective, not your posture, Su Li, the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, said with a look of helplessness directed at Lin Yun. Who has ever dared to jest with the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect? A jest, my dear Su Sect leader, do not take offense. Lin Yun responded with a smile. Yi Fan is indeed extraordinary. If I am adequately prepared for my descent, vanquishing him should pose no challenge. With your assurance, I find solace, Su Li replied, though his heart remained heavy with worry. Prior to Yi Fan's rise, he had attempted to deal with him several times, convinced that Yi Fan would surely perish. Yet, time and again, Yi Fan remained vibrant and had ascended to become the most powerful individual in the Yunhua realm. What is your strategy for confronting Yi Fan? Su Li inquired. Upon hearing her father's words, Su Mei's ears perked up, eager to learn how Lin Yun intended to deal with her brother Yi Fan. If Lin Yun had devised any unscrupulous tactics, she felt it imperative to warn Yi Fan in advance. Where is Yi Fan now? Lin Yun asked. He is at the Sunset Lake, 100 miles away. Su Li replied. He is gathering the righteous forces from across the realm, preparing to launch an assault on the Wanma mountain range and eradicate our Heavenly Demon Sect once and for all. Oh, Lin Yun's interest was piqued. Then I shall take a stroll by the Sunset Lake and witness the talents of this Yi Fan for myself. As for you, Sect Leader Su, if Yi Fan were to vanish, do you have confidence in defeating the Righteous Alliance? Upon mentioning the Righteous Alliance, Su Li wore a disdainful expression. Without Yi Fan, this so-called Righteous Alliance is merely a collection of insignificant factions. Our Heavenly Demon Sect, as the foremost sect in the Yunhua realm, has seen these righteous sects quail before us in the past. Without Yi Fan, our sect alone could shatter the Righteous Alliance. Su Li declared with an air of superiority. Then it shall be simple, Lin Yun smiled. Sect Leader Su, summon your forces immediately and head straight for Sunset Lake. I assure you, Yi Fan will not have the opportunity to confront you. This time, I will assist you in obliterating the righteous forces. Although Su Li felt this course of action was somewhat reckless, remaining confined to the Wanma mountain range was merely awaiting doom. Since Lin Yun spoke with such confidence, he decided to take the plunge and said, Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, Lord Lin. Lin Yun glanced at Su Mei, seated below, and warned. Sect leader Su, one more thing. Keep a close watch on your daughter. Rest assured, this time I shall not allow her to hinder our plans. Su Li glared at Su Mei, sternly asserting. Chapter 35. By the Sunset Lake in the Yunhua Realm, by the Sunset Lake. The Sunset Lake is the largest body of water in the Yunhua Realm, spanning over 1,000 miles, with no end in sight. Named for the breathtaking reflections of the setting sun upon its surface, it is renowned for its extraordinary beauty. Located near the Wanma mountain range, a gathering place for demons. Many have heard of the lake's stunning vistas at sunset, yet few dare to approach its shores. However, in recent days, the area around Sunset Lake has been abuzz with activity. The realm's foremost warrior, Yi Fan of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, issued a summons to rally the righteous forces, planning a joint assault on the Wanma mountain range on the 9th day of the 9th month, with the intent to eradicate the demonic Heavenly Demon Sect that has dominated the Yunhua realm for years. The call to arms resonated far and wide, drawing countless individuals to Sunset Lake. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion, the Divine Thunder Sect, and the Primordial Sect, three of the most powerful righteous sects, bolstered by support from the upper realm, arrived promptly, forming an alliance. Subsequently, various righteous sects and independent martial artists began to converge on Sunset Lake. Even some neutral sects, previously allied with the demonic factions, shamelessly claimed to be righteous, denouncing their ties to the demons, hoping to safeguard their own sects from repercussions following the anticipated downfall of the Heavenly Demon Sect. It was evident to all observant individuals that the destruction of the Heavenly Demon Sect was all but a foregone conclusion. The Sunset Lake area is home to 7 small towns, all now brimming with the influx of martial artists responding to the call. That morning, a young man clad in a black robe, with a long sword slung across his back, strolled leisurely into one of the towns, Qingping Town. The black-robed youth was none other than Lin Yun. He had allowed his companions to join the main force of the Heavenly Demon Sect while he arrived at Sunset Lake ahead of them, intending to meet Yi Fan in advance. If the opportunity arose, he would eliminate him directly. As Lin Yun ambled through Qingping Town, savoring the local culture of the Yunhua realm, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. Since his arrival in this world, he had never felt this relaxed. In the Lingshu realm, he had to remain perpetually vigilant, navigating each encounter with caution. Yet in the Yunhua realm, he stood among the elite. As long as he was not besieged by a multitude of Foundation establishment cultivators, he had no reason to fear anyone. The Yunhua realm's spiritual energy is thin, and the number of Foundation establishment cultivators is scarcely 100, with the majority being demonic practitioners. In such circumstances, Lin Yun felt no pressure whatsoever. The only potential threat to him in this realm was Yi Fan. Yi Fan's meteoric rise to prominence in the Yunhua realm was undoubtedly supported by some hidden cards. However, Lin Yun also possessed several advantages: the Sword Embryo, the Divine Sword of Thunder True Formula, and the Blood God Pill, which rendered him unafraid. As Lin Yun traversed the street, he noticed a 2-story tavern ahead, the sign of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion hanging prominently between the 1st and 2nd floors. Being a connoisseur of fine wine, he made his way toward the tavern, eager to sample the exquisite beverages of the Yunhua realm. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Lin Yun found an empty table, ordered a few small dishes, and requested 2 flasks of the tavern's finest wine, beginning to pour for himself. As he sipped his drink, he listened to the conversations of the martial artists within the tavern. His keen hearing allowed him to discern every word amidst the cacophony, and most discussions revolved around the Righteous Alliance and Yi Fan, interspersed with various tales of the martial world. While enjoying his drink and listening to the stories, a young man and woman approached Lin Yun's table. The young man, somewhat bashful, clasped his hands and said, "Might I share your table, young hero? All the other tables upstairs are occupied, and you have 2 empty seats here." Lin Yun smiled gently, replying, "Of course, please, take a seat." The pair expressed their gratitude and settled across from Lin Yun. He observed them closely. The young man appeared to be in his 30s, with a resolute countenance and an air of righteousness. The young woman, in her early 20s, was of above-average beauty, with bright eyes and an assertive demeanor. They bore a resemblance, suggesting they were siblings. "I am Zhuang Rui, and this is my younger sister, Zhuang Yan," the young man introduced himself. "May I ask how to address you, young hero?" "I am Lin Yun," he replied with a smile. Lin Yun and Zhuang Rui exchanged pleasantries, while Zhuang Yan had already summoned a waiter to order fine wine and dishes. Zhuang Rui, either intentionally or unintentionally, cast a few glances at the Bai Shui sword behind Lin Yun, and then suddenly lowered his voice to inquire, "Young hero Lin, the sword you carry must be a divine weapon, correct?" "Divine weapon?" "Indeed," Lin Yun nodded lightly, a smile gracing his lips. Before descending to this realm, he had perused the records of the Yunhua realm, where they referred to magical artifacts as divine weapons. He had concealed the aura of the Baishui sword, rendering it indistinguishable from an ordinary weapon at this moment. Zhuang Rui's keen perception allowed him to recognize it as a magical artifact at first glance. Upon confirming that Lin Yun indeed bore a divine weapon, Zhuang Rui asked, "Are you a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, young hero?" Lin Yun shook his head, replying, "I am merely a wandering martial artist, unworthy of joining the Heavenly Sword Pavilion." What merits does the Heavenly Sword Pavilion possess? They feign benevolence while being nothing but a band of shameless bandits. Zhuang Yin muttered softly beside them, harboring deep resentment towards the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Zhuang Rui quickly glanced around, ensuring no one had overheard his sister's words, before turning back to whisper, "Sister, mind your words." Zhuang Yin huffed and turned away, falling silent. Zhuang Rui chuckled helplessly before continuing to Lin Yun, "Young hero Lin, if you are not a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, it would be wise to wrap this divine weapon in cloth and keep it hidden." "Why is that?" Lin Yun inquired. Curiosity piqued as he took a sip of his wine. Zhuang Yin could not restrain herself and turned back, saying, "Why? Because if any disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion discover you possess a divine sword, they may seize it through unscrupulous means and might even label you as colluding with demonic forces. In such a case, should they kill you, others would merely point at your corpse and declare it deserved." Her tone was filled with indignation. Lin Yun observed Zhuang Yin, contemplating that she was indeed a person with a story to tell, and he resolved to glean more from her. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion is a prestigious righteous sect, a pillar of justice. Surely, their disciples would not engage in such behavior. Lin Yun feigned disbelief. "What reputable sect?" "Bah." Zhuang Yan's voice rose involuntarily. "My family has suffered because of sister." Zhuang Rui sharply interrupted, casting a stern gaze at her. Zhuang Yan, who had always feared her brother, pouted and lowered her head in silence upon witnessing his genuine anger. She merely wished to expose the banditry of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion to the world. Was that wrong? "You honor us with your presence, young hero Lin," Zhuang Rui said, clasping his hands together. "Ever since Yi Fan became the world's foremost martial artist, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion has flourished, establishing itself as the leader of the righteous path. If this righteous alliance successfully eradicates the Demonic Sect, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion will undeniably become the foremost sect in the realm. In such circumstances, it is inevitable that some disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion may grow arrogant and act erratically. Since their entire cultivation revolves around the sword, should they catch sight of your divine weapon, they may succumb to greed. I advise you, young hero Lin, to conceal your sword as a precaution," Zhuang Rui said earnestly. "Thank you for the reminder, brother Zhuang. I will exercise caution," Lin Yun replied, having surmised much about the story of the Zhuang siblings. Chapter 36. The foolish son of the landlord Yi Fan summoned the righteous sects from all over at the shores of Sunset Lake. As the leader of the righteous path, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion naturally had to take the lead. This time, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion dispatched over 1,000 disciples, including 2 at the core formation stage, 12 at the innate stage, and over 1,000 at the acquired stage. All of these acquired martial artists possess strength above the 4th level. Thus, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion was sending its elite to eradicate the Demonic Sect in one fell swoop. Due to their large number, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion did not occupy nearby towns for lodging, but instead erected a vast camp by Sunset Lake. Su Hu, a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, hurried into the camp and quickly made his way to a lavish tent. "Is Master Wang here?" Disciple Su Hu seeks an audience. He called respectfully at the entrance. "Come in," a deep voice resonated from within the tent. Upon entering, Su Hu saw Master Wang Wenshan seated at the center, flanked by several fellow disciples, all of whom were Wang Wenshan's trusted students. Wang Wenshan appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 50s, with a 5th-level foundation establishment cultivation, which in the Yunhua realm was equivalent to the 5th level of the innate stage. Clad in a light blue robe, he had a slender face and a neatly groomed beard, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. He bore a long sword on his back, both the hilt and sheath a fiery red, with a crimson spirit stone embedded in the guard, glimmering with spiritual light. This sword was, in fact, a low-grade magical artifact. While low-grade magical artifacts were quite common in the Lingshu realm, they were regarded as divine weapons in the Yunhua realm, rarely attainable by ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Wang Wenshan regarded Su Hu's entrance and asked, "Su Hu, what brings you here?" "Master, I discovered the Zhuang siblings in Qingping town." Su Hu gasped, reporting his findings. After spotting the Zhuang siblings, he had rushed to inform Wang Wenshan. The Zhuang siblings? A glint of coldness flashed in Wang Wenshan's eyes. How dare they come to Sunset Lake? Suhu nodded. I found them with junior brother Lin in Qingping Town. We are not their match given our low strength. So we did not dare to act rashly. I had junior brother Lin keep an eye on them and hurried to report to you. Wang Wenshan nodded approvingly. Well done, Master. With the righteous forces gathering at Sunset Lake, the sudden appearance of the Zhuang siblings cannot bode well, said Chong Weiying, Wang Wenshan's eldest disciple. Wang Wenshan's expression darkened. They are merely two acquired martial artists. What ill intentions could they harbor? Their father, Zhuang Ji, colluded with demonic forces and was slain by me. I had initially intended to spare them a chance, but it seems they have come to Sunset Lake against my wishes. My master is merciful. Yet the Zhuang siblings are ungrateful, Chong Weiying remarked. Thus, my mercy must come to an end. Tomorrow is the oath-taking ceremony against the Demonic Sect. They could very well be spies sent by the demonic forces to disrupt the proceedings. Wang Wenshan declared. Weiying, take some men to silence them for good. Understood. Chong Weiying replied, clasping his hands in acknowledgement. At Qingping Town, at the Drunken Immortal Inn, Lin Yun had indulged in fine food and drink. Waiter, bring me the bill, he called out. The waiter hurried over, beaming with a smile. Young hero, your food and drink amount to 6 taels of silver. Upon hearing the mention of silver, Lin Yun suddenly realized that he seemed to lack such currency. In the Lingxiu realm, transactions among cultivators were conducted with spirit stones, while ordinary folk used copper coins issued by the 6 major sects, with 10,000 copper coins convertible to 1 low-grade spirit stone. His storage bag contained spirit stones and copper coins, but no silver or gold. The waiter noticed Lin Yun's delay in payment, and his smile began to falter. Wondering if this young man intended to dine and dash, Lin Yun retrieved a low-grade spirit stone from his storage bag and placed it on the table, saying, I have no silver on me. Let this spirit stone suffice as payment. In the Yunhua realm, copper coins would undoubtedly be of no use here. And unwilling to dine without settling the bill, he could only offer a spirit stone. Spirit stones were scarce in the Yunhua realm, and even ordinary foundation establishment cultivators rarely encountered them, making the inn's staff unfamiliar with such a currency. Seeing Lin Yun produce a stone to cover a debt of 6 taels of silver, the waiter couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Young hero, please do not jest. If I were to accept a mere stone, the manager would surely have my head. Allow me to settle your bill, young hero Lin. Zhuang Rui stood, producing a silver coin to hand to the waiter, saying, no need for change. The fellow received the silver with a beaming smile and said, thank you, noble hero. If you need anything else, do not hesitate to ask. The waiter joyfully departed, and Lin Yun clasped his hands towards Zhuang Rui, saying, thank you, brother Zhuang. This stone is a gift for you. That is unnecessary, Zhuang Rui replied, recognizing the stone's true worth. A mere few coins cannot compare to even a fraction of this spirit stone's value. As he spoke, he pondered Lin Yun's true identity, with a divine weapon in hand. Offering a spirit stone as casually as this, such extravagance was not typical even among innate martial artists. This young hero, Lin, must have an extraordinary background. Nearby, several tables of martial artists, upon hearing that Lin Yun possessed a legendary spirit stone, regarded it with fervent gazes. However, none had seen a spirit stone before, nor could they discern its authenticity. Some dismissed Lin Yun as a charlatan, questioning why he would use a genuine spirit stone to settle a meal bill. Was he not in his right mind? Seeing Zhuang Rui's refusal to accept the spirit stone, Lin Yun did not press the matter further. He stored the stone back into his pouch, saying, in that case, consider it a favor owed to you, brother Zhuang. The Zhuang siblings evidently had a grudge against the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, and by avenging them, he would have repaid that debt. Lin, your words are too heavy, Zhuang Rui remarked, still unaware of the true magnitude of the favor he was owed, as Lin Yun prepared to depart. For martial artists from a nearby table suddenly rose to block his path, dressed in identical attire with long knives at their waists. They were clearly disciples of a certain sect. Brother, please wait, one of them said. Lin Yun smiled lightly, knowing their intent was to covet the spirit stone, yet feigned ignorance, asking, what brings you to halt my journey? The onlookers, recognizing the 4 as disciples of the Iron Blade sect, paused their meals, eager for the unfolding drama. This will be entertaining, someone murmured. Although the Iron Blade sect was not among the 3 major orthodox sects, it boasted several innate martial artists, making it formidable. The leader of the Iron Blade disciples, eyes gleaming with greed, said, brother, could you show us that stone you had earlier? They too could not ascertain the stone's authenticity, but were driven by the faint hope that it might be real. If it were genuine, they could become quite prosperous. Zhuang Rui and Zhuang Yin stood beside Lin Yun, with Zhuang Rui coldly addressing the Iron Blade disciples. Are you truly considering acts of coercion? Zhuang Rui, known for his sense of justice, stood up for Lin Yun despite their recent acquaintance. The Iron Blade disciples, sensing Zhuang Rui's unyielding demeanor, softened their tone. What coercion? You just mentioned that stone was worth 6 coins of silver for your meal, correct? How about this? I offer you 6 taels of silver for it. Upon hearing such shamelessness, Zhuang Rui nearly retorted, fearing Lin Yun might be a naive rich man's son willing to sell the spirit stone for 6 taels. Given Lin Yun's earlier foolishness in using the spirit stone to pay for a meal, it was a genuine concern. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Yun chuckled. Brother Zhuang, do not worry. I can handle this small matter myself. He then retrieved the spirit stone from his pouch, asking, Is this the stone you meant? The Iron Blade disciples gazed at the spirit stone in Lin Yun's hand, their eyes filled with avarice. This stone, translucent and exuding a faint aura, indeed resembled the legendary spirit stone. Yes, that is the one, the leader exclaimed. I will give you 6 taels of silver. Hand it over quickly, driven by greed. The Iron Blade disciples were now consumed by thoughts of the immense benefits they could gain if the stone were genuine, completely disregarding other considerations. Lin Yun, flipping the stone back into his pouch, declared, I'm afraid I cannot sell it. You, the leader, feeling mocked, drew his long knife in a fit of rage, pointing it at Lin Yun. If you refuse to hand over the spirit stone, do not blame us for resorting to force. The 3 other Iron Blade disciples unsheathed their knives, all aimed at Lin Yun. With a shake of his head, Lin Yun said, greed can lead to one's demise. He lacked interest in dealing with these body refinement stage martial artists, as killing them would yield little cultivation reward and no valuable spoils. However, he would not take kindly to unprovoked aggression. Attack! The leader of the Iron Blade disciples shouted, swinging his knife toward Lin Yun with lethal intent. Be careful, Lin. Zhuang Rui cried, drawing his sword to assist, but Lin Yun had already moved. He stepped forward, effortlessly maneuvering through the 4 Iron Blade disciples, who suddenly froze. Their knives held aloft, but unmoving. How dull, Lin Yun remarked to Zhuang Rui. Farewell. With that, he descended the stairs. What just happened to those 4 disciples? Onlookers murmured. Their curiosity piqued. One brave soul approached to investigate, only to gasp in horror. They're dead. With that exclamation, the 4 Iron Blade disciples collapsed, lifeless on the floor. The crowd turned pale as they beheld the corpses, each with a small puncture wound in their throats, blood oozing forth. Those who had previously harbored intentions against Lin Yun felt a chill, relieved it was the Iron Blade disciples who had taken the initiative. Greed can lead to one's demise. Lin Yun's words echoed in their minds. Brother, did you see how Lin dealt with them? Zhuang Yin gasped, gripping Zhuang Rui's arm tightly. I did not catch it. Zhuang Rui replied, equally stunned. Brother, you are an innate 8th-layer martial artist, yet you could not see Lin's movements. Could he truly be an innate martial artist? Zhuang Yin struggled to believe that the seemingly harmless Lin Yun was indeed so powerful, appearing younger than herself. After the commotion, the Zhuang siblings lost their appetite and followed Lin Yun out of the tavern. They scanned the streets, but found no trace of him. Who is this young hero? With such strength at such a young age, and possessing divine weaponry? Zhuang Rui mused. Brother, Zhuang Yin suddenly clutched Zhuang Rui's arm nervously, whispering. People from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Zhuang Rui looked up to see 3 disciples from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion striding toward them. Let us go, he urged, pulling Zhuang Yin along, heads down as they hurried in the opposite direction. Just a few steps in, a mocking voice called out from ahead. Zhuang Rui, where do you think you're going? Chang Weiying and 2 Heavenly Sword Pavilion disciples blocked their path, wearing grins of derision. Chang Weiying. Zhuang Rui gritted his teeth, uttering the name with palpable anger. Zhuang Yin glared at Chang Weiying with hatred. The innate martial artist Wang Wenshan from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion had falsely accused their father, Zhuang Ji, of colluding with evil forces to seize their family's Jilin sword, ultimately leading to Zhuang Ji's death at Wang Wenshan's hands. Subsequently, Chang Weiying led several disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect to commence a massacre against the Zhuang family, intending to eliminate witnesses and conceal their nefarious activities. The siblings managed to escape by a stroke of luck, planning to publicly expose the malevolent nature of the Heavenly Sword Sect during the upcoming oath-taking ceremony, seeking justice for their family. However, they found themselves once again ensnared by the Heavenly Sword Sect. That day, you 2 remnants of the demonic path slipped away. Instead of hiding in obscurity, you dare to return to Sunset Town? Chang Weiying sneered at the Zhuang siblings. We, the Zhuang family, have never colluded with the demonic path. Zhuang Rui retorted sharply. It is you, the heavenly Sword Sect, who covets our Qi Lin's sword and frames my family. Chang Weiying laughed heartily. Your family's collusion with the demonic path is a well-established fact, known throughout the martial world. What use is your denial now? Today, I shall act on behalf of justice and eliminate you two remnants of the demonic path. Martial artists on the street discreetly moved aside, whispering and pointing at the Zhuang siblings. They had heard rumors of the heavenly Sword Sect's annihilation of the Zhuang family, supposedly due to their collusion with the demonic path. Yet, the present situation suggested deeper complexities. Zhuang Rui unsheathed his sword and spoke to his sister, Zhuang Yin, sister. I fear I may not be able to protect you this time. Zhuang Rui was merely at the 8th layer of postnatal cultivation, while Chang Weiying had reached the 9th layer, and as a disciple of the heavenly Sword Sect, he was superior in both martial arts and sword techniques. Zhuang Rui was no match for him, especially with 5 other disciples of the heavenly Sword Sect accompanying him. Brother, I am not afraid. Let us fight them. Zhuang Yin declared, her brows furrowing defiantly. Let our blood reveal the hypocrisy of the heavenly Sword Sect. Just as the Zhuang siblings prepared to engage in a desperate battle, a figure clad in black robes, Lin Yun, appeared from the other end of the street, leisurely making his way towards them. Zhuang Yan's eyes brightened upon seeing Lin Yun. He was a congenital martial artist and could surely save her and her brother, just as she was about to call out to him for help. Zhuang Rui pulled her back. Do not implicate Lin Xiaoxia, Zhuang Rui whispered. Kill them, Chang Weiying commanded, drawing his sword and lunging at Zhuang Rui. Zhuang Rui's strength was formidable, but only he could contend with Chang Weiying. The other 5 disciples of the heavenly Sword Sect also drew their swords, ready to surround and slay the Zhuang siblings. Stop, Lin Yun called out, approaching with a commanding voice. The 6 members of the heavenly Sword Sect halted, turning to face the slowly advancing Lin Yun. Chang Weiying's expression turned cold as he scrutinized the unfamiliar young martial artist. What, do you wish to save them? Not at all, Lin Yun replied as he reached the group. I borrowed some silver from them at the tavern earlier and noticed you intend to kill them. I must return the silver. Otherwise, who shall I repay once they are dead? Zhuang Yan, initially believing Lin Yun came to rescue them, was infuriated by his words. Lin Xiaoxia, are you truly foolish? In this situation, what does silver matter? Chang Weiying regarded Lin Yun with disdain, saying, they are already on the brink of death. You need not concern yourself with their silver. That won't do. I, Lin Yun, am not one to leave debts unpaid, Lin Yun insisted, shaking his head. Lin Xiaoxia, we merely had a brief encounter at the tavern. You need not involve yourself in this mess. The silver is unnecessary, Zhuang Rui stated, emphasizing their mere acquaintance to shield Lin Yun from any repercussions. I have said, I do not leave debts unpaid, Lin Yun replied, then pointed at Chang Weiying and the other disciples of the heavenly Sword Sect, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are precisely 6 of you. I owe you 6 pieces of silver, so I shall help you eliminate them. What did you say? Chang Weiying and his companions' expressions changed, their gazes turning icy as they fixate on Lin Yun. With a light smile, Lin Yun waved his hand, unleashing 5 golden sword energies. The sword energies were 3 inches long and as thick as a thumb, darting towards Chang Weiying and his companions like graceful fish. The faces of Chang Weiying and his 5 disciples paled dramatically, a singular thought racing through their minds. Sword energy detached from the body, a congenital martial artist. Before Chang Weiying could finish his words, the golden sword energy pierced through his throat, grasping his neck with both hands, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. He collapsed to the ground, alongside his 5 disciples. Lin Xiaoxia, Zhuang Rui exclaimed, astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief, unsure of what to say. The martial artists gathered on the street gazed at Lin Yun with a mix of fear and astonishment. Had this black-robed youth gone mad, daring to slay disciples of the heavenly Sword Sect? Even if he were a congenital martial artist, killing disciples of the heavenly Sword Sect would lead to his demise. For the sect boasted the world's strongest warrior, Yi Fan. Thoughts among the onlookers varied. Some hurried away to report to the heavenly Sword Sect. Others inquired about Lin Yun's background, while some remained expressionless, secretly relishing the unfolding drama. Brother Zhuang, I shall consider your 6 pieces of silver repaid, Lin Yun said with a smile, looking at the Zhuang siblings. Zhuang Rui, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt before Lin Yun and said, thank you, Lin Xiaoxia, for saving our lives. Lin Yun assisted Zhuang Rui to his feet, stating, I merely repaid your 6 pieces of silver. Zhuang Rui and Zhuang Yan assumed Lin Yun's words were meant to avoid creating a debt of gratitude, unaware that in Lin Yun's heart, The lives of Chang Weiying and his companions were perhaps worth less than those 6 pieces of silver. However, involving Lin Xiaoxiao with the Heavenly Sword Sect truly weighs heavily on my conscience, Zhuang Rui lamented. The Heavenly Sword Sect is of little consequence, Lin Yun replied. His mission in descending to this realm was to slay Yi Fan and eradicate the Heavenly Sword Sect. Incurring their enmity was of no concern to him. However, as the Heavenly Sword Sect was a sect supported by the Sword Sect, being an undercover agent meant he had to constantly oppose the Sword Sect. He feared that should he inadvertently provoke a powerful figure within the Sword Sect, he might not return. Yet, he mused, remaining at the 10,000 Demons Sect didn't seem so bad, albeit with the need to remain vigilant against the perverse Li Qiubai. Lin Xiaoxiao. Once the Heavenly Sword Sect learns of their disciples' demise, they will surely send congenital martial artists. We should leave Qingping Town at once, Zhuang Rui advised. I know of a hidden location nearby where the Heavenly Sword Sect will not be able to find us for a while. Lin Yun. Intending to confront Yi Fan at the oath-taking ceremony the next day and having no destination for the night, agreed. Very well, let us depart. The 3 left the town. And after more than half an hour, Wang Wenshan, a congenital martial artist from the Heavenly Sword Sect, alongside Ouyang Hong and several dozen disciples, stormed into Qingping Town. On the street, Wang Wenshan gazed at the corpses of Chang Weiying and his 5 disciples, his expression ominously dark. Chang Weiying was his most valued disciple, the heir he had painstakingly nurtured to the 9th layer of postnatal cultivation, with hopes of helping him break through to the congenital realm within a decade. If Chang Weiying succeeded, Wang Wenshan would have a reliable successor in his old age, ensuring he would not be looked down upon. He had invested a significant portion of his wealth in training Chang Weiying. Yet now, Chang Weiying had been slain in this small town by an unknown martial artist. The turmoil in Wang Wenshan's heart was beyond description. Both elders, we have gathered the information, a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect bowed, reporting. The one who killed senior brother Chang and the others is a young man around 20 years old, clad in black robes, wielding a green sword, a congenital martial artist. Before killing senior brother Chang and the others, he also eliminated 4 disciples of the Iron Blade sect. Ouyang Hong, a 40-something man with a square face, raised an eyebrow and asked, a member of the demonic path? The Heavenly Sword Sect disciple shook his head, saying, it seems not. According to the martial artist who witnessed the event, the black-robed youth's sword energy is pure, and his aura is righteous, devoid of any demonic presence. In the Tianjin Pavilion, there are no records pertaining to this young man in a black robe. Ouyang Hong could not help but furrow his brow, a martial artist in his 20s. Clearly not an insignificant figure. Why then does the Tianjin Pavilion lack any information regarding him? Unless, perhaps, this black-robed youth hails from the upper realms. Tomorrow marks the oath-taking ceremony of the Righteous Alliance, and the sudden emergence of this black-robed youth casts a shadow over Ouyang Hong's heart. Beside him, Wang Lianshan gritted his teeth and declared, whoever he may be, daring to slay a disciple of the Tianjin Pavilion must not be spared. Immediately gather the disciples and search for the whereabouts of the black-robed youth and the Zhuang siblings. As the disciples of the Tianjin sect were about to heed the command, Ouyang Hong raised his hand and said, wait. Ouyang Shitty, what do you mean? Wang Wenshan, displeased by Ouyang Hong's intervention, asked with a grim expression. Tomorrow is the oath-taking ceremony. We must prioritize the significant matters. It seems rather inappropriate to conduct a grand search at this moment, Ouyang Hong replied. Moreover, the origins of that black-robed youth are shrouded in mystery. It would be wise to report this to the sect master. Wang Wenshan snorted coldly. He is merely a younger innate martial artist. What is there to fear? What of his mysterious origins? In this Yinhua realm, anyone who dares to provoke the Tianjin Pavilion is courting death. What if he is indeed from the upper realms? Ouyang Hong countered. At the mention of the possibility that the black-robed youth might be a cultivator from the upper realms, Wang Wenshan hesitated to speak further. Ouyang Hong pulled Wang Wenshan aside and whispered, we both know what transpired with the Zhuang family. You acted without the sect's consent, and the other innate martial artists within the sect are already quite dissatisfied with you. Dissatisfied? They are merely envious. Wang Wenshan scoffed. If I had sought the sect's approval, would such a fortunate opportunity have come my way? Ouyang Hong chose not to dwell on that topic and continued, that black-robed youth is a sword cultivator. If he is indeed a disciple of the Sword Sect from the upper realms, it is possible that they have dispatched a disciple to assist us. Concerned about our impending assault on the Heavenly Demon Sect, it is said that the disciples of the Sword Sect are fiercely righteous. Should you provoke him due to the Zhuang family's affairs, neither the sect master nor the disciple Yi Fan will be able to protect you. Feeling a cold sweat break out, Wang Wenshan said, Ouyang Shitty, I have been careless. We should return to the camp promptly and report this matter to the sect master. The two returned to the Tianfeng sect's camp and relayed the situation regarding the black-robed youth to their leader, Yi Wushuang, along with their speculations. Yi Wushuang, a mature and handsome man in his 40s, listened intently. After Ouyang Hong and Wang Wenshan finished speaking, he turned to a young man beside him and asked, Yi Fan, what are your thoughts? Seated next to Yi Wushuang, the current strongest individual in the Yunhua realm, Yi Fan, aged 27, possessed striking features and an aura of undeniable sharpness. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a slight resemblance between him and Yi Wushuang. Rumors in the martial world suggested that Yi Fan was the illegitimate son of Yi Wushuang. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Fan replied, the Sword Sect has not informed us of sending disciples to the lower realms, so it is unlikely that the black-robed youth is one of their disciples. However, the Sword Sect is an external entity, and they may not feel compelled to keep us informed. In their eyes, we Tianjin Pavilion might merely be a tool for producing talent. Yi Wushuang nodded in agreement, stating, regardless of the origins of that black-robed youth, we need not concern ourselves with him for the time being. What matters most to us is the oath-taking ceremony tomorrow and the eradication of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Until we successfully eliminate the Heavenly Demon Sect, no one is permitted to complicate matters. Chapter 39. The Oath-Taking Ceremony at the Sunset Lake in the Yunhua Realm. What was once a tranquil site now buzzed with fervent voices. Tens of thousands of righteous martial artists gathered on the northern bank of the lake, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the oath-taking ceremony against the Heavenly Demon Sect. An imposing stone platform, measuring 100 feet in both length and width and standing 3 feet tall, had already been erected by the Tianjin Pavilion for this event. Constructed entirely from granite, the platform was resilient and unyielding. On the southern side of the platform, dozens of grandmaster chairs were arranged in a neat row. Those entitled to occupy these chairs were either the leaders of righteous sects or renowned heroes of the martial world. To the east of the platform stood the disciples of the major sects, Tianjin Pavilion, Xindai Sect, and Taichu Sect, with their ranks forming a formidable presence. Among them, the disciples of the Tianjin Pavilion numbered in the thousands, while the Xindai Sect and Taichu Sect boasted several hundred each. The three major sects had dispatched their elite forces, determined to eradicate the Heavenly Demon Sect and reverse the tide of the demonic influence that had recently surged in the Yunhua realm. Behind the three major sects stood disciples from other righteous sects, including Ironblade Sect, Baiyun Pavilion, and Xianxia Sect, among others. These sects each had anywhere from a few dozen to several hundred disciples, collectively numbering in the thousands. The western and northern sides of the platform were crowded with righteous martial artists who had responded to the call. These martial artists either hailed from obscure minor sects, were disciples of martial families, or were solitary cultivators, totaling over 10,000 individuals. By the southern side of the platform, most of the grandmaster chairs were already occupied. Some figures either meditating or engaging in conversation with their peers, leaving only a few chairs at the center unoccupied. These chairs were larger than the others, reserved for the leaders of the three major sects, elder cultivators in the core formation stage, and the universally acknowledged strongest individual in the Yunhua realm, Yi Fan. As the hour approached, around 9 o'clock in the morning, several imposing martial artists ascended the stone platform together, with the foremost being Yi Fan. In the martial artist world, strength reigned supreme. Although the elder cultivators of the three major sects were considerably older than Yi Fan, their inferiority in strength compelled them to step back willingly. The leaders of the three sects followed closely behind. Upon seeing Yi Fan and his companions take the stage, the martial artists below erupted in thunderous applause. The martial populace, known for their loud voices, created a cacophony of cheers that echoed for miles. Among the crowd, several female martial artists gazed at Yi Fan with hearts aflutter, while a few male martial artists unabashedly shouted, "I want to have your children," sending shivers through those nearby. Lin Yun and the Zhuang siblings blended into the throng. This time, the Zhuang siblings had learned from previous experiences, donning conical hats to obscure half of their faces. Lin Yun stood beside them, still clad in black robes and bearing his sword, without any disguise. However, with so many others in similar attire, no one suspected he was the black-robed youth who had slain a disciple of the Tianjin Pavilion the day before. "Brother Zhuang, have you made your decision?" Lin Yun inquired while observing Yi Fan on the platform. Zhuang Rue nodded resolutely, stating, "Indeed, I have decided. Once the oath-taking ceremony begins, I will ascend the platform and expose the true nature of the Tianjin sect. Should you do so, the Tianjin sect will certainly not show you mercy. Moreover, others may not believe your claims," Lin Yun cautioned. "Is it worth risking your life for a moment of impulse?" I do not act out of impulse. I seek justice for my family, Zhuang Rui replied. I refuse to believe the Tianjin Pavilion can operate with impunity, that there is no justice in this world. Lin Yun chuckled softly, shaking his head. Justice is not founded on righteousness or any such ideals. It is derived from the sword in one's hand. If I were in your position, I would conceal my identity and dedicate myself to arduous training, waiting for the day when I could reclaim that justice with my sword. As the two conversed, the others, excluding Yi Fan, had already seated themselves beside the Grandmaster's chair, while Yi Fan stood alone at the center of the stone platform. He surveyed his surroundings, and wherever his gaze fell, the previously boisterous crowd fell into an immediate hush. Once Yi Fan completed his survey, the expansive lakeside of the setting sun was rendered utterly still, as all present regarded him with reverence, hesitant to make a sound. With a gentle smile, Yi Fan clasped his hands together and addressed the assembly. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for coming forth to support the rise of our righteous path. For millennia, the realm of Yunhua has been dominated by the malevolent forces, while the righteous have dwindled. The practitioners of the dark arts are cruel and merciless, treating human life as mere fodder, and the common folk have suffered for far too long. Among these, the most egregious is the celestial demon sect, with numerous disciples. They act with reckless brutality and can rightfully be deemed the source of darkness in the Yunhua realm. Just a month ago, atop the Kanglan Mountain, 3 elder disciples of the celestial demon sect launched a joint attack against me, seeking my demise, yet they fled in disarray after sustaining grievous injuries at my hands. Now, the celestial demon sect stands at its most vulnerable. I, from the heavenly sword pavilion, hereby gather all martial allies to eradicate the celestial demon sect and restore clarity to the world. Standing below, Lin Yun listened with a light chuckle to Yi Fan's impassioned address, yet his mind was already absorbed in the task panel within his consciousness. Upon arriving in the Yunhua realm, a new mission had appeared on his task panel. Mission title: Suppress the Righteous Path. Mission content: Assist the celestial demon sect in suppressing the righteous heroes, preventing their resurgence in the Yunhua realm. Mission requirement 1: Eliminate Yi Fan, rewarding 20 points. Mission requirement 2: Annihilate the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, the Divine Thunder Sect, and the Primordial Sect. Each annihilation grants 10 points. Mission requirement 3: Eradicate any righteous sects with innate martial artists stationed, rewarding 2 points for each. Mission reward: Every 20 points can be exchanged for a random reward, and every 2 points can be redeemed for 1% of cultivation. As Lin Yun contemplated the mission requirements, a singular thought echoed in his mind. Is the task system a devil? Why does it always refresh with such frenzied and diabolical missions? On the surface, he appeared as a disciple of the 10,000 Demons Sect, yet internally, he was truly a disciple of the Sword Sect, a champion of the righteous. He possessed his own conscience and moral boundaries. It was not that a task would compel him to abandon his principles for the sake of rewards, nor would he forsake his position as a disciple of the righteous to partake in heinous slaughter. However, the rewards of this task were undeniably enticing. This was a points mission, allowing for exchanges of random rewards. The so-called random rewards could yield exceptional martial arts, celestial artifacts, or even young celestial beasts. In essence, if one was fortunate enough, nothing was impossible. Even if he feared a lack of luck, opting for cultivation instead, these points would significantly enhance his abilities. Thus, he resolved to undertake this mission. Though reluctant to engage in unjust slaughter, willingly committing to it for rewards would not be deemed insincere. Chapter 40. My turn to shine today. We shall ascend the 10,000 demon mountains and completely annihilate the celestial demon sect. Yi Fan proclaimed with vigor from the platform. Annihilate the celestial demon sect. Annihilate the celestial demon sect. The multitude of martial artists below echoed in unison, chanting the rallying cry. Inspired by the fervor of those around him, Lin Yun too raised his arm in solidarity, shouting, Annihilate the celestial demon sect. Were this scene to reach the ears of Su Li, the leader of the celestial demon sect, it would undoubtedly send a chill down his spine. The Zhuang siblings gazed at Lin Yun with astonishment, having witnessed his ruthless slaughter of the Iron Blade sect and the Heavenly Sword Sect's disciples the day prior. They had assumed him to be a practitioner of the dark arts. Now, seeing him fervently rallying against the celestial demon sect, they realized that Lin Xiaoxia truly came with the intent of eradicating them. Yi Fan raised his hands to quiet the cheering warriors, and once silence fell, he continued, Since we are to unite against the celestial demon sect, we must select a leader for our alliance. I wonder what suggestions the esteemed elders have regarding this choice. Yi Fan turned to the venerable figures seated in the Grandmaster's chair. The leader of the Divine Thunder Sect stood and declared, Yi Fan, as the strongest in the Yunhua realm and the one rallying this expedition against the celestial demon sect. This position of leadership is rightfully yours. That is not necessary, Yi Fan responded. With all of you esteemed elders present, what merit do I possess to assume this role? The head of the primordial sect also rose to speak. Yi Fan, you are being overly modest. As the saying goes, in martial arts, there are no distinctions of seniority. But merit determines respect. In terms of strength, you are indeed the foremost in the Yunhua realm. Thus, the leadership belongs to you. Following the leaders of the Divine Thunder Sect and the Primordial Sect, several other venerable figures rose to urge Yi Fan to accept the position. Ultimately, Yi Fan could not refuse their insistence and reluctantly acquiesced. Below, Zhuangyan scoffed. The position of leader was clearly predetermined. This charade of modesty is utterly hypocritical. In Zhuangyan's eyes, the righteous path and hypocrisy had become synonymous. Zhuang Rui, unable to contain himself, prepared to ascend the platform and publicly accuse the Heavenly Sword Pavilion of colluding with the dark arts to seize the Zhuang family's divine weapon, the Crimson Scale Sword. However, Lin Yun intervened, raising a hand to stop him. Lin xiaoxia? Zhuang Rui looked at Lin Yun, puzzled. Lin Yun smiled lightly. Your matters can wait. It is now my turn to take the stage. On the platform, the leader of the Divine Thunder Sect proclaimed. With Yi Fan assuming this leadership role, I trust there are no objections? If there are none, I shall officially announce it. I object. A clear voice rang out from the crowd, startling everyone present. The assembly turned to see a young man clad in black robes, a long sword strapped to his back, confidently making his way to the platform. As the crowd's gaze fixed upon him, the black-robed youth remained unfazed, leisurely ascending the stone platform. The expressions of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's leaders darkened as they glared at the approaching youth. Others wore amused expressions, seemingly relishing the unfolding drama. Though the righteous sects united to eradicate the celestial demon sect, their solidarity was not without internal discord. The crowd below buzzed with astonishment. For someone dared to oppose Yi Fan's ascension to leadership. Had he lost his mind? Yi Fan regarded the advancing black-robed youth with a calm demeanor, though his thoughts were inscrutable. Who are you? The leader of the Divine Thunder Sect demanded, his expression unfriendly. Lin Yun stepped onto the platform and replied with a smile. I am Lin Yun, an inconspicuous figure in the martial world. The leader of the Divine Thunder Sect scoffed. If you are merely an inconspicuous figure, what gives you the audacity to comment on the selection of our leader? I merely have a question. When selecting a leader, do we prioritize reputation or strength? Lin Yun inquired. Naturally, strength, the leader of the Divine Thunder Sect responded. Although Yi Fan is powerful, he is still a newcomer, and among the esteemed elders present. They possess greater renown, he added. Lin Yun smiled softly. If we are to judge by strength, then it stands to reason that I should assume the role of leader. At this declaration, both the platform and the crowd erupted in disbelief, unable to fathom that this seemingly ordinary black-robed youth would utter such audacious words. The gazes directed at Lin Yun were akin to those reserved for a fool weighing over 100 pounds. You would do well to step down before you embarrass yourself further, the leader of the Divine Thunder Sect warned coldly. Had it not been for the multitude of fellow practitioners observing from below, he would have already dispatched this ignorant fool with a single stroke of his sword. If the position of the leader is determined by strength, why should I not vie for it? If none present can defeat me, then I shall claim the title without hesitation. Lin Yun boldly stood at the center of the stone platform, unabashedly continuing his grandiose declarations. Who among the esteemed practitioners dares to offer their guidance? Lin Yun inquired, casting his gaze towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan glanced at the esteemed leader of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Yi Wushuang. As the foremost warrior in the realm, he would not lower himself to confront an unknown fighter directly. Yi Wushuang understood, signaling to Wang Wenshan, who sat not far from him. Wang Wenshan rose, carrying his crimson-scaled sword, and said, Lin Yun, if you wish to contest for the position of leader, you must first overcome me. Defeat me, and you may then challenge my disciple, Yi. Seeing Wang Wenshan step forward, both Yi Fan and the master of the Divine Thunder Sect moved aside. Wang Wenshan, a formidable innate fifth-level warrior with a divine weapon in hand, would undoubtedly have little trouble dealing with a youth in his early 20s. Yi Fan at the age of 20 would not have been a match for the current Wang Wenshan, let alone this suddenly appeared young man in black robes. Is it you who killed my disciple, Chang Weiying? Wang Wenshan questioned Lin Yun, his gaze intense. This young man, who called himself Lin Yun, donned a black robe and bore a green long sword, resembling the one who had slain his disciple the previous day. I have not heard of Chang Weiying. Lin Yun replied, but I did indeed slay 6 disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion yesterday. I cannot say whether your unfortunate disciple was among them. Upon hearing Lin Yun admit to being the murderer of Chong Weiying, Wang Wenshan's fury ignited fully. Scoundrel, prepare to meet your end. In a fit of rage, Wang Wenshan bypassed the customary threats, drawing his crimson-scaled sword and striking at Lin Yun. The sword ignited with flames fueled by true energy, mirroring the rage within Wang Wenshan's heart. In the realm of Yunhua, there exists no technique to manipulate magical artifacts. Thus, in the hands of foundational-level cultivators, such artifacts are merely formidable weapons. Consequently, even a third of their inherent power is seldom realized. Facing the oncoming crimson-scaled sword, Lin Yun brought his right index and middle fingers together, manifesting golden sword energy at his fingertips, as if flames were being exhaled. With the speed beyond Wang Wenshan's capacity to react, he struck at Wang Wenshan's throat. Stop! Yi Fan, sensing the dire situation, shouted loudly, unleashing a sword energy towards Lin Yun. Yet, he was a moment too late. Lin Yun's fingers had already pierced Wang Wenshan's throat, the golden sword energy penetrating with lethal precision. The esteemed innate 5th-level warrior fell in a single blow. Lin Yun waved his hand, extinguishing the sword energy that Yi Fan had sent forth, his expression indifferent as he regarded Yi Fan. The renowned Yi Fan, the so-called strongest in the realm, was reduced to a mere nameless wretch who struck from the shadows. Chapter 41. Yi Fan's confidence. Lin Yun's decisive strike that felled Wang Wenshan left everyone, both on and off the platform, in utter shock. Wang Wenshan, a formidable innate 5th-level warrior and a notable figure in the Heavenly Sword Sect, had been slain by an unknown youth with but a finger. The scene was nothing short of astonishing. Silence enveloped the shores of Sunset Lake as all eyes turned to Lin Yun. How audacious! This is outrageous. You dare, boy! Accompanied by several furious shouts, the leader of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, the elder of the Pill Condensation Stage, and 7 innate warriors rose in outrage, encircling Lin Yun with flames of wrath. Yi Fan also stepped forward, his gaze icy with anger. How could anyone dare to kill an innate warrior of their sect before his very eyes? This was a direct affront to his status as the strongest in the Yunhua realm. Are you attempting to overwhelm me with numbers? Despite being surrounded by the powerful members of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Lin Yun appeared unfazed. Your actions were excessively ruthless. Wang Shixiang was merely sparring with you, yet you dared to strike with lethal intent. Yi Wushuang rebuked. Those who dare challenge me must be prepared to face the consequences. Lin Yun replied with a hint of youthful bravado. I am not one to understand the nuances of restraint. If you cannot withstand the touch of my finger, whose fault is that? His words successfully provoked the warriors of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, who unsheathed their swords, ready to join forces against Lin Yun. With a dismissive glance at the sword wielders, Lin Yun scoffed. Very well, let us see if you truly are the world's foremost sword practitioners. I shall gladly test the validity of your claims today. Leave this to me, Yi Fan declared. In the eyes of the public, should the Heavenly Sword Pavilion truly assault Lin Yun, both pride and dignity would be lost. Even if they succeeded in killing him, it would not be a glorious victory. Do you have confidence? Yi Wushuang inquired softly. Lin Yun's swift dispatch of the innate 5th-level Wang Wenshan had instilled both shock and trepidation in Yi Wushuang, and his confidence in Yi Fan began to wane. Rest assured, master. No one in this Yunhua realm can rival me, Yi Fan confidently asserted. Then I leave it in your hands. He has killed 6 of our disciples, and Wang Chonglao. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. I understand, master. Yi Fan's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Yi Wushuang gestured for the warriors of the Sword Sect to withdraw, leaving only Lin Yun and Yi Fan at the center of the stone platform. The onlookers below erupted with excitement at the prospect of witnessing Yi Fan in combat. This was an experience not to be missed. No one believed that Lin Yun could possibly challenge Yi Fan. Yi Fan's reputation had been forged through countless battles. 2 demonic cultivators in the core formation stage had perished at Yi Fan's hands, and the number of innate warriors he had defeated was incalculable. Moreover, just a month prior, he had single-handedly vanquished 3 core formation elders of the Heavenly Demon Sect, solidifying his status as an invincible figure in the eyes of the warriors of Yunhua. The young man in black robes, Lin Yun, was merely an innate warrior. How could he possibly stand against Yi Fan? If I am not mistaken, you are a cultivator from the higher realm, are you not? Yi Fan questioned Lin Yun. On what grounds do you deduce that? Lin Yun smiled in inquiry. I can ascertain that your cultivation is merely at the innate 9th level, Yi Fan replied, yet you managed to slay Elder Wang with but a finger, without even drawing your sword. Such prowess at the innate 9th level could only be achieved by a cultivator from the higher realm. Are you not capable of such feats as well? Lin Yun countered. Yi Fan, at the innate 9th level, had indeed possessed the strength to instantly slay innate 5th-level warriors. I am different, Yi Fan declared proudly. In this Yunhua realm, there shall not arise another like me within a millennium. Lin Yun couldn't help but chuckle. This young man exuded arrogance, and the thought of a confrontation would surely be exhilarating. Whether you acknowledge it or not matters little, Yi Fan continued. You have dared to kill members of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, and you will pay the blood price. With your innate 9th-level cultivation, you stand no chance against me in this Yunhua realm. Yi Fan held absolute confidence. Cultivators from the higher realm, even in the core formation stage, could not surpass the innate 9th level and, therefore, posed no threat to him. In truth, he felt confident even against core formation warriors from the higher realm. His confidence was forged through numerous victories against stronger opponents. Lin Yun regarded Yi Fan, whose face radiated self-assurance, and replied with a light chuckle. Then let us see if you can put that confidence to the test. Be my guest, you may strike first. If I make my move, you will not have the opportunity to respond, Yi Fan boasted arrogantly. Lin Yun, however, was not one to hold back. He unsheathed his sword without hesitation. Being in the presence of a core formation stage warrior, Lin Yun would not be reckless enough to rely solely on his bare hands. Infusing true energy into the Bai Shui sword, golden sword energy emanated from it, enveloped in a layer of golden flames. Lin Yun did not employ sword manipulation techniques, but rather opted for close combat, adhering to local customs. After advancing to the foundation establishment stage, he primarily engaged in combat using sword techniques, yet his prowess in close-quarters swordsmanship was equally formidable. The superior yellow-grade swordsmanship he practiced during his body refinement stage, known as the Cape Sword technique, had already been regarded as an exceptional skill within the Yunhua realm. Lin Yun stepped forward, executing a decisive strike. Unlike ordinary sword techniques, the Cape Sword technique emphasized cleaving strikes, flowing seamlessly like cutting through wind and waves, making it exceedingly difficult for opponents to counter. Yi Fan unsheathed his sword, meeting the attack head-on. The sword in Yi Fan's hand was no ordinary weapon. Named Lin Yun, it was the foremost divine weapon of the Yunhua realm. According to the Lingshu realm, it was classified as a medium-grade magical artifact, equivalent to Lin Yun's Bishui sword. As their swords clashed, a resounding clang echoed in the air. Both swords were wielded with remarkable speed, and in the blink of an eye, over 30 exchanges had transpired. Yi Fan had initially believed that his cultivation surpassed Lin Yun's, and that he could easily dominate him. However, as the duel progressed, he quickly realized the situation was far from what he had anticipated. Lin Yun's golden sword energy was astoundingly sharp and overwhelmingly powerful. Although Yi Fan's cultivation level was higher, he found himself being suppressed by Lin Yun's golden sword energy, gritting his teeth to withstand this round of assault. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. 9 transformations golden body technique. Yi Fan shouted, channeling his internal energy, a faint golden hue emerging on his skin, as if gilded. The 9 transformations golden body technique was an extraordinary skill Yi Fan had acquired after a harrowing encounter with a formidable foe, where he was cast off a cliff and discovered within a hidden cave below. This technique was notoriously difficult to master. Even seasoned warriors might take decades to achieve minor success. However, fortune smiled upon Yi Fan, as the cave contained a pool of stone marrow accumulated over millennia, which aided in the cultivation of the 9 transformations golden body technique. Exhausting the entire pool, he successfully brought the technique to great mastery. Once activated, it significantly enhanced his defense, speed, and strength by approximately 50%. The only drawback was the immense energy consumption required to maintain its operation, rendering it unsustainable over long durations. This technique stood as one of Yi Fan's greatest trump cards in combat beyond his cultivation level. Upon witnessing Yi Fan invoke the 9 transformations golden body technique, all present martial artists harbored a singular thought: victory was assured. With this technique, Yi Fan could easily overpower a nascent soul stage warrior, making it a trivial task to confront a congenital warrior. Ye's nephew is truly serious, remarked the leader of the Divine Thunder Sect, stroking his beard. The leader of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Yi Wushuang, wore a smile, asserting, with Yi Fan employing the 9 transformations golden body technique, even I would not stand a chance against him, let alone Lin Yun. Emboldened by the enhancement of the golden body, Yi Fan shifted from defense to offense, attacking Lin Yun with renewed vigor. Their swords clashed, forcing Lin Yun back a considerable distance. I have declared that in the Yunhua realm, no one can rival me, Yi Fan proclaimed proudly, finally subduing Lin Yun, the upper realm cultivator. From this day forth I, Yi Fan, shall be known as one who has defeated an upper realm cultivator. Lin Yun smiled gently, his internal energy swirling as he unleashed the full might of the sword embryo within. A surge of sword energy flooded into the Bishui sword, which emitted a clear dragon's roar, and the golden sword light surged upward by 3 feet. Is it not a bit premature to revel in your triumph? Lin Yun quipped lightly. Yi Fan fixated on the golden sword light emanating from the Bishui sword, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure and threat. How could a congenital warrior cultivate such formidable sword energy? If he could master the method of cultivating this golden sword energy, who among his peers could possibly challenge him? Even those of the same rank from the upper realm would surely be crushed beneath his might. Yi Fan's eyes gleamed with avarice as he contemplated defeating Lin Yun, threatening his life to extract the secrets of the golden sword energy's cultivation method. Of course, even if Lin Yun complied, he would still meet his demise. With this thought, Yi Fan advanced towards Lin Yun, his Lin Yuan sword poised for a furious downward strike. Lin Yun parried the blow, and the two warriors once again became enmeshed in combat. To the onlookers, the two figures were enveloped in a whirlwind of sword light and energy, their exchanges obscured. Only the 3 nascent soul stage warriors from the 3 major sects could discern the details of the clash. Yi Fan's situation appeared precarious, observed the Divine Thunder Sect's elder. Stroking his beard, the battle seemed evenly matched, yet Yi Fan's 9 transformations golden body technique could not last indefinitely. Should their skirmish continue, once Yi Fan's energy was exhausted, he would be no match for Lin Yun. This young man named Lin Yun is undoubtedly an upper realm cultivator, asserted the Taichu sect's elder. I never anticipated the strength of upper realm warriors to be so formidable. I had thought Yi Fan's prowess was sufficient to rival upper realm nascent soul warriors. Yet he can only contend with a 9th layer congenital warrior. Sighing, he continued, our 9th layer congenital warriors in the Yunhua realm would stand no chance against Lin Yun. The overwhelming strength of upper realm cultivators was truly disheartening. The elders felt a pervasive sense of defeat as they realized the vast chasm separating the warriors of the Yunhua realm from those of the upper realm. Little did they know, Lin Yun's strength was merely an anomaly. In the entire Lingxi realm, few foundation establishment stage cultivators could surpass him, perhaps none at all. Do not fret, Yi Fan still possesses unplayed trump cards, Yi Wushuang stated. Once he reveals his hidden strength, Lin Yun shall be no match for him. Aware that continuing in this stalemate was disadvantageous, Yi Fan forced Lin Yun back with a strike and retreated to create distance between them. As expected of an upper realm warrior, your strength is indeed exceptional, Yi Fan remarked as the golden hue faded from his body. However, defeating me will not be so simple. My heavenly sword pavilion is also supported by the upper realm Sword Sect. When I ascended to the nascent soul stage, the Sword Sect imparted a secret technique to me, which I shall unveil today. With an air of confidence, Yi Fan declared, Sword Sect's ultimate skill, the sword manipulation technique. His demeanor was commanding, exuding an aura of unparalleled supremacy. He positioned the Lin Yuan sword before him and slowly released his grip. In a miraculous display, the Lin Yuan sword did not fall to the ground under gravity, but floated majestically in midair. As Yi Fan formed a sword seal with his hands, the Lin Yuan sword appeared to come alive, circling around him before hovering above his head, its tip aimed directly at Lin Yun. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, both on and off the stage. The thousands of martial artists gathered by the Sunset Lake were left in awe at the sight of the levitating Lin Yuan sword. Such a remarkable technique of soaring through the air with a sword was simply astonishing. This sword manipulation technique is Yi Fan's greatest trump card, Yi Wushuang proudly proclaimed. It is said that this technique is a closely guarded secret of the Sword Sect, not to be lightly shared with those outside the core disciples. Yi Wushuang had evidently been misled by the Sword Sect, believing this technique to be a divine skill even among upper realm cultivators. Unbeknownst to him, while the sword manipulation technique was indeed the hallmark skill of the Sword Sect, other sects possessed similar methods of wielding magical artifacts with comparable efficacy. However, when it came to speed, the Sword Sect's technique reigned supreme. The greatest strength of sword cultivators lay in their speed, followed closely by their offensive capabilities. Yi Fan's exceptional talent had drawn the attention of the Sword Sect, allowing him to be granted the sword manipulation technique ahead of time. Continuing to boast, Yi Wushuang added, when employing the sword manipulation technique to control flying swords, their speed surpasses that of the wielder by several times, rendering opponents utterly defenseless against their assault. This is what is known as invincibility, where speed is paramount. Yi Wushuang's boastful words soared through the air. As the esteemed figures of the righteous path listened to his grandiloquence, their eyes filled with envy at the suspended Lin Yuan sword. How wonderful it would be if they possessed such divine skills. Yi Fan, with an air of arrogance, gazed at Lin Yun and declared, "As a practitioner from the upper realm, you must have heard of the Sword Sect's formidable sword control technique. I now offer you a chance. Surrender the cultivation method of the golden sword aura, and I might leave you with a complete corpse." In Yi Fan's heart, he felt certain of victory over Lin Yun. Lin Yun, taken aback, couldn't help but chuckle, finally grasping the meaning of being narrow-minded. He released the green water sword, which gracefully ascended, hovering above his head. The sword control technique. I seem to possess some knowledge of it as well. In the wilderness, nearly 10,000 disciples of the heavenly demon sect, clad in black robes, formed a disciplined formation as they sped towards the sunset lake in the south. These disciples were evidently well-trained, maintaining perfect order as they rushed forward without a hint of chaos. At the center of the formation stood the higher-ups of the heavenly demon sect, along with 4 foundation-building practitioners from the Wanma sect, who accompanied Lin Yun down to the lower realm. "How far are we from Sunset Lake?" inquired Su Li, the leader of the heavenly demon sect. Reporting to the sect master, "We are less than 10 miles away." Su Li glanced at the sky and said, "Lin Qiubai mentioned he would slay Yi Fan before noon, instructing us to attack Sunset Lake at that time. Since we have some time before noon, relay the order to halt our advance and rest in place." With Su Li's command, nearly 10,000 disciples of the heavenly demon sect came to a halt, commencing their rest. They were as disciplined as a military unit. "I've heard there are nearly 20,000 righteous practitioners gathered by Sunset Lake. Is it wise for Sect Master Su to only bring 1,000 disciples?" Jiang Quan questioned. "Rest assured, xianxia," Su Li replied with a smile. "Most of those 20,000 righteous practitioners are merely a rabble. How can they compare to the elite of my heavenly demon sect? Once Lin Qiubai successfully eliminates Yi Fan, those 20,000 practitioners will be nothing but a scattered mob, easily crushed with a wave of my hand." Every disciple present was at least a 5th-level practitioner, the elite cultivated by the heavenly demon sect over the years. Su Li held immense confidence in these disciples. "There is no need for concern regarding Lin Qiubai," Jiang Quan remarked. "Killing a mere Yi Fan will be a simple task. I have complete faith in Lin Qiuai's capabilities," Su Li stated. Though he spoke thus, he had already dispatched disciples disguised as righteous practitioners to scout for information near Sunset Lake. As soon as Lin Yun defeated Yi Fan, the spies would promptly relay the news. Chapter 43. The Might of Thunder Control, the Sword Control Technique? I seem to possess some knowledge of it as well, Lin Yun remarked with a slight smile, as the green water sword floated 3 feet above his head. The arrogance faded from Yi Fan's face, replaced by shock as he gazed at Lin Yun and asked, "You are a disciple of the Sword Sect?" "You need not know," Lin Yun replied. Already directing his sword towards Yi Fan, the 2 flying swords engaged in a fierce duel. However, when it came to sword control techniques, Yi Fan was no match for Lin Yun. The green water sword swiftly broke free from the entanglement of the Lin Yuan sword, thrusting forward towards Yi Fan. A figure dashed in front of Yi Fan, wielding a sword to intercept Lin Yun's strike. It was an elder from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion at the core formation stage. "This lad must be a helper summoned by the Heavenly Demon Sect from the upper realm. Let us join forces to eliminate him," the elder from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion declared. With this call, the 2 core formation elders from the Divine Thunder Gate and the Primordial Sect also stepped forward. Aligning with Yi Fan, the 4 of them stood in a line, facing Lin Yun. "What is this? Unable to defeat me alone, you resort to a group attack?" Lin Yun chuckled lightly. "Against a demonic fiend like you, there is no need for honor," the elder from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion retorted angrily. Yi Fan's expression was grim. As the strongest in the Yunhua realm, it was a disgrace for him to team up with others against Lin Yun. Yet deep down, he understood he was no match for Lin Yun alone. "I have always prided myself on being comparable to practitioners from the upper realm. Today, I realize I cannot even contend with an innate practitioner from the upper realm." Yi Fan exclaimed, "Lin Yun, your superiority stems solely from your training in the upper realm and superior techniques." He protested. "Had I trained in the upper realm for several years, you would not stand a chance against me." Lin Yun smiled lightly. "Perhaps, but regrettably, you lack that opportunity. I acknowledge your strength. But do you truly believe you can withstand the combined might of 4 core formation practitioners?" Yi Fan challenged. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun's rebellious spirit ignited once more. He gazed indifferently at Yi Fan and the others, uttering a classic phrase that resonated with familiarity. "You know nothing of power. Today, I shall demonstrate what true power is." Upon finishing his words, Lin Yun formed a sword gesture with his hands, and the green water sword soared skyward, reaching a height of 100 feet. Yi Fan and his companions were perplexed by Lin Yun's intentions, each of them tense and on edge. 9 heavens, manifest as divine thunder. Lin Yun's voice resonated with authority, echoing in the ears of all present. The once clear sky suddenly darkened, fierce winds arose, and swirling clouds gathered above Lin Yun. In an instant, the heavens were filled with tumultuous clouds, crackling with lightning, brewing a terrifying force. The martial artists by the lake gazed in awe at the transformed landscape, their faces betraying a mixture of shock and reverence. Had Lin Yun summoned this storm? In comparison, what sword control techniques or 9 turns golden body techniques seemed utterly insignificant. For the first time, the martial artists of the Yunhua realm deeply comprehended the vast chasm separating them from practitioners of the upper realm. Impossible. How could an innate practitioner evoke such terrifying power? This cannot be. Yi Fan gazed up at the swirling clouds. Disbelief etched on his face as he felt the overwhelming force brewing within. Lin Yun's words echoed in his mind. You know nothing of power. You know nothing of power. You know nothing. Lin Yun's expression grew solemn as he continued to channel the divine sword thunder control technique. It was his first time wielding this technique, and he too was awed by the might of the transformation. Truly, it was a transcendent art taught by a figure of celestial destiny, with the grandeur of heavenly might. I shall wield it with my sword. As he spoke, an invisible shield enveloped Lin Yun, safeguarding him. Amidst the tumultuous clouds, the green water sword descended, carrying a bolt of white lightning, crashing down upon Yi Fan and his companions. The speed of the thunderbolt was so swift that Yi Fan and his companions had no time to evade, instinctively raising their swords in defense. Yet, how could such divine might be resisted by mere mortals? With a thunderous roar, the silver lightning struck the ground where Yi Fan and his companions stood. The explosion unleashed a terrifying force, scattering the surrounding stones and debris. The righteous masters seated in their grand chairs turned pale, hastily rising to shield themselves from the debris while retreating in haste. Some were struck by the fragments, their wounds gruesome and bloodied. As the electric light faded, the spot where Yi Fan and his companions had stood was left as a deep pit, strewn with charred remains. In a single strike, they were obliterated without a trace. Was this the true power of the divine sword thunder control technique? How formidable! Lin Yun was equally astonished by the might of the divine sword thunder control technique. Such power was not something a foundation establishment cultivator should possess. Such formidable strength could only be barely resisted by a cultivator in the mid-core formation stage. This was merely the power of the divine sword thunder control technique executed at the foundation establishment stage. Should he reach the early core formation stage, perhaps only those in the late core formation phase could withstand it. Lin Yun could not help but feel a surge of confidence. With the divine sword thunder control technique in his grasp, who among his peers could withstand his strike? However, the potency of the divine sword thunder control technique came at a tremendous cost to his vital energy. After a single strike, his internal energy was reduced to less than 20%, leaving him feeling utterly drained. As the dark clouds dispersed and sunlight bathed the land, the warriors by the lakeside were engulfed in a chilling dread, particularly the innate warriors and disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. The world's foremost expert, Yi Fan, the pride of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and a pillar of righteousness, had been slain in a single blow by Lin Yun. Who could believe such a scene if they had not witnessed it firsthand? All present looked at Lin Yun with a mixture of fear and reverence, as if beholding a demon risen from the depths of hell. Some gazed at him with admiration, for warriors naturally revere the strong, and Lin Yun was undoubtedly the mightiest they had ever encountered. Especially his declaration, "You know nothing of power," was imbued with an undeniable authority. The very thought of one day facing an opponent and coolly proclaiming, "You know nothing of power," sent shivers of excitement through them. For thousands of years to come, "You know nothing of power" would become the most frequently uttered phrase among the warriors of the Yunhua realm, regardless of one's strength. Failing to utter such a line to those weaker felt like a hollow void within. Lin Yun retrieved the Lin Yuan sword and the Qi Lin sword from the ground. Stowing them away in his storage bag, he deemed the Qi Lin sword unworthy and would merely return it to the Zhuang siblings. The Lin Yuan sword, however, was a fine weapon that he could perhaps gift to his junior brother Su, who was still using a low-grade magical weapon. Though Lin Yun could wield 2 flying swords simultaneously, doing so would diminish their power due to divided focus. It was far better to concentrate on a single sword. Only when his sword technique reached the realm of sword-light differentiation could he truly be said to command 100 swords, marking the moment of a sword cultivator's complete ascendance. Yet, generally, sword cultivators must reach the golden core stage to attain this realm. Those who could achieve sword-light differentiation at the core formation stage were exceedingly rare. Such sword cultivators were deemed invincible among their peers. Lin Yun surveyed the onlookers, those righteous warriors who regarded him with awe, and smiled lightly, asking, "Now, is there anyone who wishes to contest my claim to the position of Alliance Leader?" Chapter 44. Lin Alliance Leader. He turned to face the eminent figures seated in the grand chairs. Upon meeting their gaze, the innate warriors averted their eyes, unable to confront Lin Yun, except for Yi Wushuang, the leader of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. The death of Yi Fan left Yi Wushuang in a daze. As if the world around him had become an illusion, so surreal it felt. Yi Fan was dead? How could Yi Fan die? How was it possible for Yi Fan to perish? Only when Lin Yun posed his question did Yi Wushuang emerge from his stupor. He looked at Lin Yun, standing upon the stone platform, his eyes brimming with sorrow, hatred, and fury. "You, an unknown individual, aspire to become the leader of the Righteous Alliance?" Yi Wushuang's voice trembled, whether from sorrow or rage, as he pointed at Lin Yun. "Brothers, he must be an agent of the Demonic Sect, here to disrupt our formation of an alliance. Let us unite to slay him, then march upon the 10,000 demon mountains to eradicate the demonic forces once and for all. No matter how strong he is, can he withstand the might of us all?" Yi Wushuang cried out, attempting to rally the warriors present to join him in attacking Lin Yun, believing that even with 3 heads and 6 arms, Lin Yun would meet his demise against the assault of 20,000 warriors. Yi Wushuang's singular thought was to kill Lin Yun and avenge Yi Fan. Yet, he knew that with his own strength, it was impossible to defeat Lin Yun. He could only rely on the multitude of righteous warriors present. However, despite his fervent calls, no one dared to step forward and join him against Lin Yun. In fact, many, upon realizing Yi Fan's demise, contemplated retreating in secret. With Yi Fan gone, Lin Yun was evidently a disruptor. What alliance could be formed under such circumstances? Let alone a campaign against the Demon Sect? It would be a stroke of luck to avoid the wrath of the Demon Sect. What are you afraid of? Join me in slaying him. Yi Wushuang, seeing his companions shrinking back in fear, shouted, "He is a demon from the dark path. If we do not kill him, righteousness itself shall perish." With that, he grasped the hand of the leader of the Divine Thunder Sect, saying, "Master Su, quickly give the order for your disciples to act and eliminate him." The leader of the Divine Thunder Sect, embarrassed, pushed Yi Wushuang's hand away, stepping back and remaining silent. Was it foolishness to attempt to besiege Lin Yun at this moment? If the near 20,000 gathered warriors were to unite and assault Lin Yun, they could indeed slay him, but at what cost? Just considering Lin Yun's swordsmanship, he could reap the lives of ordinary warriors as easily as harvesting wheat, sweeping through the ranks. Moreover, how many among the righteous would be willing to sacrifice their lives to confront Lin Yun? The leader of the Divine Thunder Sect shook his head internally. Surrounding Lin Yun was simply unrealistic, and he might even lose his own life in the process. As the esteemed leader of the Divine Thunder Sect, how could he commit such an act of folly? Lin Yun observed the hysterical Yi Wushuang with a cold smile inwardly. Had Yi Fan still been alive, a single command from him might have rallied the warriors to besiege Lin Yun. Now, with Yi Fan deceased, Yi Wushuang's struggles were utterly futile. Yi Wushuang, seeing no one daring to aid him, issued a mournful, derisive laugh. "Haha, righteousness, this is what you call righteousness. Disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, heed my command. Join me to slay Lin Yun." 1,000 disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion stationed to the east of the stone platform drew their swords at Yi Wushuang's command. Despite their fear, they inched closer to the stone platform, preparing to encircle Lin Yun. Yet, deep within, most harbored not a shred of confidence. Could they truly bring down a demon like Lin Yun? With a wave of his hand, Lin Yun sent the Bai Shui sword darting through Yi Wushuang's heart. Yi Wushuang looked at Lin Yun, his eyes filled with hatred and unwillingness, but such emotions could not halt the flow of his life. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect, witnessing their leader's demise, were left in shock, halting in their tracks. With their leader slain, whom would they now fight against Lin Yun for? Some valiant disciples, upon witnessing their leader's death, let out fierce cries and charged toward Lin Yun fearlessly. Yet, before they could approach within 10 paces, they fell lifeless to the ground, struck down by a stream of light. After that, no disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion dared to advance. The other righteous warriors lacked even the courage to glance at Lin Yun. At that moment, several bloodied figures rushed from the distance, arriving at the stone platform, barely clinging to life. These were the scouts assigned to reconnaissance. Upon recognizing their faces, someone exclaimed in a hushed tone, "The Demon Sect." The bloodied warriors gasped for breath, struggling to convey their message. The Demon Sect is coming. They are merely 10 miles away. After delivering this vital information, one of them collapsed, unconscious. Upon hearing that the demon sect was approaching, the righteous warriors by the lakeside erupted into chaos. They had gathered here to form an alliance against the demon sect, emboldened by the presence of Yi Fan, the world's strongest, and their sheer numbers. Now that Yi Fan has perished and the heavenly demon sect has descended upon us, every individual has plunged into a state of panic. The demonic flames of the heavenly demon sect have shrouded the Yunhua realm for millennia, instilling a profound fear within the hearts of righteous warriors. Amidst the turmoil, the leader of the divine thunder sect stepped forth, his voice augmented by vital energy, instantly quelling the clamor of the warriors. "Everyone, calm yourselves. Why the fear?" he declared. "With the presence of Lin Xiaoxia, no. Lin Alliance leader, we need not fear the heavenly demon sect. He will undoubtedly lead us to vanquish them. Do you not agree?" His words brought a semblance of tranquility to the righteous warriors by the lakeside. Though many speculated that Lin Yun was an accomplice of the heavenly demon sect, he had yet to personally deny such claims. What if, indeed, he was a paragon of righteousness? Thousands of expectant gazes turned toward Lin Yun, filled with hope. With a light smile, he said, "Since I have assumed the mantle of alliance leader, it is my duty to confront the heavenly demon sect's incursion. Allow me to illuminate a path forward." Upon hearing his words, the warriors felt a wave of relief. With Lin Yun as their leader, what need was there to fear the heavenly demon sect? He alone possessed the strength to eradicate their upper echelons. "Please, alliance leader, enlighten us," urged the leader of the divine thunder sect. With a playful grin, Lin Yun replied, "I am acquainted with Su Li, the sect leader of the heavenly demon sect. If you lay down your weapons and surrender, I can assure you that they will spare your lives." At this pronouncement, all present were struck dumb, the air thick with silence. Lin Yun's declaration seemed tantamount to an admission of allegiance to the heavenly demon sect. "Indeed, I have laid my cards on the table. I am indeed a helper summoned by the heavenly demon sect. Now that Yi Fan is dead, the fall of the righteous has become inevitable. You ought to contemplate your own survival," he continued. Silence enveloped the crowd as they bowed their heads, many of them having families waiting for their return. Who among them wished for death? "Lin Alliance leader, can you truly guarantee that the heavenly demon sect will spare us if we surrender?" one questioned, uncertain of how to address Lin Yun, opting to continue with the title of alliance leader. "I can assure you, but I have a condition," Lin Yun stated. "Within 3 days, all righteous sects with innate warriors must disband." The task assigned to Lin Yun was to annihilate the sects, with the emphasis on destruction rather than mere slaughter. Should any righteous sect dissolve due to his words, it would count as a task accomplished. Aside from the 3 major sects, there were over 20 other sects with innate warriors scattered throughout the Yunhua realm. To annihilate them one by one would be a waste of time and effort. Forcing these sects to disband voluntarily would undoubtedly save considerable time. Lin Yun was eager to return to the Lingxu realm to study array techniques with Luo Buzhou and devote himself to training. He did not wish to linger in the Yunhua realm. "After 3 days, should any sect with innate warriors remain intact, I shall personally pay them a visit. At that time, not a single soul shall escape," Lin Yun declared coldly. Chapter 45. Duet. Upon hearing Lin Yun's demand for the disbandment of all sects with innate warriors, those without affiliations took it in stride, but the sect members were in an uproar. "Alliance leader, is this demand not excessive?" a sect master of innate rank boldly questioned. Lin Yun regarded him with a glance and replied, "If you find it excessive, I shall not force your hand. However, should your sect remain after 3 days, I assure you, not a single soul shall escape." Others stood forth, proclaiming loudly, "To lay down our weapons and allow ourselves to be slaughtered is not an option. Even if it leads to death, I shall not bow to the demonic path." Lin Yun paid no mind to these spirited warriors, lacking any interest in slaying them. Those unwilling to surrender would soon be dealt with by the heavenly demon sect, requiring no effort on his part. Standing on the stone platform, Lin Yun ceased his speech. Following a moment of agitation among the lakeside warriors, they began to make their choices. The gathering place was by the Sunset Lake, now surrounded by the heavenly demon sect on 3 sides. With no avenue for escape, they were left to choose between surrender and a fight to the death. The majority opted to lay down their weapons and surrender for the sake of their lives. For over 1,000 years, the demonic path had thrived while righteousness waned. These righteous warriors had long since developed a character capable of yielding when necessary, as long as they maintained their integrity and did not conspire with the demonic forces. What was the harm in bowing their heads to survive? Yet, a faction of warriors, numbering over 2,000, chose death over submission, either unwilling to trust that surrender would guarantee their safety or resolute in their refusal to yield to the demonic path. Upon discovering their whereabouts, Su Li, fearing the righteous would prepare, promptly led the disciples of the heavenly demon sect toward the Sunset Lake. Along the way, he received word of Yi Fan's demise at the hands of Lin Yun and rejoiced inwardly. This battle was secured. Upon arriving at the lake's edge, he found that fewer than 3,000 righteous warriors had chosen to resist, while the majority had already laid down their weapons and surrendered. In a swift conflict, the disciples of the Wanma sect dispatched the resisting righteous warriors with ease before turning their attention to those who had surrendered. The Wanma sect held no policy of mercy for those who surrendered. Lin Yun stepped forward, calling out to the onrushing disciples of the Wanma sect, "Halt!" Su Li spotted Lin Yun and, upon hearing his command, quickly ordered a cessation of hostilities. Approaching Lin Yun, Su Li bowed respectfully. "Lin xianxia, your efforts are commendable." If Su Li had previously shown deference to Lin Yun due to his status as an envoy from the higher realms, his current reverence stemmed entirely from Lin Yun's formidable prowess. He had heard from spies dispatched to gather intelligence that Lin Yun had summoned thunder with his sword technique, changing the very color of heaven and earth, obliterating Yi Fan and 3 nascent soul warriors in one fell swoop. Were it not for his unwavering trust in the spies, Su Li might have suspected they were exaggerating. "What shall we do with these individuals, xianxia?" Su Li inquired, surveying the gathered righteous warriors. Lin Yun replied, "I have promised them that those who lay down their weapons and surrender shall be set free." Su Li gasped, shocked by Lin Yun's decision. Is this not a golden opportunity to strike a significant blow against righteousness? To let them go seems a grave waste. Moreover, the majority of those surrendering did so purely for self-preservation. Once they returned, they would surely continue to oppose our demonic path. To let them go is akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountain. "I have my reasons, and you are to follow my directives," Lin Yun stated firmly. Seeing Lin Yun's resolute demeanor, Su Li dared not argue further and complied. Yet, he remained reluctant to allow these righteous disciples to depart unscathed, and his mind began to scheme. Shortly thereafter, Su Li returned to Lin Yun, saying, "xianxia, I have relayed orders that all righteous warriors who have laid down their weapons are to be released." "Excellent," Lin Yun replied with satisfaction. While he did not shy away from bloodshed, he abhorred senseless slaughter. To ensure his survival, he had followed Li Qiubai's orders without hesitation, ruthlessly ending the lives of many, including former comrades from the Sword Sect. His actions were not driven by a desire for bloodshed, but rather by the necessity of survival. If he refrained from killing, Li Qiubai would have taken his life instead. To acquire the sword embryo, he had mercilessly slain Su Longxiong and Su Tianhao. And under the influence of demonic seeds, he had gone on to annihilate the entire Su clan, tasked with the extermination of sects led by innate warriors. He had granted these sects a 3-day grace period. Should any sect refuse to disband after this time, he would not hesitate to unleash slaughter upon them. All the killings he has committed share a common thread. They serve his own interests. As long as it benefits him, Lin Yun has no qualms about taking lives. However, he detests senseless slaughter and will never lose his essence because of it. Allowing the celestial demon sect to massacre these righteous martial artists is, to him, an act devoid of meaning. Releasing these righteous warriors is not born out of compassion, conscience, sin, justice, or any other trivial sentiment. It is simply because he chooses not to kill, and thus, he lets them go. Such is his capricious nature. Whether this act is akin to releasing a tiger back to the mountain is not for him to ponder. Under Su Li's command, the disciples of the celestial demon sect parted to create a passage for the righteous warriors to escape. The righteous warriors, forming a disorganized line, prepared to leave. However, just as they approached the passage, they were suddenly confronted by a group of celestial demon sect disciples. At the forefront were the left and right protectors of the sect. Chaos ensued among the righteous warriors as they discarded their weapons, which were swiftly seized by the disciples of the celestial demon sect. If the sect were to attack at that moment, these unarmed warriors would be akin to lambs led to slaughter. Lin Yun furrowed his brow and approached to inquire. "What is happening?" "Lin xianxia, I have already ordered to release these righteous warriors, but Protector Yang and Protector Fan adamantly refused to agree." Su Li, the leader of the celestial demon sect, lamented. Lin Yun's gaze turned towards the 2 protectors. "Lin xianxia, our celestial demon sect has battled with the righteous for many years, and countless disciples have perished at their hands. Now that they have fallen into our grasp, how can we simply let them go without honoring our fallen brothers?" Protector Yang asserted. "Indeed, if we were captured by these righteous warriors, would they let us go so easily? Their gathering at Sunset Lake was for the purpose of exterminating our celestial demon sect." Protector Fan echoed. "To let them leave so easily would surely dishearten our disciples. Indeed, we cannot allow them to escape." Protector Fan was correct. If they were to fall into the hands of the righteous, would they be spared? Kill them. Upon hearing the words of the two protectors, the surrounding disciples of the celestial demon sect began to shout in unison, refusing to allow the righteous warriors to leave. The righteous warriors gazed at Lin Yun, hoping that he would hold true to his word and ensure their escape. Silence. Su Li glared at the left and right protectors and the raucous disciples of the celestial demon sect, reprimanding them sternly. If it were not for Lin Qiubai slaying Yi Fan, this group of righteous warriors might have already attacked Wanma Mountain under Yi Fan's lead. Lin Qiubai is a benefactor to our celestial demon sect. How dare you defy his orders? Leader, we harbor no intention of opposing Lin Qiubai or your commands. Protector Yang replied, but it is truly difficult to justify letting these righteous warriors go so easily to our brothers in the sect. Lin Yun stood quietly, observing Su Li and the left and right protectors engage in their little charade. Su Li had truly lost his wits to dare play such tricks in front of him. Chapter 46. Hasn't the passage been cleared? Su Li, after reprimanding the left and right protectors, commanded them to step aside, yet they remained obstinate. Lin Yun watched coldly, saying nothing. Lin Qiubai, I truly cannot persuade these two stubborn individuals. Su Li approached Lin Yun, expressing his helplessness. He had discreetly instructed the left and right protectors to show no disrespect towards Lin Yun and to maintain a respectful demeanor, yet they simply would not budge. The righteous warriors were neither kin nor allies to Lin Yun. He would not risk his own standing for their sake, ultimately opting for compromise. This is what one might call overcoming rigidity with softness. Lin Qiubai, how about this? Let us detain the sect's warriors and release the wandering cultivators, Su Li proposed. This way, we can account for our brothers in the sect while you do not appear to have broken your word. Lin Yun regarded Su Li. If he acquiesced to Su Li's suggestion, once the celestial demon sect had slain the sect's warriors, they would undoubtedly use the same tactic to pressure him into slaughtering the wandering cultivators. Whether these righteous warriors lived or died mattered little to Lin Yun. However, could he allow his words to be treated as mere trifles? Lin Yun suddenly chuckled lightly, saying, since Su's sect leader cannot persuade the two protectors, allow me to give it a try. I fear they may not understand and might offend Lin Qiubai, Su Li said. No matter, Lin Yun replied, taking a few steps forward with a smile and asking, will you two protectors truly not step aside? Forgive us, Lin Qiubai. Protector Yang replied respectfully. It truly is difficult to justify releasing them to our brothers in the sect. The surrounding disciples of the celestial demon sect looked at Lin Yun with growing discontent. Perplexed as to why this Lin Qiubai was so insistent on allowing the righteous warriors to depart. Will you two absolutely not yield? Lin Yun inquired again, his smile fading, revealing no trace of emotion. The left and right protectors exchanged glances, then bowed in unison. Forgive us, Qiubai. Su Li stepped forward, saying, Lin Qiubai, their stance is firm. Continuing in this stalemate is not a solution. Why not follow my suggestion and kill the sect's warriors while allowing the wandering cultivators to go free? I have a method to ensure they no longer obstruct the way. Lin Yun, his expression devoid of emotion, replied. I have a way to ensure they no longer impede our path. The azure water sword soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light aimed at the left and right protectors. Lin Yun acted swiftly, and both Su Li and the protectors' faces changed dramatically. Lin Qiubai, show mercy. Su Li shouted urgently. Yet, before his words could finish, the azure water sword pierced through the chests of the two protectors. With shock and indignation in their eyes, their lifeless bodies fell heavily to the ground. See, hasn't the passage now been cleared? Lin Yun said nonchalantly. Su Li stared at Lin Yun in astonishment, his eyelids and lips quivering slightly. He could hardly believe that Lin Yun had directly killed the left and right protectors. It dawned on him that Lin Yun was no benevolent figure. He was a disciple of the 10,000 Demon Sect from the upper realm. The 10,000 Demon Sect was a formidable entity in the upper realm, one of the leaders of the demonic path. How could they send a soft-hearted individual to handle matters in the lower realm? It was truly laughable that he dared to play such petty tricks in front of Lin Yun. Not only Su Li, but the surrounding disciples of the celestial demon sect and the righteous warriors were equally stunned, gazing at Lin Yun as if the air itself had frozen. The two protectors of the celestial demon sect were both innate 8th-level martial artists, notorious in the martial world. Their status nearly comparable to the leaders of the three major righteous sections. To ordinary martial artists, they represented a formidable presence, lofty and unattainable. Yet, they were dispatched with the ease of slaughtering a chicken. This scene, witnessed by all, was enough to instill terror. The azure water sword hovered in the air as Lin Yun coldly regarded the disciples of the celestial demon sect blocking the way, asking, now, who else wishes to remain obstinate? Hearing this, the disciples of the celestial demon sect hastily retreated, fearful of being struck down by Lin Yun's sword. Instantly, a wide passage several feet across was cleared. Lin Yun waved his hand, "Go." The righteous warriors departed in haste, and Lin Yun turned to Su Li, inquiring, "Su sect leader, I have slain your left and right protectors. You won't harbor any resentment, will you?" "Certainly not." Su Li wiped away a cold sweat, declaring, "They defied your orders, Lin Xianxia, and were obstinate in their refusal. They deserve to die. Even if you had not acted, I would have personally dealt with them." Lin Yun nodded in satisfaction, pleased that Su Li understood the situation. The number of righteous warriors by the lakeside dwindled, with the Zhuang siblings mingling in the crowd, hesitating whether to approach Lin Yun and bid him farewell. They did not intend to retrieve the Jilin sword from Lin Yun. Rather, they wished to express their gratitude for having met him and for avenging their family by slaying Wang Wenshan. However, having witnessed Lin Yun's prowess in effortlessly dispatching Yi Fan and his companions, followed by his merciless defeat of the heavenly demon sect's two protectors, they felt a sense of trepidation towards him, making them hesitant to approach for thanks. Lin Yun, discerning the Zhuang siblings among the crowd, raised his hand in greeting. Seeing this, the siblings cast aside their doubts and approached him. "Zhuang Gu, why do you not greet me before leaving?" Lin Yun inquired with a smile. Zhuang Rui, without hesitation, pulled his sister Zhuang Yin to kneel before Lin Yun, exclaiming, "Thank you, Sir Lin, for avenging our Zhuang family by slaying Wang Wenshan." Lin Yun helped them to their feet and chuckled, "I had nearly forgotten about Wang Wenshan until you mentioned him." He then produced the Jilin sword from his storage bag and handed it to Zhuang Rui. "This must belong to your family, right? Here, let it return to its rightful owner." Tears glimmered in the eyes of the Zhuang siblings as they gazed at the sword. Their father, Zhuang Ji, was a renowned swordsmith in the Yunhua realm, having poured his life's work into forging the Jilin sword. Seeing it felt as though they were reconnecting with their father. "Sir Lin, please keep this sword," Zhuang Rui said, averting his gaze. "With my abilities, possessing it would only bring misfortune." Lin Yun tossed the sword into Zhuang Rui's hands and addressed Su Li beside him, announced to the martial world that the Jilin sword is a gift to Zhuang Rui. "Anyone daring to seize it shall be my enemy. Even if I depart from the Yunhua realm, should anyone attempt to steal the sword, I will send someone to eliminate them. Rest assured, Sir Lin, even if you leave, I will ensure that young Master Zhuang and the Jilin sword are well protected from any covetous individuals." Su Li vowed earnestly. Lin Yun chuckled lightly. "Zhuang Gu, with Su Jiaozhu's assurance, can you not feel at ease?" "Thank you, Sir Lin." Zhuang Rui expressed his gratitude. "If one day you reach the nascent soul stage, come find me in the Lingshu realm," Lin Yun said. "I shall await your arrival there." Su Li looked at Zhuang Rui with envy, pondering that if he truly became a nascent soul warrior with Lin Yun as his backing, life would undoubtedly be much more comfortable. "Su Jiaozhu, should you be summoned to the Lingshu realm, do not hesitate to seek me out," Lin Yun remarked, noticing the envy in Su Li's eyes. "Thank you, Sir Lin," Su Li exclaimed with delight. Lin Yun smiled. Those who could cultivate to the nascent soul stage in the lower realm were undoubtedly exceptionally gifted individuals, promising potential. After his advancement, he would need loyal subordinates, and this was a preemptive recruitment. Su Li was already at the 9th level of postnatal cultivation, on the brink of breaking through to become a nascent soul practitioner. By then, he would likely still be undercover in the Wanma sect, and Su Li could directly find him. Zhuang Rui, on the other hand, would require at least a decade to become a nascent soul practitioner. By that time, he would have presumably left the Wanma sect and returned to the Sword Sect. Therefore, upon returning to the Sword Sect, he must send someone to the lower realm to guide Zhuang Rui to the Sword Sect for ascension. Chapter 47. Situ Mingxin 3 days later, in the Wanma Mountains. At the main hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Lin Yun sat at the head of the hall, flanked by 4 foundational disciples from the Wanma sect who had accompanied him to the lower realm. The high-ranking members of the Heavenly Demon Sect, including Sect Master Su Li, stood respectfully below. "What is the current situation?" Lin Yun inquired, reporting to Sir Lin of the 3 major sects. Only the Shunlei sect has taken the initiative to disband its disciples and announce its dissolution. The Tianjin Pavilion and Taichu sect remain silent. Among the 25 sects with innate warriors stationed, 17 have declared dissolution, leaving only 8 to stubbornly resist, Su Li reported. At this point, Su Li had come to fully respect Lin Yun. Having served as the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect for nearly a decade, he had diligently engaged in a battle of wits against the righteous sections. Although the Heavenly Demon Sect had indeed held an advantage over the righteous sects, it had never achieved a substantial victory. Yet, Lin Yun had managed to dissolve a significant portion of the righteous sects with but a single command. Compared to Lin Yun's accomplishments, his own achievements over the past decade seemed trivial. The leader of the Xunlei sect is quite perceptive, Lin Yun remarked with a smile. I initially thought none of the three major sects would disband. However, those remaining sects appear to lack insight. Do they truly believe I am jesting? Among the remaining 10 sects, the Taichu sect and Tianjin Pavilion were each valued at 10 points, while the other 8 sects were valued at 2 points each, totaling 36 points. With such potential rewards, Lin Yun would not let the opportunity slip by. He promptly ordered Zhang Quan and the others to each lead a team, responsible for 2 sects apiece to annihilate them. As for the Taichu sect and Tianjin Pavilion, he would personally intervene. Qian Mountain. The largest mountain in the western part of the Yunhua realm was home to the Taichu sect, one of the 3 major righteous sections. The Taichu sect was backed by the Xianxia sect. Upon returning to his sect, the Taichu sect master immediately contacted the Xianxia sect for assistance. He duly informed them of Lin Yun's strength, indicating that if the Xianxia sect lacked the confidence to confront Lin Yun, he would prefer to disband the Taichu sect to protect the lives of his disciples. The elder of the Xianxia sect responsible for the Yunhua realm, upon receiving the report from the Taichu sect master, was unwilling to concede defeat and withdraw from the Yunhua realm. Thus, he dispatched 10 late foundational disciples to the lower realm. This was the maximum number of disciples that the 6 major sects in the Lingshu realm could collectively send to intervene in the lower realm's conflicts. Despite the ongoing rivalries among the 6 major sects, they had established certain rules regarding their conflicts. Unless absolutely necessary, no sect would easily breach these rules, as they represented the collective interests of all 6 sections. Transgressing them would benefit no one. The Taichu sect master, upon hearing that the Xianxia sect was sending 10 late foundational disciples, felt a surge of joy. While Lin Yun was indeed powerful, the Xianxia sect and the Wanma sect were both among the 6 major sects of the upper realm. How much weaker could these 10 disciples possibly be compared to Lin Yun? Even if Lin Yun were slightly stronger, surely 10 against 1 would be manageable? Suddenly, the Taichu sect master felt emboldened, even anticipating Lin Yun's arrival with excitement. When Lin Yun saw that the Taichu sect had dispatched 10 upper realm practitioners of comparable cultivation, he would likely be taken aback, wouldn't he? The Taichu sect master couldn't help but chuckle. Once those 10 disciples from the Xianxia sect dealt with Lin Yun, he could lead his people to assault the Wanma Mountains and eradicate the Heavenly Demon Sect. From then on, the Taichu sect would become the foremost sect in the Yunhua realm, overshadowing the Heavenly Demon Sect and Tianjin Pavilion. Reporting to the sect master, we have detected the presence of the Heavenly Demon Sect below. A Taichu sect disciple rushed into the hall, breathlessly reporting. Leading the charge is none other than Lin Yun. The Taichu sect master stood up, laughing heartily. What impeccable timing. If he had not come, I would have sent someone to seek him out in the Wanma Mountains. Quickly summon the 10 elders, and have the other disciples form a line at the mountain front to prepare for battle. The Taichu sect master commanded with a grand gesture, brimming with confidence. This time, I shall ensure that Lin Yun and the Heavenly Demon Sect have no return. For this expedition, Lin Yun brought along 6 innate warriors and 3,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, all of whom were cultivators of at least the 7th level of postnatal cultivation. This force was more than sufficient to annihilate the Taichu sect. While the Taichu sect boasted 5,000 disciples, in reality, they only had a little over 3,000, of which about 1,000 were at the 7th level or above. This disparity showcased the fundamental difference in the foundations of the Wanma sect and the Taichu sect. When Lin Yun beheld the neatly arrayed disciples of the Taichu sect at the foot of Qian Mountain, he initially thought he had misperceived. How dare the Taichu sect step forth to challenge him? Lin Yun, it has been a while, the Taichu sect master said with a smile. Gazing at Lin Yun and the 3,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, his expression one of welcome, as though they had been eagerly awaited. Lin Yun's gaze directly bypassed the leader of the Taichu sect, settling instead on the 10 cultivators clad in the robes of the Xianxia sect, standing beside him. Xianxia sect disciples? No wonder the Taichu sect leader appeared so confident. Lin Yun chuckled softly. To think that merely 10 foundational disciples from the Xianxia sect believed they could contend with him was rather naive. As Lin Yun regarded the 10 Xianxia disciples, they too scrutinized him. The one in the black robe, could that be Lin Yun of the Wanma sect? It seemed he had not heard much about him. No, it was not just a matter of seeming. He truly had not heard of him. He was aware of the Wanma sect's few prodigies capable of rivaling core formation cultivators. Yet Lin Yun's name was conspicuously absent from that list. Hadn't Sect Master Li mentioned that he single-handedly slain 4 core formation cultivators with a single sword strike? His strength should not be underestimated, right? Huh. Core formation cultivators from the lower realms are hardly our equals. While Lin Yun indeed possessed some strength to have killed for, he could not possibly rival senior brother Situ. Naturally, senior brother Situ had once triumphed in a one-on-one battle against a core formation cultivator. And how could an unknown disciple of the Wanma sect stand a chance against him? The senior brother they spoke of was named Situ Mingxin, in his 30s, with an attractive countenance. Situ Mingxin regarded Lin Yun across the way and spoke coolly. The Wanma sect's territory in Yinzhou borders the Jiandao sects in Tianzhou, and the two sects have been in constant conflict. The Wanma sect welcomes traitors from other sects, and there are many disciples from the Jiandao sect within. This Lin Yun is adept with flying swords. He might very well have emerged from the Jiandao sect. Having said this, Situ Mingxin stepped forward, declaring loudly, "I am Situ Mingxin of the Xuanzhen sect. Lin Yun, junior brother, step forth and speak." In the spirit void realm, disciples from the 6 major sects typically addressed each other as brothers based on cultivation level or age before any hostility arose. Once enmity was established, however, the forms of address became varied and colorful. Disciples of the righteous path often referred to those of the demonic path as scoundrels, beasts, demons, or monsters, while the latter might call the former hypocrites, fools, or curs. Lin Yun stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. "Ah, it is senior brother Situ of the Xuanzhen sect. I have long admired your reputation." This statement was not mere politeness. He had indeed heard much about Situ Mingxin, both before and after his transmigration. Among the 6 major sects in the spirit void realm, each had a few prodigious cultivators who could battle beyond their rank, and Situ Mingxin was one of them. His famed battle was when he single-handedly repelled a core formation cultivator from the Sword Sect. In the game 3 Realms, Situ Mingxin was also a character of great popularity, though he met his demise at the hands of the demon race in version 20. However, now that he encountered Lin Yun, it was likely that Situ Mingxin would not survive until the demon invasion. Chapter 48. Thunder Method. Hearing that junior brother Lin single-handedly slew 4 core formation cultivators from the Yunhua realm with a single sword. "Why don't we have a match to see who is stronger?" Situ Mingxin proposed the challenge. Lin Yun smiled lightly. "I would be delighted to oblige." Below Qiyun Mountain lay vast wilderness, for autumn had deepened, covering the ground with withered golden grass. Lin Yun and Situ Mingxin stood facing each other in the wilderness. Disciples from the Tianma sect and Taichu sect withdrew to a distance of 100 feet to avoid being caught in the crossfire of their impending battle. The autumn wind howled, sending their robes fluttering. The Xuanzhen sect's robes were primarily white, and the stark contrast of Lin Yun in black against Situ Mingxin in white symbolized their opposing stances. "I have heard that junior brother Lin possesses a sword technique that can change the colors of heaven and earth and summon thunder from the 9 heavens. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate it for me?" After hearing the Taichu sect leader's description of the divine sword thunder command, only 2 words echoed in Situ Mingxin's mind: disbelief. A foundational cultivator summoning thunder from the skies with a sword technique? Was that not absurd? If the Wanma sect or the Jiandao sect possessed such a technique, how could he possibly be unaware? Situ Mingxin surmised that the disciples from Yunhua realm must have exaggerated their descriptions due to their lack of experience. The Jiandao sect had a technique called Thunder Sword Technique, which, when performed, surrounded the flying sword with thunder. Lin Yun was likely performing something similar. In the spirit void realm, it was not uncommon for foundational cultivators to practice thunder methods. The Jiandao sect had the Thunder Sword Technique, the Xuanzhen sect had the Xian Thunder Spell, and the Xianxia sect was particularly skilled in thunder techniques, producing various forms of thunder magic. However, the thunder produced by these methods paled in comparison to that summoned from the heavens, their might incomparable. Thunder methods were indeed powerful, arguably the mightiest of all techniques. Yet their cultivation difficulty was also the highest. Those who could master thunder methods as foundational cultivators were truly deserving of the title of genius. Situ Mingxin himself was a prodigy who had mastered such techniques at the foundational level. Thus, upon hearing that Lin Yun could execute a technique akin to the Thunder Sword Technique, he remained unfazed. The Bai Shui sword soared into the air, and Lin Yun stated, "Whether I can demonstrate that sword technique depends on your strength." "You are indeed a sword cultivator," Situ Mingxin remarked, his expression growing serious as he gazed at the Bai Shui sword suspended in the air. No cultivator would underestimate a fellow sword cultivator, regardless of their rank. The speed of a flying sword was unmatched. Should one show even the slightest carelessness, it could very well pierce their throat in the blink of an eye. Situ Mingxin first summoned a golden spirit mirror to shield himself, then produced a crimson talisman, deftly forming seals with his hands as he recited incantations. Xianzhen Wuji. True fire spell, command. The crimson talisman burst into the air, transforming into 9 fireballs, each about a foot in diameter, hurtling towards Lin Yun. The righteous sects of the Spirit Void realm each had their strengths. The Jiandao sect excelled in sword techniques, the Shunxiao sect specialized in thunder, and the Xuanzhen sect was adept in talisman arts and elemental spells. The Bai Shui sword spiraled and danced in the air, transforming into a stream of golden light that shattered each of the 9 fireballs. The exploding fireballs erupted in a wave of heat, spreading through the air. After dismantling the fireballs, the Bai Shui sword spun once more and shot towards Situ Mingxin. The golden spirit mirror radiated brightly, intercepting the flying sword. However, after taking Lin Yun's strike, the mirror's glow noticeably dimmed. Situ Mingxin's expression shifted. The power of Lin Yun's flying sword exceeded his expectations. He had faced many foundational sword cultivators, none of whom could match Lin Yun. With such strength, why was he still so obscure? While blocking Lin Yun's flying sword with the golden spirit mirror, Situ Mingxin retrieved a silver talisman and summoned it into the air. The Xuanzhen sect's spells could be cast with or without talismans, though using talismans made the process more efficient in terms of spiritual energy and speed. Thus, disciples of the Xuanzhen sect would always prepare various talismans and carry them with them. Xianzhen Wuji, Xianlei spell, command. Recognizing Lin Yun's strength, Situ Mingxin unleashed his most formidable spell, the Xianlei spell. The silver talisman transformed into a thick bolt of silver lightning, unrelentingly hurtling towards Lin Yun. Faced with such a destructive force, Lin Yun dared not be careless. He formed seals with his hands to summon back his flying sword. The Bai Shui sword glimmered with golden light, materializing into a shield of golden sword energy before him. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the golden shield shattered, and the Bai Shui sword spiraled back to Lin Yun's side, its spiritual light dimmed. Although the shield was broken, Lin Yun successfully blocked the silver lightning. Lin Yun secretly rejoiced. Had his sword energy not been reinforced with the sword embryo, he would have been unable to withstand the silver lightning. With just the Xianlei spell, Situ Mingxin possessed the capability to contend with core formation cultivators. Senior brother Situ's Xianlei spell was actually blocked. This Lin Yun is formidable. To withstand the Xianlei spell, his strength must at least be on par with a foundational core formation cultivator. The disciples of the Xuanzhen sect were taken aback upon witnessing Lin Yun successfully block the Xianlei spell. They had all attempted to cultivate the Xianlei spell but had failed, yet they were acutely aware of its formidable power. Lin Yun's ability to withstand the spell indicated that he ranked among the elite within the foundation establishment stage practitioners of the Lingsu realm, capable of rivaling those in the early stages of Dan condensation. Realizing that it was impossible for her to defeat Lin Yun alone, Situ Mingxin recalled the instructions given to her by the Golden Core Elder before descending to the lower realm. Junior brothers, let us form a formation and eliminate Lin Yun. Despite her pride, Situ Mingxin was compelled to comply with the Elder's repeated admonitions to slay Lin Yun and assist the Tai Chu sect in eradicating the Heavenly Demon sect. 9 disciples from the Xianzhen sect joined Situ Mingxin in forming the 10 Directions Xianyang formation, a second-tier array that could enhance the practitioner's strength by 30% once established. Lin Yun could not help but inwardly scorn their need to form a formation against him, thinking, "Are you Xianzhen sect truly lacking in dignity?" Nevertheless, he dared not underestimate them. With 10 disciples combined with Situ Mingxin's leadership, eliminating a single early-stage Dan condensation practitioner would pose no challenge. Lin Yun swiftly executed a sword technique, resolving to strike first. 9 heavens xianxia manifest as divine thunder. As he chanted, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and the Bai Shui sword shot upward, vanishing into the cloud cover. Within the ominous clouds, flashes of silver lightning flickered. This technique, this sword art. The leader of the Tai Chu sect trembled as he pointed at the dark clouds above. Memories of the moment when Yi Fan and 3 Dan condensation warriors were obliterated by lightning flooding back to him. Could the 10 upper echelons withstand the strike? The fierce winds rustled the robes of the 10 Xianzhen disciples, their faces turning pale as they gazed at the dark clouds. Could the sword technique described by the Tai Chu sect leader be real? With overwhelming celestial might, Lin Yun guided the silver lightning downwards, targeting the core of the formation established by the Xianzhen disciples. Though Lin Yun was merely a first-tier array master, his vision was not at all inferior to that of second or even third-tier masters, allowing him to pinpoint the formation's core with ease. Situ Mingxin's expression changed drastically. What sword technique is this that can truly summon the 9 heavens thunder? Compared to this sword technique, the thunder sword technique and Xianlei spell seemed utterly insignificant. Even the Xianxia sect could not possess such a potent lightning technique at the Foundation establishment level. If he survived, he vowed to report this sword technique to his sect for further investigation. Junior brothers, we must hold the line. The 10 disciples, including Situ Mingxin, unleashed all their defensive measures, be it artifacts or talismans, forming layers of protection in the air. The silver lightning struck the formation with a thunderous roar, tearing through the disciples' defenses as if they were mere paper. However, the might of the silver lightning diminished visibly as it passed through the layers of defense. With a deafening crash, the lightning dissipated, and the Li Qiubai sword transformed into a streak of light, returning to Lin Yun's side. All 10 disciples of the Xianxia sect simultaneously coughed up blood, 7 of whom collapsed unconscious, their breaths faint and uncertain. Only Situ Mingxin and 2 slightly stronger disciples remained conscious, their bodies swaying precariously. I can't believe they managed to withstand the divine sword's thunder command together. Situ Mingxin exclaimed. We must flee, he urged, disregarding the 7 unconscious junior disciples, as he made a hasty retreat. If they did not escape soon, even the 3 of them might not make it out alive. Humph, thinking to escape? Lin Yun scoffed, directing the Li Qiubai sword to pursue Situ Mingxin and the others. No matter how fast they ran, they could not outpace a flying sword. The golden streak of light sliced past the 2 remaining Xianxia disciples effortlessly, dispatching them before continuing its pursuit of the fleeing Situ Mingxin. Situ Mingxin, already at the end of his strength, desperately attempted to block Lin Yun's strike. Crying out in despair, Lin Yun, do you truly intend to eradicate us all? How naive, even at death's door. Lin Yun sneered as the Li Qiubai sword effortlessly cut through Situ Mingxin's throat. The sword then returned to Lin Yun, conveniently collecting the storage bags from the 10 disciples of the Xianxia sect. The accumulated wealth of 10 Foundation establishment practitioners represented a substantial fortune for Lin Yun, especially considering that the Xianxia disciples were renowned for their wealth from crafting talismans. After confirming the deaths of the 7 unconscious disciples with a swift strike, Lin Yun commanded the 3,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, advance. Leave no trace of the Tai Chu sect. Wait. The leader of the Tai Chu sect hastily called out, bowing respectfully to Lin Yun. My lord Lin, I shall disperse all disciples of the sect immediately. Please, have mercy and spare the lives of these disciples. Lin Yun regarded the leader of the Tai Chu sect with indifference, stating, originally, I intended to annihilate the Tai Chu sect entirely, leaving not a single one alive. However, I shall grant you a chance. If you take your own life, I will spare these ordinary disciples. This opportunity is a singular one. The leader's expression fluctuated before he finally sighed. I should not have harbored any false hopes and refused to disband the sect. Now trading my life for the lives of thousands is an honorable death. He then dispersed the disciples of the sect and took his own life before Lin Yun. Let us proceed to the Tianjin Pavilion, Lin Yun commanded. The Tianjin Pavilion, located 1,000 miles to the north of the Yunhua realm, took Lin Yun and the 3,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect nearly 3 days to reach the foot of Yun Mountain. Feeling somewhat vexed, Lin Yun thought to himself that if both the Tianjin Pavilion and Tai Chu sect had obediently disbanded, he could have already returned to the Ling Su realm to focus on his cultivation rather than traversing the Yunhua realm. The only solace for him was that the storage bags from the 10 Xianxia disciples contained a considerable amount of spirit stones, talismans, and over a dozen low and mid-grade magical artifacts. This represented a significant fortune for Lin Yun. Selling those talismans and artifacts could easily allow him to acquire a high-grade artifact. As Lin Yun arrived at the foot of Yun Mountain and prepared to issue an order to attack, a youth clad in a light blue robe emerged from the mountain path. The young man, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, had thick eyebrows and large eyes, his face adorned with a warm smile. To describe him with a term from Lin Yun's previous life, he was a quintessential young handsome. Lin Yun recognized the familiar light blue robe as that of the Sword Sect. To his surprise, the youth was indeed a disciple of the Sword Sect, and one Lin Yun knew well. The sight of him caused Lin Yun some trepidation. What brings you here? Lin Yun asked, unable to suppress a wry smile upon seeing the young man. Brother Lin, it truly is you. The youth's eyes lit up upon spotting Lin Yun, seemingly oblivious to the 3,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect behind him, and he cheerfully approached. Lin Yun looked at the youth with a resigned smile. Xiao Ran. What brings you here? Brother, your tone suggests you do not wish to see me, Xiao Ran replied with a grin. Shall we have a word in private? Lin Yun instructed the 3,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect to wait in place while he followed Xiao Ran up the mountain, arriving at a secluded cliff. Containing his impulse to push Xiao Ran off the cliff, Lin Yun inquired. What brings you here? And his uncle Xiao at ease. The uncle Lin Yun referred to as Xiao Ran's father, Xiao Beiyu. Xiao Ran's father, Xiao Beiyu, is merely a golden core cultivator, while his grandfather, Xiao Yiqing, is a soul formation cultivator. Thus, it can be said that Xiao Ran is indeed a true second-generation cultivator. What is there to worry about? In this Yinhua realm, is there anyone capable of slaying me? Xiao Ran leaned confidently against a rock at the cliff's edge, declaring with assurance. His confidence did not stem from his own strength, but rather from the plethora of life-preserving treasures bestowed upon him by his grandfather and father. To kill him, one would at least need to possess the cultivation level of a golden core. How could a golden core cultivator possibly emerge in this Yinhua realm? I have come to the lower realm on the orders of Elder Sun, who has entrusted me with a task to convey to you. A task entrusted to me? Lin Yun furrowed his brow and replied, Xiao Shidi, have you forgotten? I am no longer a disciple of the Sword Sect. I am now a member of the 10,000 Demons Sect. Haha, brother, you are indeed quite cautious. Xiao Ran laughed heartily, channeling his chi to form a plum blossom seal at his fingertip. Now, you are no longer a member of the 10,000 Demons Sect, are you? Only then did Lin Yun confirm that Xiao Ran was indeed sent by Elder Sun to contact him. It made sense, as Xiao Ran's loyalty to the Sword Sect was unquestionable, making him the most reliable choice for this liaison. Moreover, during their time in the Sword Sect, they had been closest of friends. What instructions does Elder Sun have? Lin Yun inquired. This relates to the 5 individuals, including brother Fong Fei Ming, who are hiding in Tianluo City, Xiao Ran explained. Very few know of their concealment, but the shadow guards of the 10,000 Demons Sect have gotten wind of it. Thus, the elders suspect that there are traitors within our Sword Sect. Upon hearing Xiao Ran mention Fong Fei Ming and the others, Lin Yun felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he was the one who had exposed them. And what happened afterward? Were the traitors found? Lin Yun asked. They were not found. But the sect has been investigating rigorously, and the traitor, feeling guilty, fled secretly, Xiao Ran replied. The sect dispatched pursuers, yet he managed to escape. Who was it? Lin Yun asked, intrigued. Who else could it be but that fellow Li Su? Xiao Ran muttered. I always said that Li Su, with his hooked nose and thin lips, is a treacherous villain, yet you all refuse to believe me. Xiao Ran had a penchant for fortune-telling and claimed to be a master of physiognomy, though his actual skills were dubious. As for the Li Su he described, he was indeed a handsome man. Xiao Ran's frequent jabs at Li Su were not due to his keen observation, but stemmed from personal grievances. Xiao Ran had once harbored feelings for a beautiful senior sister in the sect, and had devoted himself to winning her favor. Their relationship grew closer until one day, the senior sister, feeling sufficiently intimate, handed Xiao Ran a handkerchief embroidered with mandarin ducks, shyly asking if he could deliver it to brother Li Su. From that moment on, Xiao Ran declared a one-sided vendetta against Li Su. The elders analyzed that the nearest city to our Sword Sect was Tianluo City, and there was a high probability that Li Su would flee there. Elder Sun assigned you the task to ensure that if Li Su entered Tianluo City, you must find an opportunity to eliminate him, Xiao Ran stated. Lin Yun, however, looked at Xiao Ran with skepticism and asked, Xiao Shidi, could it be that this task is a fabrication of your own? Chapter 50. Do you understand your brother's good intentions? Xiao Ran widened his eyes at Lin Yun and said, Brother, although our relationship is good, you cannot so casually tarnish one's reputation. This task was indeed issued by Elder Sun. Lin Yun nodded and replied, Since it is a task from Elder Sun, I must refuse. Xiao Ran was taken aback. Refuse? Of course I refuse, Lin Yun declared. Li Su is a golden core cultivator, while I am merely at the foundation establishment stage. How could I possibly kill him? Even if I had the capability, to kill him on the territory of the 10,000 Demons Sect would only expose my undercover status. What was Elder Sun thinking? Assigning such a task to me? Lin Yun exclaimed, filled with indignation. Elder Sun also heard that you killed Yi Fan, which is why he decided to assign this task to you. Yi Fan's strength is well known to us in the Sword Sect. He is certainly not weaker than the initial stages of Golden Core cultivators. Li Su is also at the initial stage of Golden Core cultivation. Since you have the strength to kill Yi Fan, eliminating Li Su would be a trivial matter. As for the suspicion from the 10,000 Demons Sect, you just need to find a reasonable excuse. It is not uncommon for disciples to have conflicts and kill each other within the sect. Xiao Ran rambled on, but Lin Yun merely shook his head. Killing Li Su posed great risks with no benefit to himself. He would not engage in such a losing venture. Seeing Lin Yun's resolute stance, Xiao Ran had no choice but to reveal his trump card. Elder Sun assigned this task to you with the consent of Master Chu. Master? Lin Yun was taken aback. The master mentioned by Xiao Ran was indeed Chu Yi, Lin Yun's own mentor. Chu Yi and Xiao Ran's father, Xiao Beiyu, were fellow disciples and shared a bond akin to that of Lin Yun and Su Feng. It was precisely due to this relationship that Lin Yun and Xiao Ran were able to grow so close. Why would my master put me in such a predicament? Lin Yun questioned, incredulous. Because, brother, your recent actions in the 10,000 Demon Sect have drawn the ire of the Soul Formation Elders, Xiao Ran explained. Especially your exposure of Brother Fang Fei Ming and the others, as well as your killing of Yi Fan. Some Soul Formation Elders even suggested that you have betrayed the sect and truly aligned yourself with the 10,000 Demon Sect. The matter of Lin Yun and the others being undercover was known only to his master Chu Yi and Xiao Ran's father, Xiao Beiyu, among the Golden Core Elders, while the Soul Formation Elders were all aware. After all, the Soul Formation cultivators in the sect were the true power players and decision-makers. Such matters could not be concealed from them. The 10,000 Demons Sect welcomed any cultivators seeking refuge, and given the proximity of the Sword Sect, there were numerous spies embedded within. There were even several Golden Core cultivators among them. Thus, the upper echelons of the Sword Sect were well aware of Lin Yun's activities within the 10,000 Demons Sect. This is not my fault, Lin Yun defended. The news of Fang Fei Ming and the others hiding in Tianluo City reached Li Qiubai. It was only a matter of time before they were discovered. Even if I had not acted, someone else would have. Li Qiubai assigned this task to me, and if I failed, I would die. Yet if I succeeded, I could gain his trust. In such circumstances, I had no choice but to find them. It is not that I fear death, but rather that I seek to earn Li Qiubai's trust to better serve the sect. Now, the elders within the sect harbor such doubts about me. It truly breaks my heart. Lin Yun appeared profoundly disheartened. Do not fret, brother. Only a few misunderstand you. The majority of the elders still hold trust in you, especially since you are Master Chu's disciple, Xiao Ran consoled. Which Soul Formation Elder has accused me of betrayal? Lin Yun asked. It is Elder Su Chongqing, Xiao Ran replied. Elder Su is dissatisfied with you mainly because you killed Yi Fan. He held Yi Fan in high regard and intended to take him as his disciple after he ascended. Upon hearing that Elder Su Chongqing was the one harboring discontent, Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Among the Soul Formation Elders of the Sword Sect, Su Chongqing's influence was moderate, and with his master in his corner, even if Elder Su were displeased, he would not dare to overtly target Lin Yun. Xiao Ran continued. Elder Sun and Master Chu assigning you the task of killing Li Su is also intended to mitigate the dissatisfaction within the sect. Lin Yun nodded. If that were the case, then Elder Sun and his master indeed had his best interests at heart. Lin Yun glanced at the task panel, noticing a new task had appeared. Task name: Cleansing the Sect Task Requirement. Eliminate Li Su Task Reward. 20% Cultivation Improvement. True Flame Sword Technique. Xian Level, Medium Grade. Junior Brother Xiao, please convey to Elder Sun that, as a disciple of the Sword Sect, it is my solemn duty to execute the traitor Li Su. Lin Yun declared with righteous fervor upon triggering the task, eager for the rewards. As long as Li Su appears in Tianluo City, I shall strike him down with my sword, purging the sect of this menace. Indeed, this is the Lin Xixiang I know, wholly dedicated to the sect. Xiao Ran rejoiced. Finally convinced of Lin Yun's resolve, their conversation soon shifted to the topic of Tianjin Pavilion. Xiao Ran suggested that since Tianjin Pavilion was a sect supported by the Sword Sect, Lin Yun should spare it. However, Lin Yun could not so easily abandon the 10 points of merit associated with it. The 8 sects, manned by innate martial artists and refusing to disband, had been annihilated by Jiang Quan and his companions, granting Lin Yun an additional 16 points. The dissolution of Taichu Sect added another 10 points, bringing Lin Yun's total to 90. Should he eradicate Tianjin Pavilion or see it disbanded, he would achieve 100 points, allowing him to exchange for 5 random rewards. Without those 10 points from Tianjin Pavilion, he could only claim 4. Perhaps the finest treasures lay within that final opportunity. Lin Yun expressed his dilemma. I understand that Tianjin Pavilion is a sect fostered by our Sword Sect, and I am reluctant to take action against it. However, upon my descent, Li Qiubai commanded that if any sect in the Yunhua realm retains a foundation establishment cultivator, it would cost me my life. As a disciple of the Sword Sect, I do not wish to commit mass slaughter. Thus, I risked my own safety to subtly defy Li Qiubai's orders, allowing the sects of the Yunhua realm to disband voluntarily. By taking the initiative to dissolve their sects, they may preserve their lives. And I can provide Li Qiubai with an acceptable report. My intentions are well-meaning. Do you comprehend my plight, junior brother? Xiao Ran felt a wave of shame wash over him. He had initially believed Lin Yun had changed, compelling the righteous sects of Yunhua realm to disband, only to realize that his brother acted to safeguard them. He He felt remorse for misunderstanding Lin Yun's noble intentions. Brother, I understand now. Your heart ultimately lies with the righteous path. Xiao Ran affirmed. Upon returning to the sect, if any elder dares to speak ill of you, I shall defend you, even at the risk of being accused of disrespect. Lin Yun gazed at Xiao Ran with appreciation, cherishing his untainted, sincere heart. It is indeed regrettable that our Sword Sect has invested so much in Tianjin Pavilion over the years, and its dissolution would be a loss, Xiao Ran sighed, already leaning towards agreeing with the disbandment. Lin Yun, however, smiled and proposed, Junior brother, you may first allow Tianjin Pavilion to disband. After I return to report to Li Qiubai, you can reconstitute Tianjin Pavilion afterward. How did I not think of that? Xiao Ran exclaimed. But if Li Qiubai learns of this, might he blame you for inefficiency? Naturally not, Lin Yun replied. I have fulfilled the task he entrusted to me. When I depart, there will be no sects with foundation establishment cultivators remaining in the Yunhua realm. Whether these sects will be re-established is a matter for the Heavenly Demon Sect. Li Qiubai would not hold him accountable, for he had only commanded Lin Yun to eliminate Yi Fan, never instructing him to eradicate the righteous sections. Lin Yun's coercion of the righteous sects to disband was merely a clever means to fulfill the task and acquire points. He could not openly speak of the task panel's intricacies, thus attributing everything to Li Qiubai. Chapter 51. A ritual for the lottery at the summit of the Wanma Mountain. On the peak of Wanran, Lin Yun and Jiang Feng stood upon an altar, awaiting Li Qiubai's arrival to return to the Lingxi realm. Below the altar, Su Li, the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and several high-ranking members stood in respectful silence. Suddenly, the altar erupted in brilliant light, and a void passage materialized in its center. Exuding a dim glow, Lin Yun cupped his hands towards Su Li and the others, saying, Farewell, Sect Leader Su. Safe travels to the 5 esteemed emissaries. Su Li and the others bowed in unison. Lin Yun smiled lightly and stepped into the void passage. Moments later, the passage closed, and Su Li and the others collectively exhaled in relief, their tension easing considerably. Although Lin Yun often wore a friendly smile, they felt as though they walked on thin ice in his presence, ever wary. They could not forget the moment Lin Yun had abruptly turned on his companions, slaying them with a single strike. In their eyes, Lin Yun was a man of unpredictable temperament. Dispatch orders to gather our disciples and prepare for the expedition. Su Li commanded, straightening his posture. Lin Yun, for reasons unknown, had only compelled the righteous sects to disband, not slaughtering many righteous martial artists. Consequently, the righteous forces of the Yunhua realm remained largely intact. Should news of Lin Yun's departure from the Yunhua realm reach them, those disbanded sects would certainly seek to re-establish themselves. He must act swiftly before the righteous sects could respond. In the Lingxi realm, within Li Qiubai's residence, he stood by a pond, leisurely feeding the koi. Lin Yun stood respectfully beside him, quietly observing. He could not fathom why such a peculiar man as Li Qiubai found delight in feeding fish. Those serving Li Qiubai were well aware that wherever he went, he would tend to a pond of koi with utmost care. Should anyone inadvertently cause harm to his beloved fish, it could cost them dearly. The koi seemed to hold some extraordinary significance for Li Qiubai. Once he finished feeding, Li Qiubai turned to Lin Yun with a smile. Lin Yun, you have handled matters in the Yunhua realm exceptionally well. I am very pleased. Aside from Zhan Ming and Ji Wuxin, it has been a long time since I encountered a disciple so capable. Thank you for the praise, Elder. I still have much to learn compared to Xixiang Zhan and Xixiang Ji, Lin Yun humbly replied. Your future accomplishments may well surpass theirs, Li Qiubai stated. When Zhan Ming and Ji Wuxin were at the 9th level of foundation establishment, they did not possess your level of strength. You have executed your tasks admirably, and I shall not be stingy. From this moment forth, your treatment shall be equivalent to that of a condensation pill disciple, and I shall lift your restrictions on movement. Thank you, Elder. Lin Yun beamed with joy. Although Li Qiubai had not granted Lin Yun any tangible rewards, the equal treatment to a condensation pill disciple and the lifting of movement restrictions were more than enough to elate him. To elaborate on the privileges of a condensation pill disciple, they could own a residence within the city, receive a monthly supply of elixirs and spirit stones. Yet these were not the most crucial benefits. The most significant advantage was the ability to recruit subordinates, allowing the formation of his own small faction. Just like Zhan Ming, Ji Wuxin, and Zuoqing Shan, who each had their own entourage of disciples to assist them, Lin Yun too could recruit sect disciples to assist him, provided they were willing. This signified that Lin Yun had firmly established his position within the Wanma sect, no longer a mere pawn to be manipulated. Moreover, the lifting of movement restrictions was of utmost importance to Lin Yun. As a captive of the Wanma sect, he had been limited in his movements. unable to leave the city unaccompanied. Had he ventured outside, he risked fleeing back to the Sword Sect. With the restrictions lifted, it signified Li Qiubai's genuine trust in him, permitting him to move freely. From now on, he need only inform Li Qiubai before departing the city. Lin Yun finally had the opportunity to pursue his desires. Near Tianluo City lay a place he knew to be a potential opportunity. Previously, he had been restricted from leaving Tianluo City, fully aware of the opportunity before him, yet unable to seize it. With the lifting of the action restrictions, Lin Yun resolved to venture outside the city at the earliest opportunity to seize this fortuitous chance. He selected a mansion in the northern part of the city, conveniently located near the residence of Luo Buzhou. This choice facilitated his daily studies of formations at Luo Buzhou's abode, while also ensuring proximity for seeking assistance in the event of unforeseen dangers. Given the expansive nature of the mansion, it was impractical for Lin Yun to manage it personally. So he employed several maids and servants from the city, finally embracing a lifestyle akin to that of a wealthy landowner. Once he secured the doors to his residence and commanded that no one disturb him, he accessed the mission panel and claimed his task reward of 100 points. He first glanced at his attributes. Having slain numerous cultivators in the Yunhua realm, his current cultivation level stood at 37%. Should he choose to convert all 100 points into cultivation, he could elevate his level to 87%, merely 13% shy of advancing to the Dan condensation stage. With dedicated practice, and aided by the Zui Xianyang brew, he was confident he could break through to the Dan condensation stage within 20 days. After much contemplation, Lin Yun ultimately resisted the temptation of a swift advancement to the Dan condensation stage. He felt no imminent crisis requiring urgent cultivation, and 2 months of training would suffice to reach 50%. Therefore, squandering 100 points for a mere 2-month reduction seemed unwise. These points could instead be exchanged for 5 random rewards, which held the potential to yield celestial-level techniques, spells, or artifacts. Of course, if luck were to abandon him, he might end up with 5 worthless items. Yet, Lin Yun was assured that his luck would not lead to a 5-time streak of failure. Even if he were to acquire a low-grade artifact or a superior-grade treasure, it would be a significant gain. Choosing to exchange his points for random rewards, the 100 points vanished, and a new option labeled Backpack appeared alongside the attributes and mission panels. Lin Yun was elated. He had not anticipated that completing this task would also unlock the Backpack interface. Thus, he now possessed 3 game panels, and he believed more would emerge in the future. Upon opening the Backpack, he found it empty save for 5 small boxes adorned with question marks. These were the random rewards he had acquired. Lin Yun fetched a basin of clean water and meticulously washed his hands and face, as if this ritual would cleanse away any bad luck. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, pressed his palms together, and silently offered prayers to the myriad deities. Life, he mused, must possess a sense of ritual, and so too must the act of drawing rewards. Having completed this preparation, he accessed the Backpack panel and selected one of the small boxes to open. A flash of light enveloped him, and the chosen box transformed into a crimson pill, resting quietly within the Backpack. Upon examining the attributes of the pill, he discovered it was a Foundation Establishment pill, a first-grade elixir that enhanced the success rate of Foundation Establishment by 10% and could be stacked in use. Lin Yun remarked to himself that receiving 5 random rewards, with the occasional less desirable outcome, was to be expected. The second box yielded a century-old ginseng, a common alchemical ingredient in the cultivation world, worth only a couple of spirit stones. He found it somewhat disappointing, realizing his method of opening the boxes might be flawed. Choosing the third box, Lin Yun paused momentarily, counting silently to 10 before opening it. This time, he unveiled another pill, this one a deep crimson, shimmering with spiritual light. Unmistakably a superior product. His spirits soared. Indeed, fortune had smiled upon him. The pill, glistening with spiritual radiance, was at least 4th grade or higher, an elixir utilized by golden core cultivators. The 9th channel blood lotus pill, a 7th grade elixir capable of healing celestial wounds. The discovery of this pill, the 9th channel blood lotus, filled Lin Yun with an indescribable elation. Known as a celestial pill, it could only be concocted by heavenly beings. For celestial beings, it served as a miraculous healing remedy, capable of curing ordinary injuries instantly. For cultivators below the celestial level, the 9th channel blood lotus pill was nothing short of extraordinary. No matter the severity of their injuries, as long as they drew breath, a single pill would ensure their swift recovery. Truly a life-restoring marvel. For Lin Yun, possessing a 9th channel blood lotus pill was akin to acquiring an extra life. The value of this singular pill justified his expenditure of 100 points. Reflecting on his luck, Lin Yun acknowledged that altering his approach to the lottery had indeed borne fruit. He proceeded to open the fourth box, counting to 10 once more before unveiling its contents. This time, he found a low-grade artifact, which he promptly stowed away in his storage bag. He already possessed several low-grade artifacts and intended to sell them all at a later time to acquire a superior-grade artifact. With only one box remaining, Lin Yun opened it to reveal a dark, mysterious orb. Could it be? Suppressing his excitement, he examined the orb's attributes. The boundary-breaking pearl, upon use, it allowed passage to any minor world once. Indeed, it was the coveted boundary-breaking pearl. Overjoyed, Lin Yun felt an overwhelming urge to break into song. Out of 5 random rewards, he had acquired a 9th-channel blood lotus pill and a boundary-breaking pearl. He felt as though he had been touched by fortune itself. Beneath the Lingxu realm lay 3,000 minor worlds, all accessible only through the 6 major sects or the various races. For ordinary cultivators, traversing to these realms was utterly impossible. Yet, the boundary-breaking pearl granted Lin Yun the opportunity to explore any of these 3,000 minor worlds and return. The only drawback was that it could be used only once, disappearing after one round trip. While the pearl might hold little value for other cultivators, for Lin Yun, it represented a significant opportunity. Many of these minor worlds harbored tremendous potential, and he was aware of a few such locations. Lin Yun contemplated his next moves, aware that 2 opportunities awaited him, one near Tianluo City and the other tied to the boundary-breaking pearl. However, he was in no rush to acquire these fortunes. They would remain where they were, unnoticed for the time being. Yet, to seize such opportunities, he needed the requisite strength. His current foundation establishment level felt insufficient. He resolved to focus on his training and strive for a breakthrough to the Dan condensation stage. As he dedicated himself to his practice, the tranquility of Tianluo City was abruptly shattered after 3 days. Black flying vessels darkened the skies above the city, followed by waves of disciples from the Wanma Sect descending from the ships, taking residence within Tianluo City. The reinforcements from the Wanma Sect had arrived, heralding the resumption of hostilities between the Wanma Sect and the Jian Sect. Among the reinforcements were 5 golden core cultivators, over 100 Dan condensation cultivators, thousands of foundation establishment cultivators, and tens of thousands of body refinement cultivators. On the second day after their arrival, Li Qiubai led the army aboard the vessels, setting course for the Jian Sect's next major city, Xianxia City. In the city of Tianluo, only Luo Buzhou and a handful of disciples remained to guard it. Unfortunately, Lin Yun was not among those left behind. He had been specifically summoned by Li Qiubai to join the military expedition. Alongside Lin Yun, others such as Zhang Ming, Ji Wuxin, and Gongsun Feiyun, who were stationed in the small town, were also called back to accompany the forces. The other 3 major cities retained only a single golden core cultivator for defense, while an additional golden core cultivator led the troops to converge with Li Qiubai's army, swelling the ranks to an impressive total of 9 golden core practitioners. The Wanma Sect had previously managed to seize the 4 major cities of the Sword Sect in one fell swoop, due to a surprise attack that caught them off guard. However, the Sword Sect was now well prepared, having amassed a significant military presence in Xianxia City. Upon receiving news of Wanma Sect's impending assault, the Golden Core elders of the Sword Sect chose not to remain within the city walls. Instead, they led their disciples outside the city to confront the Wanma Sect forces on the plains, 100 miles away. The Sword Sect's army boasted 10 Golden Core cultivators, outnumbering their adversaries. The 2 factions clashed on the plains, engaging in fierce combat that lasted an entire day, resulting in countless casualties yet yielding no decisive advantage for either side. Ultimately, both forces established encampments, entering a prolonged standoff. Within the opulent confines of the Wanma Sect's main tent, the 9 Golden Core elders convened to strategize. Li Qiubai, with his striking red hair, occupied the central position, flanked by the other 8 Golden Core cultivators. This time, the Sword Sect is prepared and seeks to defeat us head-on. Our chances of success are slim, one elder lamented. It is only to be expected. After all, the Sword Sect is one of the 6 major sects and cannot be easily vanquished, another elder added. If we can defeat them, that would be ideal, but if not, we merely need to keep their forces occupied here. Our sect has dispatched other teams to invade Tianzhou, turning the entire northern region into a battlefield. In this conflict between righteous and demonic forces, our 3 sects are determined to prevail. Let us see how long the Sword Sect can endure. Allow me to interject, Li Qiubai suddenly spoke, prompting an immediate hush within the tent. Regardless of the circumstances of the other teams dispatched by our sect, since I am responsible for the assault on Xianxia City, I must secure its capture. As he spoke, His gaze swept across the 8 Golden Core elders, warning that those who adopted a merely delaying strategy without contributing would not find him merciful. Upon hearing Li Qiubai's blunt remarks, the elders' expressions shifted dramatically. Being Golden Core cultivators, they were naturally displeased by his lack of decorum. Particularly, the elder who had previously suggested merely holding the Sword Sect at bay turned ashen. However, considering Li Qiubai's character and strength, the elders refrained from confronting him directly. In a modest tent, Lin Yun set a square wooden table in the center, sitting opposite Su Feng. The table was adorned with a wine jug, cups, and several small dishes. The wine was Lin Yun's own, while the dishes were prepared by the camp's servants, an indulgence reserved for those at the Golden Core stage. Ordinary foundation establishment and body refinement cultivators were relegated to their tents, subsisting on their meager rations. Su Feng had previously accompanied Ji Wuxin to the small town, but upon Ji Wuxin's summons back to the main forces, Su Feng naturally followed suit. In the past, Lin Yun and Su Feng would have been wary of attracting the Wanma sect's suspicion by meeting so openly. However, Lin Yun had now gained Li Qiubai's trust and no longer needed to be concerned. Compared to before, the youthful innocence had faded from Su Feng's face, revealing a more mature demeanor, evidence of the trials he had faced during this time. "Senior brother, what should we do?" Su Feng whispered, ensuring only Lin Yun could hear his words. The standoff between the Wanma and Sword Sects placed Su Feng in a precarious position. In the event of a battle, should he unleash his full power? To do so and slay disciples of the Sword Sect was a prospect he wished to avoid. Yet, feigning ineptitude once or twice might go unnoticed. Prolonged subterfuge would surely draw the scrutiny of the surrounding Wanma sect disciples. This war would not be resolved quickly, and amidst the chaos, he could easily fall victim to a Sword Sect disciple unaware of his true allegiance. Lin Yun poured a cup of wine for Su Feng, saying, "If we are to engage in battle tomorrow, simply stay by my side and focus on keeping yourself safe. I shall handle the rest." Given Su Feng's limited strength, he was at risk of falling in the tumult, so Lin Yun's intent to keep him close was to ensure his protection. With Lin Yun's current capabilities, as long as he did not act recklessly, his life was not in jeopardy. Su Feng nodded in agreement, saying, "I will heed your advice, senior brother." The two clinked their cups together, draining the fine wine in a single gulp. Lin Yun smiled. "There is no need for concern. I have already made arrangements. Within 3 days, we shall be reassigned from the front lines, and then we will no longer have to contend with the Sword Sect's disciples." Su Feng gazed at Lin Yun in astonishment, unable to fathom how he had orchestrated this. However, he refrained from questioning or doubting. His faith in Lin Yun was absolute. "By the way, I have something for you," Lin Yun said, retrieving a jar of wine and a sword from his storage ring. The wine was the exquisite Zui Xianxia. Having consumed nearly half, he reserved the remaining portion for his own breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. The sword, a mid-grade magic weapon known as the Lin Yuan sword, was a treasure Lin Yun had obtained during his missions in the Yunhua realm. Su Feng, being a sword cultivator, was naturally drawn to the sword rather than the wine. As he held the Lin Yuan sword, he marveled, a mid-grade magic weapon. "Senior brother, is this truly for me?" Lin Yun chuckled. "Could I ever deceive you? This sword, named Lin Yuan, was acquired during my time in the Yunhua realm." "Thank you, senior brother," Su Feng exclaimed, storing the Lin Yuan sword in his storage bag, ready to refine it once he returned. There was no need for pretense between them. However, Lin Yun interjected, pointing to the jar of wine, "Do not be too quick to rejoice. Compared to the Lin Yuan sword, this jar of wine is the true treasure." "Senior brother, you know I am not one for fine wines," Su Feng replied. Lin Yun laughed. "What I offer you is no ordinary wine." He proceeded to explain the effects of the Zui Xianxia. Su Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement as he listened, exclaiming, "So that is why your cultivation has advanced so rapidly. I had no idea such a treasure existed." Upon opening the jar, a rich aroma wafted out, and he took a deep breath, feeling invigorated and mentally clear. Reluctantly, he sealed the jar again and pushed it back towards Lin Yun, saying, "This Zui Xianxia, senior brother, you should keep for yourself to aid in your breakthrough to the Golden Core stage." Lin Yun smiled. "I have set aside enough for my own breakthrough. What I have given you is merely surplus." Upon hearing this, Su Feng eagerly reclaimed the Zui Xianxia, declaring, "In that case, I shall not hold back." The two clinked their cups again, drinking to their heart's content before Su Feng finally departed Lin Yun's tent. Under the night sky, Su Feng glanced back at Lin Yun's tent, then at the Zui Xianxia and Lin Yuan's sword in his storage bag, silently vowing, "In my lifetime, I shall protect my senior brother with my very life." With resolute steps, he vanished into the darkness of the night. 2 days later, in Li Qiubai's tent, a disciple of the Wanma sect respectfully presented a list, stating, Elder. This is the list sent by Elder Luo. With his crimson hair, Li Qiubai opened the list to review its contents. Luo Buzhou is one of the foremost masters of formations in the 10,000 Demon Sect. The sect commanded him to oversee the construction of protective formations in the 4 major cities they have already conquered. Only with the establishment of these protective formations can the cities be considered fully annexed. The sect dispatched a group of formation masters and apprentices to assist Luo Buzhou, but he deemed their numbers insufficient. Consequently, the sect permitted him to select proficient disciples from the front line to aid in building the defensive formations. The list in Li Qiubai's hands was the result of Luo Buzhou's selection. The names on the list were few, barely exceeding 20. Yet one of them caused Li Qiubai to furrow his brow, Lin Yun. As for the name Su Feng following Lin Yun, he chose to disregard it entirely. Li Qiubai set the list aside and commanded, summon Lin Yun. Lin Yun was one of Li Qiubai's own. If Lin Yun remained unaware of the situation and Luo Buzhou had chosen him of his own accord, that would be one matter. However, if Lin Yun had actively requested to be reassigned by Luo Buzhou, it would equate to his betrayal, aligning himself with Luo Buzhou. If that were the case, Moments later, Lin Yun entered the tent, respectfully bowing to Li Qiubai. Greetings, Elder. Li Qiubai smiled lightly at Lin Yun, saying, Your request has been approved by Elder Luo. Lin Yun's heart leaped with joy, but just as he was about to speak, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. What request? Lin Yun feigned surprise and inquired. Li Qiubai narrowed his eyes. Did you not ask Elder Luo to reassign you back to Tianluo City to assist in constructing the protective formation? Esteemed Elder, I have never made such a request to Elder Luo. Lin Yun replied earnestly. I am your disciple, naturally wishing to serve at your side. If Elder Luo truly calls for me, please refuse on my behalf. Lin Yun spoke with unwavering resolve, presenting an image of a disciple solely wishing to serve the elder, with no desire to go elsewhere. Before he departed Tianluo City, he had secretly visited Luo Buzhou's residence to request that Luo Buzhou find an opportunity to reassign him and Su Feng back to Tianluo City. Luo Buzhou, recognizing Lin Yun's talent in formations, agreed, believing that it was more fitting for him to study formation arts by his side rather than engage in feudal combat on the front line. As for bringing Su Feng back, it was merely a trifling task. Now, as Li Qiubai summoned him, Lin Yun immediately guessed Li Qiubai's intentions upon hearing his first question. There was no way he would foolishly admit to having prompted Luo Buzhou to call him back. Thus, he tactfully sought Li Qiubai's assistance in refusing Luo Buzhou's summons. Even if Li Qiubai acquiesced and kept him on the front line, at least Su Feng would be reassigned, and he would not consider it a complete failure. Li Qiubai scrutinized Lin Yun for a considerable time before stating, Elder Luo's undertaking of the protective formation is of great significance. Since he believes you can be of assistance, you should return for a while. As you command. Lin Yun replied respectfully, fully aware that he had passed Li Qiubai's scrutiny. Li Qiubai arranged for a flying vessel to transport Lin Yun and others selected by Luo Buzhou back to Tianluo City. The vessel soared through the skies, and Lin Yun stood shoulder to shoulder with Su Feng on the deck, gazing into the distance. Su Feng looked at Lin Yun with admiration, having heard his senior brother would be reassigned from the front line within 3 days. Indeed, as the days passed, both he and his senior brother were called back. The vessel traveled at great speed, reaching Tianluo City in just half a day. Upon landing, Lin Yun's first action was to take Su Feng to pay a visit to Luo Buzhou. With Li Qiubai on the front line, Luo Buzhou had become the lord of the city, yet he had taken a hands-off approach, delegating most matters, aside from the construction of the protective formation, to 4 disciples in the condensing dance stage. Upon arriving at Luo Buzhou's residence, Lin Yun unexpectedly encountered a handsome young man exiting the premises. The man's complexion was pale, and he appeared somewhat haggard, evidently having endured considerable hardships recently. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing him, so he had indeed come to Tianluo City. The man, upon spotting Lin Yun and Su Feng, was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised to meet them here. Junior brother Lin, junior brother Su, the man called out, halting his steps. Chapter 54. Apprenticeship. Lin Yun feigned astonishment, asking, Senior brother Li, what brings you here? This man was none other than his intended target, the traitor of the Sword Sect, Li Su. While Lin Yun was acting surprised, Su Feng was genuinely astonished, unaware of Li Su's betrayal. Li Su felt a tinge of embarrassment in response to Lin Yun's inquiry. Although both he and Lin Yun were traitors to the Sword Sect, Lin Yun had surrendered after being captured, while he had actively betrayed the sect. Their actions were fundamentally different. Like you too, I have also joined the 10,000 Demon Sect, Li Su replied, reluctant to elaborate on his actions. Lin Yun was well aware of the underlying implications and refrained from probing further, engaging in polite conversation with Li Su. Are you two here to visit Elder Luo? Li Su asked curiously. As a Foundation establishment cultivator who had recently betrayed the Sword Sect and escaped to Tianluo City, he felt entitled to pay his respects to Elder Luo. Lin Yun and Su Feng, being mere Foundation establishment cultivators, had no grounds for a direct audience with Elder Luo. When I recently followed Elder Luo to study the art of formations, though I have not formally become a disciple, I can be considered half a disciple, Lin Yun explained. Now that I have returned to Tianluo City, I naturally wish to pay my respects first. Initially, Li Su had maintained an air of superiority due to his status as a condensing Dan cultivator, while Lin Yun was merely a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, upon hearing that Lin Yun had been studying formation arts under Luo Buzhou, Li Su's demeanor softened significantly, and he smiled brightly. I did not expect junior brother Lin to have gained Elder Luo's favor. In that case, I shall rely on you in the future. As we hail from the same sect, we must support one another, Lin Yun replied with a smile. Though internally, he was contemplating how to eliminate the traitor Li Su without arousing suspicion from the 10,000 Demon Sect. After bidding farewell to Li Su, Lin Yun and Su Feng entered Luo Buzhou's residence. Now overseeing the entirety of Tianluo City, Luo Buzhou was often visited by disciples, and the grand formation at the entrance had been dismantled. Lin Yun led Su Feng with ease to the garden, where they found Luo Buzhou fishing by the pond. Welcome. Luo Buzhou turned to greet Lin Yun and Su Feng with a smile. I am Lin Yun, here to pay my respects to Elder Luo. I am Su Feng, here to pay my respects to Elder Luo. Come, sit, Luo Buzhou said, putting away his fishing rod and inviting Lin Yun and Su Feng to sit in the pavilion. Once seated, Lin Yun expressed, "Thank you for summoning us back, Elder." Luo Buzhou waved his hand with a smile. It was but a small effort. My intention in bringing you back to Tianluo City is to allow you to focus on studying the art of formations. Do not squander such a promising talent. I shall not beat around the bush. Lin Yun, do you wish to take me as your master and inherit my teachings in the art of formations? Luo Buzhou posed the question directly. He had previously hinted at this several times, hoping Lin Yun would express a desire to apprentice. Yet Lin Yun remained oblivious or pretended not to understand. Now that he had stated it explicitly, if Lin Yun were to refuse again, it would indicate that he did not wish to become a disciple, signifying a lack of affinity between them. I would naturally be willing, Lin Yun replied without hesitation. Standing to bow deeply before Luo Buzhou, disciple Lin Yun pays respect to master. Good, good. Luo Buzhou chuckled, assisting Lin Yun to his feet. He was quite pleased with Lin Yun as a disciple. Luo Buzhou was not one to care for formalities. With Lin Yun's bow, their master-disciple bond was firmly established. Regarding the master-apprentice ceremony or the tea ceremony, Luo Buzhou remained indifferent. Su Feng sat nearby, grinning foolishly as he watched Lin Yun pay his respects to his master. Marveling at how impressive his senior brother was to have a golden core cultivator willingly take on a disciple. Having successfully become a disciple, Lin Yun was overjoyed. He had finally secured his hold on this invaluable mentor. Of course, his decision to apprentice was not solely for the sake of gaining a powerful ally. During this period, Luo Buzhou had imparted the intricacies of formation techniques with great diligence, earning Lin Yun's profound respect. Initially, his approach to Luo Buzhou was motivated by self-interest. But now his apprenticeship was genuine and heartfelt. Lin Yun understood that once the news of his apprenticeship reached Li Qiubai, the latter would undoubtedly be furious. However, with Luo Buzhou as his backing, Li Qiubai would be unable to act against him. It was indeed a fortuitous turn of events to extricate himself from Li Qiubai's control. Otherwise, given Li Qiubai's temperament, he might have assigned Lin Yun some perilous tasks involving murder and arson. Lin Yun, you have now formally become my disciple. My expectations of you shall be considerably more rigorous. From now on, the time I dedicate to teaching you formation techniques will increase from 1 hour to 2. Luo Buzhou declared. Disciple welcomes this opportunity. Lin Yun joyfully replied. Now, let us assess your recent studies in formation techniques to gauge if you have been diligent. Luo Buzhou continued. Lin Yun and Su Feng remained in Luo Buzhou's residence for over 2 hours, and by the time they emerged, evening had fallen, shrouding the surroundings in darkness. As they exited the residence, they encountered Li Su stationed at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Yun and Su Feng, Li Su hurriedly approached, smiling. Junior brother Lin, junior brother Su, you have finally come out. Li Su had been waiting at the door, and as time passed without sight of Lin Yun and Su Feng, his curiosity had only intensified. The longer they remained inside, the more it indicated Luo Buzhou's regard for them. Witnessing Lin Yun and Su Feng emerge after such an extended period, even Li Su, a solid core formation cultivator, adopted a slightly obsequious demeanor towards Lin Yun. "Senior brotherly, were you waiting for us?" Lin Yun inquired. Li Su nodded eagerly, saying, "I was hoping to invite both junior brothers for a drink and to reminisce. Would you do me the honor?" With senior brother Li's invitation, how could we refuse? Lin Yun chuckled. He was keen to foster a closer relationship with Li Su. Without doing so, how could he dispel the latter's wariness towards him? In the following days, Lin Yun diligently studied formation techniques with Luo Buzhou in the mornings, inspected the construction of the city's protective formations in the afternoons to gain practical experience, and practiced cultivation in the evenings, leading a fulfilling life. Both his understanding of formation techniques and his cultivation were advancing steadily and rapidly. Yet beneath this tranquility, Lin Yun was secretly devising two plans: to eliminate Li Su and to seize the opportunity near Tianluo City. A mountain named Chengshan lay 100 miles from Tianluo City. Its remote location made it rarely visited. However, within the mountain's belly resided a cave left behind by a golden core cultivator. The opportunity Lin Yun sought was hidden within this cave. This cave had been constructed 1,000 years ago by a golden core cultivator known as the Qingtian Realizer. A rogue cultivator, he specialized in fire techniques, and his mastery of the Qingyan was renowned during his era. In pursuit of furthering his cultivation, he overcame numerous challenges to acquire a seed of the 9-leaf fire lotus. He planted this seed within the cave, awaiting the lotus's maturation to consume its seeds. The seeds could refine a cultivator's innate fire affinity, enhancing their talent for fire techniques and their resistance to fire spells. More importantly, the seeds could deepen a cultivator's comprehension of the fire path, making it easier for them to grasp its principles. Understanding the path was a prerequisite for advancing to the Yuanshan stage. The significance of the 9-leaf fire lotus to Qingtian Realizer, as a fire cultivator, was immeasurable. Unfortunately, he perished unexpectedly in a conflict before the lotus could mature. For a millennium thereafter, the cave remained untouched, and the 9-leaf fire lotus languished in solitude within the mountain's depths. Lin Yun's objective was to obtain this 9-leaf fire lotus. Although the cave had been neglected for 1,000 years, and most of the formations surrounding it had fallen into disrepair, a small portion still functioned. Even so, it was not something that a mere couple of foundation establishment cultivators could breach. Lin Yun planned to become a second-tier formation master before attempting to infiltrate the cave of Qingtian Realizer, as a second-tier formation master would be sufficient to unravel the remnants of the formations guarding the cave. Chapter 55, Second-tier formation master. A little over a month later, within Luo Buzhou's residence, Luo Buzhou sat in a pavilion, smiling as he observed Lin Yun. At that moment, Lin Yun was seated on the grass, meticulously inscribing a spirit stone. The inscriptions he was creating were unmistakably second-tier formation runes. Setting up a formation involves two primary steps. The first step is to create the foundation. A formation typically consists of a principal foundation and several auxiliary foundations, with the principal foundation also being referred to as the core of the formation. Not every formation has only one core. Some may have 2, 3, or even multiple cores. The greater the number of cores, the more complex the formation becomes. The materials for the foundation are generally spirit stones, though occasionally magical artifacts, talismans, or rare materials may also be employed. Once the formation runes are inscribed onto these materials, the foundation is deemed complete. The second step is to arrange the formation. The completed foundations are placed according to the positions of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams, with the foundations resonating with one another, allowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to flow and circulate, thus completing the formation. Inscribing the formation runes is fundamental to the formation's efficacy. Whether it serves as a killing array, a trapping array, or an illusion array largely depends on these runes. Lin Yun took over 2 hours to complete the inscriptions on 18 spirit stones, crafting the necessary foundation. "Master, how do you find my foundation?" Lin Yun inquired, presenting the 18 inscribed spirit stones to Luo Buzhou with a smile. Luo Buzhou examined each of the 18 foundations carefully. After scrutinizing them, he remarked with a smile, "Though there are some minor flaws, they are still considered acceptable. As long as the subsequent arrangement is executed correctly, this second-tier gathering spirit array will be successfully completed." Luo Buzhou's happiness was evident, as he felt proud of his disciple. Having studied formation techniques under Luo Buzhou for less than 4 months, Lin Yun had already achieved the level of a second-tier formation master, which was a remarkable feat that brought great joy to his mentor. In the entire Lingxi realm, such a gifted formation talent appeared only once in several centuries. As long as Lin Yun continued his studies in formation techniques, he would surely become one of the foremost formation masters in the Lingxi realm. Rest assured, master, as long as the rune inscriptions are flawless, I will not err in the formation arrangement, Lin Yun declared confidently, completely forgetting that he had made the same claim the day before, only for all 18 foundations to explode due to his mistakes. Luo Buzhou glanced at the crater left in the garden, choosing not to comment. Lin Yun, noticing Luo Buzhou's gaze, awkwardly chuckled. That was merely a momentary lapse. It won't happen again today. Standing on the open ground of the garden, Lin Yun carefully arranged the 18 foundations according to the 5 elemental positions. After thoroughly checking once more to ensure there were no errors, he finally felt at ease. Positioned in the center of the formation, Lin Yun formed the necessary hand seals to activate it. The surface of the formation shimmered with spiritual light, connecting the 18 foundations. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to converge within this gathering spirit array, the second-tier gathering spirit array was complete. Master, I have succeeded, Lin Yun exclaimed with delight. Excellent, excellent. From this moment forth, you are a true second-tier formation master. Luo Buzhou beamed at Lin Yun and the smoothly operating gathering spirit array, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. In the entire realm of Lingxiu, aside from me, Luo Buzhou, who else could cultivate a second-tier array master in less than 4 months? A surge of pride welled within Luo Buzhou, giving rise to a sense that I am not targeting anyone, but rather that the array masters of Lingxiu are utterly inferior. Lin Yun entered his attribute panel to inspect his stats. Name, Lin Yun. Race, human. Faction, Wanma Sect, Sword Sect. Position, core disciple, elite disciple. Cultivation, foundation establishment 9th level, 80%. Array, second-tier array master. Alchemical arts, not cultivated. Refining arts, not cultivated. Beast mastery, not cultivated. Techniques, Jing Zhiju, mid-level. Profound spells, divine sword. Thunder control technique, mid-level. Celestial sword control technique, mid-level. Profound cloak sword technique, upper-level. Yellow fire talisman technique, lower-level. Yellow divine abilities, none. Talent, sword body, 5-star talent. In the span of over a month, Lin Yun had not only elevated his array mastery to that of a second-tier array master, but his cultivation had also ascended to 80% of the foundation establishment 9th level. It was time to venture into the cave of Qinyan. In truth, it would be more prudent to explore Qinyan cave after breaking through to the Dan formation stage. However, Lin Yun recalled that Qinyan cave was discovered during the battle between justice and evil, and he feared that if he delayed, someone else might seize the opportunity. Master, I wish to leave the city for a while, and I hope for your approval, Lin Yun stated. Oh, what business do you have outside the city? Luo Buzhou inquired. Lin Yun replied, there is a mountain, known as Chengshan, located 100 miles from Tianluo City. It is said that within Chengshan lies a residence left behind by a golden Dan cultivator from 1,000 years ago. I wish to explore Chengshan to ascertain whether this residence truly exists. A residence of a golden Dan cultivator from a millennium ago. After such a long time, there is likely nothing of value left inside, Luo Buzhou remarked. Valuable items are generally kept by cultivators themselves, stored within their storage rings or bags. Items left in a cave are typically of lesser worth, Lin Yun thought, as he was primarily interested in the 9-leaf fire lotus. Otherwise, Qinyan cave would indeed hold little allure. However, it would not hurt to venture out for some experience, Luo Buzhou continued, but do take care of your safety. I understand, Lin Yun responded. After departing from Luo Buzhou's residence, Lin Yun first sought out Su Feng. Over the past month, Su Feng had utilized the drunken immortal brew to assist in his cultivation, successfully breaking through to the foundation establishment 8th level. Lin Yun had previously informed Su Feng about the Qinyan cave, and upon gathering together, Lin Yun said, we should find Li Su. Li Su, the senior brother? Su Feng was taken aback. In the past month, Li Su had frequently sought opportunities to bond with Lin Yun and Su Feng, as all three hailed from the Sword Sect and had developed a harmonious rapport. Nevertheless, Su Feng harbored a strong aversion toward Li Su. Although Li Su was a decent person, he was, after all, a traitor to the Sword Sect. Both Su Feng and Lin Yun were undercover agents of the Sword Sect, and thus, they did not share a common ground with Li Su, the legitimate traitor. Su Feng believed that Lin Yun should not involve Li Su in an exploration of the Golden Dan cultivator's cave. Upon glancing around to ensure no one was nearby, Lin Yun whispered something to Su Feng. After hearing it, Su Feng finally understood. The two then approached Li Su to explain their intentions. Naturally, Li Su would not refuse such a fortunate endeavor and readily agreed. He thought to himself, not only could he explore the Golden Dan cultivator's cave, but he could also strengthen his ties with Lin Yun and Su Feng. What could be better? if there were indeed any remarkable treasures within the Qinyan cave. As a Dan formation cultivator, it would be a simple matter for him to eliminate Lin Yun and Su Feng and claim the treasures for himself. The three agreed to depart the city and head straight for Qingshan. Shortly after Lin Yun and his companions left, a cultivator from the Wanma sect soared into Tianluo City. This individual was a Dan formation cultivator, exuding a scholarly aura, resembling a refined scholar. Yet, deep within his eyes lay a hidden malice. He had come to kill. Upon arriving in Tianluo City, he naturally sought an audience with Luo Buzhou, disciple by Yingkai, paying respects to Elder Luo. Bai Yingkai said respectfully. Luo Buzhou nodded and asked, "Why have you come to Tianluo City instead of cultivating within the sect?" Bai Yingkai, whose master was a Golden Dan elder with some acquaintance with Luo Buzhou, was recognized by him. Bai Yingkai replied, "My incompetent disciple was recently killed by a foundation establishment cultivator of our sect within Tianluo City. I have come to seek justice for my disciple." Luo Buzhou, with his calm demeanor, took little interest in the internecine disputes among disciples, merely nodding lightly as he said, "Be mindful of your actions and do not escalate the matter." "I understand," Bai Yingkai replied respectfully. Chapter 56. Breaking the array, both Lin Yun and Su Feng were still foundation establishment cultivators and could not soar through the skies without a mount. They were left to traverse on foot to Qingshan. Li Su, feeling embarrassed to fly alone, accompanied Lin Yun and Su Feng on foot. Foundation establishment cultivators are not slow walkers, and after a smooth journey without any obstacles, the three arrived at the foot of Qingshan in just over 2 hours. Qingshan was not particularly large, merely a solitary peak, abundant with vegetation and wild beasts. Due to the sparse presence of humans, there was not even a proper mountain path, making the ascent a matter of climbing. It was said that the cave of Qinyan Jinren lay within the belly of Qingshan. Lin Yun gazed up at the mountain and said, "There is a cave up there that may lead to the Qinyan cave. I do not know where this cave is, so we must search slowly." Lin Yun knew only that Qinyan Jinren's cave was located in Qingshan. He was unaware of where the entrance to the cave was or what dangers lurked within. He had merely skimmed through a forum post about Qingyan's cave. "This Qingshan is not large. We shall simply take our time searching," Li Su said. The three discussed and divided Qingshan into 3 areas, each responsible for searching their designated section. At their pace, they would likely scour the entire mountain in no more than 3 days. So they were not concerned about finding the cave. As dusk approached, however, the trio had yielded no results and decided to set up camp for the night. The following morning, they rose early and resumed their search. Lin Yun meticulously scoured every inch, unwilling to overlook any corner. Yet he still failed to discover the entrance to Qingyan's cave. While he found several caves, they were all sealed shut upon entry. At that moment, a surge of azure sword energy erupted from the other side of the peak, shattering and blooming in the sky. Lin Yun's heart leaped with joy. Su Shidi must have made a discovery. He hurried to the other side of the peak and saw Su Feng and Li Su standing before a cave that was taller than a person. The cave was exceedingly deep, and its depths could not be discerned. "Senior brother, I just ventured inside and walked several hundred meters without reaching the end. This must be the cave," Su Feng exclaimed. Lin Yun nodded. "Let us enter." The three proceeded along the cave, and it was unclear how long they walked until they suddenly emerged into a vast space within the mountain's belly. Lin Yun surveyed the area and beheld a cavern constructed of massive stones at its center, with the characters Qinyan intricately carved at the entrance. Lin Yun's heart soared. Indeed, the Qinyan cave was here. The cave's perimeter was adorned with an array. To enter, they must first dismantle the outer formation. "Lin Shidi, it is now up to you," Li Su remarked. Lin Yun chuckled lightly, surveying the array before him. Although Qinyan Jinren was a Golden Dan cultivator, his proficiency in arrays was rather ordinary. The grand array surrounding the cave was merely a third-tier formation, the Qiyan True Fire Array. The Qiyan True Fire Array was a well-known third-tier killing formation within the Lingxi realm. If the complete Crimson Cloud True Fire formation were in place, it would be exceedingly difficult for Lin Yun to decipher it with his current understanding of formations. However, this particular formation had not been maintained for a millennium, resulting in numerous damages, and Lin Yun felt confident in his ability to dismantle it. As Lin Yun scrutinized the formation, 2 shadowy figures lurked in a distant corner, covertly observing Lin Yun and his companions. Known as the Xian Twin Demons, they were notorious rogue cultivators from the Ling Void realm, both at the initial stage of the Condensation Dan realm. Frequently, they roamed the borders between Tianzhou and Yenzhou, committing various misdeeds. 3 years prior, they had suddenly vanished, leading to rumors in the cultivation community that they had been slain by disciples of the Sword Sect. However, it seemed those rumors were unfounded. In truth, 3 years ago, The Xianxia twin demons had indeed been pursued by a mid-stage condensation Dan cultivator from the Sword Sect. They had narrowly escaped his clutches and, by a stroke of fortune, discovered the Qingyan cave within the heart of Mount Qingshan. For the past 3 years, they had been stationed at the cave's periphery, attempting to unravel the formation to gain entry. Unfortunately, neither had any knowledge of formation techniques, and their efforts had proven fruitless. "Brother, what should we do?" "That one is a disciple of the 10,000 Demons Sect," inquired xianxia, one of the twin demons. Lin Yun and Su Feng were clad in black and white robes, respectively, while Li Su donned the standard black armor of the 10,000 Demons Sect, making him easily identifiable. Xianxia was small and wiry, with dark skin and unkempt hair draping over his face, his features appearing jumbled, resembling a wild specter at first glance. In contrast, xianxia was considerably taller, his appearance unremarkable, yet his eyes glinted like those of a venomous snake, cold and sharp, deterring direct gaze. Xianxia regarded Lin Yun and his companions with a frigid stare, asserting, "What of the 10,000 Demons Sect disciples? We have lingered here for 3 years. We shall not relinquish this cave merely because they bear that affiliation." Xianxia nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Then let us slay them." 1 at the condensation Dan initial stage and 2 at the Foundation establishment late stage pose no threat to us. Yet, xianxia raised a hand to halt Xianxia, cautioning, "Patience. We lack the knowledge to breach this cave's lethal formation. It is possible these disciples can dismantle it. Once they succeed, we can eliminate them and reap the rewards." "Brother, your wisdom is commendable," Xianxia replied. Meanwhile, Lin Yun stood before the formation, wholly absorbed in studying the dilapidated Crimson Cloud true fire formation, his fingers deftly calculating. Each formation, even if identical, could be laid out differently by various formation masters, and thus the methods of dismantling them varied. Without an understanding of the principles of formations, attempting to breach one using fixed methods would be exceedingly difficult. Lin Yun had previously navigated the great formation of heavenly clouds and mist laid by Luo Buzhou, as both formations were of the same design. Suddenly, Lin Yun's eyes sparkled with insight as he pointed to a specific location. "Li Qiubai, strike this point with your sword, and remember to exert your full strength. This is a 3rd-tier formation. Only an attack from someone at the condensation dance stage can inflict damage." In truth, Lin Yun's own power would suffice to damage the formation. But why not utilize the free labor provided by Li Su? After all, consuming some of Li Su's vital energy would be advantageous for their future endeavors within the cave. Li Su ascended on his sword, directing his strike at the indicated location. With a tremendous crash, the rock shattered, and the operation of the Crimson Cloud true fire formation faltered, its defenses noticeably weakened. "It worked," Su Feng exclaimed with delight. Lin Yun continued to identify the formation's nodes and weaknesses, periodically directing Li Su to strike. For inconsequential positions, Lin Yun would also instruct Li Su to expend energy, ensuring that each of Li Su's strikes was executed with utmost effort, rapidly depleting his vital energy. With each successive blow, the Crimson Cloud true fire formation grew increasingly fragile, teetering on the brink of collapse. Correspondingly, Li Su's energy waned, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As Li Su sought a moment of respite, Lin Yun insisted, "We must strike while the iron is hot, otherwise, the formation may self-repair." This statement was merely a ruse to spur Li Su onward, but with Li Su's ignorance of formation principles, he remained unsuspecting. "Lin Shitty, I can no longer continue. You and Su Shitty take over." Li Su gasped, panting heavily. Lin Yun gazed earnestly at Li Su, assuring him, "I wish for nothing more than your comfort, but only you possess the strength to damage this formation. While Su Shitty and I are mere Foundation establishment cultivators unable to inflict harm. Rest assured, with just a few more strikes, this formation will yield." After several more strikes, Li Su, his complexion pale, queried, "Lin Shitty, didn't you say it would break after just a few more?" "Do not fret. It is merely a matter of a few more strikes," Lin Yun reassured him. Li Su hastily consumed a vital energy replenishing pill and resumed his assault under Lin Yun's guidance. Strike after strike, the number of blows grew exponentially. "I await but a few strikes, yet the world progresses in tedious delays." Li Su consumed 3 replenishing pills in succession, unleashing over 100 strikes, each with all his might. Finally, as Li Su delivered a final, forceful blow, the nodes of the Crimson Cloud true fire formation detonated in a series of thunderous roars, akin to the sound of thunder. "The formation has been breached," Lin Yun exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 57. The Xianxia twin demons after a resounding crash. The Crimson Cloud true fire formation collapsed entirely, revealing the Qingyan cave without reservation, inviting the trio to delve deeper into its mysteries. Su Feng and Li Su were elated at the formation's collapse, especially Li Su, who felt as though his very essence would soon be drained if it had not been dismantled. Let us proceed and see what treasures lie within the Qinyan cave, Lin Yun suggested with a smile. As the three prepared to enter the cave, a shrill laughter echoed from afar. They turned to see two figures, one tall and one short, gliding through the air before landing in front of them. Hee, I thank you for assisting me in breaking the formation. Allow me to handle the exploration of the cave. Xianxia chuckled sinisterly. A condensation Dan cultivator dares to refer to himself as this seat. How brazen indeed. Who are you? Li Su inquired, regarding the Xian twin demons as if facing a formidable adversary. Su Feng leaned closer to Lin Yun, whispering, Xixiao. This person is truly hideous. For a moment, I thought I had encountered a ghost. Though Su Feng spoke softly, the keen hearing of a condensation Dan cultivator caught the comment, and Xianxia's gaze instantly fixed on Su Feng. Xianxia, already sensitive about his appearance, was particularly affronted by any remarks regarding his looks. What did you say, brat? He glared at Su Feng, his voice dripping with malice. Startled by Xianxia's fierce glare, Su Feng stammered, I said you look quite handsome. In his mind, he thought that since he had just covertly remarked on Xianxia's ugliness, this compliment might serve as an apology. Lin Yun cast a surprised glance at Su Feng, thinking to himself that his usually earnest disciple had a sharp tongue for mockery, proving that one should not judge by appearances. Xianxia's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Since becoming a condensation Dan cultivator, no one had ever dared to mock his appearance so brazenly. Brother, leave this brat to me. I shall make him wish for life, yet find no escape. Xianxia declared with a fierce intensity. Su Feng looked at Xianxia innocently, completely bewildered by the animosity directed at him. Didn't I just say you look handsome? Why are you still angry? Enough chatter. Let us take action and eliminate them, Xianxia commanded coldly. With that, Xianxia unleashed a surge of demonic energy from his mouth, which swirled in the air and transformed into a ghastly visage, lunging towards Lin Yun and his companions. This demonic energy was no ordinary form. It was a malevolent essence they had acquired from a place steeped in darkness. The two individuals divided the demonic energy into two parts, refining and nurturing it within their own bodies. For the Xian dual demons, the magic they cultivated became their treasured artifacts, weapons, and ultimate techniques. Their formidable reputation stemmed from this very power. Nearby, the Yin demon expelled a burst of demonic energy, which transformed into a ghostly blade, slicing through the air towards Su Feng. Brother Lin, you handle the tall one on the left, while Su Shidi and I will deal with the ugly one on the right, Lin Yun declared, unsheathing the Bai Shui's sword from his back, which shimmered like golden light as it met the ghostly blade in midair. Understood. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Li Su cast aside any lingering thoughts, responding as his flying sword transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the ghostly visage. Simultaneously, he retrieved a chi replenishing pill, swallowing it hastily. The prior consumption of energy from breaking the formation necessitated this. Su Feng also summoned the Lin Yuan sword, aiding Lin Yun against the Yin demon. Are you three sword cultivators, disciples of the Sword Sect? Xianxia rasped. I will hold this core formation cultivator. Brother, you must swiftly eliminate these two foundation establishment cultivators. Both Xianxia and Li Su were in the early stages of core formation, and Xianxia lacked the confidence to defeat Li Su alone, waiting instead for the Yin demon to subdue Lin Yun and Su Feng before seeking assistance. Given the Yin demon's prowess, dispatching two foundation establishment cultivators would be a trivial task. In truth, had Li Su not expended considerable energy in breaking the formation, Xianxia would have had no chance against him. The Sword Sect is one of the 6 major sects in the Lingsu realm, boasting disciples whose strength far surpasses that of the scattered Xian Yin dual demons. Rest assured, I will slay them within 10 breaths, the Yin demon proclaimed. A breath lasts approximately 2 seconds, meaning 10 breaths would be 20 seconds. The Yin demon's confidence in his abilities was evident in his assertion. Indeed, against an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, the Yin demon could likely achieve this feat within the stipulated time, making no exaggeration. Upon his command, the demonic energy in the air split, encircling Lin Yun and Su Feng. Just 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Under my demonic energy, how could they possibly survive? Lin Yun felt a surge of delight as he observed the Yin demon dividing the energy. If the Yin demon had employed his full strength against him, Lin Yun would have faced a formidable opponent. Now, with the energy split, it was impossible for it to withstand the might of his flying sword. Shidi, focus on defense. I will handle the rest, Lin Yun instructed. Understood, Su Feng replied, as the Lin Yuan sword returned to his side, emanating boundless sword energy, forming a barrier before him. Sword control technique, sword energy as shield. The demonic energy collided with the sword shield, firmly held back and unable to breach the defense. Meanwhile, Lin Yun formed a hand gesture, channeling the Baishui sword, which sliced through the black demonic energy with golden sword energy. The black energy melted away as if snow met the blazing sun, its power dwarfed by the golden light. The sword hilt was left behind by a legendary sword immortal, and the golden sword energy carried a trace of that immortal's power, particularly effective against demonic forces. The Baishui sword cleaved through the black energy and darted towards the Yin demon. Not good, the Yin demon exclaimed in alarm, expelling another burst of demonic energy to counter the golden light of the Baishui sword. He also recalled the energy aimed at Su Feng, attempting to sandwich Lin Yun with a dual attack. However, the speed of demonic energy could not rival that of the flying sword. The Baishui sword deftly maneuvered between the two waves of demonic energy, piercing straight toward the Yin demon's chest. Simultaneously, Su Feng's Lin Yuan sword, carrying a 3-foot-long blade of sword energy, struck down towards the Yin demon's head. Caught off guard, the Yin demon was struck through the chest by the Baishui sword, his eyes widening in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground, unable to fathom his demise at the hands of a mere Foundation establishment cultivator. In truth, had it been a one-on-one battle, Lin Yun would have found it challenging to defeat the Yin demon without employing the Nine Heavens Thunder True technique. However, the Yin demon underestimated Lin Yun, perceiving him as an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator and splitting his strongest technique in an attempt to eliminate both Lin Yun and Su Feng, thus exposing a fatal flaw that Lin Yun exploited to deliver the killing blow. Brother, xianxia cried out in shock and fury upon witnessing the Yin demon's demise. Summoning the remaining demonic energy back. You dare to kill my brother. I shall not let you go unpunished. Lin Yun and the others braced for an all-out confrontation as xianxia prepared to avenge his brother. Yet, to their astonishment, xianxia, after uttering his threat, took flight, fleeing towards the cave's exit without a backward glance. Realizing they could not intercept him in time, Lin Yun and Su Feng, both merely Foundation establishment cultivators, were powerless to pursue xianxia. Li Su, although capable of chasing him down, hesitated. How could he leave Lin Yun and Su Feng behind in this cave of treasures? Venturing alone after xianxia? If he were to pursue, would not the treasures within the cave be stripped bare by Lin Yun and Su Feng? Moreover, what benefit would there be in chasing after xianxia? Lin Yun hurried to the fallen Yin demon's side, collecting the Yin demon's storage bag. He had always been keen and proficient in such matters. Upon stowing the bag, Lin Yun glanced within, discovering only a meager amount of spirit stones and trivial items. In terms of value, the Yin demon's storage bag paled in comparison to that of a Foundation establishment disciple from the Demonic Sect. Lin Yun could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. The imposing figure that had proclaimed himself as this seat turned out to be a mere pauper. Why don't you pursue him, brotherly? Lin Yun inquired, feigning ignorance of Li Su's intentions. Li Su chuckled wryly. I have exhausted too much vital energy and am incapable of pursuing him further. Let us first explore this Qingyan cave. Agreed. The three approached the cave entrance, pushing open the stone door that had been sealed for over a millennium. Chapter 58. The Enlightenment of Qingyan. Upon opening the cave door, they were greeted by a narrow river approximately 7 or 8 zhang wide, winding to the left and right, seemingly encircling the entire cave. The water was crystal clear and flowing gently, indicating it was connected to some underground river rather than being stagnant. A stone bridge 3 zhang wide spanned the river, leading into the depths of the cave. The arch-shaped bridge, constructed of gray stone, was paved with layers of azure bricks. The railings on either side were adorned with intricate flame patterns, exuding an aura of mystery and grace. The construction of this cave by Qingyan is quite meticulous, Lin Yun remarked. Even just this stone bridge and river must have required considerable effort, and this is merely the cave's exterior. This Qingyan must have been someone who appreciated the finer things in life. Crossing the stone bridge, the trio entered the interior of the Qingyan cave. Beyond the bridge lay a vast expanse of open ground, paved with bluish stone slabs, each engraved with flame motifs, revealing the occupants' obsession with fire. There were 3 buildings occupying less than a tenth of the open space, leaving the rest of the area empty. Lin Yun surmised that Qingyan had envisioned grand plans for his cave, intending to construct more structures, but had met his demise before completion. The 3 buildings were inscribed with ancient characters denoting Qingyan residence, cultivation room, and library hall. The functions of these buildings were self-evident. The three exchanged glances and, in unison, made their way towards the library hall. Lin Yun's mind was preoccupied with the 9-leaf fire lotus, but he had no knowledge of where Qing Yin had planted it, leaving him to explore gradually. The library hall was a 2-story pavilion. The first floor featured stone tables and chairs, yet not a single book was present. The trio ascended the staircase to the second floor, where they found shelves filled with numerous tomes, perhaps over 100 in total. However, these 100 books only occupied 2 shelves, while the others remained vacant. As they gazed at the collection, their breaths quickened in anticipation. This collection belongs to a golden elixir cultivator. Any book on cultivation techniques or spells would be considered a divine skill by them. The three rushed to the bookshelf, each withdrawing a tome. The texts in the cultivation world are crafted from specially treated paper, capable of enduring for millennia without decay. Lin Yun pulled out a book inscribed with the characters Silver Bottle Plum, uncertain whether it contained a technique or a spell. Upon opening Silver Bottle Plum, he was taken aback. The contents were solely devoted to tales of romantic encounters, accompanied by exquisite illustrations. The artist, a master of brush and ink, had captured various postures with a few deft strokes, making the scenes come alive. It was unexpected for the dignified golden elixir cultivator, Qing Yin, to indulge in such literary works. Resisting the impulse to savor this literary masterpiece, Lin Yun closed the book and stored it in his pouch. Nearby, Su Feng was engrossed in a similar literary work, his enthusiasm palpable. Lin Yun lightly tapped Su Feng's head, advising him to focus on finding techniques or spells. "Oh," Su Feng exclaimed, embarrassment flushing his face. "We should prioritize the task at hand. If you wish to read, take it home for later." Lin Yun cautioned, however, it would be wise to limit such readings, as excessive indulgence can drain one's vitality and hinder cultivation. "Yes, senior brother." The trio continued to peruse the myriad of tomes on the shelves, discovering that over half of them were works akin to Silver Bottle Plum. The remainder consisted of autobiographical novels, often detailing the journey of a humble youth who, through perseverance and fortuitous encounters, grew stronger, ultimately confronting those who once scorned him, and achieving the status of an immortal in the celestial realm. Lin Yun skimmed one such narrative, wherein the protagonist, once a family prodigy, faced a sudden decline in cultivation and was even rejected by his betrothed, evoking sympathy. Yet, the young man's ambition was remarkable. His words, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, do not underestimate the youth in poverty, left a profound impact. Lin Yun couldn't help but recall the treasured black-robed sword immortal that Li Qiubai held dear. The tome in his hands was undoubtedly superior by comparison. After exhausting the hundreds of books, they found only the aforementioned genres, with nary a text related to cultivation. "Is it true that Qing Yin spends his days engrossed in these?" Li Su queried incredulously, his hopes dashed and disappointment palpable. Lin Yun sighed inwardly, realizing that Qing Yin was, in fact, an introverted scholar. Departing from the library, the trio searched Qing Yan's residence and meditation chamber. The residence was where Qing Yin lived, while the meditation chamber was for his cultivation. They meticulously scoured the areas but found nothing of value. "Surely, this cave abode cannot be devoid of treasures?" Li Su lamented. "Patience, there may be hidden chambers yet undiscovered," Lin Yun reassured him. Having searched the entire cave without spotting the 9-leaf fire lotus, it was evident it was not planted in plain sight. Lin Yun planned to locate the 9-leaf fire lotus before dealing with Li Su. After Li Su's previous battles, his internal energy was severely depleted. Though he had consumed several recovery pills, his strength would not return swiftly. As they continued their search, Su Feng suddenly exclaimed, "Here." Lin Yun and Li Su joined him. Discovering Su Feng had pushed aside a stone slab, revealing a bottomless tunnel leading who knows where. A wave of intense heat emanated from within. "Let us explore," Lin Yun suggested. The absence of the 9-leaf fire lotus in the cave indicated it was likely hidden within this tunnel. As they descended, the air grew increasingly scorching, making breathing laborious. Yet, Lin Yun's heart swelled with joy. It appeared the 9-leaf fire lotus was indeed within this tunnel. The oppressive heat signified an environment conducive to its growth. Finally, the trio emerged into a vast underground cavern. A river of molten lava flowed through this chamber, the source of the sweltering air. At the center of a small, dark brown island in the river stood a vibrant red plant, the 9-leaf fire lotus Lin Yun had sought tirelessly. Upon the lotus rested 3 crimson seeds, radiating a mystical red glow. When the 9-leaf fire lotus matures, it produces 9 seeds. After a millennium, 6 of these will infuse their spiritual energy into the remaining 3, resulting in their gradual diminishment. Although fewer seeds remain, Each one's value increases manifold. If one were to wait another millennia, those 3 seeds would merge into a single, extraordinary seed, bestowing an over 80% chance of comprehending the path of fire upon consumption. The 9-leaf fire lotus. It is indeed the 9-leaf fire lotus. Li Su, discerning its value, exclaimed in excitement. The presence of such a treasure in Qin Yan's cave was beyond his expectations. Li Su gazed at the lotus with insatiable greed, a murderous intent brewing within him. If I eliminate Lin Yun and Su Feng, these 3 seeds shall all be mine. Although he harbored such thoughts, he refrained from acting immediately. Having witnessed Lin Yun's prowess in dispatching a golden elixir cultivator, he knew Lin Yun was no easy adversary. With his internal energy only partially restored, engaging Lin Yun would not yield favorable results. It would be wiser to seek an opportune moment for a surprise attack. As this thought crossed his mind, he turned to observe Lin Yun, only to see the shimmering water sword piercing toward him. Chapter 59, Golden Elixir. Li Su had intended to find an opportunity to ambush Lin Yun, but unexpectedly, Lin Yun struck first. As he turned, the sword was already upon him. The strike was silent, and by the time Li Su noticed, it was too late to defend himself, leaving him to watch helplessly as the water sword pierced his chest. However, he managed to shift his body slightly, avoiding a direct hit to his heart. Lin, junior brother. Li Su gazed at Lin Yun in disbelief, puzzled by his sudden betrayal. Did Lin Yun also covet the lotus seeds for himself? Lin Yun withdrew the sword, and Li Su collapsed to the ground. Yet, as a golden elixir cultivator, this wound did not prove fatal. Sitting on the ground, he channeled his energy to seal the wound and implored, Junior brother, please pause your actions. I will relinquish all 3 seeds to you. Li Su reasoned that Lin Yun's attack was motivated by greed for the seeds. With his chest wounded and unable to fight, he could only plead for mercy. Lin Yun shook his head gently, replying coolly, Senior brotherly. My intention in killing you is not to seize the fire lotus seeds. Then what is it? Li Su asked, bewildered. Without answering, Lin Yun thrust his sword into Li Su's chest once more. As Li Su neared death, Lin Yun crouched beside him, whispering into his ear, in truth, I have never betrayed the Sword Sect. I was merely an undercover operative within the 10,000 Demons Sect. Li Su's eyes widened, finally grasping Lin Yun's motive for his actions. With a look of complexity, he struggled to speak, exerting his final strength to utter. I betrayed the sect because Li Su strained to voice his reasons, but as life ebbed away, he ultimately fell silent. Observing Li Su's fading breath, Lin Yun rose, withdrawing the water sword. Senior brother, it seems there was a deeper reason behind Li Su's betrayal, Su Feng remarked. Li Su's final attempt to voice his motivations remained unfulfilled. Perhaps, Lin Yun mused. Lin Yun pondered, who among us does not have their own burdens? Li Su would not betray the Sword Sect without reason. Yet Lin Yun held no interest in the motives behind it, regardless of whether it was for the sect's mission or the task at hand. He was resolute in eliminating Li Su. A glance at the task panel revealed that the mission of clearing the sect had been completed. Once he claimed the reward, he would ascend to the rank of a Dan condensation practitioner. The azure water sword transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the 9-leaf fire lotus on the small island. After the lotus seeds were harvested, the 9-leaf fire lotus would wither. Yet Lin Yun was unperturbed by the potential harm to the lotus's stems and leaves. However, as the azure water sword approached the island, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A colossal figure burst forth from the river of magma, barreling towards the azure water sword. The collision between the azure water sword and the fiery figure produced a resounding clang, causing the azure water sword to be repelled. It was at that moment that Lin Yun and Su Feng discerned the truth. The fiery figure was a fire serpent. This fire serpent was thicker than a barrel, its scales a deep crimson, with a 3-foot-long dark red horn adorned with flames atop its head. Half of its body submerged in magma, the other half stood upright, gazing at Lin Yun and Su Feng with malevolent eyes, magma trickling down its form. The aura emanating from the fire serpent indicated it was a mid-tier magical beast of Dan condensation. Human, be gone. The lotus seeds are mine. The fire serpent spoke, flames sparking from its mouth, akin to a human spittle. Fortunately, the fire serpent was relatively mild-tempered, merely attempting to drive Lin Yun and Su Feng away without resorting to violence. Had it been a more irritable creature, they would have already been embroiled in combat. It was also possible that the fire serpent feared that a confrontation might jeopardize the 9-leaf fire lotus, for it intended to cultivate the lotus seeds into a powerful elixir for itself. As a fire elemental beast, consuming the ultimate lotus seed would allow the fire serpent to undergo a transformation, evolving into a fire dragon. Though only a letter apart, The distinction between a serpent and a dragon was vast and incomparable. Both Lin Yun and Su Feng regarded the fire serpent with growing trepidation. What should we do? Senior brother? Su Feng whispered. We must retreat. Lin Yun replied. With their current strength, they were no match for the fire serpent. They needed to withdraw and elevate their cultivation to Dan condensation before daring to seize the lotus seeds. The two retreated along the path they had come, finding refuge in the cave dwelling of Qin Yan. I never expected the 9-leaf fire lotus would be guarded by a fire serpent. Our chances of obtaining those 3 lotus seeds seem slim. Su Feng sighed, disappointment etched on his face. Not necessarily, Lin Yun countered. Su Feng's spirit lifted at his words. Do you have a plan, senior brother? Lin Yun nodded. My cultivation is at the peak of foundation establishment, and I am on the verge of breaking through to Dan condensation. I will attempt the breakthrough now. Once successful, seizing the lotus seeds from the fire serpent should be achievable. Can you really break through to Dan condensation? Su Feng exclaimed in surprise. Your progress has been astonishing. Stand guard for me. I will begin my breakthrough, Lin Yun instructed. Understood. Lin Yun entered the training chamber within the cave, preparing for his breakthrough to Dan condensation, while Su Feng stood outside, vigilant. The training chamber was originally equipped with a 3rd-tier spirit gathering array, but after a millennium of disuse, it had long ceased to function. Lin Yun excavated the array's foundation, discovering it had lost all spiritual energy. He discarded the old foundation and retrieved 18 pre-inscribed bases from his storage bag, setting up a 2nd-tier spirit gathering array. Upon claiming his task reward, Lin Yun was certain his cultivation would reach Dan condensation. However, following the breakthrough, his internal true energy would transition from a gaseous to a liquid state, forming a liquid virtual Dan within his dantian. This process required a substantial influx of natural spiritual energy. Lin Yun established the spirit gathering array to expedite the condensation of the virtual Dan post-breakthrough. Sitting cross-legged within the array, he accessed the task panel to claim his reward. The reward for the clearing mission was 20% of his current experience and a mid-tier profound sword technique, the True Flame sword technique. Upon selection, his cultivation instantly surged to the peak of foundation establishment. The system's awarded spells were directly transmitted into Lin Yun's mind, granting him foundational mastery. However, to achieve higher realms, he would need to engage in diligent practice. As Lin Yun sat in meditation, channeling his energy for the breakthrough, his attributes displayed a full 100% in current cultivation, and the transition occurred naturally, without any hindrance. His internal barriers were shattered by his true energy, which began to condense and liquefy. Lin Yun sat there, his body resembling a voracious vortex, fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. As it entered his body, it was immediately compressed and liquefied, stored within his dantian. The volume of liquid true energy within his dantian increased, gradually coalescing into a liquid virtual Dan. At that moment, the sword embryo within his dantian seemed to sense Lin Yun's condensation of the virtual Dan, suddenly erupting with a brilliant golden light. A surge of potent golden energy flowed from the sword embryo into the virtual Dan, merging as one. The azure virtual Dan became imbued with a hint of gold, which gradually spread, ultimately transforming Lin Yun's virtual Dan entirely into gold. Lin Yun felt the change within the virtual Dan, his heart soaring with joy. The transformation to gold was not merely a superficial alteration. He distinctly sensed that his virtual Dan now possessed a portion of the powers of a golden Dan. This signified that, among practitioners of Dan condensation, Lin Yun's virtual Dan was at least half a tier superior to that of his peers. Outside the training chamber, Su Feng felt the tumultuous influx of spiritual energy and rejoiced. The vigorous influx indicated that his senior brother had successfully advanced to Dan condensation, currently undergoing the liquefaction of true energy and the condensation of the virtual Dan. Su Feng's elation mirrored his own breakthroughs. Suddenly, the stone door of the cave was violently thrust open, and 2 figures flew into the dwelling. Chapter 60. Senior brother, we must flee. Su Feng's heart sank as he beheld the 2 Dan condensation practitioners approaching him. He glanced back at the training chamber, relieved that Lin Yun's breakthrough had concluded, and the surrounding spiritual energy had returned to normal. This significantly reduced the likelihood of the 2 practitioners detecting Lin Yun. Inside the training chamber, Lin Yun had successfully condensed the virtual Dan, engrossed in consolidating his newfound power, oblivious to the unfolding events outside. The 2 Dan condensation practitioners landed before Su Feng. One was the recently escaped xianxia, and the other was a white-haired elder with a hawkish nose and fierce eyes. The elder's aura revealed him to be a mid-tier practitioner of Dan condensation. He was a rogue cultivator from the demonic path, self-styled as Ghost Cloud. With a cultivation of the 4th level of Dan condensation, Ghost Cloud's cave was situated near the Chung Mountain, and he maintained a rapport with the Xian dual evildoers. After Xianxia escaped from Chung Mountain, he sought out Ghost Cloud to inform him of the happenings at Qing Yan's cave. Upon hearing of a Golden Dan practitioner's cave, Ghost Cloud's eyes gleamed with greed, and he returned with Xianxia. As for the initial report of a Dan condensation swordsman and 2 Foundation establishment practitioners, he paid little heed. With his mid-tier Dan condensation strength, dispatching a few low-level practitioners would be akin to chopping vegetables. Xianxia sneered at Su Feng. Why are you alone? Where are those 2 brats? His greatest resentment lay with Lin Yun, who had slain Xianxia with a single sword. Su Feng's heart sank upon seeing Xianxia and the elder. Foreseeing the impending trouble, even if my senior brother has broken through to become a Dan condensation practitioner, how can he possibly contend against a mid-stage Dan practitioner alongside a novice? Su Feng's face was etched with dread as he spoke. The 2 of them have discovered a 9-leaf fire lotus within the cave and are currently attempting to procure its seeds. 9-leaf fire lotus. Where? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Master Guiyun and Xianxia transformed dramatically. Master Guiyun swiftly appeared beside Su Feng, seizing his wrist with urgency. Where's the 9-leaf fire lotus? Take me there at once. Xianxia's gaze was fixed on Su Feng, fearing he might miss a single word from his lips. Su Feng winced from the painful grip of Master Guiyun, gritting his teeth as he replied, "It is just below the passage ahead. I will lead the 2 esteemed seniors there now, and I hope you will spare my life when the time comes." Master Guiyun sneered. "If the 9-leaf fire lotus truly exists, what is it to spare your life? Should you dare deceive me, I will ensure that you find no solace in life or death. Rest assured, how could I possibly deceive you, esteemed senior?" Su Feng hastily assured. Lin Yun guided Master Guiyun and Xianxia to the entrance of the passage. As they gazed at the passage exhaling hot steam, Master Guiyun urged Su Feng forward. "Lead the way." "Very well," Su Feng acquiesced, stepping into the passage. Master Guiyun exchanged a glance with Xianxia and then said, "Xianxia, you proceed ahead and keep a close watch on this lad." After a moment's hesitation, Xianxia agreed. "All right." With Su Feng leading, Xianxia in the middle, and Master Guiyun at the rear, the trio ventured deeper into the passage. Moments later, they emerged into an underground cavern. Xianxia and Master Guiyun entered the cavern in succession, their faces alight with ecstatic joy upon sighting the 9-leaf fire lotus amidst the river of magma. This lad did not deceive us. It truly is the 9-leaf fire lotus, and it has already transformed into 3 seeds. At that moment, their minds were consumed by the prospect of the 9-leaf fire lotus, leaving no room to ponder why the other 2 were absent from the cavern. Master Guiyun dashed forward, exclaiming, "Xianxia, wait. Let me retrieve those seeds." As he spoke, Master Guiyun had already unleashed a tangible wave of black true energy, sweeping toward the 9-leaf fire lotus like a dark ribbon. Suddenly, a colossal fire serpent lunged from the magma, shattering the black true energy with a single bite. The unexpected appearance of this massive creature startled both Master Guiyun and Xianxia, causing them to leap back several feet, gazing at the fire serpent as if facing a formidable adversary. The 9-leaf fire lotus is guarded by such a fierce beast. The fire serpent, with its eyes blazing with fury, locked its gaze on Master Guiyun, Xianxia, and Su Feng, whom it recognized as a familiar face. "Humans, you dare to return." Unbeknownst to the serpent, it mistook Master Guiyun and Xianxia as reinforcements summoned by Su Feng. "This time, I cannot allow these 3 humans to escape. Otherwise, they will continuously bring others, and I will lose my chance to protect the lotus seeds. Xianxia, we must join forces to seize the seeds from this fire serpent." Master Guiyun whispered, aware that any ulterior motives at this juncture would lead to their empty-handed retreat. Xianxia, harboring disdain for such thoughts, replied, "You speak wisely, Master. Let me distract the fire serpent while you secure the seeds." Master Guiyun shook his head vehemently. "No, you should distract the serpent. I will obtain the seeds. It will increase our chances. I am not as strong as you, Master, and am afraid I cannot hold this serpent," Xianxia countered. The fire serpent, its crimson scales darkening with rage, could no longer tolerate their discussion. "Do you presume I am not here? You dare plot against me in my presence?" With a thunderous roar, the cavern trembled, rocks cascading from above and the magma river quaking beneath their feet. Following its roar, the fire serpent unleashed a torrent of flames toward Master Guiyun and Xianxia. Observing the confrontation from a distance, Su Feng wasted no time in fleeing toward the passage, thinking, "If I can escape, I can inform my senior brother, and we can flee together." while Master Guiyun and Xianxia defended against the fire serpent's fiery onslaught. Xianxia kept a watchful eye on Su Feng. Noticing Su Feng's attempt to escape, he smirked maliciously, directing a wave of demonic energy toward him. Su Feng hurriedly summoned his Lin Yun sword, its blade emanating a protective aura, but being merely a foundational practitioner of the 8th level. He found himself unable to withstand Xianxia's demonic energy. The sword light only managed to fend off the dark force for a brief moment before shattering under its pressure. The demonic energy surged into Su Feng's body, causing him to writhe in agony as sinister black energy seeped from his pores. He sat cross-legged on the ground, desperately channeling his true energy to resist the encroaching darkness. Xianxia scoffed and turned his focus back to the fire serpent, dismissing Su Feng entirely. This boy, even if he can resist for a moment, will ultimately succumb to the corruption of the demonic energy, meeting his demise. Master Guiyun, recognizing that their current efforts were futile for acquiring the seeds, declared, Xianxia, I will occupy the fire serpent. You go for the seeds. His cultivation level surpassed Xianxia's, and he was confident in his speed, believing he could prevent Xianxia from fleeing with the seeds. With that, Master Guiyun summoned the ghost cloud banner, which whirled in the air, enveloping the fire serpent in a dense cloud. The ghost cloud banner was a superior artifact, and Master Guiyun's reputation stemmed from it. Seizing the opportunity while the fire serpent was obscured, Xianxia unleashed a wave of demonic energy toward the 9-leaf fire lotus. The dark force successfully wrapped around the lotus, and Xianxia collected the 3 seeds without hesitation. Without a word, Xianxia turned and dashed toward the passage entrance, completely disregarding Master Guiyun's battle with the fire serpent. Master Guiyun cursed under his breath, retracting the ghost cloud banner to pursue. He could not allow Xianxia to claim all the seeds for himself. As the fire serpent broke free from the cloud's grasp and saw the seeds being snatched away, it let out a thunderous roar, charging after Xianxia and Master Guiyun. Meanwhile, Su Feng, seated at the entrance of the passage, had been utterly overlooked. Suddenly, he rose with an expression of resolution, channeling all his true energy as he shouted toward the passage, Senior brother, hurry and escape. The long passage acted as a sound conduit, carrying Su Feng's desperate cry far and wide. Subsequently, he relinquished his resistance against the demonic energy, pouring all his remaining strength into the Lin Yun sword and striking the entrance with all his might. Stop! You dare, boy! Both Xianxia and Master Guiyun shouted in alarm, but it was too late. The Lin Yun sword, imbued with endless sword energy, collided with the entrance, causing it to collapse violently, rocks cascading down to seal the passage completely. By the time these 2 demonic practitioners cleared the passage and evaded the fire serpent, my senior brother would have undoubtedly fled far away. Su Feng mused with a faint smile, even as his consciousness began to dim under the assault of the demonic energy. He collapsed to the ground, his breath barely discernible. Chapter 61. Still want to escape? Inside the cultivation chamber, Lin Yun sat cross-legged, consolidating his newly attained powers. Having just broken through to the Dan condensation stage, the firmer his foundation, the more beneficial it would be for his future endeavors. With a deep breath, Lin Yun exhaled, a pale white mist materializing like a blade of light. Opening his eyes, they sparkled with brilliance. Is this the power of the Dan condensation stage? He murmured, feeling the liquefied true energy coursing through his veins. At the moment he solidified his foundation at the 9th level. He was already capable of contending with practitioners at the initial stage of the Dan condensation realm. Now that he has advanced to the initial stage of Dan condensation, with his internal essence having partially transformed into a golden Dan, he can even engage in battle with those at the mid-stage of Dan condensation. Weaker mid-stage practitioners are no match for him. Lin Yun summoned the emerald water sword, which transformed into a luminous stream that spiraled around him, its speed having increased by at least 50% compared to his foundation building period. If he were to encounter that fleeing rogue cultivator from the demonic path again, a single strike would surely slay him, leaving no chance for escape. Lin Yun smiled, deeply satisfied with the growth of his strength. He now possessed the capability to seize the lotus seed from the fire flood dragon. Once he obtains the lotus seed, both he and his junior brother Su could consume one each, thereby greatly enhancing their foundations, especially since he had completed the task of clearing the sect, rewarding him with a mid-grade profound technique, the true flame sword art. When he used it after consuming the fire lotus seed, its power would increase significantly, rivaling that of a top-grade profound sword technique. Lin Yun opened his attributes panel. Name, Lin Yun race, human sect, 10,000 demons sect, sword sect, position, core disciple, elite disciple, cultivation, Initial stage of Dan condensation, 0. Formation. Second grade formation master alchemical arts. Not practiced refinement. Not practiced beast mastery. Not practiced techniques. Awakening decision, mid-grade profound. Spells. Divine sword thunder control technique. Mid-grade celestial. Sword control technique. Mid-grade profound. True flame sword art. Mid-grade profound. Cloak sword technique. Top grade yellow. Fire talisman technique. Low-grade yellow. Divine powers. None talent. Sword body. 5-star talent. Lin Yun gazed at his attributes panel with satisfaction, compared to when he first traversed into this realm. His attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation. Just then, a resolute voice echoed. "Senior brother, flee quickly." The voice seemed to come from a distant place, somewhat ethereal and indistinct. Yet, the determination in that voice rendered it strikingly clear. "Junior brother." Lin Yun's expression changed slightly, and in a flash, he appeared outside the training chamber. Su Feng, who should have been standing guard for him, was nowhere to be found. It was inconceivable that his junior brother would leave his post lightly. His silent departure surely indicated he had encountered some peril, perhaps even without the opportunity to inform Lin Yun. More likely, his junior brother had drawn away the enemy to protect him. The first thought that crossed Lin Yun's mind was of the fleeing initial stage demonic cultivator. This azure flame cave was deeply concealed within the belly of the mountain, exceedingly secretive, making it difficult for ordinary people to discover. If there was an enemy, it must be that rogue cultivator returning. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yun's eyes as he soared towards the entrance of the tunnel. He descended rapidly through the passage, and soon heard muffled sounds of fierce combat emanating from the other end. "Junior brother, you must hold on." Lin Yun's heart raced. Su Feng's voice, filled with desperation, indicated to Lin Yun that his junior brother was in a perilous situation, perhaps even on the brink of death. Lin Yun pressed forward at full speed, but suddenly halted. Ahead, the tunnel had collapsed, blocked by massive stones and earth. Without hesitation, Lin Yun summoned the emerald water sword and struck at the obstructing boulders. With each swing, the stones shattered, and Lin Yun advanced step by step. Finally, with a decisive strike, the path to the cavern was cleared. Lin Yun entered the cave, and his eyes fell upon the fire flood dragon engaged in a fierce battle with 2 demonic cultivators, as well as Su Feng, who lay at the cave's entrance. His body shrouded in dark energy, his breath faint and nearly extinguished. "Junior brother." Upon seeing Su Feng, who was teetering on the edge of life and death, Lin Yun's heart shattered with rage. He rushed to Su Feng's side, kneeling to lift him in his arms. Su Feng's breath was barely detectable, almost indistinguishable from death itself. Yet, Lin Yun sighed in relief as he retrieved a crimson pill from his storage bag, its surface shimmering with spiritual light. The 9-orifice blood lotus pill. Lin Yun wasted no time and placed the pill into Su Feng's mouth, channeling his true energy to push it into Su Feng's abdomen. As long as he had not completely succumbed to death, this pill would surely revive him. Lin Yun gazed at the dark, demonic energy radiating from Su Feng and turned his attention to the demonic cultivator engaged in battle with the fire flood dragon. This dark energy was the means of that demonic practitioner. The fire flood dragon emerged from the lava, its massive form appearing terrifying. It twisted its body, either opening its gaping maw to bite at the 2 demonic cultivators or swinging its enormous tail to strike them, occasionally spewing forth a torrent of flames. The 2 demonic cultivators, Guiyunjinren and xianxia, struggled under the assault of the fire flood dragon, unable to spare a moment to consider anything else. The aftershocks of their battle frequently slammed into the cave's walls or ceiling, causing stones to rain down, crashing into the ground or the lava below. Amidst the fierce combat, the entire cavern trembled perilously, threatening to collapse at any moment. Realizing that the passage had been cleared, xianxia and Guiyunjinren felt a surge of joy and hastily darted toward the tunnel's entrance, seeking to escape the fire flood dragon's clutches. Lin Yun's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on xianxia. Having injured his junior brother to such an extent, if he had not arrived in time, Su Feng might have already perished. Did he still think he could escape? The emerald water sword, infused with golden sword energy, darted towards xianxia like a streak of golden light. Caught up in his escape, xianxia had not taken note of Lin Yun's cultivation level, mistakenly believing him to be merely a foundation-building practitioner. He waved a hand, sending forth a wave of dark energy to meet Lin Yun's flying sword as he continued toward the tunnel entrance. He knew Lin Yun's flying sword was formidable. The xianxia had perished at Lin Yun's hands. However, as long as his dark energy could hold off the flying sword for a moment, he would have already escaped into the tunnel. How could a foundation-building practitioner catch up with him? The golden light struck the dark energy, obliterating it entirely, and continued its relentless pursuit of xianxia, without losing momentum. Xianxia, taken aback, realized too late that his dark energy had failed to even slow the flying sword. As he ran in Lin Yun's direction, he collided head-on with the sword, their combined speeds making evasion impossible. The light from the emerald water sword pierced through Xianxia's chest and emerged from his back, spiraling back to Lin Yun's side. Xianxia halted, staring in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest before looking up at Lin Yun, unable to fathom that he had been slain. How could a foundation-building practitioner's flying sword be so powerful, so swift? Blood gushed from the wound, and Xianxia collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. With Xianxia's demise, both the Fire Flood Dragon and Guiyun Jinren paused momentarily before rushing towards Xianxia's corpse. The Fire Flood Dragon even opened its massive maw, attempting to swallow Xianxia's body whole. Lin Yun was initially taken aback, unsure why Guiyun Jinren and the Fire Flood Dragon would contend over Xianxia's corpse. Then, a realization struck him. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized Xianxia's storage bag. Guiyun Jinren and the Fire Flood Dragon both halted, their eyes fixated on the storage bag in Lin Yun's grasp. "Kid, hand over the storage bag, and I may grant you a lotus seed," Guiyun Jinren demanded. "Human, give me the storage bag, and I shall spare your life." The Fire Flood Dragon rumbled, flames flickering from its mouth, barely containing its fury. The lotus seeds had been harvested, and the 9-leaf fire lotus had withered. Even if it managed to reclaim all 3 seeds, it could never cultivate them into a final seed, thus losing the potential to evolve into a dragon. The Fire Flood Dragon's anger and frustration were palpable. Lin Yun glanced between the Fire Flood Dragon and Guiyun Jinren, stating, "Fire Flood Dragon, if you join forces with me to eliminate this demonic cultivator, I can share a lotus seed with you." The difference between consuming 1 seed and 3 was negligible in terms of substance. Lin Yun decided to keep 2 lotus seeds for himself and Su Feng, while returning the 3rd to the Fire Flood Dragon. His rationale for this suggestion stemmed from a fear of a potential alliance between the Fire Flood Dragon and the Ghost Cloud Master against him. Both the Fire Flood Dragon and the Ghost Cloud Master were mid-stage core formation cultivators. Lin Yun could manage to contend with one, but facing both would be beyond his capacity. Su Feng had yet to awaken, and with him in tow, escaping the pursuit of the Fire Flood Dragon and Ghost Cloud Master was entirely implausible. Chapter 62. Dividing the Lotus seeds. The Fire Flood Dragon, with its fist-sized eyes and fiery red pupils, regarded Lin Yun and then the Ghost Cloud Master, seemingly weighing Lin Yun's proposition. Although the Fire Flood Dragon had not yet taken on a humanoid form, as a core formation beast, it was certainly not lacking in intelligence and could comprehend the stakes. The lotus seeds had already been harvested, and there was no chance of forming the final lotus seed. Thus, any fury it displayed would be futile. Accepting a share of one of the 3 remaining seeds appeared to be a reasonable compromise. If this human sword cultivator and the human demon cultivator united against it, the Fire Flood Dragon feared it would end up with none. Before the Fire Flood Dragon could speak, the Ghost Cloud Master interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Yun. "You, a mere boy, dare to conspire with this Fire Flood Dragon against me? This is treachery of the highest order. Can you truly trust a beast from the demon race? Why not we unite to expel this creature, and I shall only take 1 lotus seed for myself. What say you?" Lin Yun scoffed. "You, a practitioner of the dark arts, are insidious, treacherous, and utterly untrustworthy. Compared to you, this Fire Flood Dragon, despite being a demon, is far more reliable." Hearing Lin Yun's words, the Fire Flood Dragon felt a surge of relief, its anger diminishing. "We demons are known for our integrity, unlike your duplicitous humankind," it declared vehemently. The Ghost Cloud Master, frustrated, pointed at Lin Yun. If only he knew Lin Yun's true identity as a disciple of the 10,000 Demon Sect, he might have retorted with equal fervor. In terms of treachery and deceit, the 10,000 Demon Sect was the epitome, rendering all other practitioners mere apprentices in comparison. The Ghost Cloud Master then turned to the Fire Flood Dragon. "Why not we join forces to eliminate this boy and reclaim the lotus seeds? I only asked for 1 seed for myself. The other 2 are yours. If this lad is only willing to part with 1 seed, surely you will assist me?" The Fire Flood Dragon glared at the Ghost Cloud Master, flames spewing from its nostrils. "I cannot trust the words of a demon practitioner. Boy, I shall slay him alongside you. But you must uphold your promise to grant me 1 lotus seed." Lin Yun smiled. "Rest assured, I, Lin Yun, am not a man of empty words." With that, the azure water sword transformed into a streak of light, launching itself at the Ghost Cloud Master. The Fire Flood Dragon, too, unleashed a torrent of flames, enveloping the Ghost Cloud Master. The Ghost Cloud Master summoned the Ghost Cloud Banner, desperately attempting to fend off the assaults from Lin Yun and the Fire Flood Dragon. Confronting either Lin Yun or the Fire Flood Dragon alone would have been a daunting challenge. Facing both together was an insurmountable task. Within mere moments, he found himself overwhelmed, struggling to defend against both attackers. Fire Flood Dragon, if we join forces to vanquish this boy, I shall forego any claim to a lotus seed. The Ghost Cloud Master cried, his voice tinged with desperation. I swear by the heavens, I shall not go back on my word. Humph. I would be a fool to trust the words of a demon practitioner, the Fire Flood Dragon retorted, continuing its fiery onslaught against the Ghost Cloud Master. Fellow cultivator, grant me mercy, and I will assist you in repelling this Fire Flood Dragon. The Ghost Cloud Master pleaded with Lin Yun. You may take all the lotus seeds. I ask only for my life. Lin Yun coldly laughed. I dare not conspire with a tiger, nor ally with a demon practitioner. The Ghost Cloud Master lamented. I speak only the truth. Why will you not trust me? What is wrong with being a demon practitioner? Must I be discriminated against for my past? I wish only to be a good person now. His desperate struggles ultimately proved futile against the united front of Lin Yun and the Fire Flood Dragon, and he was pierced through the chest by Lin Yun's sword. With profound regret, he collapsed to the ground. After dispatching the Ghost Cloud Master, the Fire Flood Dragon fixed its gaze upon Lin Yun. Human, I have assisted you in slaying him. Now grant me the lotus seed. Lin Yun chuckled as he opened the storage bag of the Ghost Cloud Master, retrieving the 3 lotus seeds within. He tossed one of the seeds high into the air, aiming for the Fire Flood Dragon's mouth. Fear not, I assure you. I, Lin Yun, am a man of my word. The Fire Flood Dragon, witnessing Lin Yun's gesture, thought to itself, is this some sort of mockery? Am I to accept this seed in such an undignified manner? Even if it were to reject the seed, it would never demean itself in such a way. Despite its prideful thoughts, the body of the Fire Flood Dragon was quite honest. It opened its mouth wide and deftly snatched the lotus seed from the air, swallowing it whole. This lotus seed is truly delightful. It relished internally, before burrowing into the river of magma to commence its refinement of the seed. Lin Yun collected the storage bag and the Ghost Cloud banner, then approached Su Feng to assess his injuries. After consuming the 9-orifice blood lotus pill, the demonic energy within Su Feng had been entirely expelled, and his aura gradually grew stronger, stabilizing. Once the pill restored his vitality, he would awaken. Had you not been my junior brother, I would not have been so generous with the 9-orifice blood lotus pill, Lin Yun remarked, seated beside Su Feng as he gazed upon him. Su Feng's consumption of the 9-orifice blood lotus pill was indeed a stroke of fortune. The 9-orifice blood lotus was a far more precious treasure than the 9-leaf fire lotus. The vitality contained within the 9-orifice blood lotus pill was vast. Reviving Su Feng would require only a fraction of it, perhaps 1,000th. The remaining vitality would either dissipate or be stored within Su Feng's body. This stored vitality would gradually transform into true energy as Su Feng cultivated further. Before this vitality was exhausted, Su Feng's cultivation speed would increase several-fold, even 10-fold. Coupled with the assistance of the drunken immortal brew, Su Feng's cultivation would ascend at a pace that even Lin Yun could not fathom. Moreover, the true energy derived from this vitality would inherit the restorative properties of the 9-orifice blood lotus pill, ensuring that even once the vitality was depleted, Su Feng would remain an indomitable force. Approximately half an hour later, Su Feng stirred from his slumber, rising to a seated position and gazing around in bewilderment. Senior brother, wasn't he already dead? He asked Lin Yun, who sat beside him, utterly confused. He distinctly remembered being overtaken by demonic energy, his consciousness fading. How had he returned to life? Seeing Su Feng awaken, Lin Yun couldn't help but smile. As long as I am here, how could you possibly perish? Realizing that his senior brother had saved him, Su Feng closed his eyes to inspect his body. Discovering that the demonic energy had been completely eradicated and his injuries fully healed. To his astonishment, he also sensed an unimaginable reservoir of vitality within himself. The strength of this vitality was such that even if he were to perish 100 or 180 times, it could revive him without ever being exhausted. Senior brother, what is this vitality within me? Su Feng inquired, astonished. Lin Yun smiled. This is a rare elixir I have treasured for a long time. I had intended to keep it for my own survival, but now it has come into your possession. Thank you, senior brother, Su Feng said earnestly, without the need for excessive gratitude. Lin Yun then retrieved 2 lotus seeds from his storage bag, cheerfully offering one to Su Feng. From the 3 lotus seeds, I have given one to the Fire Flood Dragon. The remaining 2 shall be shared between us. Su Feng accepted the lotus seed, glancing at the corpses of the Ghost Cloud Master and the Fire Flood Dragon on the ground. Did you slay both of these demon practitioners, senior brother? Indeed. Lin Yun nodded, briefly recounting the events that had transpired. Unbeknownst to me, my senior brother's prowess has grown immensely, enabling him to effortlessly slay a nascent soul cultivator. I too must hasten my own growth. I cannot lag behind him. Had it not been for my inadequate strength and the injuries inflicted by that demonic cultivator, I would not have wasted a precious life-saving elixir on my senior brother. Su Feng felt indebted to Lin Yun, yet he did not consider that had he not risked his life to divert xianxia and the Ghost Cloud Master, they might have discovered Lin Yun in the cultivation chamber, leading to an entirely different outcome. Let us proceed to the Qingyan Cave, where we shall refine the fire lotus seeds and then return to Tianluo City, Lin Yun suggested. In truth, the cave was abundant with fire element spiritual energy, making it an ideal location for refining the fire lotus seeds. However, a fire serpent lurked within the magma river, and Lin Yun dared not meditate and refine here. As Lin Yun and Su Feng prepared to leave the cave, a sudden roar echoed as a towering young man, over 2 meters tall, leaped from the magma river. The youth appeared to be in his 20s, with a square face and a robust physique, his forehead prominently bulging. He was clad in a suit of crimson rock armor, with hair and eyebrows of fiery red pupils, and even his skin bore a dark hue tinged with red. He emanated an intense aura of demonic energy. A fire serpent? Lin Yun inquired, for his first impression upon seeing the youth was that the fire serpent had transformed. The youth approached Lin Yun and Su Feng with stiff movements, reminiscent of a child taking its first steps. It is I, the youth spoke in a deep voice, still seemingly unaccustomed to using human vocal cords. Can you take human form now? Lin Yun asked in astonishment. Generally, a serpent must cultivate to the golden core stage before achieving transformation. I refined that fire lotus seed, and thus I can take form, the fire serpent replied, anger flashing across its face. It is all your fault, humans. If I had waited another 1,000 years for the 3 seeds to merge into one, I could have transformed directly into a serpent dragon. Lin Yun chuckled, your reasoning is flawed. This 9-leaf fire lotus originally belonged to Qingyan Master a millennium ago. It is not yours to claim alone. Such unclaimed treasures naturally belong to those who encounter them. Humph. The fire serpent scoffed. That Qingyan fellow promised to give me this 9-leaf fire lotus when he departed. Hence, it rightfully belongs to me. Lin Yun paused in surprise. You know Qingyan Master? He had initially thought the fire serpent had come from the magma river to seize the 9-leaf fire lotus. But it turned out that the serpent had known Qingyan Master from 1,000 years past. This implied that the fire serpent had been waiting in this cave for the 9-leaf fire lotus for a millennium. Of course, I know him, the fire serpent asserted. 1,000 years ago, I was merely a foundation stage fire snake, a pet and friend of Qingyan Master. Lin Yun couldn't help but laugh. How could a foundation stage beast befriend a golden core cultivator? It was remarkable that it had not become food instead. This fire serpent was likely just a pet Qingyan Master kept out of boredom. However, Lin Yun chose to spare the fire serpent's dignity and refrained from exposing the truth. Desiring to befriend the fire serpent, Lin Yun continued the conversation. You mentioned that Qingyan Master promised you the 9-leaf fire lotus. Did he not perish? Perish? The fire serpent scratched its head. Though Qingyan was often eccentric, his strength was immense, and his methods cunning. Who could possibly kill him? He has simply gone to another realm. Eccentric? Lin Yun was puzzled as to why the fire serpent would use such a term to describe Qingyan Master. Certainly eccentric. The fire serpent replied matter-of-factly. As a cultivator, instead of diligently practicing, Qingyan spent his days writing strange books about human reproduction. What nonsense. Or he would concoct fictional biographies, without a clue as to their purpose. Lin Yun then realized that the tomes in the scripture pavilion had not been collected by Qingyan Master, but were his own writings. A prodigious talent indeed. If he were to publish on any Chinese literature platform, he would surely be regarded as a master. Now that the 9-leaf fire lotus is gone, what are your plans? Will you continue to cultivate here? Lin Yun queried, intending to claim Qingyan's cave as his secret stronghold. Should the fire serpent remain in the cave, Lin Yun wished to establish a good rapport so that the serpent might guard the cave in his absence. The fire serpent shook its head. I have grown weary of this place after 1,000 years. I have heard tales of the 10,000 great mountains in the northernmost part of Zhongzhou, where countless demon tribes gather. I wish to see it for myself, having spent a millennium in this cave. The fire serpent was tired of the solitude and longed to meet new friends among the demon tribes. Ideally, it hoped to encounter a beautiful and passionate female serpent dragon and embark on a romantic adventure. Even if that was not possible, it would consider other creatures like serpents, dragons, and more. Lin Yun, seeing the fire serpent's eager expression, doused its enthusiasm. Do you understand that to reach the 10,000 Great Mountains, you must traverse the entirety of Yinzhou? And Yinzhou is the territory of the 10,000 Demonic Sect. And so what? The fire serpent asked. What do you mean, and so what? Lin Yun scoffed. Demons rarely roam Zhongzhou, and the majority of human cultivators are not as kind-hearted as I am. When human cultivators encounter demon beasts, their first instinct is to kill, especially for a creature like you, a fire serpent. You are a rare prize in the eyes of human cultivators. Your skin, bones, and tendons can be used to forge magical artifacts, your blood for alchemy, and your flesh is a delicacy that replenishes vitality. Do you truly believe they will let you pass unscathed? As the fire serpent listened, a sense of dread washed over it, a chilling realization creeping up its spine. Do you think you can survive the journey to the 10,000 Great Mountains? Lin Yun inquired. Is it truly that perilous? The fire serpent stammered, beginning to grasp the gravity of Lin Yun's warnings. If what Lin Yun said was true, it might as well be facing certain death. It might not even catch a glimpse of the 10,000 Great Mountains before becoming a meal for human cultivators. I have heard that human cultivators eat anything. If you doubt my words, feel free to test them, Lin Yun replied. The fire serpent fell silent. Having spent over 1,000 years in the cave, its mind dulled. It was reluctant to remain there, yet the dangers outside deterred it. If you genuinely wish to return to the 10,000 Great Mountains, I possess a method to assist you, Lin Yun proposed. The fire serpent's eyes lit up with interest. What method? Lin Yun explained. While it is true that human cultivators tend to kill demon beasts on sight, there is one circumstance under which they will overlook a demon beast. What circumstance? If the demon beast has an owner, human cultivators will not casually slay it. Lin Yun elaborated. Initially taken aback, the fire serpent soon understood Lin Yun's intent and snorted in indignation, two embers flaring from its nostrils. So, you've been trying to trick me into acknowledging you as my master? Dream on. My serpent dragon kin shall never submit to servitude. Calm down, that is not my intention. Lin Yun reassured. What I propose is that you stay by my side and pretend to have recognized me as your master. This way, other human cultivators will not harm you. Upon hearing this, the fire serpent settled down, saying, feigning allegiance is feasible. But will you genuinely assist me in reaching the 10,000 Great Mountains? The fire serpent regarded Lin Yun with suspicion, wondering how a human could possess such goodwill. With a smile, Lin Yun replied, my assistance shall not come without cost. We shall establish an agreement. You will serve me for 10 years, and after that, I will personally escort you to the 10,000 Great Mountains. How does that sound? At long last, Lin Yun revealed his true intentions. He has now become a condensation pill cultivator. According to the rules of the 10,000 Demonic Sect, he can openly form his own small team within the sect. Naturally, forming a team requires sufficient manpower, and the Fire Flood Dragon serves as an excellent aid. Humph, I knew you wouldn't be so kind. The Fire Flood Dragon snorted, while contemplating Lin Yun's conditions. If he were to stay by this human for 10 years, the human would indeed send him back to the 10,000 mountains, which was worth considering. For him, 10 years was but a fleeting moment. Very well, I accept your terms, the Fire Flood Dragon declared. However, you must swear that upon the completion of 10 years, you will personally escort me to the 10,000 mountains without delay. I can swear, Lin Yun replied. But you must also vow to serve me wholeheartedly for these 10 years, without any hidden defiance against my orders. Are you saying that if you command me to die, I must comply? The Fire Flood Dragon asked, wide-eyed. Lin Yun had not anticipated that the Fire Flood Dragon would consider the matter so thoroughly, so he added, let us amend that to reasonable commands that must be obeyed. Agreed. The Fire Flood Dragon responded. You swear first. Lin Yun raised his hand solemnly and began, I. Lin Yun, swear to the heavens. Stop. The Fire Flood Dragon interrupted. Swearing to the heavens won't do. You must swear to the Heart Demon. Such harsh terms? Of course. The Fire Flood Dragon insisted. If you do not swear to the Heart Demon, I cannot trust you. Once a cultivator reaches the nascent soul stage, they must endure a heavenly tribulation to ascend to the earth immortal level. After becoming an earth immortal, there is a tribulation every 100 years. And only by overcoming 9 tribulations can one ascend to the celestial realm. During the tribulation, not only are there lightning strikes, but also the Heart Demon tribulation. If a cultivator breaks their Heart Demon vow, they are unlikely to survive the Heart Demon tribulation, even if they do not face a tribulation. Violating the Heart Demon vow will significantly impact their cultivation, increasing the likelihood of Heart Demon invasion and madness. Hence, cultivators dare not violate the Heart Demon vow. Very well, let us both swear to the Heart Demon, Lin Yun declared. Subsequently, both Lin Yun and the Fire Flood Dragon made their Heart Demon vows, with this vow binding them. Their relationship became more dependable than that of blood brothers. It seems inappropriate to keep calling you Fire Flood Dragon. Do you have a name? Lin Yun inquired after the vows were made. The Fire Flood Dragon shook his head and replied, I have no name. 1,000 years ago, that fellow Qing Yin once gave me a name, but I did not like it. What name was it? Lin Yun asked curiously. I can hardly remember after 1,000 years. The Fire Flood Dragon retorted, clearly reluctant to disclose it rather than genuinely forgetful. How about I give you a name? Lin Yun suggested. Sure, the Fire Flood Dragon agreed, but it must be something imposing, befitting my identity and stature. What about Little Red? Su Feng proposed from the side. The Fire Flood Dragon's facial muscles visibly twitched at this suggestion. Little Red? That was the name given to me by that Qing Yin fellow. Do you humans only know how to come up with such tasteless names? Look at my physique and presence. Does Little Red suit me? I reject that name. I also think that name is rather unsuitable. It sounds too childish, Lin Yun remarked, shaking his head. Given the Fire Flood Dragon's imposing stature, how could such a juvenile name be appropriate? Lin Yun's words struck a chord with the Fire Flood Dragon, who eagerly nodded in agreement. Since you are a Flood Dragon and aspire to transform into a true dragon, why not take the surname Long? Lin Yun proposed. Long. The name held an unparalleled significance in the Fire Flood Dragon's heart, as transforming into a true dragon was his lifelong aspiration. The mere thought of adopting the surname Long sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him, leaving him nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Adopting the surname Long is splendid. I love this surname. The Fire Flood Dragon exclaimed. If I am fortunate enough to transform into a true dragon one day, this surname will be most fitting. Then it is settled, Lin Yun declared. As for your name, since you desire something imposing, let us name you Ba Tian, Conqueror of the Heavens. Ba Tian, Long Ba Tian, the Fire Flood Dragon repeated, feeling a surge of unparalleled dominance wash over him at the mere utterance of the name. This was precisely the name he had long yearned for. Lin Yun was indeed reliable, unlike that Qing Yin fellow or Su Feng, who could only come up with names like Red and Black, devoid of any cultural finesse. From now on, I shall be known as Long Ba Tian, the Fire Flood Dragon proclaimed, standing tall with an air of majesty. Ba Tian, Su Shidi and I need to refine the lotus seeds. You will assist us in our protective duties, Lin Yun instructed. Without a doubt, Long Ba Tian responded eagerly. Lin Yun and Su Feng seated themselves in an open area, consuming the fire lotus seeds to begin their refinement. Long Ba Tian stood nearby, safeguarding them. Lin Yun sat cross-legged, directing the lotus seeds into his dantian and channeling his true energy to gradually refine them. However, before he could commence the refinement, an unexpected event transpired. The sword embryo within his dantian suddenly devoured the lotus seeds. Lin Yun inwardly cursed, fearing that the precious fire lotus seeds he had toiled to obtain would be squandered on the sword embryo. Just as he prepared to channel true energy into the sword embryo to investigate, it unexpectedly expelled a wave of scorching spiritual energy, which was crimson in hue yet emanated a hint of golden brilliance. The crimson spiritual energy flowed into Lin Yun's dantian, commencing the transformation of his dantian, meridians, and physical body. It was only then that Lin Yun realized the sword embryo was actually assisting him in refining the fire lotus seeds, infusing its own inherent power into the process. Undoubtedly, the lotus seeds refined by the sword embryo would exceed their original quality. Calmly, Lin Yun accepted the transformative spiritual energy of the lotus seeds upon his physical form. Half an hour later, Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of crimson brilliance illuminating them. He stood up, feeling an unprecedented affinity for the dense fire-type spiritual energy surrounding him. Noticing Su Feng beside him still in the midst of refinement, Lin Yun opened his attribute panel to examine his progress. Name: Lin Yun. Race: Human. Sect: 10,000. Demon Sect, Sword Sect. Position: Core Disciple, Elite Disciple. Cultivation level: Condensation Pill 1st level, 3. Formation: 2nd level Formation Master. Alchemical path: Not studied Artifact Refinement. Not studied Beast Taming. Not studied Techniques: Jingxia Decision, Mid-tier Mystical. Spells: Divine Sword Thunder Control Technique, Mid-tier Celestial. Sword Control Technique, Mid-tier Mystical. True Flame Sword Technique, Mid-tier Mystical. Cloak Sword Technique, Upper Tier Yellow. Fire Talisman Technique, Lower Tier Yellow. Divine Powers, None Talent. Sword Embryo Physique, 5-star Talent. Fire Lotus Physique, 3-star Talent. His cultivation level had increased from 0 to 3 due to the defeat of xianxia and the Ghost Cloud True Person. Notably, the talent section now included the Fire Lotus Physique. Fire Lotus Physique, 3-star Talent enhances fire-based spiritual roots, doubles the speed of fire technique cultivation, increases the power of fire techniques by 30, greatly enhances fire resistance, and significantly improves comprehension of the way of fire. Lin Yun nodded with satisfaction. The emergence of the Fire Lotus physique was anticipated, and its effects were exceedingly gratifying. Coupled with his previous sword embryo physique, he now possessed two physique-related talents. As he continued to cultivate and seize various opportunities, he would undoubtedly acquire more talents. These talents would serve as his foundation. Meanwhile, Su Feng also completed the refinement of the lotus seeds and rose to his feet. How do you feel? Lin Yun inquired with a smile as he approached Su Feng. Feeling great, Su Feng replied. I can distinctly sense the fire-type spiritual energy around me. As he spoke, Su Feng extended his palm, and fire-type spiritual energy began to coalesce in his hand, transforming into a sphere of crimson flames. I can effortlessly summon the elemental fire energy from the heavens and the earth. If I practice fire magic, I will surely achieve twice the results with half the effort. Su Feng exclaimed joyfully. Lin Yun replied with a smile, perfect timing. I recently learned a fire sword technique and will pass it on to you when I return. The techniques acquired from the system can indeed be taught to others. Lin Yun not only intended to impart the true flame sword technique to Su Feng, but also the divine sword controlling thunder technique. However, the latter is notoriously difficult to master, and Lin Yun was uncertain whether Su Feng would be able to learn it. Chapter 65. Sister Mu. Upon exiting the cave, the trio arrived at the Qinyan cave. Surprisingly, after a millennium, this place remained unchanged, just as it had been in the past. Long Batian stood within the Qinyan cave, surveying his surroundings with a nostalgic gaze. Have you not come up here in 1,000 years? Su Feng inquired. Long Batian shook his head. For the first 300 years, I devoted myself to guarding the 9-leaf fire lotus and had no thoughts of ascending. After 300 years, I wished to come up and take a look. But my size had grown too immense, and I feared I would damage the cave, so I hesitated. As the three continued onward, crossing a stone bridge, Long Batian remarked, "This bridge was constructed with my assistance." Lin Yun expressed disbelief. "Back then, you were merely a snake. How could you have contributed?" "I am no ordinary snake, but a foundational stage serpent," Long Batian retorted. "Look at the patterns on the bridge. Many of them were carved by me." Lin Yun was astonished, realizing that the fire dragon possessed such artistic talent. Having departed from the Qinyan cave, they retraced their steps through the cavern and emerged halfway up the mountain. Just as Su Feng and Long Batian were about to leave, Lin Yun called out, "Wait, what is it, brother?" Su Feng asked. "Allow me to set up an illusion array to conceal this cave entrance." As Lin Yun spoke, he retrieved over 10 spirit stones from his storage bag, beginning to inscribe runes to establish the array's foundation. An hour later, Lin Yun completed the foundation, successfully creating a second-tier illusion array. From outside the array, the entire mountain wall appeared as one, with the cave entrance no longer visible. "Let's go," Lin Yun said. Although night had fallen, for cultivators, there was little distinction between day and night. The trio was just about to descend the mountain when they noticed 4 streaks of light racing towards them from the horizon, one in pursuit of 3 fleeing figures. The 3 fleeing lights were gray-black, shrouded in demonic energy, unmistakably belonging to demonic cultivators. The pursuing light, however, was violet and clearly much faster than the 3 ahead, the gap between them rapidly closing. "Mu Wanha, we are less than 100 miles from Tianluo City. Do you dare to pursue?" One of the demonic cultivators yelled, his voice betraying evident fear. "Are you not afraid that the Golden Core elders in the city will hunt you down?" "Humph. Even if I chase you all the way to Tianluo City, I will still slay the 3 of you." A melodious voice rang out, delightful to the ears. On the mountain, Lin Yun and Su Feng exchanged glances. "Brother, that sounds like Sister Mu," Su Feng exclaimed. Lin Yun raised his head to gaze at the violet streak in the sky, declaring, "It is not just a resemblance. It is indeed her. This Sister Mu is regarded as the goddess in the hearts of countless disciples of the Sword Sect." Su Feng nodded eagerly, expressing concern. "This is already the territory of the 10,000 Demon Sect. How could Sister Mu chase demonic cultivators this far? We must stop her, otherwise, with her temperament, she might indeed pursue them to Tianluo City." "Stop Sister Mu?" Lin Yun wore a look of incredulity. "She does not know us. If we dare to obstruct her, she might mistake us for demonic cultivators and slay us with a single sword stroke. Then what shall we do?" Su Feng asked. "Watch and learn," Lin Yun replied. As the azure water swords soared into the sky, unleashing a torrent of sword energy towards the 3 demonic cultivators. The 3 demonic cultivators, clad in the standard black armor of the 10,000 Demon Sect, were taken aback and hastily halted their escape, employing various techniques to fend off the oncoming sword energy. However, this momentary delay allowed the violet streak to close in. Among the light was a tall young woman, dressed in a purple-blue gown, with elegant brows and sparkling eyes. Exuding an air of heroism, she bore a purple sword on her back, radiating spiritual energy, a top-tier magical artifact. Humph! Mu Wanha scoffed, drawing her purple cloud sword, which split into 3 streams of sword light, each targeting a demonic cultivator. The division of sword light. Sister Mu's swordsmanship has reached such a level. Lin Yun could not restrain his astonishment. Su Feng's face mirrored his shock. In the Lingxiu realm, the Sword Sect is the true authority of swordsmanship, categorizing the mastery of sword techniques into 6 realms. The first realm is called sword control in the air, allowing foundational stage cultivators who practice sword techniques to achieve this level. The second realm, sword energy spanning all directions, enables the swords to accompany several streams of sword energy, which can attack enemies or form a protective barrier. Both Lin Yun and Su Feng had reached this realm. The third realm, sword light condensation, signifies the sword becoming ethereal, forming a void-like sword light. Upon achieving this, the speed and lethality of the sword increase exponentially, marking a true entrance into sword mastery. Although Lin Yun's sword also transformed into a streak of light, it was merely an optical effect due to its speed. The sword remained what it was, not truly condensed into light. Typically, a swordsman reaches the sword light condensation realm in the late foundational stage. Achieving it in the mid-foundational stage is a sign of genius, while doing so in the early foundational stage is the hallmark of an extraordinary prodigy. The fourth realm is sword light division, where a single stream of sword light can split into several. The higher the realm, the more sword lights can be divided. At the pinnacle, one light can become myriad, overwhelming the skies. Such a scene is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Sword cultivators proficient in formations can even use sword light as the foundation to establish sword arrays, amplifying their power manifold. Lin Yun pursued the study of formations precisely to reach the sword light division realm and form arrays for combat. Generally, only golden core cultivators can achieve the sword light division realm. If a foundational stage cultivator were to master it, they would be deemed invincible among their peers. This explains why Lin Yun and Su Feng were so astounded upon witnessing Mu Wanha's sword light division. Beyond this realm lies the sword birth of thunder and fire, and the sword light transformation, corresponding to the realms of the nascent soul and earth immortal respectively. In the air, Mu Wanha executed her sword light division, sending 3 streams of sword light towards the 3 disciples of the 10,000 Demonic Sect. The 3 demonic cultivators, comparable to Mu Wanha in strength, were all in the late foundational stage, yet they stood no chance against her sword light. In mere moments, all 3 were slain beneath her blade. This woman is truly formidable. The fire dragon could not help but exclaim, "That sword light is something I could not withstand even in my true form." After dispatching the 3 demonic cultivators, Mu Wanha soared directly to the summit of the mountain, landing before Lin Yun and the others. Lin Yun scrutinized the renowned Sister Mu of the Sword Sect, noting her stunning beauty and the vibrant aura she exuded. Captivating to behold. Beneath her dress, her long, fair legs were partially visible, evoking the imagination. A demon? Mu Wanha's gaze fell upon the fire dragon, her brows knitting slightly. A gust of cold wind swept by, causing the fire dragon to tremble in fear, hastily declaring, "Do not misunderstand, my friend. I am a good demon. I have a master. He is my lord." The fire flood dragon pointed at Lin Yun, entirely oblivious to the grandiose declaration he had previously made that the dragon clan would never be enslaved. Chapter 66. No one who can deceive me, Mu Wanha, has yet to be born. Mu Wanha's gaze shifted from the fire flood dragon to Lin Yun, and upon noticing the azure water sword behind him, she inquired, "Were you the one who intervened to stop those 3 disciples of the 10,000 Demons Sect?" "Yes," Lin Yun replied. Mu Wanha nodded, her expression softening slightly as she said, "Thank you. I observe that your sword energy is sharp and pure. Could it be that you are a disciple of the Sword Sect?" Lin Yun quickly shook his head, stating, "I am merely a solitary cultivator, acting out of the sense of responsibility that a righteous cultivator ought to possess." He dared not admit to being a disciple of the Sword Sect, for that would necessitate an explanation of how he came to be here. What if Mu Wanha insisted on accompanying him back to the Sword Sect? Should he reveal that he was on a glorious mission, acting as an undercover agent within the 10,000 Demons Sect? That was out of the question. The more people who knew of such matters, the greater his peril would become. Mu Wanha regarded Lin Yun with approval, saying, "If every righteous cultivator were like you, how could the demonic path run rampant? If you are inclined to join our Sword Sect, you are welcome to participate in the assessments. Simply mention your name at that time." "Thank you, fellow cultivator," Lin Yun replied. "If the opportunity arises, I shall visit the Sword Sect." Mu Wanha nodded and bade farewell to Lin Yun and Su Feng, preparing to take flight. Farewell, fellow cultivator. Lin Yun clasped his hands in respect. Su Feng also waved to Mu Wanha, saying, goodbye, senior sister Mu. Turning to Su Feng, Lin Yun stared in disbelief. Junior brother, are you a fool? With your intelligence, how did you manage to infiltrate the 10,000 Demon Sect for 3 years and become the later Demon Sword Immortal? Am I mistaken in recognizing you? Why do you regard me with such an expression, senior brother? Su Feng replied, his face filled with confusion. Mu Wanha, who had already taken to the air, gracefully descended once more, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Feng as she asked, are you a disciple of the Sword Sect? And no, I am not, Su Feng denied. I am, like my senior brother, a solitary cultivator. Lin Yun couldn't help but facepalm. Yet Mu Wanha laughed and asked, did you know me before? And no, I did not. Su Feng replied, well then, why did you call me senior sister Mu? Mu Wanha pressed further. Su Feng was about to respond when Lin Yun pulled him behind himself, explaining, we overheard those 10,000 Demon Sect cultivators calling you Mu Wanha, and thus we learned your surname. We are both righteous cultivators. It is entirely reasonable for my junior brother, whose cultivation is inferior to yours, to address you as senior sister. Mu Wanha chuckled, that is indeed reasonable. Tell me, from which peak do you hail, and how is it that you find yourselves here? Clearly, Mu Wanha had already concluded that they were disciples of the Sword Sect. At this juncture, any further attempts at evasion would be futile. The Sword Sect is situated atop the Tianshan Mountains and comprises 36 peaks, each housing thousands of disciples. Lin Yun and Su Feng belonged to Lin Yun Peak, while Mu Wanha was a disciple of Ziyun Peak. Lin Yun sighed, it appears that we cannot deceive you. Senior sister Mu, let us speak candidly. Su Feng lowered his head, donning the expression of a student caught in wrongdoing. It was only now that he realized he should not have called her senior sister. Mu Wanha looked at Lin Yun, a glimmer of triumph in her eyes. Humph. No one who can deceive me, Mu Wanha, has yet to be born. Lin Yun continued, my junior brother and I are disciples of Bamboozle Peak. And I am Yi Fan. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, senior sister. Yi Fan, sure how? Mu Wanha repeated the names, but found no recollection of them in her mind. However, given the considerable distance between Ziyun Peak and Bamboozle Peak, it was not surprising that she had not encountered any disciples from there. Why are you here? This place is only 100 miles from Tianluo City. Should the 10,000 Demon Sect discover you, it could be extremely perilous, Mu Wanha remarked. Lin Yun feigned hesitation for a moment before saying, we were dispatched here by Elder Huang of Bamboozle Peak to carry out a secret mission. The details of the task cannot be disclosed without Elder Huang's permission. And I hope you can understand, senior sister. If you wish to know more, you may inquire with Elder Huang when you return. The Elder Huang mentioned by Lin Yun was a Golden Core Elder from Bamboozle Peak, currently stationed at the front lines in Yanshan City. Mu Wanha's beautiful eyes scrutinized Lin Yun, seemingly attempting to discern any inconsistencies in his expression. However, Lin Yun remained composed, exuding an air of sincerity, as if everything he had said was the truth, and he had no qualms about it. Ultimately, Mu Wanha chose to trust Lin Yun's fabricated tale. Since it is a task assigned by Elder Huang, I shall not pry further. Do take care of yourselves. Thank you for your reminder, senior sister, Lin Yun replied. As Mu Wanha ascended into the air, Lin Yun shot Su Feng a stern glance and said, let us depart for Tianluo City. His previous remarks contained many flaws, and he could only momentarily deceive someone as simple-minded as Mu Wanha. If she were to realize the truth, it would spell disaster. Tianluo City, under the cover of night. A grand banquet was underway within a residence, bustling with activity. The owner of this estate was Su Wenxing, a core formation cultivator from the 10,000 Demon Sect. Su Wenxing had previously served as the leader of the Vanguard camp, and Lin Yun had been assigned to this camp upon his surrender to the 10,000 Demon Sect, serving under Su Wenxing. The banquet was held in honor of Su Wenxing's friend, Bai Yingkai, who had come to visit. In addition to Su Wenxing and Bai Yingkai, both core formation cultivators, there were several foundation establishment cultivators, all of whom were subordinates that Su Wenxing had recruited. The atmosphere was convivial as they raised their cups and toasts. At the center of the banquet, a dozen or so beautiful women clad in light veils danced gracefully, providing entertainment for the gathering. These women had all been abducted from the city by Su Wenxing. Seated side by side at the head of the table, Su Wenxing and Bai Yingkai engaged in conversation. Junior brother Su, your life in Tianluo City seems quite pleasant. You need not fight on the front lines and can leisurely indulge in the city's delights. Compared to you, we endure a life of hardship in the sect. Bai Yingkai remarked, his gaze following the dancing women. Su Wenxing downed his cup of fine wine and laughed heartily. But brother Bai, Are you not also here in Tianluo City now? I will arrange for you to enjoy yourself in the coming days. Bai Yingkai replied, I have come to Tianluo City solely to kill Lin Yun. Once I have slain him, I shall return to the sect immediately. Upon hearing Lin Yun's name, Su Wenxing pondered briefly before saying, Brother Bai, I have heard of Lin Yun. It is said that he has gained Elder Luo's favor. If you wish to deal with him, it would be wise to report to Elder Luo first. Elder Luo favors him? Bai Yingkai scoffed, raising his cup. He has only joined our 10,000 demon sect for less than half a year and was previously unfamiliar with Elder Luo. How could Elder Luo possibly favor him? My master and Elder Luo are close friends. Even if Elder Luo were to learn of my intent to kill him, he would only side with me. Bai Yingkai said confidently. Of course, the relationship between Bai Yingkai's master and Elder Luo was merely ordinary. His assertion of their close friendship was greatly exaggerated. Oh, so Brother Bai has this connection with Elder Luo, Su Wenxing replied, his attitude toward Bai Yingkai warming further as he raised his cup in salute. As they spoke, a disciple in the body refinement stage entered the room. Reporting to my seniors, the disciples guarding the city gates have brought news that Lin Yun has returned to the city. Bai Yingkai's eyes glinted with a barely concealed murderous intent as he slammed his cup down on the table and rose to his feet. Take me to find him. Brother Bai, there is no need to rush, Su Wenxing said, standing as well. After all, Lin Yun cannot escape. It would be better for us to finish our drinks before confronting him tomorrow. I cannot wait even a moment, Bai Yingkai replied. Junior brother, wait here. Once I have slain him, I shall return to continue our revelries. Su Wenxing chuckled, then I shall warm the wine for you, awaiting your return. Chapter 67, Uncle Bai, he is Lin Yun. Su Wenxing did not propose to accompany Bai Yingkai. He remained in Tianluo City, fully aware of Luo Buzhou's esteem for Lin Yun. Why would he willingly wade into such murky waters? Lin Yun was frequently seen visiting Elder Luo's residence, and rumors circulated that Lin Yun had become Elder Luo's disciple, studying the art of formations under him. However, since these were merely rumors, he refrained from mentioning them to Bai Yingkai. After all, he had already cautioned Bai Yingkai, having done his due diligence. If Bai Yingkai were to kill Lin Yun and incur Elder Luo's wrath, it would not concern him. Had he known Bai Yingkai's intent to kill Lin Yun, he would not have even hosted this banquet. After a moment's contemplation, Su Wenxing summoned a subordinate at the Foundation establishment stage and instructed, in 15 minutes, proceed to Elder Luo's residence and inform him that Bai Yingkai intends to kill Lin Yun. Make sure to convey that I attempted to dissuade Bai Yingkai. But he would not listen. Do you understand? Yes, replied the Foundation establishment disciple, taking his leave. Su Wenxing settled down, poured himself a cup of wine, and smiled lightly as he sipped leisurely. With this, even if Bai Yingkai were to kill Lin Yun, Elder Luo would not hold him accountable. Lin Yun and his companion strolled along the street towards Lin Yun's residence. Lin Yun, as your servant, you must ensure that I am well fed. It has been over 1,000 years since I savored the delicacies of the human realm, remarked Huojiao, patting his belly. Lin Yun cast a sidelong glance at Huojiao and replied, rest assured, there will be no shortage of food for you. But could you wipe off the drool first? Huojiao wiped away the drool and declared, you said it. I demand 5, no, 10 cows daily. Observing Huojiao, Lin Yun had a premonition that his future food expenses would multiply tenfold or even 100-fold. Fortunately, during this time, his exploits had yielded abundant rewards. So Huojiao would not deplete his resources. Once we return home, I shall instruct the servants to roast 2 cows for you. Haha, thank you. As the trio continued on their way, they suddenly spotted 2 figures standing in the middle of the street, blocking their path. These 2 were none other than Bai Yingkai and a disciple of the body refinement stage guiding him. Upon learning that Lin Yun had entered the city, Bai Yingkai surmised that Lin Yun would inevitably return to his residence and instructed the body refinement disciple to intercept him on his way back. He anticipated that when Lin Yun encountered a mid-stage condensation pill cultivator blocking his path, his expression would surely be one of terror. Seeing Bai Yingkai, Lin Yun furrowed his brow. The presence of this mid-stage condensation pill cultivator exuded an intense aura of malice, indicating ill intent. However, being a condensation pill cultivator himself, and with Huojiao beside him, Lin Yun had no reason to feel fear. Across the street, Bai Yingkai's heart skipped a beat upon recognizing Lin Yun among the trio. He had already inquired about Lin Yun's appearance and immediately identified him. Wasn't Lin Yun merely a Foundation establishment cultivator? Yet, the aura he emanated was unmistakably that of an early-stage condensation pill cultivator. Of course, as a 5th-level condensation pill powerhouse, Bai Yingkai felt confident in his ability to slay Lin Yun, but the presence of the mid-stage condensation pill monster beside Lin Yun raised concerns. Bai Yingkai was not reckless. Witnessing Lin Yun's unexpected strength and the presence of a mid-stage condensation pill monster made him reconsider. It would be prudent to ascertain the relationship between Lin Yun and this creature before attempting to strike. "Senior brother, may I ask what brings you here?" Lin Yun inquired, extending his hands in greeting, oblivious to Bai Yingcai's intentions. Bai Yingcai intended to craft a light-hearted excuse and retreat when suddenly, the body refinement disciple accompanying him pointed at Lin Yun and exclaimed, "This is the Lin Yun you wish to kill, by Shu." To the body refinement disciple, the auras of Foundation Establishment and Condensation Pill cultivators felt equally potent, rendering him unable to discern the difference. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow at the revelation, realizing that this individual intended to kill him. No wonder the air was thick with murderous intent. However, he had no acquaintance with this person and wondered why he had chosen to block his path. Huijiao, upon hearing the threat against Lin Yun, stepped forward, his eyes wide with indignation. He was eagerly awaiting Lin Yun's return home to command the servants to roast 2 cows for him, and he would not permit any delays. Bai Yingcai shot a fierce glare at the body refinement disciple, forcing a smile as he said, "Do not speak recklessly. Lin Yun and I are merely embroiled in a misunderstanding." "It cannot be a misunderstanding," the body refinement disciple insisted, pointing at Lin Yun. "He is the one who killed senior brother Wang Tianqing. I was right there and witnessed it." Bai Yingcai's fists clenched tightly, wishing he could silence the body refinement disciple with a single blow. "You talk too much. I say it is a misunderstanding. So it is. Let us go." With that, Bai Yingcai turned and departed, disregarding the foolish disciple. "Bai Shu, it truly was Lin Yun who killed your disciple Wang Tianqing. I saw it with my own eyes." The disciple pressed on, seeing Bai Yingcai's disbelief and insistence on misinterpretation. So it turned out this person was Wang Tianqing's master, which explained his determination to kill Lin Yun. Lin Yun regarded Bai Yingcai with indifference and coldly stated, "Senior brother, please do not leave yet. Huijiao, apprehend him. Call me Long Batian." Huijiao retorted, leaping forward to block Bai Yingcai's path. Bai Yingcai turned around, his expression dark as he glared at Lin Yun and asked, "Lin Shitty, what is the meaning of this? What do you think it means?" Lin Yun sneered, "Did you not wish to avenge Wang Tianqing? Then let us settle this matter right now." "What Wang Tianqing? I told you it was merely a misunderstanding," Bai Yingcai said. "You should step aside quickly. Private duels among disciples are forbidden in the sect. If Elder Luo finds out, it would not bode well." Bai Yingcai feigned concern for Lin Yun's well-being. Lin Yun looked coldly at Bai Yingcai, realizing that as soon as he returned to the city, this person had been lying in wait for him on his way home, clearly having prepared for this encounter. Had he not advanced to the condensation pill stage or had Huijiao, a mid-stage condensation pill monster, by his side, Bai Yingcai would likely have adopted a different demeanor, perhaps even attacking him outright. Lin Yun was not one to show mercy. With the air of hostility directed towards him, he would not allow Bai Yingcai to leave alive. One cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. "Senior brother, your words lack substance. I killed Wang Tianqing, and since we have crossed paths, let us resolve this grudge here and now," Lin Yun declared. Bai Yingcai, seeing Lin Yun unwilling to let him go, steeled himself and asked, "How do you propose to resolve it?" Even if Lin Yun and the mid-stage condensation pill monster teamed up, they would not be able to kill him in the short term. The commotion would surely attract Elder Luo's attention, and he would not allow Lin Yun to slay him. After all, he could not die, so what was there to fear? Lin Yun's expression remained frigid as he stated, "In this world, grudges are the hardest to resolve. To completely settle a grudge, the best method is for one party to perish. When a person dies, the grudge naturally dissipates." "Are you saying that you wish to kill me?" Bai Yingcai asked, astonished and furious. Lin Yun sneered, "Isn't that precisely what you intend?" Huijiao attack. As Lin Yun spoke, he formed a sword seal, and the azure water sword flew from its sheath, accompanied by a torrent of sword energy directed at Bai Yingcai. "Call me Long Batian." Huijiao bellowed, flames erupting around him, enveloping his entire body in fire. With a powerful leap, he shot forward like a cannonball, aiming a punch at Bai Yingcai. Chapter 68. Disciple Lin Yun, Greetings Master. Caught between the dual assault of Lin Yun and Huijiao, Bai Yingcai soared into the air to evade Huijiao's strike and produced a gray-white folding fan. As the fan opened, it expanded in the wind, resembling a screen, filled with dense demonic energy that blocked Lin Yun's flying sword and sword energy. Bai Yingcai retrieved a black talisman, recited an incantation, and hurled the talisman towards Huijiao, who was on the ground. The supreme demon, the Demon King's seal, restrain. The black talisman erupted, transforming into a colossal black seal the size of a room. Surrounding it, the demonic energy surged, pressing down upon the fiery serpent like a mountain bearing down with immense force. The Demon King seal was one of Bai Yingcai's trump cards. It was impossible for an ordinary mid-stage core condensation practitioner to escape its grasp in mere moments. Weaker core condensation practitioners might even be crushed into a pulp beneath this seal. Bai Yingcai did not expect the Demon King seal to annihilate a mid-stage demon practitioner. He merely hoped it could hold the demon at bay long enough for him to deal with Lin Yun alone, thus granting him the opportunity to eliminate Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun was merely a novice in core condensation, possessing only the first level of cultivation. The fiery serpent gazed defiantly at the descending black seal, fists clenched. Flames blazing from its hands as if doused with oil, soaring dramatically. With a furious roar, it unleashed a fist imbued with 3 feet of flame, striking towards the magical seal in the sky. Its fist, enveloped in crimson flames, cut through the air like a meteor plummeting from the heavens. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the Demon King's seal, which Bai Yingcai held in high regard, was shattered by the fiery serpent's blow. The flames danced in the air, incinerating the demonic energy that had formed the seal. Bai Yingcai's expression changed drastically. He had anticipated the seal would restrain the demon for a brief moment, but was astonished to witness it being obliterated in an instant. What was the true form of this demon, possessing such staggering power? After shattering the seal, the fiery serpent let out a triumphant roar, soaring skyward in pursuit of Bai Yingcai. Meanwhile, Lin Yun's flying sword had also circled around to intercept, thrusting towards Bai Yingcai. The latter hurriedly retreated. Widening the distance between himself and the fiery serpent, he dared not engage in close combat with the demon, for that would spell his doom. At the same time, he summoned his white folding fan, transforming it into a gray-white barrier that shielded him within. This gray fan was a versatile magical artifact, excelling in defense over offense. The fiery serpent reached Bai Yingcai's side and struck the barrier with a punch. The barrier flickered but held, absorbing the blow. Immediately after, the green water sword soared through the air, unleashing a torrent of sword energy upon the gray barrier. The barrier flickered again, its spiritual energy dimming considerably but still remaining unbroken. This shell is remarkably resilient, Lin Yun remarked as he approached. Let us see how many of my strikes it can withstand. With that, Lin Yun delivered another blow to the gray barrier. Lin Yun, cease at once. Bai Yingcai shouted from within the barrier. If you dare to harm me, Elder Luo will not spare you. My master and Elder Luo are close friends. Lin Yun's strike had depleted about 5% of the barrier's spiritual energy. At this rate, it could withstand perhaps 20 more of his blows. Furthermore, the fiery serpent continued to rain down punches upon the barrier, each strike nearly as powerful as Lin Yun's sword. Should the barrier shatter, Bai Yingcai would stand no chance against the combined might of Lin Yun and the fiery serpent. Upon hearing Bai Yingcai invoke Luo Buzhou, Lin Yun scoffed inwardly. If my master were here, would he truly assist you? And as for close friends, with Luo Buzhou's indifferent nature, how could he have any? With a cold expression, Lin Yun continued to strike the gray barrier, its spiritual energy dwindling with each blow. The commotion of their battle had long attracted the attention of the core condensation practitioners within the city. At that moment, 8 such practitioners descended, observing the conflict between Lin Yun and Bai Yingcai from a distance. It's Lin Yun. He has actually advanced to the core condensation stage. Why is Lin Yun fighting with Brother Bai? Who is that demon? It seems to be Lin Yun's ally. The 8 practitioners gathered together, discussing among themselves but showing no intention of intervening. Why would anyone involve themselves in a matter that brings no benefit? Junior Brother Su, come to my aid. Bai Yingcai called out desperately upon spotting Su Wenxing among the onlookers. However, Su Wenxing merely chuckled. Brother Bai, this is your personal feud with Lin Yun. I cannot intervene. Bai Yingcai gritted his teeth in frustration. Break! Lin Yun bellowed, delivering a heavy strike to the barrier. Under the relentless assault from Lin Yun and the fiery serpent, the barrier could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered. Flee! The moment the barrier broke, Bai Yingcai wasted no time in soaring away towards Elder Luo's residence, shouting, Elder Luo, Lin Yun wants to kill me. Save me. In that moment, he could not care less about the shame of calling out for help. Preserving his life took precedence. His cries echoed throughout the city, awakening many from their slumber, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. At Luo Buzhou's residence, he stood in the courtyard, looking towards the source of the commotion, shaking his head gently. If one seeks to kill, they must be prepared to be killed in return. Lin Yun is my disciple. How could I possibly help you? However, since the sect outwardly prohibited private duels, creating such a disturbance would indeed be troublesome. Very well, I shall lend you a hand. With that, Luo Buzhou took to the skies. In the air, Lin Yun pursued Bai Yingcai, unleashing his sword's fury upon him. The speed of the flying sword far surpassed that of Bai Yingcai's escape. Bai Yingcai conjured a shield of demonic energy to deflect Lin Yun's strike. Yet he was still forced to spit blood, sustaining significant injury. If he were to endure a few more strikes, he feared he would lack the strength to escape. However, he held on to hope. As long as he reached the vicinity of Elder Luo's residence, he was certain that Elder Luo would rescue him. Just then, a figure approached in the sky. It was none other than Luo Buzhou. Bai Yingcai rejoiced, calling out, "Elder Luo, save me." As he shouted, he hurriedly flew to Luo Buzhou's side. Lin Yun, seeing Luo Buzhou's appearance, recalled his flying sword, slowing his pursuit to approach Luo Buzhou. The 8 observing core condensation practitioners gathered around Luo Buzhou, bowing in unison, "Greetings, Elder Luo." Bai Yingcai stood beside Luo Buzhou, panting heavily. He wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, glaring at Lin Yun with venomous intent. "Elder Luo, Lin Yun attempted to kill me. He is undoubtedly an undercover agent sent by the Sword Sect to infiltrate our 10,000 demons sect and eliminate our disciples." Bai Yingcai unleashed a torrent of slander upon Lin Yun. The 8 core condensation practitioners glanced at each other, thinking that his accusations were pathetically weak, particularly Su Wenxing, who was aware of the situation and knew that Bai Yingcai had come to kill Lin Yun, having failed to kill him and now being hunted down. Bai Yingcai was now framing Lin Yun as an undercover agent. Have you no shame? If not for Bai Yingcai's superior cultivation, Su Wenxing would have been embarrassed to associate with him. All eyes turned to Lin Yun, eager to see how he would respond. After all, Lin Yun was a traitor of the Sword Sect. Even though everyone knew Bai Yingcai was slandering him, Lin Yun still needed to clarify the situation and clear his name. Yet, Lin Yun did not react as everyone anticipated, hurriedly explaining to Luo Buzhou. Instead, he maintained a calm demeanor, as though Bai Yingcai's words were entirely irrelevant to him. With a respectful bow towards Luo Buzhou, Lin Yun said, "Disciple Lin Yun pays respects to Master." "Disciple? Master?" The moment Lin Yun spoke, the 8 core condensation practitioners were taken aback, and Bai Yingcai was utterly astonished. His eyes wide and mouth agape as he regarded Lin Yun's respectful gesture towards Luo Buzhou. Lin Yun is Elder Luo's disciple? This is impossible. It was unfathomable to him. He knew Luo Buzhou's temperament. He was singularly focused on his cultivation, indifferent to all else. Within the sect, many cultivators aspired to take Elder Luo as their master. Yet all were met with refusal. Lin Yun had known Elder Luo for merely a few months. How could he expect to be accepted as a disciple? However, he heard Luo Buzhou chuckle. Enough, no need for excessive formalities. This statement, in essence, acknowledged Lin Yun as his disciple. Bai Yingcai felt a chill wash over him. Just moments ago, he had viewed Luo Buzhou as his support and had indulged in disparaging Lin Yun. He had thought that even if he could not kill Lin Yun, he could at least humiliate him. Yet now, he perceived Luo Buzhou as a ferocious beast, ready to strike at any moment. Su Wenxing and the others stood respectfully to the side, casting sympathetic glances at Bai Yingcai while contemplating how to befriend Lin Yun once this matter was resolved. With Lin Yun now acknowledged as Luo Buzhou's disciple, no one would dare treat him as an outsider. "Elder Luo, the misunderstandings between Lin Shidi and I are merely trivial," Bai Yingcai explained, casting a pleading look at Lin Yun. At this moment, Lin Yun's stance was of utmost importance. Lin Yun coldly regarded Bai Yingcai. How could he show mercy when Bai Yingcai had relentlessly sought his demise? "Did you not just claim that I am an undercover agent for the Sword Sect?" Lin Yun asked icily. Bai Yingcai wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "That was merely a jest. Lin Shidi is utterly loyal to our 10,000 demon sect, having achieved numerous merits. How could he possibly be a spy for the Sword Sect?" Lin Yun chose to ignore Bai Yingcai further and respectfully addressed Luo Buzhou. "I await your judgment, Master." Lin Yun was not afraid of Luo Buzhou sparing Bai Yingcai. He understood the elder's character well. Though seemingly indifferent, he was protective of his own. Lin Yun's apprenticeship to Luo Buzhou was indeed a significant factor in this matter. Bai Yingcai pleaded with Luo Buzhou, "Elder, for the sake of my master, please spare me this time. I swear I will never again target Lin Shidi." Bai Yingcai insisted fervently. Luo Buzhou regarded Bai Yingcai with neutrality before glancing at Lin Yun, stating calmly, "Rest assured, I will not show favoritism simply because Lin Yun is my disciple, nor will I act unjustly against you." Bai Yingcai, elated by these words, hurriedly expressed his gratitude, praising Luo Buzhou's fairness. However, Luo Buzhou continued, "Yet, the animosity between you two must reach a resolution. Otherwise, it would be improper for you to engage in private duels in the future. I shall provide you both with a fair opportunity. You are to engage in a death match, and I will oversee it." A hush fell over the crowd. "What is a death match?" It is a unique method of resolving grievances within the demonic path. When two cultivators of the same sect have a reconcilable enmity, they may petition their sect to initiate a death match. There are two conditions. Firstly, both parties must possess comparable cultivation levels, without a significant disparity in realms. Otherwise, it constitutes murder. Secondly, the death match must be sanctioned and presided over by a golden core cultivator of the sect. Once commenced, the combatants must fight to the death. The advantage of a death match is that one can slay their fellow cultivator without facing repercussions from the sect. By allowing Lin Yun and Bai Yingkai to engage in a death match, Luo Buzhou aimed to prevent any potential blame on Lin Yun for killing Bai Yingkai. Lin Yun glanced at Luo Buzhou, internally acknowledging his master's confidence in him. If he were to lose to Bai Yingkai in this death match, his life would be forfeit. Nevertheless, was defeat even a possibility? I am willing to engage in a death match with Brother Bai, Lin Yun declared. Bai Yingkai looked between Luo Buzhou and Lin Yun, perplexed as to why Luo Buzhou would permit this duel. Did he truly have such faith in Lin Yun? He had witnessed Lin Yun's prowess with a flying sword. Indeed, it was formidable, befitting a sword cultivator. However, his own cultivation was 4 levels higher than Lin Yun's. No matter how impressive Lin Yun was, he could not possibly be his match. Had it not been for Lin Yun's alliance with that demon cultivator, he would not have fled in disgrace. Brother Bai, you aren't afraid to engage in a death match with me, are you? Lin Yun taunted. After all, your cultivation is 5 levels above mine. Bai Yingkai gritted his teeth and steeled himself. Why would I be afraid? Elder Luo is fair. If we are to resolve our grievances through a death match, I would naturally not refuse. He could not show weakness. How could he hold his head high within the sect if he backed down now? A death match is a one-on-one fair duel, and with so many witnesses present, Luo Buzhou could not possibly show favoritism towards Lin Yun. Luo Buzhou nodded slightly. Since both of you agree, the death match is hereby established. No one may withdraw midway. With a wave of his hand, a pale blue barrier enveloped a designated area below. Once inside this barrier, the death match would commence, with only one combatant permitted to survive. Brother Bai, please. Lin Yun gestured. Bai Yingkai snorted coldly and leaped into the barrier. In a one-on-one scenario, he had no fear of Lin Yun. He intended to kill Lin Yun in front of Luo Buzhou and all the onlookers. Fire flood, let us go. Lin Yun called out, soaring into the barrier. I have told you countless times to call me Long Batian. You coined that name. Fire Flood complained as he followed Lin Yun into the barrier. Very well, Fire Flood. Lin Yun replied. Seeing Fire Flood enter the barrier, Bai Yingkai's complexion turned ashen. Lin Yun, do you not understand the rules? This death match is a one-on-one battle. You cannot bring that demon cultivator as your aid. Afterward, Bai Yingkai loudly appealed to Luo Buzhou outside the barrier. Elder Luo, Lin Yun is breaking the rules. Lin Yun, unfazed, calmly explained, Brother Bai, you are mistaken. This fire flood is a spirit beast I have tamed. Spirit beasts are considered part of their master's strength. Wild beasts are termed demon beasts, while those domesticated by cultivators are recognized as spirit beasts. Upon hearing that fire flood was Lin Yun's tamed spirit beast, Bai Yingkai's face paled further. Spirit beasts indeed counted as an extension of a cultivator's power. Lin Yun's use of a spirit beast in the death match left no room for objection. However, this meant that the death match was hardly a fair fight. Taking on both Lin Yun and Fire Flood was tantamount to seeking death. Elder Luo, I concede. I will not participate in this death match. Bai Yingkai protested. In the air, Luo Buzhou replied indifferently. Once a death match commences, no participant may withdraw. That is the rule. Within the barrier, Lin Yun smiled at Bai Yingkai. From the moment Bai Yingkai agreed to the death match and stepped into the barrier, he had sealed his fate. Had Lin Yun killed Bai Yingkai under normal circumstances, he would have faced retribution from the 10,000 Demon Sect. Now, with his master Luo Buzhou intervening to transform a personal conflict into a death match, Lin Yun could eliminate Bai Yingkai without consequence. It must be said, experience is invaluable. Although his master seemed absorbed in cultivation and appeared indifferent to worldly affairs, he demonstrated remarkable wisdom at critical moments. Brother Bai, I must apologize. Fire Flood, attack. The azure water sword soared into the air, imbued with boundless sword energy, charging towards Bai Yingkai. Fire Flood also roared, enveloped in flames as it lunged at Bai Yingkai. The situation was much the same as before. However, this time, Bai Yingkai had nowhere to escape. Chapter 70. The fury of Li Qiubai Bai Yingkai lasted only a brief moment before Fire Flood struck him in the back, causing him to spew blood and crash against the barrier wall. The azure water sword followed closely, carrying terrifying sword energy, resembling a dragon of sword aura hurtling towards Bai Yingkai. After advancing to the core formation stage, Lin Yun's sword attacks boasted both greater quantity and intensity than ever before. In the foundation establishment stage, his sword aura merely enveloped the flying sword, extending only 3 feet. Now, however, the sword aura stretched an impressive 30 feet, accompanied by hundreds of sharp sword energies, yielding an attack power several times stronger than before. Bai Yingkai, pressed against the barrier wall, gazed in horror and despair at the approaching dragon of sword energy, desperately shouting, "Lin Yun, if you dare kill me, my master will not let you off." In the present moment, he could only hope to intimidate Lin Yun using the name of his master. However, Lin Yun seemed oblivious. As the azure water sword ruthlessly struck Bai Yingkai, at such a time, would he show any mercy? Bai Yingkai gathered his demonic energy before him, fighting desperately in resistance. The clash of sword aura and demonic energy erupted with a thunderous roar. Severely injured, Bai Yingkai was like a spent force, unable to withstand Lin Yun's flying sword. The protective demonic energy was shattered, and the azure water sword plunged into Bai Yingkai's chest. Bai Yingkai's eyes widened in disbelief, refusing to close even in death. Lin Yun stepped forward, collecting Bai Yingkai's storage bag, and casually glanced at the attributes panel. Bai Yingkai's cultivation was 4 levels above his. Defeating him granted Lin Yun 3% of the experience, raising his current cultivation to 6% of the first stage of Dan condensation. Lin Yun nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, leveling up through battles was the most exhilarating, replete with wealth and experience. Luo Buzhou dismissed the barrier, instructing, "Come see me early tomorrow morning." With that, he departed gracefully. Lin Yun respectfully replied, "Disciple obeys." Once Luo Buzhou left, the 8 Dan condensation cultivators observing the scene lost their restraint, approaching Lin Yun with smiles, encircling him. "Congratulations, Junior Brother Lin. On reaching the Dan condensation stage, we must grow closer from now on." At such a young age, Junior Brother Lin has become a Dan condensation cultivator, truly among the elite of our Wanma sect. Junior Brother Lin's talent is astonishing. It makes us feel quite humbled. The crowd surrounded Lin Yun, showering him with compliments, yet they made no mention of his apprenticeship under Luo Buzhou. Their intentions to befriend Lin Yun were indeed motivated by his association with Luo Buzhou, yet voicing such a motive would seem overly deliberate and insincere. Everyone understood this unspoken truth. Su Wenxing, in particular, grasped Lin Yun's hand, smiling warmly. "When I was the leader of the vanguard camp, you were there too, Junior Brother Lin. Even then, I recognized that you were no ordinary talent. It seems my judgment was quite sound." Lin Yun bore a light smile, discreetly withdrawing his hand. He was not accustomed to being held by a man. If it were a beautiful and charming senior sister or junior sister, perhaps he might consider it. "You flatter me, esteemed seniors. I merely stumbled upon advancing to the Dan condensation stage. In terms of strength, I am still far inferior to you all." Lin Yun laughed, engaging in pleasantries with the 8 Dan condensation cultivators. Since they initiated the camaraderie, he naturally would not refuse, relishing the opportunity to mingle with these native cultivators of the Wanma sect. However, he was acutely aware that their apparent warmth was merely a facade, and behind their smiles, some would undoubtedly report his apprenticeship under Luo Buzhou to Li Qiubai. As Lin Yun engaged in lively conversation, the fire flood dragon stood at the side with a pained expression, rubbing his stomach. "Can we return to roast a few whole cows and chat while we eat?" After a while, the crowd dispersed, and Lin Yun returned to his residence with Su Feng and the fire flood dragon. Finally, the fire flood dragon got his wish, indulging in the roasted whole cow he had longed for. In a mansion within Tianluo City, Zhuqingshan penned a confidential letter, sealed it within an envelope, and summoned a foundation establishment subordinate. He handed the envelope over, instructing, "Deliver this letter to the front lines and give it to Senior Brother Zhang Ming." Yes, the foundation establishment disciple accepted the letter and departed. Zhuqingshan was Zhang Ming's confidant, an eye he had left in Tianluo City. With Lin Yun entering Luo Buzhou's tutelage, it was only natural for him to report to Zhang Ming. Reporting to Zhang Ming meant reporting to Li Qiubai. Besides Zhuqingshan, 4 other confidential letters were dispatched from Tianluo City to the front lines. Ultimately, these 5 letters would all end up in Li Qiubai's hands. Yet, it remained uncertain how Li Qiubai would react upon learning of Lin Yun's apprenticeship under Luo Buzhou. The following day, Lin Yun arrived early at Luo Buzhou's residence for a visit. The two sat in a pavilion by the pond, a pot of drunken immortal wine placed on the stone table as they enjoyed drinks and casual conversation. Lin Yun recounted his exploration of the Qingyan cave, of course omitting the details of his encounter with Mu Wanha. He respected his master, Luo Buzhou, deeply, but he would not disclose everything. After all, Luo Buzhou was an elder of the Wanma sect. If he learned that Lin Yun was a spy sent by the Sword Sect, he might very well strike him down to eliminate the threat. Luo Buzhou exhibited no concern for Li Su's death. After listening to Lin Yun's account, he chuckled. Who would have thought that the Qingyan cave harbored such a treasure as the 9-leaf fire lotus? For you, this is indeed a grand opportunity. It is merely luck on my part, Lin Yun replied, raising his wine cup. Master, allow me to toast you. He raised his head and downed the contents of his cup in one go. Luo Buzhou looked at Lin Yun with a smile, saying, if you enjoy drinking, feel free to have more. I have plenty of drunken immortal wine. I shall send you another barrel shortly. Thank you, master. Lin Yun beamed. After reaching the Dan condensation stage, the effects of the drunken immortal wine were not as pronounced as during the foundation establishment stage, yet it could still enhance his cultivation speed by about 3 times. Why refuse something offered freely? In the following days, Lin Yun received invitations to banquets from Dan condensation cultivators within the city, accepting all with enthusiasm. He brought the fire flood dragon along, allowing him to feast to his heart's content, which brought him immense joy. Su Feng, meanwhile, was engrossed in seclusion, making rapid progress toward the Dan condensation stage with the dual effects of the 9-aperture blood lotus pill and drunken immortal wine. On the plains 100 miles from Xianxia City, the Wanma Sect and Sword Sect continued their standoff. The two factions had been locked in confrontation for nearly 2 months. With over 100 battles fought, yet the Wanma Sect's forces made no headway. The Sword Sect was resolute in keeping the Wanma Sect at bay. Along the lengthy border between Yinzhou and Tianzhou, apart from the battlefield at Xianxia City, the Wanma Sect launched assaults from 6 other positions into Tianzhou, forming additional battlefronts. 7 battlefields were scattered along the entire border, each manned by numerous gold core cultivators. Most of the forces from both the Sword Sect and Wanma Sect were engaged along the border. In Li Qiubai's tent at the Wanma Sect encampment, he sat in a chair, holding a letter, his eyes glinting with cold light. Zhang Ming stood beside him, head bowed, not daring to breathe. He knew that Li Qiubai was furious, and the consequences would be dire. Humph, when I was stationed in the small city, Lin Yun rejected me. I knew then that he was ungrateful. Now he dares to betray Elder Li and join Luo Buzhou's side. He is courting death. Luo Buzhou, a fool who knows only cultivation, is merely a marginal figure among the sect's gold core elders. How can he compare to Elder Li? In front of Elder Li, Luo Buzhou would likely not dare utter a word. Li Qiubai tossed the letter onto the table with a cold smirk. Lin Yun has become Luo Buzhou's disciple? Does Luo Buzhou not know that Lin Yun belongs to me? It seems Lin Yun's reassignment from the front lines was a premeditated scheme between the two. He still pretends to be innocent before me. Do they take me for a fool? Lin Yun, Luo Buzhou. I shall make them understand the consequences of deceiving and toying with me. Chapter 71. A disciple is not to be taken lightly. Li Qiubai seethed with anger. Lin Yun's joining of Luo Buzhou represented a blatant betrayal, akin to having his cherished toy snatched away by another child. Such an act was utterly unforgivable. If my prized possession does not obey, I shall personally destroy it. Zhang Ming, in my name, issue a summons to bring Lin Yun to the front lines. Li Qiubai's voice was icy. If Lin Yun dares to come, I shall make him wish for life and death. If he refuses to comply, I shall personally return to Tianluo City and strike him down before Luo Buzhou's eyes. I wish to see if Luo Buzhou dares to protect him. Understood. Zhang Ming accepted the command, stating that if Lin Yun were to resist the order, there was no need for the elder to intervene. He would personally capture Lin Yun. He expressed his disbelief that Luo Buzhou would dare to obstruct him. Within the sect, many golden core elders weaker than Li Qiubai were hardly worthy of his attention. For instance, Zhou Chang, whom he had once warned face-to-face, had not dared to retaliate. Among these golden core elders, who would dare to offend Elder Li Qiubai? In the city of Tianluo, after 2 hours of array cultivation, Lin Yun was preparing to leave when Luo Buzhou suddenly called him back. This is a summons from Li Qiubai. You are to report to the front line at Xianxia City within 3 days, Luo Buzhou said, handing Lin Yun a notice. It states that failure to comply will result in consequences. Lin Yun glanced at the summons and remarked, it seems that Elder Li is displeased with my decision to take you as my master and wishes to discipline me. Luo Buzhou chuckled, you are quite perceptive. Elder Li intends not only to punish you, but also to embarrass me. Indeed, Li Qiubai can be rather domineering. He disregards many golden core elders, myself included. Lin Yun nodded, acknowledging that not only was Li Qiubai overbearing, but even Zhang Ming, his confidant, likely looked down on several golden core elders. What should I do, master? Lin Yun inquired. You should remain in Tianluo City and diligently study the art of formations, Luo Buzhou advised. My disciple Luo Buzhou. is not someone Li Qiubai can easily manipulate. Lin Yun replied, but would this not entangle you with Elder Li as an enemy? I should heed the summons. Whatever punishment Li Qiubai wishes to impose, I shall bear it alone. I do not wish to implicate you. Lin Yun understood Luo Buzhou's strength and knew he was not afraid of Li Qiubai. His words were intended to curry favor with Luo Buzhou. Indeed, Luo Buzhou felt greatly reassured and warmly said, your consideration for me is heartening. Do not worry, a mere Li Qiubai does not concern me. I have always maintained a low profile within the sect, a reflection of my nature. Should Li Qiubai pursue trivial matters relentlessly, I would not mind revealing that I, Luo Buzhou, am not an easy target. At that moment, Lin Yun perceived an aura of dominance emanating from Luo Buzhou. In the game Three Realms, Luo Buzhou had remained low-key until he reached the nascent soul stage, but now, due to Lin Yun's influence, he might be compelled to make a notable entrance sooner than anticipated. When Luo Buzhou first arrived in Tianluo City, he was at the 4th level of the Golden Core, and he had since advanced to the 5th level. Although he was still one tier below Li Qiubai, in a confrontation, Luo Buzhou could easily subdue him. The news of Li Qiubai summoning Lin Yun back to the front line quickly spread throughout Tianluo City. The 8 condensation core disciples within the city received the news in succession. In the residence of Xianxia, the hall was adorned with a lavish spread of dishes and fine wine. Xianxia, along with 2 other condensation core cultivators, leisurely drank. The taller of the 2 was named Liu, while the shorter was Wei Wentian, both of whom were associates of Zhang Ming, and by extension, Li Qiubai. Xianxia chuckled. Lin Yun believes that by taking Luo Buzhou as his master, he can secure his position within the sect, yet he has unwittingly provoked Elder Li. Now, with Elder Li's summons, once he arrives at the front line, he will surely face dire consequences. Liu laughed heartily. We both know Elder Li well. He despises traitors like Lin Yun. I foresee that Lin Yun's return to the front line will lead him to certain death. Do you think Elder Li would actually kill Lin Yun? Wei Wentian interjected. After all, he is a disciple of Elder Luo. Luo Buzhou? Liu scoffed. Does Elder Li even regard him? Luo Buzhou must know that Lin Yun is favored by Elder Li and still chose to take him on as a disciple. He must have already angered Elder Li. Given Elder Li's temperament, he would undoubtedly eliminate Lin Yun as a warning to Luo Buzhou. Xianxia added, El's words ring true. If Elder Li does not hold Luo Buzhou accountable, it would be surprising. However, if he does, he will certainly humiliate Luo Buzhou and tarnish his reputation. Among the trio, Xianxia and Liu feigned respect towards Luo Buzhou, while Wei Wentian harbored genuine reverence for the Golden Core Elder. This was largely due to Wei Wentian's relatively short time under Li Qiubai, still unaware of the latter's formidable nature. Should he remain with Li Qiubai longer, he might end up similarly dismissive of weaker Golden Core Elders, as Xianxia and Liu were. I suspect Lin Yun will likely refuse the summons to the front line. Wei Wentian speculated. Refuse. Xianxia scoffed. If he dares to defy it, either Zhang Ming or Elder Li will personally come to Tianluo City to retrieve him. At that point, Luo Buzhou will be publicly humiliated. How will he maintain any dignity as a Golden Core Elder? Liu laughed uproariously. Indeed, I doubt Luo Buzhou would act so foolishly as to invite disgrace upon himself. The 3 sipped their drinks and shared laughter, eager to witness the spectacle of Lin Yun and Luo Buzhou's misfortunes. Lin Yun was doomed, and Luo Buzhou's face would surely bear the brunt of Elder Li's wrath. 3 days swiftly passed, yet Lin Yun remained in Tianluo City, engrossed in his training and studies of formations, showing no inclination to proceed to the front line. This defiance incensed Li Qiubai, who promptly dispatched Zhang Ming to Tianluo City to apprehend Lin Yun. On the city walls of Tianluo, Xianxia, Liu, and Wei Wentian stood side by side, gazing into the distance. Moments later, a black flying vessel pierced the sky, hovering above Tianluo City. From the vessel, Zhang Ming descended and landed beside the trio. The flying vessel consumed a significant amount of spirit stones, serving as a strategic means of transport. Among the condensation core cultivators at the battlefield of Yangshan City, it was likely only Zhang Ming, as Li Qiubai's foremost confidant, could afford such luxury. Greetings, Zhang Xixiao. The 3 bowed in unison, their demeanor more respectful than when addressing Luo Buzhou. Zhang Ming, with a fierce expression, coldly inquired, where is Lin Yun? Reporting to Xixiao, Lin Yun should currently be at Elder Luo's residence, studying formations, Xianxia replied. In Elder Luo's residence? Zhang Ming sneered. Perfect. That saves me the trouble of searching everywhere. His purpose was twofold, to bring Lin Yun back to the front line for Li Qiubai's judgment and to send a warning to Luo Buzhou. Disciples are not to be taken lightly. Chapter 72. Arranging arrays in midair. Zhang Ming, accompanied by Xianxia and the others, stormed towards Luo Buzhou's residence. Xixiang, allow me to announce our arrival, Wei Wentian suggested. But Zhang Ming raised a hand to stop him, declaring, no need, we shall go straight in. With that, he boldly strode towards Luo Buzhou's abode. Is it appropriate to barge in like this, given that Elder Luo is a Golden Core elder? Wei Wentian felt apprehensive, turning to Xianxia and Lu for reassurance. Although Luo Buzhou might be somewhat weaker and less influential, he was nonetheless a Golden Core elder, not someone a condensation core cultivator could easily provoke. With Xixiang here, what is there to fear? Xianxia grinned, recalling how Zhang Ming had once openly berated Elder Zhou Chong in Tianluo City, and Zhou Chong had not dared to retaliate. How much less would Luo Buzhou dare to confront him? Indeed, Lu agreed. Luo Buzhou may be slightly stronger than Zhou Chong, but his influence is lesser. In our sect of countless disciples, have you ever seen a single disciple serve Luo Buzhou? As they spoke, the trio followed Zhang Ming into Luo Buzhou's residence. Outside the residence of Luo Buzhou, disciples stood guard, yet upon seeing Zhang Ming, they dared not impede his passage. In the garden, Lin Yun was engrossed in studying formations when Luo Buzhou, seated within a pavilion, suddenly adopted a frosty demeanor. The entire estate lay within the purview of Luo Buzhou's consciousness, and the intrusion of Zhang Ming and his companions did not escape his notice. Zhang Ming, emboldened by his prior arrogance under Li Qiubai, had audaciously disrespected him. Master, what troubles you? Lin Yun inquired, noticing the change in Luo Buzhou's expression. Nothing of consequence. Merely the arrival of Zhang Ming. Luo Buzhou replied with a smile, realizing that Li Qiubai was indeed intent on escalating matters. Moments later, Zhang Ming and his entourage arrived in the garden. Zhang Ming strode forward with bravado, casting a menacing glance at Lin Yun before dismissively saluting Luo Buzhou. Disciple Zhang Ming pays his respects to Elder Luo. Without awaiting a response, he turned to Lin Yun and demanded, Lin Yun, how dare you defy Elder Li's summons to the front lines? Who grants you such audacity? I provide him with that audacity, and what of it? Luo Buzhou replied coolly. Lin Yun is my disciple, and is not obliged to heed Li Qiubai's commands. Zhang Ming's gaze returned to Luo Buzhou, his tone insistent. Elder Luo, do you seek to oppose Elderly? Luo Buzhou chuckled lightly. I desire no opposition, yet Lin Yun is my disciple and requires no one else's orders. Zhang Ming laughed arrogantly. Luo Buzhou, I acknowledge your status as a Golden Core cultivator, and thus refer to you as Elder. But do you truly believe you can contend with Elderly? I shall take Lin Yun to him, and should you dare to intervene, you will find yourself at odds with Elderly. Lin Yun was taken aback by Zhang Ming's audacity in addressing Luo Buzhou so insolently. Did he truly believe that his connection to Li Qiubai would shield him from Luo Buzhou's wrath? Zhang Ming misinterpreted Lin Yun's astonishment as fear. Now you know fear? Alas, it is too late. Zhang Ming advanced towards Lin Yun, intending to seize him before Luo Buzhou. Even Luo Buzhou, with his typically placid demeanor, was now as cold as ice. With a flourish of his sleeve, an invisible force struck Zhang Ming, propelling him several dozen feet away and crashing heavily to the ground. The force invaded Zhang Ming's body, wreaking havoc within his organs. Struggling to rise, he coughed up blood onto the ground. Luo Buzhou, you dare lay hands on me? Are you resolute in your desire to oppose Elderly? Zhang Ming glared at Luo Buzhou, exclaiming, if you harm me, Elderly will not let you go. Li Qiubai does not intimidate me, Luo Buzhou retorted calmly. You, a mere core formation cultivator, presume to act brazenly before me? If I do not discipline you, others will indeed believe that Luo Buzhou is easily bullied. As he spoke, Luo Buzhou waved his hand, binding Zhang Ming with an unseen force, suspending him in midair. What do you intend to do, Luo Buzhou? Zhang Ming struggled to protest. Nearby, Xianxia and his companions fell silent, contemplating interceding for Zhang Ming, yet dared not voice their thoughts. Luo Buzhou remained silent, his hand making a swift motion as an invisible force began to tear at Zhang Ming's left arm. With a resounding rip, Zhang Ming's arm was violently severed. Luo Buzhou pointed, and Zhang Ming's severed arm exploded into a mist of blood, leaving no trace of bone behind. A core formation cultivator lacked the means for regrowth. Zhang Ming would henceforth be a one-armed warrior. The loss of an arm would diminish his strength by at least 30%. Xianxia and his companions stared in horror at the scene, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Luo Buzhou had decisively crippled Zhang Ming. This was no mere display. Lin Yun, however, shook his head inwardly, believing Luo Buzhou to be overly merciful. Had he been in Luo Buzhou's position, Zhang Ming would have already met his demise. Luo Buzhou did not resemble a cultivator of the demonic path. In the air, Zhang Ming sealed the wound with true energy, staunching the flow of blood. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, suppressing any cries of agony. Luo Buzhou, elderly will not spare you. I shall revel in your demise. Even in this dire moment, Zhang Ming showed no signs of submission. Let us see if elderly will come to your rescue, Luo Buzhou declared, sketching a formation in the air with his fingers. With a wave of his hand, a binding array materialized, encasing Zhang Ming within its confines. Zhang Ming found himself ensnared, utterly immobile. Until Li Qiubai's arrival, Luo Buzhou had no intention of releasing him. Witnessing Luo Buzhou's deft construction of the array, Lin Yun was utterly astonished. He was aware of Luo Buzhou's strength, but had never fathomed he had reached such heights. Typically, the formation of arrays required a foundation. Only by comprehending the principles of formations could one inscribe symbols in mid-air without a base. In contrast to arrays established with a foundation, those inscribed in the air lacked permanence and would dissipate within days. The advantage of aerial formations lay in their flexibility, allowing the application of formation principles in combat. A master of such skill could convert their understanding into tangible combat prowess. The path of formations comprises 5 branches: kill, defend, illusion, bind, and condense. Mastery of any one branch permits the aerial creation of its corresponding array. Luo Buzhou's ability to inscribe a binding array indicated his comprehension of the binding principle. Grasping a branch of the path was a prerequisite for advancing to the xianxia stage. Many golden core cultivators remained stuck at this juncture, unable to progress. Luo Buzhou had already grasped the binding principle and awaited the requisite cultivation level to ascend to the xianxia stage. If the higher-ups of the 10,000 Demon Sect were aware of Luo Buzhou's understanding of a branch of the path, his status would rise significantly. Li Qiubai's arrogance stemmed from his understanding of a branch of the killing principle. His ascent to Yuanshan was all but assured. Bound in the air and unable to move, Zhang Ming's heart sank. Though he did not pursue the path of formations, he understood the significance of aerial arrays. Luo Buzhou, typically understated, had evidently mastered a branch of the formation path, explaining his audacity to confront Elder Li. In the garden, Xianxia and his companions began to tremble uncontrollably. Elder Luo, we shall take our leave, Xianxia said, lowering his head and speaking in a quivering voice. Luo Buzhou regarded the trio with indifference. You 3 entered my residence alongside Zhang Ming without prior notice, and you think to depart so easily? Upon hearing this, the 3 core formation cultivators were drenched in sweat. Given another chance, they would never have followed Zhang Ming into this predicament. Who knew that Luo Buzhou had grasped the principles of formations? Xianxia fell to his knees, bowing his head. Disciple has erred. Please punish me, Elder. At this moment, pleading for mercy would be tantamount to seeking death. It was wiser to admit fault and submit to Luo Buzhou's judgment. Given Luo Buzhou's calm demeanor, he would likely refrain from executing them, as he had Zhang Ming. Liu and Wei Wentian followed suit, kneeling and lowering their heads in contrition. With a wave of his hand, Luo Buzhou sent the 3 sprawling several feet away, blood trickling from their lips. Begone, Luo Buzhou commanded. The 3 rejoiced, scrambling to their feet and fleeing the scene. Luo Buzhou's decision not to slay them was a considerable mercy. Had they faced Li Qiubai, they would have long since become corpses. Master, you have shown them excessive mercy, Lin Yun remarked after Xianxia and his companions departed. If another golden core cultivator had been so affronted, would they have been so easily spared? Luo Buzhou smiled. To kill or to spare them is of little consequence to me. Though I walk the path of the demonic, my cultivation does not rely on demonic arts. An excess of killing intent is detrimental to one's practice. You too should temper your killing intent. Do not let unnecessary bloodshed impede your cultivation. The disciple humbly obeyed the teachings of his master. Lin Yun respectfully stated that it felt somewhat peculiar for his master, an elder of the Demon Sect, to advise him to temper his murderous intent. Lin Yun believed that his own murderous intent was not particularly severe. Upon departing from the residence of Luo Buzhou, Lin Yun walked along the path and frequently noticed disciples of the 10,000 Demon Sect pointing at the figure of Zhang Ming in the sky. Lin Yun halted his steps and gazed up at Zhang Ming, his emotions in disarray. After all, Zhang Ming had saved his life, yet this time, it was clear that Zhang Ming sought his death. How could he still harbor gratitude towards him? Lin Yun understood that Zhang Ming was merely the beginning. The real spectacle would unfold when Li Qiubai arrived. On the battlefield of Tianfeng City, Li Qiubai received news from Tianluo City that Zhang Ming had lost an arm at the hands of Luo Buzhou and had been imprisoned, prompting Li Qiubai to personally rescue him. Enraged, Li Qiubai rose, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that shattered the tent around him. How long had it been since anyone dared to provoke him so? Other golden core cultivators in the camp sensed Li Qiubai's intense murderous aura and hurried over. "Elderly, what has happened?" inquired one golden core elder. Li Qiubai coldly replied, "You stay and guard the camp. I will go kill 2 people and return shortly." With that, he soared into the sky, heading towards Tianluo City. The several golden core cultivators exchanged glances, none daring to obstruct Li Qiubai. Some of the golden core elders who were aware of the circumstances sighed. "Luo Buzhou, why would you provoke this madman for no reason?" They resolved to defend the camp and be vigilant against a potential attack from the Sword Sect. As Li Qiubai arrived at Tianluo City, he immediately spotted Zhang Ming imprisoned in the air but did not rescue him right away. "Soon, I will make Luo Buzhou kneel and personally hand Zhang Ming over to me," Li Qiubai bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder throughout Tianluo City. Zhang Ming, who had initially closed his eyes, opened them wide upon hearing Li Qiubai's voice, joyfully gazing at him. "Elderly has finally arrived. I am saved." Luo Buzhou emerged from within the city, hovering a distance of over 10 zhang from Li Qiubai, their eyes locking across the space. Lin Yun and the other core formation cultivators also took to the air, but they stopped at the city wall, not daring to approach. It was clear that a fierce battle might ensue between Li Qiubai and Luo Buzhou, and it would be suicidal to intrude at such a moment. Given the prowess of Li Qiubai and Luo Buzhou, even the residual energy from their clash would be beyond the capability of these core formation cultivators to withstand. Upon seeing Luo Buzhou appear, Li Qiubai snorted coldly, an endless wave of demonic energy surging forth. He concealed himself within the swirling demonic aura, resembling a celestial demon descending upon the world. "Luo Buzhou, prepare to meet your end." The roiling demonic energy coalesced into a colossal hand, reaching out towards Luo Buzhou. In the face of this gigantic hand, Luo Buzhou appeared as insignificant as an ant, as if he would be crushed to dust in the next moment. However, Luo Buzhou remained calm, and several black spheres, each the size of a fist, materialized around him. Upon counting, there were 360 of these black spheres, representing the number of the Zhou Tian. Each sphere was entirely black, etched with mysterious runes, radiating a luminous aura. Lin Yun's eyes sparkled upon seeing the 360 black spheres. This set of spheres was known as the Great Zhou Tian Spirit Orbs, collectively regarded as a medium-grade magical treasure. The spheres were forged from ghost star stones, with the runes inscribed representing formation runes. While this set of Great Zhou Tian Spirit Orbs would be considered an ordinary medium-grade magical treasure in the hands of other golden core cultivators, their true power would be exponentially amplified in Luo Buzhou's hands. This was because these orbs were the foundation upon which Luo Buzhou executed his ultimate technique, the Zhou Tian Constellation Formation. This technique, created by Luo Buzhou himself, combined both offense and defense, wielding tremendous power. Lin Yun had initially approached Luo Buzhou with this ultimate technique as one of his objectives. After creating this technique, Luo Buzhou specially crafted these 360 Zhou Tian Spirit Orbs, inscribing each rune by hand. Since the creation of the 360 Zhou Tian Spirit Orbs, Luo Buzhou had never utilized them in battle. Li Qiubai would be the first. Upon witnessing Luo Buzhou summon this set of great Zhou Tian Spirit Orbs, Lin Yun realized that Li Qiubai was about to be thoroughly subdued by Luo Buzhou. The 360 Zhou Tian Spirit Orbs were arranged in layers, with every 36 forming one layer, encasing Luo Buzhou in 10 layers, safeguarding him at the center. Each pair of spirit orbs was interconnected by spiritual energy, resembling a constellation in the sky. The colossal hand of demonic energy surged forward, yet upon striking the Zhou Tian Spirit Orbs, it failed to even displace the outermost layer of 36 orbs. Waves of power cascaded from within the Zhou Tian Spirit Orbs, effortlessly dispersing the demonic hand. "Li Qiubai, such trivial tactics are unnecessary," Luo Buzhou remarked indifferently. Li Qiubai, observing the surrounding Zhou Tian Spirit Orbs, became increasingly cautious. Although the demonic hand was not particularly formidable, it was imbued with his comprehension of the path of killing, making it no trivial matter. For an ordinary golden core cultivator to withstand the demonic hand would require considerable effort. Yet, the fact that the demonic hand could not even disturb the outermost layer of orbs demonstrated the extraordinary defensive capabilities of these spirit orbs. However, what Li Qiubai feared the least were opponents skilled in defense. His understanding lay in the path of aggressive combat. His offensive prowess could rival that of late-stage golden core cultivators, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against him. A blood-colored spear materialized, hovering above Li Qiubai's head. The spear, a yard long and as thick as an arm, gleamed with a chilling light at its tip, exuding unparalleled sharpness. The blood-colored spear was enveloped in a swirling mass of blood energy, resembling a cloud of blood that enveloped it. Within this blood cloud, beams of crimson light pierced through, casting half the sky in a blood-red hue. The blood energy emanated a potent, intoxicating scent of blood. If a lower-tier cultivator were to be tainted by this blood energy, they would lose their sanity and become a mindless creature driven solely by the urge to kill. This blood-colored spear was known as the Blood Slaughter Immortal Spear, a prized magical treasure of the highest grade. Li Qiubai had gained immense notoriety thanks to this spear. Let us see if your paltry orbs can withstand my Blood Slaughter Immortal Spear, Li Qiubai declared, and with that, the spear, accompanied by a torrent of blood clouds, lunged towards Luo Buzhou. Chapter 74. The Zhou-Tian Constellation Formation. Upon witnessing Li Qiubai summon the Blood Slaughter Immortal Spear, a hint of seriousness flickered in Luo Buzhou's eyes. The Blood Slaughter Immortal Spear was renowned for its lethality. Since Li Qiubai had ascended to the Golden Core stage, more than 7 Golden Core cultivators had perished at the hands of this spear. Each cultivator who reached the Golden Core stage was exceptionally gifted, possessing their own secret techniques, making it no easy feat to slay a peer. Many Golden Core cultivators would go their entire lives without the chance to kill a fellow cultivator of the same rank. With a flick of his hand, Luo Buzhou executed a spell, causing the 360 Zhou-Tian spirit orbs to shift and transform, arranging themselves in a grand formation around him, resembling stars in the sky. From a distance, this formation appeared as a colossal shield, enveloping Luo Buzhou within. Activate the Zhou-Tian Constellation Formation. The Zhou-Tian Constellation Formation possessed 5 forms: kill, guard, trap, illusion, and condense, corresponding to the 5 branches of the formation's doctrine. The first 4 were easily comprehensible. Condense referred to gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to assist the cultivators within the formation. The most common form of condensation was the gathering spirit formation. As the Blood Slaughter Immortal Spear struck the Zhou-Tian Constellation Formation, it radiated a blinding golden light. The golden radiance clashing with the spear's blood-red glow, creating a spectacle that was difficult to behold. After a brief stalemate, the first layer of the Zhou-Tian Constellation Formation was, astonishingly, breached by the Blood Slaughter Immortal Spear. However, after breaching the first layer, the formidable might of the Blood Spear had been utterly depleted, rendering it harmless upon colliding with the second layer. Li Qiubai could not help but change his expression as he realized that the Blood Fiend slaughtering Immortal Spear, despite its ferocity, could only penetrate a single layer of defense. How could the protection of the Zhou-Tian Spirit Pearl be so robust? Luo Buzhou gazed at the Blood Fiend slaughtering Immortal Spear suspended in the air, gently shaking his head, seemingly disappointed in its performance. Li Qiubai's countenance turned frosty as he expelled a mouthful of essence blood, directing it towards the Blood Fiend slaughtering Immortal Spear. The spear absorbed his essence blood as if it had ingested a potent elixir, radiating a resplendent crimson light. Its might magnified manifold. Kill. A crimson glimmer flickered in Li Qiubai's eyes as he commanded the Blood Fiend slaughtering Immortal Spear to assail Luo Buzhou. The spear, now invigorated by the essence blood of Li Qiubai, a Golden Core cultivator, exhibited a power far exceeding its previous state. This strike possessed the strength of a pinnacle Golden Core attack, marking Li Qiubai's most formidable effort. Any ordinary mid-Golden Core cultivator would stand no chance of survival against it. The blood spear struck the Zhou-Tian Constellation Array, shattering the first layer of defense with overwhelming force and surging towards the second layer. Breaching the first layer consumed less than 20% of the spear's power. A flicker of joy ignited in Li Qiubai's heart. According to his estimations, the first layer's defense was the strongest, with subsequent layers growing progressively weaker. If all 10 layers were as formidable as the first, even early nascent soul cultivators would find it exceedingly difficult to breach the Zhou-Tian Constellation Array, which would be utterly outrageous. The spear thrust into the second layer of the Zhou-Tian Constellation Array, and after a brief stalemate, it successfully broke through. However, this time, it expended over 20% of its power. Li Qiubai's expression shifted. Could it be that the defenses of this formation were not progressively weaker, but rather increasingly stronger? After breaching the second layer, the Blood Fiend slaughtering Immortal Spear continued its assault on the third layer of the Zhou-Tian Spirit Pearl's defense. This time, it took several breaths before it could barely breach the third layer, consuming more than 30% of its power in the process. In total, It had expended over 70% of its strength to breach 3 layers of defense. At this moment, the blood fiend slaughtering immortal spear's exterior crimson energy had dimmed, losing the might it once possessed. With the remaining strength of just over 20%, it crashed against the 4th layer of the Zhou Spirit Pearl's defense, which merely quivered slightly, easily thwarting the spear. Li Qiubai's expression transformed dramatically. He had assumed that each of the 10 layers would be as formidable as the first. But to his astonishment, each layer was indeed stronger than the last. His strongest attack, fueled by essence blood, had failed to breach even the 4th layer of the Zhou Spirit Pearl's defense, let alone himself. Even a mid-nascent soul cultivator would find it difficult to breach these 10 layers in a short period. This was utterly exasperating. Li Qiubai could not help but curse under his breath. Little did he know that although the Zhou constellation array amalgamated the arts of slaughter, defense, confinement, illusion, and condensation, its strongest aspect lay in its defense. Luo Buzhou, who abhorred violence, dedicated most of his efforts to fortifying his defenses. If Luo Buzhou were to defend with full force, even an ordinary mid-nascent soul cultivator would find it challenging to contend with him. As Li Qiubai prepared to retract the blood spear, Luo Buzhou, with a hand gesture, incanted a spell, causing the Zhou constellation array to shift once more. The 72 Zhou spirit pearls from the 1st and 2nd layers detached from the formation, encircling the blood fiend's slaughtering immortal spear, trapping it within. The spear repeatedly collided with the surrounding Zhou spirit pearls, producing a resounding clang, yet it remained unable to breach their confinement. Li Qiubai found himself unable to retract the blood fiend's slaughtering immortal spear. Luo Buzhou smiled faintly, gesturing with his finger and uttering a word of command. An additional 5 layers and 180 spirit pearls disengaged from the formation, coalescing into a new array that surged towards Li Qiubai. The Zhou spirit pearls moved with incredible speed, reaching Li Qiubai's side in the blink of an eye, surrounding him in a formidable formation. Subsequently, the Zhou spirit pearls began to constrict inward, pressing towards Li Qiubai. The Zhou constellation array had ensnared him. Li Qiubai regarded the encroaching Zhou spirit pearls, snorting disdainfully as demonic energy surged around him. The demonic energy swirled like a thick fog, expanding outward and hindering the Zhou spirit pearls from advancing. Though momentarily slowed by the demonic energy, the Zhou spirit pearls inexorably continued to constrict inwards, applying pressure. Seeing the demonic energy failing to halt the Zhou spirit pearls, Li Qiubai unleashed a barrage of black demonic projectiles towards them. Each Zhou spirit pearl that was struck merely trembled slightly before resuming its relentless advance towards Li Qiubai. His expression shifted as he resorted to various means to attack the Zhou spirit pearls, yet he could not break through the formation that confined him. The Zhou spirit pearls continued to press inward, leaving Li Qiubai with diminishing space. As the Zhou spirit pearls converged, a palpable yet intangible force began to press against Li Qiubai's physical form, as if a colossal millstone sought to grind him to dust. The closer the Zhou spirit pearls drew, the greater the crushing force became. Initially, Li Qiubai could withstand it, but as the 180 Zhou spirit pearls compressed to within 10 feet of him, the oppressive force grew immensely, distorting his body and cracking his bones. Unable to contain his pain, Li Qiubai let out a roar of agony, struggling desperately yet futilely against the constriction and confinement of the Zhou spirit pearls. If this continued, his body would be utterly pulverized. Li Qiubai, will you concede? Luo Buzhou inquired coolly, observing him. Li Qiubai's handsome visage contorted in agony, twisted beyond recognition. Whether from the pressure of the Zhou spirit pearls or the excruciating pain was uncertain. Concede, he stammered, his speech faltering, yet his tone remained defiant and proud. I, Li Qiubai, would rather die than submit. Luo Buzhou, if you possess the ability, then kill me. On the city walls of Tianluo City, a multitude of golden core cultivators watched in astonishment as Luo Buzhou effortlessly subdued Li Qiubai. Except for Lin Yun, none could fathom that Luo Buzhou possessed such overwhelming strength. Despite Li Qiubai's prowess being comparable to that of a late golden core cultivator, he found himself utterly powerless against Luo Buzhou, overwhelmed on both the offensive and defensive fronts. In that moment, their reverence for Luo Buzhou eclipsed any they held for Li Qiubai. Such was the nature of the demonic path. Strength commanded respect. Seeing that Li Qiubai refused to relent even in the face of death, Luo Buzhou could only shake his head with a faint smile. He had no intention of truly killing Li Qiubai. Withdraw, he commanded. summoning the Zhou Tian spirit pearls that had ensnared Li Qiubai and the blood spear back to his side. Li Qiubai floated in the air, retracting the blood spear while gasping for breath. He retrieved a medicinal pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. The injuries inflicted by the Zhou Tian spirit pearls rapidly healed, leaving him with no significant harm. For golden core cultivators, as long as physical injuries were not fatal, they were considered minor wounds, easily recoverable. The most feared affliction for golden core cultivators was damage to the soul, which required extensive time for recuperation. You may leave, Luo Buzhou said indifferently. You are responsible for the frontline battlefield. Do not interfere in the matters of Tianluo City henceforth. Luo Buzhou believed that following this crushing defeat, Li Qiubai would no longer harbor intentions of confronting Lin Yun. Li Qiubai snorted, glancing at the imprisoned Zhang Ming hovering above Tianluo City, and declared, "Release him, and I shall take my leave." Luo Buzhou shook his head and chuckled. "He has offended me. Do you think I would simply release him upon your word? Do you truly believe I, Luo Buzhou, am so easygoing? What do you intend to do?" Li Qiubai gritted his teeth and inquired. "Zhang Ming is your subordinate. Either you compel him to bow his head and admit his fault, or I shall confine him above Tianluo City for a month as a form of punishment. After a month, whether he lives or dies will depend on his fate. Zhang Ming, injured as he is, would find it nearly impossible to endure being suspended in midair for a month without sustenance, exposed to the elements. Yet, with Li Qiubai's unyielding character, he would never stoop to apologize to Luo Buzhou for Zhang Ming." In the distance, Zhang Ming, hearing Luo Buzhou's words, hoarsely shouted, "Elder, you need not concern yourself with me. It is but a month. I, Zhang Ming, can endure." Li Qiubai gazed at the limping Zhang Ming, his expression a tumult of conflicting emotions. How long had Zhang Ming been by his side? 50 years, 55, or 60? The exact number eluded him, for he seldom occupied his mind with such trivialities. He only remembered that when Zhang Ming first followed him, he was but a nascent cultivator, and Zhang Ming was merely a boy embarking on his foundational journey. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to Zhang Ming's presence, managing all matters on his behalf. Yet, if one day Zhang Ming were to vanish, would he be able to adjust? As Li Qiubai contemplated this, a resolution formed within him. Before the astonished gazes of those around, he lowered his proud head and declared, "Zhang Ming's offense against Elder Luo is indeed his fault. I, on his behalf, offer my apologies and implore Elder Luo to spare him." Luo Buzhou stared at Li Qiubai in astonishment, unable to fathom that the man who had so vehemently refused to bow would now humble himself for Zhang Ming. Not only Luo Buzhou, but also Lin Yun and the others atop the city wall were equally astonished. They understood Li Qiubai's character well. He was not one to bow to others. Lin Yun sighed inwardly, realizing that Li Qiubai was not entirely devoid of compassion. A memory flashed in his mind of Li Qiubai feeding fish by the pond, his face adorned with a carefree smile, a visage that emerged only during those moments. Perhaps deep within Li Qiubai's heart lay a hidden side, a past concealed from the world. "Elder, I do not deserve such sacrifice on your part," Zhang Ming murmured, tears glistening in his fierce eyes, his cracked lips trembling. Having stood by Li Qiubai for so many years, he understood well the pride and arrogance that defined him. Now, seeing Li Qiubai bow for his sake, he felt deeply moved and shaken. At that moment, a singular thought filled his mind. A man would die for his true friend. With a wave of his hand, Luo Buzhou dissolved the array confining Zhang Ming. Freed, Zhang Ming soared to Li Qiubai's side. "Thank you, Elder. I am unworthy," he exclaimed, kneeling midair, his voice tinged with a sob. Li Qiubai's gaze lingered on Zhang Ming's severed arm for a moment before he turned away, saying, "Let us depart. Do you not find this humiliation sufficient?" The two ascended, their figures shrinking until they vanished beyond the horizon. Luo Buzhou withdrew his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. As he made his way to the city wall, disciples pay respects to the elder. 8 nascent cultivators bowed in unison, their eyes reflecting genuine reverence. Having witnessed Luo Buzhou's might, they dared not harbor even the slightest disrespect. Disciples pay respects to the master, Lin Yun greeted with a light smile. With Luo Buzhou exhibiting unparalleled strength, his standing within the Wanma sect would undoubtedly rise, and as his sole disciple, Lin Yun's status would likewise ascend. Luo Buzhou smiled faintly and instructed, "You may all withdraw. Lin Yun, accompany me." The 8 nascent cultivators stepped back, casting envious glances at Lin Yun as they departed. Lin Shidi is truly fortunate to have clung to Elder Luo's golden leg early on. Why could I not have such foresight? Who could have anticipated that the reclusive Luo Buzhou possessed such formidable power? As Lin Yun followed Luo Buzhou to his residence, he exclaimed, "Master, your array of spiritual pearls is astonishing. It can form arrays for combat. That Li Qiubai was utterly defenseless against you. Though Lin Yun was well aware of the names of the great Zhou Tian spiritual pearls and the Zhou Tian constellation array, he feigned ignorance. Luo Buzhou chuckled and explained. That array is called the Zhou Tian constellation array, comprising 5 forms: kill, control, confine, illusion, and condensation. It is both an array and a profound technique. The 360 spiritual pearls, known as the Great Zhou Tian spiritual pearls, were crafted specifically for this array. They are divided into 10 groups of 36, each capable of forming individual arrays or combining into a larger formation. Luo Buzhou elaborated for Lin Yun, as he had nothing to conceal from his cherished disciple. The Zhou Tian constellation array encompasses 5 forms of arrays. Lin Yun's expression turned to one of pure astonishment, his voice filled with deep admiration. The creator of the Zhou Tian constellation array must be an extraordinary genius, emerging once in 100,000 years, or even a million. No, this profound technique must have been devised by a celestial being from the upper realms, possibly even a golden immortal. How could a mortal conceive such a powerful array? Lin Yun extolled the creator of the Zhou Tian constellation array, nearly exhausting his vocabulary of praise. Luo Buzhou, a dignified golden core cultivator, felt a blush creeping to his cheeks from Lin Yun's flattery. Had he not known that Lin Yun was unaware of the array's true origin, he might have suspected the young man was attempting to curry favor. Disciple, you may be laying it on a bit thick. Lin Yun continued to praise the creator, discreetly observing Luo Buzhou's reactions. He understood that Luo Buzhou assumed he was unaware of the array's origin, and thus he seized the opportunity to bolster his mentor's esteem. Chapter 76. The Plans of the Wanma Sect. Luo Buzhou chuckled, raising a hand to interrupt Lin Yun's effusive praise of the array's creator. Previously, Lin Yun had even speculated whether the Zhou Tian constellation array was devised by the primordial figure Fuxi. Though Lin Yun's conjectures were grandiloquent, Luo Buzhou found them pleasing to hear. The creation of the Zhou Tian constellation array was the greatest pride of his life, and even a nascent soul or earth immortal array master might struggle to create something comparable. Moreover, as his cultivation and mastery of arrays improved, the Zhou Tian constellation array would continue to evolve and strengthen. The creator of this array was no mere nascent soul cultivator or earth immortal. With a smile, Luo Buzhou declared, "It was I who created it." Lin Yun feigned extreme shock. "What? It was you, master? This is simply unbelievable." Luo Buzhou laughed heartily, thinking to himself that his abilities were beyond the comprehension of a mere junior. "Master, I am your direct disciple," Lin Yun said with a flattering smile. "Could you possibly impart the Zhou Tian constellation array to me?" "Impart?" Luo Buzhou inquired, amused. Yes, Lin Yun nodded eagerly. However, Luo Buzhou gently shook his head. "With your current mastery of arrays, it is impossible for you to learn the Zhou Tian constellation array. Perhaps once you become a 3rd-tier array master, you may barely grasp the basics." Lin Yun felt no disappointment at this, but rather excitement as he asked, "So, master, does that mean once I become a 3rd-tier array master, you will teach me the Zhou Tian constellation array?" Luo Buzhou smiled and nodded. "That is indeed my intention." Lin Yun's expression grew solemn as he earnestly stated, "Master, there is a saying in my hometown, an inch of time is an inch of gold. Let us not squander any more time. Let us hasten to embark on the path of array cultivation." The news of Luo Buzhou's overwhelming victory over Li Qiubai spread like wildfire. From the highest echelons of the Wanma sect to the ordinary disciples in the refinement stage, there was not a soul who remained unaware. Even Lin Yun, as he traversed the streets of Tianluo City, found the disciples of the Wanma sect treating him with the utmost deference, not daring to offend him in the slightest. Even the alchemists of the nascent soul stage, such as Qingshan, lowered their postures significantly in Lin Yun's presence. In the Yinzhou region, the Black Mountain Range stretches over 100 miles in the northern central part. The range earned its name due to being perpetually shrouded in demonic energy, causing the rocks and trees to take on a dark hue under its influence. Viewed from a distance, the entire mountain range appears as a foreboding black beast, lying in wait to devour those who dare approach. The headquarters of the Wanma sect is perched atop these ominous peaks. The mountains undulate, with numerous pavilions and opulent palaces constructed atop various summits, all predominantly black, merging seamlessly with the mountain's natural color and imparting an oppressive atmosphere. Within a palace, 3 elders of the Wanma sect sat facing one another, their imposing presences radiating an unsettling aura. These 3 were the elders at the nascent soul stage, tasked with overseeing the war against the Sword Sect. The central figure, with flowing white hair and clad in a blood-red robe, bore a ghastly pale complexion. His emaciated form was accentuated by eyes of an eerie crimson hue, as if concealing an endless sea of blood within. He was the blood demon, Qiubai. To his left sat a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, with a sorrowful expression and a face that bore the pallor of iron blue. His skin concealed beneath voluminous robes. He was the blue demon, Li Qiubai. On the right was an extraordinarily cold woman, her skin as white as snow, draped in a flowing black gown, with silky black hair cascading down to her waist. The stark contrast of black and white was striking upon her visage, which was adorned with a prominent black lotus mark between her brows. She was the Black Lotus Saintess, Mu Qingying, though the righteous cultivators referred to her as the Black Lotus Demoness. Luo Buzhou has turned out to be an unexpected boon for us, the blood demon, Qiubai remarked. It is said that Li Qiubai's blood-consuming strike was effortlessly blocked by Luo Buzhou in terms of defense. He must have already reached the initial level of the nascent soul stage, currently at the mid-golden core stage. Once he ascends to the late golden core stage, he will be no weaker than Qiubai of the Sword Sect. Li Qiubai, when not smiling, bore an unattractive countenance, but upon smiling, it became even less appealing. Mu Qingying instinctively turned her head away, unable to bear the sight. Qiubai nodded, stating, with Luo Buzhou's strength, it would be a waste to keep him stationed at the rear. I plan to redeploy him to the front lines to join forces with Li Qiubai. Together, they will be more than capable of overwhelming the golden core cultivators of the Sword Sect in Tianfeng City. Mu Qingying spoke softly, given Luo Buzhou's temperament. He may be reluctant to go to the front lines. This war concerns the fate of our Wanma sect for the coming millennia. We cannot simply indulge his whims. Qiubai replied coldly. I will personally convey this to him. Does he dare to defy my orders? No matter how formidable Luo Buzhou may be, he is still merely a golden core cultivator with limited influence on the war, Li Qiubai interjected. Our primary concern now lies with the xianxia and the demon races. They had initially agreed to support us, yet the war has dragged on for months. When do they intend to take action? I have already contacted the xianxia. They are expected to mobilize shortly, Mu Qingying responded. The demons have been coordinating through the Temple of the Wild Gods, Qiubai continued. They plan to launch a surprise attack on the xianxia of Qingzhou from the border of Yuzhou and the Death Desert. We can expect their movement soon. That is excellent news, Li Qiubai cackled. Once we, the Wanma sect, join forces with the xianxia to conquer Tianzhou, while the Temple of the Wild Gods and the demons take Qingzhou, we will then encircle the Xianzheng sect of Yangzhou. If all goes according to plan, the entire central continent will fall into our demonic hands. Haha. In recent days, Lin Yun's residence has been bustling with visitors, as disciples of the Wanma sect frequently come to pay their respects. Most of the visitors are Foundation establishment cultivators, some merely seeking to establish connections, while others wish to ally themselves with Lin Yun and serve under him. Lin Yun, too, considered recruiting a few subordinates to assist him. However, adhering to the principle of quality over quantity, he accepted only 4 late Foundation establishment cultivators, turning away the rest. In Lin Yun's courtyard, he and Su Feng stood several paces apart, facing one another. The Bai Shui sword and the Lin Yuan sword hovered above them. Hua Jiao sat at a nearby stone table, munching on a roasted leg of beef, while a large basin of roasted meat sat beside him, along with the remnants of bones he had devoured. Su Feng formed a sword technique with his hands, igniting the Lin Yuan's sword in a blazing fire, with the surrounding sword energy transforming into surging flames. The 3-foot-long Lin Yuan sword morphed into a fiery blade. Su Feng pointed forward, exclaiming, True flame sword technique, flame dragon devours. The flames on the Lin Yuan sword surged, transforming into a fearsome flame dragon that lunged toward Lin Yun. Lin Yun chuckled lightly as the Bai Shui sword twirled and positioned itself before him, the sword energy blooming to form a protective barrier. Sword technique. Sword energy transforms into shield. The fire dragon collided with the sword energy shield, erupting in a thunderous explosion before dissipating into the air. Su Feng retrieved the Lin Yuan sword, grinning as he asked, Senior brother, how was my sword strike? Remarkable. It is already approaching the power of the initial nascent soul stage, Lin Yun replied with satisfaction. You have only been practicing the true flame sword technique for a few days. Achieving this level is quite impressive. Lin Yun admired Su Feng's talent, as he had indeed shown astonishing aptitude, mastering the true flame sword technique in such a short span of time. Had Lin Yun not had the benefit of the system directly instilling the sword techniques into his mind, he might not have been able to match Su Feng's progress. It seems that Su Feng's ascent to becoming the future Demon Sword Immortal is not merely due to luck. However, in comparison to the Demon Sword Immortal from the Three Realms game, Su Feng bears no similarities in personality or intellect. aside from appearance. One wonders what experiences the Su Feng from the Three Realms game underwent, as he seems entirely transformed. As they prepared to rest, a servant entered. Master, the nascent soul cultivator Wei Wentian has come to visit, the servant announced respectfully. Oh, please show him in, Lin Yun replied. In recent days, 8 nascent soul cultivators from the city had visited him, and Wei Wentian had also come once, but the reason for his second visit was unclear. A moment later, the servant led Wei Wentian into the courtyard. Lin Yun invited him to sit at the stone table, and after some casual conversation, Wei Wentian surveyed the surroundings and said, Lin Shitty, I have something I wish to discuss privately with you. Is that convenient? Then let us go to my meditation chamber, Lin Yun suggested, noting Wei Wentian's mysterious demeanor with a smile. The meditation chamber is fortified with formations that can obscure sound and prevent external prying, making it most suitable for confidential matters. The two arrived at the meditation chamber and sat cross-legged on cushions. Lin Yun inquired, What guidance do you have, Wei Shixiang? You may speak freely. Without a word. Wei Wentian turned his palm, revealing a plum blossom mark formed from condensed true energy in his hand. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow, gazing at Wei Wentian in astonishment. He was somewhat familiar with Wei Wentian. He had joined the Wanma sect as a rogue cultivator of the demonic path during his early foundation establishment stage. In the Wanma sect, such an identity is already considered to be of a respectable lineage. However, it is unexpected that he is an undercover agent planted by the Sword Sect. Just as Lin Yun began to speak, Wei Wentian placed his index finger against his lips, signaling for silence. He then retrieved a purple bell from his storage pouch and hung it in one corner of the training room, before finally speaking. Now we can proceed. This purple bell is also a magical artifact with a simple function. It can detect the spiritual power of cultivators. A golden core cultivator's spiritual force can easily envelop a large city, monitoring every subtle movement within. Furthermore, if a golden core cultivator wishes to conceal their spiritual power, a core condensation cultivator would be utterly incapable of detecting their spiritual probing. However, covering an entire city and scrutinizing its circumstances is still a considerable burden for a golden core cultivator. If they further attempt to hide their spiritual force from the cultivators within the city, the burden multiplies significantly. Thus, it is generally rare for golden core cultivators to have such leisure. Wei Wentian's act of hanging the bell was indeed a precautionary measure against the sole golden core cultivator in Tianluo City, Luo Buzhou. Lin Yun chuckled lightly, saying, Wei Shixiang, you are quite cautious, but what was the intent behind the plum blossom you showed me earlier? Lin Yun would not hastily assume Wei Wentian was an ally simply because of the plum blossom mark. It could very well be a secret signal intended to test him by the Wanma sect. Wei Wentian sighed and replied, You call me cautious. Yet you are even more so. I am a disciple of the Sword Sect, sent by Elder Sun to contact you. Lin Yun's expression turned serious. Wei Shixiao, do not jest. I have already defected from the Sword Sect. What connection do I have with the elders of the Sword Sect? If you speak such nonsense again, I shall report it to my master. Wei Wentian fell silent, merely taking out a letter from his storage pouch, saying, Lin Shitty, you can read this for yourself and decide whether you still consider yourself a disciple of the Sword Sect. Lin Yun opened the letter and quickly skimmed through it, conjuring a flame in his palm to incinerate the letter. He smiled lightly, saying, Do not take offense, Wei Shixiao. I am merely exercising caution. I understand, Wei Wentian replied. As undercover agents in the Wanma sect, if we are not careful, we might not last long. Lin Yun nodded and asked, Did you contact me for any instructions from the sect? Not exactly, Wei Wentian replied. However, now that you have become a core condensation cultivator and are a disciple of Elder Luo, your status within the Wanma sect has significantly risen, increasing your chances of encountering confidential information. Hence, the sect has instructed me to keep in touch with you. If you acquire any valuable information, you may relay it to me, and I will help you communicate it back to the sect. Realization dawned on Lin Yun. The sect was concerned that, should he obtain valuable intelligence, he would have no means to convey it back. Suddenly, Lin Yun recalled something and said, I happen to have an important piece of information that I need Shixiang to pass back to the sect. Please, Shitty, go on. Wei Wentian responded earnestly. Lin Yun stated, Please remind the sect to be wary of the Shizu clan. According to the intelligence I have received, the Wanma sect has likely reached an accord with the Shizu to jointly invade Tianzhou. Not only that, but the desolate Divine Hall has also formed an alliance with the Demon Clan to invade Qingzhou. Wei Wentian's expression drastically changed. The Shizu and the Wanma sect have reached an agreement? How can that be? Shitty, where did you obtain this information? Is it reliable? While he could believe the alliance between the Demon Clan and the desolate Divine Hall, given their long-standing animosity towards the human race, especially the righteous path. The notion of the Shizu, who dwell in the Eastern Sea and have shown little interest in the central continent for thousands of years, suddenly allying with the Wanma sect to attack Tianzhou seemed utterly illogical. Lin Yun replied, "As for the source of the news, Shi Xiang need not inquire. Just relay it back to the sect. After all, as a mere core condensation disciple, he had no significant sources. He was aware of the alliance of the demonic path with the Shizu and demon clans through the narrative unfolding in the game Three Realms. In that game, the Shizu and demon clans launched a surprise attack, inflicting severe losses on the Sword Sect and the Divine Mist Sect, leading to a complete rout. If not for the timely intervention of the Feather Clan from the Endless Forest, Tianzhou and Qingzhou might have truly fallen to the demonic forces. This intelligence is invaluable to the righteous path, particularly for the Sword Sect and the Divine Mist Sect. The discontent among the higher-ups of the Sword Sect due to Lin Yun's previous actions could be entirely offset by this news. Wei Wentian nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Shitty, I will promptly relay this information back to the sect. He understood that if this news were true, it would significantly impact the development of the entire battlefield. And indeed the situation across the Lingshu realm. The human race, the demon clan, the Shizu, and the four major races of the Lingshu realm, excluding only the Feather Clan, would all be involved. Subsequently, Lin Yun and Wei Wentian exited the training room, and Wei Wentian hurriedly departed. Brother, what did Wei Shixiang want with you? Su Feng asked curiously. Lin Yun chuckled and replied, It's nothing. I will tell you later. Su Feng nodded. Knowing that his brother would not share matters he preferred to keep private. That night, in Luo Buzhou's residence, in the training room. The training room was exceedingly simple, with bare walls devoid of any decorations. Inside, there was only a meditation mat and an incense burner beside it. A stick of sandalwood incense was burning in the burner, its fragrant smoke wafting throughout the room. Luo Buzhou sat cross-legged on the mat, eyes closed in deep meditation. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he slowly opened his eyes. He stepped out of the training room and into the courtyard, where he saw a man in a red robe standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the bright moon. Luo Buzhou advanced a few steps and bowed. Luo Buzhou pays his respects to Elder Chu. The man turned around, revealing a pale face and blood-red pupils, the spirit elder of the Wanma sect, blood demon, Chu Xiu. Of course, this was not Chu Xiu's true form, but rather an incarnation he had conjured using his spiritual power, possessing only the strength of a core condensation cultivator. Chu Xiu regarded Luo Buzhou with a faint smile. Elder Luo, your recent victory over Li Qiubai has truly impressed me. The Wanma sect is rife with factions, each spirit elder representing a distinct faction. Within the faction of the same spirit elder, there exist several sub-factions established by Golden Core elders. Most Golden Core elders of the Wanma sect belong to different factions, making it rare to find someone like Luo Buzhou, a Golden Core elder who has not aligned himself with any faction. Li Qiubai is a prominent figure within Chu Xiu's faction. The purpose of Chu Xiu's descent in this form was twofold: to command Luo Buzhou to the front lines and to entice him to join his faction. Elder Chu, you flatter me, Luo Buzhou replied. Might I inquire what brings you here at such a late hour? Chu Xiu replied, 2 matters. First, the sect has decided to assign you to the front lines to join Li Qiubai in attacking Tianfeng City. Second, would you be willing to serve under me? Chu Xiu posed his questions straightforwardly, for he was never one to beat around the bush. Luo Buzhou pondered briefly before responding. Since the sect has given the order, I naturally cannot refuse. However, I fear I may disappoint you if I were to join your faction, as I have grown accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle. Do not be so quick to decline, Chu Xiu said. If you join my ranks, I will not impose tasks upon you, but instead provide ample resources for your cultivation. In fact, I can even petition the sect to have your assignment to the front lines revoked, allowing you to remain in the rear and cultivate in peace. Luo Buzhou's eyes flickered with interest. What would I need to do? Though he was passionate about cultivation and formations, he was not naive. He understood that nothing in this world comes without cost. Even if there were such things, they were unlikely to come from Chu Xiu. Most practitioners of the demonic path share a common trait: selfishness, and the blood magician Chu Xiu embodies this quality even more profoundly. With a smile, Chu Xiu remarked, All I require from you is to fight on my behalf at the sect conference held once every decade. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Buzhou agreed. Thus, rather than saying that Luo Buzhou had joined Chu Xiu's ranks, it would be more accurate to describe their relationship as a mutually beneficial agreement. Chu Xiu would provide Luo Buzhou with cultivation resources and assist him in avoiding certain undesirable tasks, while in return, Luo Buzhou would represent Chu Xiu at the sect conference. The Wanma Sect's conference occurs every 10 years, primarily aimed at resource allocation. These resources encompass small worlds, spirit stones, spiritual herbs, and various opportunities to enter secret realms. As per the nature of the demonic path, the method of distribution is dictated by strength. Upon hearing Luo Buzhou's consent, a barely concealed smile emerged on Chu Xiu's pallid face. During the conference, practitioners at the primordial spirit level typically refrain from engaging directly, opting instead to send forth their golden core and condensing Dan disciples to vie for their share of resources, with his two prominent generals, Li Qiubai and Luo Buzhou. How could other primordial spirit practitioners compete with him? This arrangement is indeed advantageous. Chu Xiu said, "You may remain safely behind to construct the city's protective formation. I will ensure that you are excused from frontline duties." After uttering these words, Chu Xiu transformed into pure spiritual energy, dissipating into the air. Luo Buzhou stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the night sky for a long while before he sighed and returned to his cultivation chamber. Meanwhile, Wei Wentian had already relayed the news of the alliance between the Xizi tribe, the demon race, and the demonic path back to the Sword Sect. After a thorough discussion, several prominent primordial spirit figures at the Sword Sect concluded that the likelihood of the Xizi tribe joining the fray was minimal. The Xizi tribe has historically maintained a positive relationship with humanity, especially with the righteous sects, engaging in trade for thousands of years without significant conflict. Their territory lies in the ocean, and they have little interest in land. Thus, what reason would they have to engage in this chaotic battle between good and evil? Nevertheless, as a precaution, the Sword Sect dispatched several Golden Core practitioners and one primordial spirit practitioner to the coastal regions of the East Sea. Should Lin Yun's information prove accurate, and the Xizi tribe were to launch an unexpected invasion, the Sword Sect could find itself in dire straits. However, with the majority of the Sword Sect's forces occupied in the northern border due to the Wanma Sect, and with a portion of their strength dedicated to safeguarding their sect, the resources they could allocate to the East Sea were indeed limited. At the same time, the Sword Sect communicated this information to the Xianxia sect, urging them to remain vigilant against the demon race, as the chances of their involvement were considerably higher than that of the Xizi tribe. In the Tianshan Mountains, on a solitary peak by the cliff's edge, two middle-aged practitioners stood with swords in hand, gazing into the boundless sea of clouds below. Clad in azure robes, they bore a striking resemblance in stature, yet their temperaments were markedly different. To the left stood a serene and ethereal figure, while to the right was a more carefree and roguish individual. They were Chu Yi and Xiao Beiyu. "Senior brother, I intend to visit Wanghaiqing," Chu Yi suddenly declared. Wanghaiqing is the largest city in eastern Tianzhou, closest to the East Sea. If the Xizi tribe were indeed to invade Tianzhou, Wanghaiqing would be the first to suffer. "Junior brother, do you truly believe the Xizi tribe would invade our Tianzhou?" Xiao Beiyu inquired with a chuckle. "During my travels across the world, I spent 3 years wandering the East Sea, exploring numerous islands and interacting with many practitioners of the Xizi tribe. In my experience, while they may not be as hospitable as the Yu tribe, they are certainly not a warlike race. Moreover, they predominantly reside in the deep sea and have little need for land. I simply cannot fathom why they would assist the Wanma sect in attacking Tianzhou." Chu Yi responded, "Our human race is divided into righteous and demonic paths. The Xizi tribe cannot be generalized either. The practitioners you encountered represent only a fraction of them. As far as I know, the Xizi tribe, including the royal family, consists of 7 major clans. Although they are nominally governed by the royal family, in reality, the clans operate independently. Among them, alliances have formed, creating 3 distinct factions, and their relationships are not particularly harmonious. The faction allied with the Wanma sect may be one of these, seeking something beyond our territories, perhaps other forms of gain, such as?" Xiao Beiyu asked. "For instance, after a victory for the demonic path, they might desire assistance in overthrowing the Xizi royal family to unify the East Sea," Chu Yi replied. "Ambition is not unique to our human race. Any intelligent species harbors some degree of it, including the Yu tribe." Xiao Beiyu laughed heartily. "You say so much. Yet it all boils down to the fact that the information comes from that young Lin Yun, doesn't it?" "Indeed," Chu Yi chuckled. "He is my disciple, and I know him well. He would not speak without cause. In fact, you could bring Lin Yun and Su Feng back," Xiao Beiyu suggested. "When senior brother Sun had them surrender to become informants, it was primarily to ensure their safety, not to have them infiltrate the Wanma sect for valuable intelligence." Chu Yi gently shook his head. "Their role as informants serves as a form of training. Why should I bring them back? Besides, they are performing admirably. If the news of the Wanma sect's alliance with the Xizi tribe is true, it is worth its weight in gold." Are you not concerned about the dangers of being an informant? What if they perish within the Wanma sect? Xiao Beiyu asked, gazing at the roiling sea of clouds. Chu Yi replied, the path of cultivation is fraught with peril. I cannot always shield them, allowing them to grow in a sheltered environment. If they were to fall within the Wanma sect, it would simply be their fate. Xiao Beiyu shook his head in disagreement, fully aware that Chu Yi regarded Lin Yun and Su Feng as his own sons. Were they his children, he would never permit them to take such risks. By the way, I heard that Lin Yun has taken on a new master within the Wanma sect, named Luo Buzhou. It is said that Luo Buzhou possesses immense power. Having bested Li Qiubai to the point of disorientation, Xiao Beiyu jested. Are you not jealous, senior brother? Chu Yi laughed heartily. Why should I be jealous? His apprenticeship with Luo Buzhou is a fortunate turn of events. At the very least, it provides him with a safeguard within the Wanma sect. Are you not concerned that he might be influenced by this master and genuinely join the Wanma sect? Not at all, Chu Yi replied with confidence. I have faith in my disciples. Lin Yun and Su Feng will not truly embrace the demonic path, regardless of the circumstances. Chapter 79. Lin Yun's killing intent. Tianluo City. With a resonant chime, a formation emerged, enveloping the entire city in a pale blue barrier. The barrier shimmered as spiritual energy flowed, emanating a gentle glow. Standing atop the city walls, Luo Buzhou gazed at the blue shield and remarked with a light chuckle, the city's protective formation is complete. To cover a vast city, the construction of such a protective formation is intricate and complex, second only to the protective mountain formation of a sect. Even for someone of Luo Buzhou's caliber as a master of formations, overseeing such a construction serves as both a test and a trial. Next, he would proceed to Tianfeng City to establish another formation. Turning to Lin Yun, who stood beside him, Luo Buzhou inquired, Lin Yun, will you remain in Tianluo City? Or accompany your master to Tianfeng City? I wish to accompany my master to Tianfeng City, Lin Yun replied without hesitation. He aspired to become a third-tier formation master as soon as possible and to master Luo Buzhou's Zhou Tian Kunxing formation. So it was only natural for him to stay close to his mentor. Without Luo Buzhou's guidance, how long would it take for him to independently delve into the path of formation mastery? Luo Buzhou nodded gently, saying, I will inform Elder Zhou Chang of Tianfeng City to come and take over. Prepare yourself quickly. We shall depart as soon as Elder Zhou arrives. Understood, Lin Yun replied. In truth, there was little preparation required. He merely needed to return and inform Huojiao, Su Feng, and the 4 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators following him to prepare for their departure. Additionally, he had to notify Wei Wentian. Luo Buzhou nodded, retrieving a palm-sized dark golden token from his storage ring and activating it. Elder Zhou, I have completed the construction of the city protection formation for Tianluo City. Please come to Tianluo City promptly to relieve me of my duties, Luo Buzhou communicated through the token. Lin Yun observed the token in Luo Buzhou's hand. A flicker of envy evident in his eyes. This token, known as the communication token, could only be utilized by cultivators at the Golden Core stage or above. Its purpose was self-evident, to convey messages. Golden Core cultivators could imprint their soul marks onto the token, allowing 2 cultivators to exchange their communication marks, enabling them to send messages across vast distances. The communication token greatly facilitated interactions among cultivators. Unfortunately, as Lin Yun was not yet at the Golden Core stage, he could only gaze at it longingly. Having sent the message, Luo Buzhou soon heard a buzzing sound from the token, indicating a response had been received. The content of the message was only audible to Luo Buzhou. That afternoon, a black flying vessel soared into view, landing on the open ground at the center of Tianluo City. Shortly after, Zhou Chang descended from the vessel accompanied by several disciples. Upon seeing Luo Buzhou, Zhou Chang approached swiftly, his demeanor respectful and his face adorned with a broad smile. Zhou Chang greets Elder Luo. He lowered himself considerably. After all, this Elder Luo possessed strength that could easily overshadow Li Qiubai. Zhou Chang dared not offend Li Qiubai in the slightest, let alone Luo Buzhou. He could not forget how Li Qiubai's confidant, Zhang Ming, had brazenly warned him while pointing a finger in his face. Yet, he feared Li Qiubai and felt powerless against Zhang Ming. Following the spread of this incident, Zhou Chang had become a laughingstock within the sect, ridiculed for his cowardice. As everyone claimed he could not even provoke a mere dog by Li Qiubai's side, he had been harboring this grievance within himself. Those who spoke so lightly would not dare to confront Li Qiubai's dog if the situation were reversed. When he heard that Luo Buzhou had crippled Zhang Ming and displayed him in the skies above Tianluo City to endure the elements, he was elated. He celebrated alone in his room, consuming an entire jar of fine wine. The only regret was that Luo Buzhou had not directly killed Zhang Ming. His profound respect for Luo Buzhou stemmed not only from the latter's formidable strength, but also from the satisfaction of having avenged his grievance. Luo Buzhou smiled gently. Elder Zhou need not be so formal. From now on, Tianluo City will be under your charge. Rest assured, Elder Luo, with me here, Tianluo City will face no mishaps. Zhou Chong fervently assured, like a subordinate vowing loyalty to a superior. Standing behind Luo Buzhou were Lin Yun, Su Feng, Huijiao, and several lower-tier formation masters. These formation masters were to accompany Luo Buzhou to Tianfeng City to construct the city protection formation. The endeavor was monumental and could not be accomplished solely by Luo Buzhou, a single master of formations. Lin Yun assessed Zhou Chong, the Golden Core cultivator, for a moment before his gaze shifted to the disciples of the Wanma sect behind him. Among the crowd, he recognized two familiar faces, Guan Hongshan and Qin Zhuiyuan. Months had passed, but Guan Hongshan's complexion remained pale, clearly still recovering from the internal injuries sustained from his prior blood depletion. When Lin Yun looked at him, he and Qin Zhuiyuan were also gazing back at Lin Yun, their eyes filled with animosity. The difference lay in Guan Hongshan's attempt to conceal his hatred, while Qin Zhuiyuan's malice was utterly unmasked. It must be said that this was a foolish act. A weakling revealing hatred towards a stronger individual is a path leading to demise. Lin Yun sensed the animosity in their gazes, particularly the unabashed hatred radiating from Qin Zhuiyuan, and offered them a light smile, though inwardly he felt a surge of murderous intent. With Guan Hongshan at the first level of Golden Core and Qin Zhuiyuan merely a foundation establishment cultivator, they posed little threat to Lin Yun given his current strength. Nonetheless, Lin Yun had never been one to allow enemies to remain in existence. While the two might not pose a direct threat to him in ordinary circumstances, one could never be too cautious with the schemes of the treacherous. They might find an opportunity to inflict a fatal blow. If such an opportunity arose, they would not hesitate to seize it. The old adage rings true: one cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. It was imperative to find a chance to eliminate these two. Lin Yun wore a light smile, yet his eyes sparkled with cold light. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhou Chong, Luo Buzhou led Lin Yun and the others onto the flying vessel, setting course for Tianfeng City. In reality, the speed of the vessel was not particularly swift, even slower than that of an ordinary Golden Core cultivator flying. However, its advantage lay in its capacity to transport lower-tier cultivators who could not fly on their own. By evening, the vessel arrived at Tianfeng City. Lin Yun and Su Feng stood on the deck, gazing at the ever-expanding silhouette of Tianfeng City, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. The two had chosen to surrender and infiltrate the Wanma sect when Tianfeng City fell. It had been over 5 months since then. Although merely a brief span of time, returning to Tianfeng City now felt as though the world had transformed. Upon entering the city, Lin Yun selected a spacious residence in the central area. He was no longer the solitary figure of the past. Now he had Su Feng, Huijiao, and 4 late-stage foundation establishment subordinates living with him, necessitating a larger space. The servants and maidens required for the residence would be recruited by the foundation establishment cultivators following him, sparing him the trouble. Lin Yun's journey to Tianfeng City alongside Luo Buzhou was not solely for the purpose of studying the art of formations. He had other intentions as well, refining his lifebound flying sword. Chapter 80. Wanjun Pavilion. After advancing to the Golden Core stage, Lin Yun could finally refine his sword embryo into a lifebound flying sword. What is a lifebound flying sword? It is intimately connected to one's soul and life. Thus, it is known as a lifebound flying sword. Once a sword cultivator forges their lifebound flying sword, they will incorporate it into their dantian, nurturing it with their soul and dantian's power. The lifebound flying sword harmonizes perfectly with the sword cultivator, yielding power several times greater than other artifacts of the same rank. Sword cultivators possessing a lifebound flying sword are invariably formidable, effortlessly battling above their level. However, while a lifebound flying sword endows a sword cultivator with immense power, it also carries inherent risks. If the lifebound flying sword is destroyed, the sword cultivator may suffer severe injuries, regress in cultivation, or, in the worst case, become a cripple, unable to continue their path of cultivation. Despite these risks, every sword cultivator longs to possess a lifebound flying sword, as the distinction between those who have one and those who do not is stark. After advancing to the Golden Core stage, Lin Yun contemplated forging his lifebound flying sword. But the process required numerous rare materials, which he had no means to acquire in Tianluo City, thus postponing the endeavor. The following morning, Lin Yun approached Luo Buzhou and respectfully stated, "Master, I wish to visit Liyun City." Why do you wish to go to Lin City at this time? Luo Buzhou inquired. Perplexed. Beyond the 6 major sects, the central continent is home to numerous smaller sects, cultivator families, and rogue cultivators, which together form the world of cultivation. Rogue cultivators typically align themselves with either justice or evil, yet some powerful soul formation rogue cultivators choose neutrality. These neutral soul formation rogue cultivators are not easily provoked by the 6 major sects, as angering them could lead to their alignment against the sections. No one desires to increase the ranks of their adversaries with another soul formation cultivator. Some neutral soul formation rogue cultivators have established their own strongholds within the central continent. These cities predominantly lie along the borders of the righteous and demonic realms, entirely autonomous and beyond the jurisdiction of the 6 major sects, embodying a true neutral ground. The existence of such neutral territories is welcomed by the 6 sects, as they provide a venue for trade. While the righteous and demonic factions stand in stark opposition, they still require a degree of commerce to exchange resources. However, their opposing stances preclude direct transactions between them, rendering the existence of these neutral cities particularly significant. Even amidst the fierce conflict between the 2 realms, both sides tactfully circumvent these neutral cities to prevent their involvement in the war. Generally, the 6 sects would never take action against a neutral city. Of course, exceptional circumstances can arise, albeit infrequently. Liu Yun's mention of Lin City refers to such a neutral city. It was established by the primordial spirit cultivator Zhuge Liu Yun, situated at the border of Tianzhou and Yinzhou, merely a few hundred miles from Tianfeng City. Recently, Liu Yun's disciple had experienced considerable gains and wished to sell some possessions to acquire a superior flying sword. Liu Yun refrained from disclosing details about the sword embryo and his personal flying sword to Luo Buzhou. Possessing a sword embryo, a treasure of the sword path, Liu Yun would not reveal it to anyone, not even to Su Feng or Luo Buzhou. Luo Buzhou nodded, advising him to return swiftly to avoid delaying his cultivation. The disciple understood. After bidding farewell to Luo Buzhou, Liu Yun returned to his residence and summoned Huojiao. Together, they soared towards Lin City. This time, Liu Yun did not bring Su Feng, who was currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the condensation pill stage. Under the dual effects of the 9 apertures blood lotus pill and the drunken immortal brew, Su Feng's cultivation speed now surpassed that of Liu Yun at the same stage, having already broken through to the 9th level of foundation establishment. At this rate, a breakthrough to the condensation pill stage would soon be within reach. Huojiao was included in the journey due to its formidable strength, providing a safeguard in case of any unforeseen dangers. Though Lin City is neutral, it is far from peaceful. The convergence of various sects and factions within the city renders it far more chaotic than those governed by the 6 major sections. As Liu Yun and Huojiao arrived, they landed outside Lin City. The city was protected by an anti-air formation, preventing cultivators from flying in and out. To enter or exit the city, one must pass through the gates at its 4 corners. This anti-air formation primarily restricts those at the condensation pill and golden core stages, while primordial spirit cultivators can still come and go freely. Entering the city, Liu Yun led Huojiao along the bustling streets of Lin City. In stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of Tianluo City and Tianfeng City, Lin City thrived with activity, its streets teeming with pedestrians. Most were cultivators, predominantly at the body refinement and foundation establishment stages, with only a few at the condensation pill stage. Sensing the powerful aura of Liu Yun and Huojiao, passers-by instinctively made way, their expressions filled with reverence. Primordial spirit and golden core cultivators are a rare sight. Generally, those at the condensation pill stage are considered high-ranking cultivators. Liu Yun was somewhat familiar with Lin City, guiding Huojiao to a 3-story pavilion situated along the main thoroughfare, bearing the name Wanjin Pavilion. This establishment is significant, being the largest commercial organization in Central Continent, with branches spread throughout. Each neutral city hosts a branch of Wanjin Pavilion, and even some major cities within the territories of the 6 sects feature its presence. Wanjin Pavilion claims to offer any item existing within the Lingshu realm, and if something is not available, it can still be procured for the right price. In terms of wealth, Wanjin Pavilion surpasses the 6 sects, yet none dare to challenge it. Rumors suggest that the pavilion is protected by Earth Immortal Realm cultivators and that it originates from a higher realm. The true background of Wanjin Pavilion is known only to the upper echelons of the 6 sects and primordial spirit cultivators within the Lingshu realm. Liu Yun was well aware of Wanjin Pavilion's origins. It is indeed established by a force from a higher realm. This explains why it possesses immense wealth, while the 6 sects refrain from encroaching upon its interests. Many primordial spirit cultivators in the Lingshu realm seeking precious materials from beyond must purchase them at exorbitant prices within Wanjin Pavilion. Upon entering, Lin Yun and Huojiao found the first floor of the pavilion exceedingly spacious, with shelves displaying an array of items, including magical artifacts, elixirs, spiritual herbs, ores, and talismans, among others. However, the majority of items on the first floor are of modest value, suitable for body refinement and foundation establishment cultivators. Numerous customers were present, primarily at the body refinement and foundation establishment stages. A young cultivator approached them, smiling as he inquired, "What can I assist you with, esteemed seniors? The items on this floor may not meet your discerning tastes. Perhaps you would like to explore the second floor." This young attendant, a body refinement cultivator, guided Lin Yun and Huojiao to the second floor, where dedicated appraisers provide evaluations for items intended for sale. The attendant led them into a private room, offering tea and refreshments while they awaited further assistance. Wanjin Pavilion typically conducts evaluations and purchases in private rooms to safeguard the privacy and security of its clientele. If a customer presents a valuable treasure, it would be ill-fated for unscrupulous individuals to witness it, potentially leading to untimely disaster. Moments later, a blue-robed condensation pill cultivator entered, closing the door behind him. The blue-robed cultivator greeted Lin Yun and Huojiao with a bow, introducing himself as Lu, an appraiser from Wanjin Pavilion. "What treasures do you wish to sell? I assure you, I shall provide a satisfactory price." "Your politeness is appreciated, Lin Yun replied, producing a low-grade magical artifact from his storage pouch and placing it on the table. Upon seeing merely a low-grade artifact, appraiser Lu's brows subtly furrowed. Such an item held little profit for him. Typically, appraisers offer customers a price below the item's actual value. If the item is worth 1,000 spirit stones, they might propose 800 or even 700. After negotiations, the final price may settle at 800 or 900. If finalized at 900, they would request 1,000 spirit stones from Wanjin Pavilion, pocketing the surplus. Although not every appraiser operates this way, most would if oversight from their superior is lax. A low-grade magical artifact is worth only a few hundred spirit stones, yielding a meager profit. Appraiser Lu glanced at the low-grade artifact on the table, remarking, "This is merely an ordinary low-grade artifact, of limited value. I can offer you." However, Lin Yun interjected, smiling, "Do not rush, Lu. There is more." With that, he retrieved a second low-grade magical artifact, then a third. As appraiser Lu observed the growing collection on the table, his eyes sparkled with interest, and his smile widened. A single low-grade artifact may yield little, but the cumulative value of multiple artifacts becomes substantial. Ultimately, Lin Yun presented a total of 17 low-grade magical artifacts for appraisal. To think you possess such a plethora of low-grade artifacts, their combined worth must exceed several thousand spirit stones, appraiser Lu remarked. "Allow me to assist you in determining their value." "Wait a moment, fellow Taoist," Lin Yun said, as he retrieved a medium-grade magical artifact from his storage bag, followed by a second, a third, and finally, a total of 6 medium-grade artifacts laid before the appraiser, surnamed Lu. These low and medium-grade artifacts were acquired from Lin Yun's vanquishing of 10 foundation-building disciples from the Tianfeng Sect, the dual extermination of the Xianin duo, the defeat of Gui Yunzhan Ruan, and the demise of Bai Yingkai, all results of his conquests. 6 medium-grade artifacts, exclaimed the appraiser, surnamed Lu, brimming with excitement. Each medium-grade artifact is valued at no less than 1,000 spirit stones. Thus, the cumulative worth of these 6 medium-grade artifacts, along with 17 low-grade artifacts, surpassed 10,000. A transaction of this magnitude would yield him a profit of at least 1 or 2,000 spirit stones. "Fellow Taoist, might there be other treasures in your possession?" the appraiser inquired cautiously. "Indeed, there is," Lin Yun replied with a light smile, producing the Gui Yun banner obtained from Gui Yunzhan Ruan and placing it before the appraiser. High-grade artifact. Lu could not suppress a gasp, even among Dan condensation cultivators. High-grade artifacts are a rarity, typically possessed only by those in the later stages of Dan condensation. Although the Gui Yun banner is merely average among high-grade artifacts, its value exceeds 10,000 spirit stones. The worth of a single artifact equated to the combined value of the previous 17 low-grade and 6 medium-grade artifacts. The appraiser scrutinized the Gui Yun banner carefully, his gaze occasionally darting toward Lin Yun. As a seasoned appraiser at the Wanjin Pavilion, he enjoyed considerable wealth and had only recently purchased a high-grade artifact at an internal price after advancing to the middle stage of Dan condensation. That acquisition had depleted his entire savings. The young man in the black robe, seemingly only at the first stage of Dan condensation, possessed a high-grade artifact along with over 20 medium and low-grade artifacts. How could this not astonish him? If this black-robe cultivator was willing to part with a high-grade artifact, could it imply he retained at least another high-grade item for his own use? This black-robe cultivator must possess a notable background. Fellow Taoist, if I am not mistaken, this artifact should belong to Gui Yun Jinren? Lu asked after a prolonged examination. The cave of Gui Yun Jinren was located near Tianluo City, not far from Luoyuan City. Gui Yun Jinren was a moderately renowned rogue cultivator in the area, and the appraiser recognized him well. Indeed, Lin Yun confirmed with a nod. To my knowledge, Gui Yun Jinren has always kept the Gui Yun banner close. How could it come to be in your possession? Lin Yun chuckled lightly, explaining, he no longer has use for it, and thus gifted it to me. The appraiser regarded Lin Yun with astonishment, pondering the implications of his words regarding the terms no longer needed and gifted. Did Gui Yun Jinren fall to the hands of this black-robed cultivator? Or had he truly presented the artifact willingly? Could you appraise the total value of these artifacts, fellow Taoist? Lin Yun requested. After a moment's contemplation, Lu replied, shall we settle on 20,000 spirit stones? 23,000 spirit stones, Lin Yun countered. Should the price fall below this, I shall not sell. Estimating the total value of the artifacts at approximately 25,000 spirit stones. Lin Yun's asking price of 22,000 left a margin of about 2,000 spirit stones for the appraiser. He could have insisted on 24 or 25,000 spirit stones, but that would likely offend Lu. As a local power, Lu could easily be tempted by wealth and might engage in unsavory dealings that could complicate matters for Lin Yun. Being averse to trouble, Lin Yun deemed the 2,000 spirit stones an investment to avoid such inconveniences. Very well, we shall proceed with your proposed price, Lu affirmed. Please wait a moment. I have more items to sell, Lin Yun continued, producing over a dozen various-sized storage bags. These bags should collectively be valued at 1,000 spirit stones. How does that sound? These storage bags were also spoils of war. Since one cannot store storage bags within another, Lin Yun found it most appropriate to sell them. Upon seeing the multitude of bags, the appraiser's heart skipped a beat. Who would carry more than a dozen storage bags without reason? The only explanation for this was that the previous owner of these bags had met their demise. No wonder the young man in black possessed such a plethora of artifacts. He was engaged in illicit dealings. Agreed. I shall value them at 1,000 spirit stones. Lu replied. Each storage bag is worth around 100 spirit stones, so this collection would yield him a few hundred spirit stones in profit. Please hold on. I will go procure the spirit stones. We shall exchange goods for gold, Lu stated. After a brief interval, the appraiser returned, handing Lin Yun 240 superior spirit stones. One superior spirit stone is equivalent to 100 ordinary spirit stones. Lin Yun handed over all the artifacts and storage bags to Lu, thus completing the transaction. I hear you require some refining materials. Please inform me of your needs. Lu offered. As long as it exists within the Lingsu realm, Wanzhen Pavilion can procure it for you. I need a total of 6 materials, Lin Yun replied, listing them: heavenly meteor iron, fire pattern steel, ice soul stone. Among these, heavenly meteor iron is an attribute-less material known solely for its unparalleled hardness. The other 5 represent one of each of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Excluding heavenly meteor iron, the remaining materials are remarkably rare and valuable. While the former is relatively common and inexpensive, what quantity of each material do you require? Lu inquired. Lin Yun specified, approximately 100 pounds of heavenly meteor iron, and 5 taels of each of the other 5 materials will suffice, though only 5 taels of each was needed. The value of those 5 taels far exceeded that of 100 pounds of heavenly meteor iron. After a moment of calculation, Lu said, based on my estimates, 100 pounds of heavenly meteor iron, along with 5 taels of each of the other materials, will total around 30,000 spirit stones. The 24,000 spirit stones you just sold will be insufficient. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, I possess sufficient spirit stones, Lin Yun assured him. Your pavilion need only prepare the items. Then we have no issues, Lu confirmed. We have stock of 100 pounds of heavenly meteor iron at our Luoyuan City branch, but we only have fire pattern steel among the other 5 materials. The remaining 4 will need to be sourced from other branches, which will take some time. How long will it take? Lin Yun inquired. After a brief pause for thought, Lu replied, approximately 3 days. Lin Yun's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Having had extensive dealings with Wanzhen Pavilion in the Three Realms game, he was well aware of their operations. Besides their numerous branches throughout the central continent, each of the 6 human territories hosts a central pavilion. Each central pavilion is staffed by several Golden Dan cultivators to deter any potential threats. Truly precious treasures are stored within the central pavilions, and branches would request items from them as needed. However, the process of procuring goods from the central pavilion does not involve sending cultivators across vast distances. Wanjin Pavilion has established small teleportation arrays between the central and branch pavilions for direct transport of items. These arrays can only convey objects, not living beings. Since the Lin Yun City branch is under the Tianzhou Central Pavilion, even with some bureaucratic procedures, half a day's time should suffice for transport. Therefore, why did the appraiser claim it would take 3 days? Lin Yun cast his gaze upon the Lu surnamed cultivator, who, evading his stare with a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, betrayed a hint of guilt. This Lu individual harbored secrets. Maintaining his composure, Lin Yun remarked, "Then I shall first acquire 100 pounds of the celestial iron, and I will return in 3 days for the other 5 materials. Please wait a moment. I shall summon someone to retrieve the iron," the Lu cultivator replied. The celestial iron is priced at 50 spirit stones per pound, totaling 5,000 spirit stones for 100 pounds. Lin Yun nodded, acknowledging the fair price. The celestial iron was a commonly sought material for crafting, with its price well established and transparent, typically ranging between 50 to 60 spirit stones per pound. The price offered by Wanjin Pavilion was indeed among the more reasonable in the market. As the Lu cultivator arranged for the celestial iron to be fetched, he engaged Lin Yun in casual conversation, subtly probing for information regarding Lin Yun's identity and that of the Fire Flood Dragon. Lin Yun merely stated that he was a wandering cultivator and that the Fire Flood Dragon was a spirit beast he had fortuitously subdued. Before long, an attendant from Wanjin Pavilion returned with the 100 pounds of celestial iron, which was only the size of 3 or 4 clenched fists. Lin Yun handed over the 5,000 spirit stones to the Lu cultivator and stowed the celestial iron away. Subsequently, Lin Yun and the Fire Flood Dragon departed from Wanjin Pavilion. The Lu cultivator watched Lin Yun's retreating figure, his eyes flickering as if engaged in an inner conflict. After a brief moment, he quietly exited the pavilion. Once outside, Lin Yun and the Fire Flood Dragon sought shelter in an inn, renting a courtyard specifically designed for cultivators. This courtyard featured a cultivation room to the south, equipped with a first-tier spirit gathering array. Lin Yun instructed the Fire Flood Dragon to remain outside as his guardian while he entered the cultivation room to meditate. Opening his mouth, a golden sword embryo floated forth, hovering about a foot in front of him. The spirit sword was taking shape. Lin Yun formed a hand gesture, directing it toward the suspended sword embryo. Under the control of his spiritual power, the marble-sized golden sword embryo began to elongate, as if being stretched and molded by invisible hands. The transformation was slow, and soon a fine sheen of sweat appeared on Lin Yun's forehead. Altering the form of the sword embryo into a blade was no trivial task, especially for a cultivator at the Dan condensation stage, whose spiritual power was limited. Having consumed the drunken immortal brew, Lin Yun's spiritual strength was significantly enhanced compared to an ordinary cultivator of the same level. Otherwise, the task would have proven even more arduous. After a full quarter of an hour, Lin Yun succeeded in shaping the sword embryo into a translucent golden flying sword, measuring only the size of a finger, resembling a small, agile fish. With a deep breath, Lin Yun had successfully formed the sword shape, marking a significant step in crafting his life-bound flying sword. The next step involved allowing the sword embryo to continuously absorb the essence of various rare materials to grow in strength. From his storage bag, Lin Yun retrieved the celestial iron, which, enveloped by his magical energy, floated a few inches beneath the flying sword. "Refine," he commanded softly. The golden flying sword, now only the length of a thumb, shimmered with spirit light, enveloping the celestial iron beneath and beginning to absorb its essence. As the essence of the celestial iron transformed into black light dots that flew from the iron, they were drawn into the body of the golden sword. The celestial iron, having relinquished its essence, crumbled into fragments, its volume steadily decreasing. After nearly an hour, the flying sword had completely absorbed the 100 pounds of celestial iron, leaving only a pile of useless debris. Lin Yun chose to use the celestial iron for the sword body due to its remarkable hardness. The refined essence of the iron, stripped of impurities, was unparalleled in hardness among all crafting materials in the Lingshu realm. Even materials worth 10 or 100 times more could not match the toughness of this essence. "My life-bound flying sword is complete," Lin Yun exclaimed joyfully. The sword hovered before him, measuring just over 3 inches in length, a dark golden hue with swirling spirit light on its surface. Though currently only a low-grade magical artifact, its power was already comparable to that of a mid-grade artifact. Once he acquired the 5 additional materials, he could elevate this lifebound sword to mid-grade status, rivaling high-grade artifacts in potency. The lifebound flying sword seamlessly resonated with Lin Yun, allowing it to unleash powers beyond its tier. In his hands, it could exhibit mid-grade artifact capabilities, while in the possession of other cultivators, it would merely function as an ordinary low-grade artifact. With a satisfied smile, Lin Yun recognized the advantage of a lifebound flying sword, its potential for infinite enhancement. As long as he could procure sufficiently precious materials, the sword could continuously evolve into a treasured artifact, or even a spiritual treasure, naming the celestial iron-infused sword meteor. Lin Yun gazed at the dark golden weapon before him and mused softly. Rising to his feet, he willed the meteor sword to transform into a wisp of ethereal spirit light, merging into his body. In an instant, the meteor sword had shrunk to the size of a fingertip, appearing within his dantian. The pure magical energy within his dantian surged like waves, continuously washing over the lifebound flying sword, enriching its spiritual essence. Even without further material absorption, the sword would gradually improve solely from the nourishing magical energy. Stepping out of the cultivation room, Lin Yun addressed the fire flood dragon, who awaited him in the courtyard. "Stay here for a while. I must step out." "Where are you going?" the fire flood dragon inquired. "To Wanjin Pavilion." Chapter 83. Lin Yun's caution. Though 3 days had yet to pass, Lin Yun felt an urgent need to return to Wanjin Pavilion. He had no intention of waiting for that duration. From the Lu cultivator's demeanor and gaze, Lin Yun was wholly convinced that the Lu cultivator had ulterior motives for keeping him in the city for 3 days. The only 2 things about himself that might attract the Lu cultivator's interest were wealth and beauty. Given the cultivator's gender, the likelihood of coveting wealth seemed far greater. Having discerned the Lu cultivator's intentions, Lin Yun pondered whether to remain in the city, awaiting the cultivator's preparations to conspire against him, only to retaliate unexpectedly and achieve an impressive feat of subterfuge. However, Lin Yun was not foolish. He was neither a primordial spirit cultivator nor a golden core powerhouse. He was merely a modest Dan condensation cultivator. The Lu cultivator was a local powerhouse, and Lin Yun was entirely oblivious to his methods. If he stubbornly lingered in the city, waiting for the Lu cultivator to make a move, he risked losing his life in this flowing cloud city. It was far wiser to secure his acquisitions and leave as soon as possible. While Lin Yun was engaged in refining his lifebound flying sword at the inn, the Lu cultivator made his way to a luxurious estate's secret chamber. This estate belonged to Chunda, a direct disciple of Zhuge Lu Yun, the lord of Flowing Cloud City, and a cultivator at the 6th level of Dan condensation. Despite his name bearing the character for virtue, Chunda's deeds were anything but virtuous. Yet, he concealed his true nature well. Aside from a few close associates, few knew of his real character. "That black-robed fellow is undoubtedly a substantial catch," the Lu cultivator exclaimed excitedly within the secret chamber. "The magical artifacts he sold in the pavilion alone are worth 23,000 spirit stones. He must possess additional spirit stones. I estimate he has at least 40 to 50,000. Moreover, he even sold the Ghost Cloud Banner, a high-grade magical artifact, indicating he must have at least one more high-grade artifact of superior quality. Otherwise, why would he part with the Ghost Cloud Banner? Are you suggesting that the black-robe cultivator has a fortune of at least 50 to 60,000 spirit stones? Such wealth rivals that of a late-stage Dan condensation cultivator." Chunda remarked. "It is rather astonishing that a nascent soul cultivator possesses such wealth, and with a mid-stage demon cultivator guarding him, he must have an impressive background. We should refrain from causing trouble. If he has formidable connections, and we provoke him, it would surely spell disaster for us." Chunda had previously collaborated with a cultivator of the Lu clan on several ventures of dubious ethics, but those were undertaken only when they were assured of the other party's lack of identity or backing. Being inherently cautious, Chunda would not act recklessly without knowledge of the circumstances, despite the allure of 50 to 60,000 spirit stones. The Lu cultivator, however, insisted. "I have inquired about him, and he claims to be a loose cultivator who subdued that demon by mere chance." Chunda scoffed. "Do you truly believe that? Even now? As a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, try to capture a mid-stage demon cultivator by mere luck." He continued, "Unless you can ascertain his identity, I shall not take the risk." The Lu cultivator, his mind filled with thoughts of the wealth possessed by Lin Yun, pressed on. "Brother Chun, as a disciple of the esteemed Zhuge, what is there to fear as long as that black-robe cultivator is not a descendant or disciple of a soul formation stage master? If he were indeed a descendant of a soul formation cultivator, would he personally come to our Luyun city to procure materials? Your reasoning holds merit." Chunda conceded with a nod. The Lu cultivator, seeing Chunda wavering, seized the opportunity to persuade him further. Ultimately, Chunda was swayed and proposed. Here is the plan. I shall send a foundation-building cultivator to provoke him. A nascent soul cultivator would certainly not tolerate being challenged by a foundation-building one. Once he injures that foundation cultivator, I will lead the Lin Yun guards to apprehend him and imprison him in the dungeons. If he has connections, he will undoubtedly reveal them to save his life. Should we find ourselves entangled with someone of considerable status, I shall personally apologize and release him. With my master backing me, he would not dare retaliate. If he has no connections, then he shall face the consequences. An excellent plan, the Lu cultivator exclaimed. However, ensure you bring sufficient personnel when capturing him, for we must be wary of that mid-stage demon cultivator by his side. Rest assured, Chunda replied with a smile. Even in Lin Yun City, I can subdue late-stage nascent soul cultivators. By the way, do you know where they are staying? I will dispatch someone to keep watch. Indeed. I do, the Lu cultivator responded. After they left the Wanjin Pavilion, I followed them and observed that they are residing in an inn in the southern part of the city. Which inn? That very inn. Lin Yun emerged from an inn, first changing into a different set of clothes and disguising himself further to ensure that the Lu cultivator would not recognize him should they cross paths. He then returned to the Wanjin Pavilion. Deliberately keeping his head down, he ascended to the second floor of the pavilion, fortunate not to encounter the Lu cultivator. Instead, he was attended to by another nascent soul cultivator. Lin Yun listed the 5 materials he wished to purchase, receiving the response that they could be procured from the Tianzhou headquarters within an hour. Now, this is the efficiency one expects from the Wanjin Pavilion, Lin Yun thought, settling into a private room to wait. After half an hour, the attendant delivered the 5 materials to him, exchanging the goods for payment seamlessly. With the required materials secured, Lin Yun felt a surge of joy and inquired, might your esteemed pavilion possess third-tier concealment talismans or concealment breath talismans? Both talismans served a similar purpose, enabling one to mask their presence briefly. Indeed, we do, the attendant replied. A third-tier concealment talisman costs 20 spirit stones, while a third-tier concealment breath talisman is 30 spirit stones. Quite expensive. I shall take 2 concealment breath talismans, Lin Yun decided. Exiting the Wanjin Pavilion, Lin Yun fortuitously encountered the returning Lu cultivator. Lowering his head, he brushed past him. Suddenly, the Lu cultivator halted, turning around to gaze quizzically at the departing Lin Yun. This individual seems somewhat familiar. Perhaps he was a customer I attended to previously, the Lu cultivator mused, but he dismissed the thought and entered the Wanjin Pavilion. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Yun immediately entered his training chamber, where he refined the 5 purchased materials into his life-bound flying sword, the Meteor Sword. The crafting of a life-bound flying sword presents 2 paths. One can embrace the 5-element approach as Lin Yun did, or specialize in a singular elemental attribute. Each method bears its unique advantages and disadvantages. Specialization allows for a more potent enhancement of the flying sword in that particular element, facilitating easier elevation of its grade. However, this approach makes the sword susceptible to being countered by artifacts or spells of other attributes. Conversely, the 5-element approach renders the sword immune to the weaknesses of any single attribute, yet the materials required to elevate its grade are quintuple that of a specialized sword, as it necessitates the absorption of materials from all 5 elements without exception. The meteor sword floated before Lin Yun, its spiritual light shimmering. Below, the 5 materials transformed into 5 colored essences, which the sword absorbed. This process lasted approximately 15 minutes. Upon absorption, the meteor sword grew to a length of 4 inches, retaining its dark golden hue, but now adorned with a spectrum of radiant colors. At this moment, the meteor sword had attained the status of a mid-grade magical artifact, wielding power comparable to that of a top-grade artifact. Content: Lin Yun stored the meteor sword within his dantian. Exiting the training chamber, he addressed the fire flood dragon in the courtyard, change into a different outfit, and use this concealment breath talisman to obscure our presence. We shall leave the city at once. Is such caution truly necessary? The fire flood dragon muttered. We could simply exit the city. Who would dare obstruct us? We would eliminate them.